The Lord's Empire Chapter 1532 to Chapter 1620. Apart from these abilities, the 8 Forbidden Blood Art also had the ability to create life at will and devour all kinds of power. However, the prerequisite was that it had to devour the same bloodline, and it was not restricted by any laws. If one cultivated this bloodline and devoured countless bloodlines, even the lowest grade bloodline would become a core bloodline, and it would be incredibly difficult. Moreover, there were no restrictions on devouring, and it could devour anything. In the end, even the heavenly Tao, which was the world's consciousness, could devour it and control the heavenly Tao world's power. This was how terrifying the 8 Forbidden Blood Art was, and it was because of how terrifying it was that it was called the outer world's ultimate forbidden art. Not only did countless people fear its existence and the power it released, but they also madly wanted to obtain it. After obtaining this ultimate forbidden art, they would be able to reach the peak of the world and trample countless geniuses underfoot. It was a pity that Zhao Fu's talent and bloodline were both incredibly high, so it was quite a waste for this forbidden art to fall into Zhao Fu's hands. However, if it was given to an ordinary person, that person would be able to change their fate and become the most powerful person in the world. Of course, this forbidden art was also very useful to Zhao Fu. To be able to obtain such a terrifying item, Zhao Fu smiled. Right now, he had only obtained the forbidden art. Now, it was up to Zhao Fu to develop it. Now that Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, Zhao Fu did not need to devour low-grade bloodlines, as that would instead cause bloodlines to become mixed and lower the bloodline's power. Moreover, the first evil celestial's talent and bloodline were too poor, and he could only rely on devouring countless low-grade bloodlines before devouring high-grade bloodlines. Otherwise, he would not be able to devour powerful bloodlines. This would result in bloodlines being very mixed up. If a person had thousands or tens of thousands of bloodlines, they would feel very powerful, but with so many bloodlines, their power and bloodline would not be pure, and they would not be able to reach higher realms. Unless one could continuously purify thousands of bloodlines and fuse them into a single bloodline, that kind of bloodline would be terrifying. It was naturally difficult, and only the first evil immortal could do it. Zhao Fu thought about it. Devouring bloodlines was fine, but if it wasn't a sovereign bloodline, Zhao Fu wouldn't devour it. Unless it was a very powerful or special bloodline, he wouldn't devour it. Back then, it seemed like the first evil immortal's bloodline was stuck at the peak of the saint level because of this. Even though Zhao Fu now had an origin mark and could easily raise his origin bloodline, which was already one of the most powerful bloodlines in the world and reigned above countless divine bloodlines, Zhao Fu wanted to use this forbidden technique to surpass his origin bloodline and reach a higher grade bloodline. After looking through the 8 Forbidden Blood Arts information, Zhao Fu smiled as he got off his bed. He took care of the matters he had delayed over the past few days and fused the den into the wyvern's body. Qin now had hundreds of insect den wyverns. These insect den wyverns were incredibly powerful, and a single one could rival 10 or so ordinary ice-fire wyverns. They also had long-range attacks, but it was a pity that their numbers were limited by the den, or else they would be a terrifying force. After dealing with Chaos Evil City, Qin's greatest enemy, the other danger zones did not pose much of a threat. As long as they did not gang up on Qin City, there would not be much danger. Zhao Fu once again looked at the situation around Qin City. He was currently discussing this matter with his subordinates, and a while later, a soldier came up to report, "Your Majesty, an ambassador from the mermaid world has come to visit. The emissary of the mermaid world has come to visit and hopes to meet you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt quite startled. The mermaid world was to the right of the Lontong people, which was a world above the elf world. Why did they suddenly want to meet him? Zhao Fu thought about it and thought of the reason. He nodded and had the guards bring them in. Following this, a golden-haired woman with a seductive figure walked in with 3 peerlessly beautiful women. One of the 3 peerlessly beautiful women had short green hair and a petite figure, one had long fiery red hair and a seductive figure, and the last one had graceful clothes and a faint smile, giving off a noble aura. These people were all mermaids, and they had legs. However, they did not wear much, revealing a large portion of their snow-white skin. Although mermaids were pure, beautiful, and kind creatures, their appearance aroused the lust of others, making people want to commit crimes. "What is it?" Zhao Fu sat on his throne and gave a trace of a smile as he looked at the women. The beautiful woman smiled and waved her hand, and 10 or so chests of treasures appeared in the hall. They were all treasures that could only be found in the deep sea, and she said, "I've long heard of your majesty's name, so I've come to visit you today. This is a small token of my appreciation, please accept it, your majesty." Xiaofu naturally did not have any interest in these treasures. Even though the pearls were as big as bowls, and they were all crystal clear and gave off a brilliant light, there were also corals with attributes, and there were also conches that could sing. Now that Xiaofu was the ruler of 6 worlds and had a water world, he naturally did not lack these things. Seeing that Xiaofu did not dare to be interested, the beautiful woman had expected this. She had only taken out these things to give them some face, and her true gifts were the 3 women behind her. She had long since heard of how dissolute Qin was, and facing such beautiful women, it was impossible for him not to want them. The beautiful woman turned and pointed as she smiled and said, "These 3 are the 3 most beautiful princesses in our mermaid world. Because of your majesty's fame, they are very fond of your majesty and are willing to become your majesty's concubines and serve your majesty." Xiaofu looked at the 3 peerlessly beautiful women and his expression did not change as he said, "What do you want? Hurry up and say it. Our time is limited." Hearing this, the beautiful middle-aged woman could only say seriously, "Your majesty. We have received news that the Devil Horn Empire is preparing to attack our mermaid world. Please send troops to reinforce our mermaid world, and we will do our best to satisfy all of your majesty's requests." Xiaofu smiled and rejected directly, "Sorry. Qin can't help you." This was not because Xiaofu was afraid of the Devil Horn Empire but because there was the Second Aeolian Empire between Qin and the mermaid world. Moreover, he was right next to the Devil Horn Empire and was quite close. On Qin's side, it was more troublesome to send troops first. He could not go directly to the mermaid world, and he had to bypass the Second Aeolian Empire, which was very disadvantageous to Qin. Even though Xiaofu was a bit dissolute, he was not a muddle-headed ruler. A nobleman cared about lust but not lust. Xiaofu was not willing to sacrifice so many soldiers to help the fishman world. Moreover, the rewards were not worth it for Xiaofu to act. With just 3 peerlessly beautiful women, Qin's harem could be found everywhere. The beautiful middle-aged woman had never thought that Xiaofu would refuse so resolutely. However, only Qin could help them, and there was the Second Aeolian Empire next to them. However, with how inhumane the Second Aeolian Empire was, if they went there, they would most likely die. Even though Qin was incredibly bloodthirsty, cold, and ruthless, he was very courteous to those who submitted to him and to envoys. This was why they were willing to come to Qin. Hearing Qin's refusal, it meant that no one was helping the mermaid world, causing the beautiful middle-aged woman's expression to become quite unsightly. Of the 3 women behind her, one had long blue hair and gave off a noble aura. She said with a pitiful expression, "With the might of Qin's empire, we definitely have strength. Please protect our mermaid world, your majesty Qin. The 3 of us will do our best to serve you." The other 2 women also pleaded, "Please save the mermaid world, your majesty, we will wholeheartedly serve you." Xiaofu lightly laughed as he said calmly, "The risk is too great. If you were near Qin it would be fine, but that is impossible now, so we will not agree. However, with where you are, with the Devil Horn Empire to your left and the Second Aeolian Empire below, with their wild ambitions, they will not let your mermaid world off. As such, your mermaid world will definitely be destroyed. Why don't you submit to Qin as soon as possible? Qin can help you migrate to Qin, and Qin also has a water world. You mermaids most likely do not like living on the Midland continent, so that place will be quite suitable for you." The beautiful woman and the 3 women understood that it was impossible for Qin to help them, and their expressions were quite grim. However, they were quite interested in moving to Qin's place. Now, they also understood that the mermaid world would not be able to survive for long in between the 2 great powers, so there were only 4 ways to face them. The first was to submit to the Devil Horn Empire. However, not only was the Devil Horn Empire incredibly ferocious and perverted, but it also killed those who had already submitted. The second was to submit to the Aeolian Empire, but the Aeolian Empire was too cold and would slaughter at the slightest provocation. The third was to submit to Qin, which Qin had done quite well. The fourth option was to leave this place and live in another place. But it might not be as good as this place in the future. It was very attractive to have the protection of Qin, who was so powerful. However, this was a matter of the world, and they couldn't make the decision. Now that they knew that Qin couldn't help them, they could only say that they would go back and think about it. Zhao Fu did not ask them to stay and continued to discuss with the other ministers about attacking the people from the glass world. The next day, Qin gathered an army and gave off a terrifying aura as they attacked the glass world. The glass world also built a defensive wall and gathered 8 billion soldiers to defend the world. Everyone looked incredibly nervous, and the atmosphere became quite oppressive. It was as if a storm was brewing. The Devil Horn Empire gathered its army from the right, wanting to attack Qin from the right. Of course, it was only gathering its soldiers. It was not so kind as to block at the front while the glass world enjoyed its blessings. They wanted to wait for Qin to attack the glass world, that way, they would be able to minimize their losses. Moreover, with the glass world's advantage, they would be able to attack Qin from both sides, which was quite advantageous to them. If Qin dared to attack them, they would definitely heavily wound Qin and show Qin their strength. However, what surprised them was that Qin actually sent out 20 billion soldiers, splitting them into two groups. One group directly attacked the glass world, while the other attacked the Devil Horn Empire's right flank. It would not be a problem for Qin to send out 10 billion soldiers to deal with a new world, but 10 billion soldiers to deal with the Devil Horn Empire was not very appropriate. Qin and the Devil Horn Empire both had soldiers defending the Second Aeolian Empire. This time, the Devil Horn Empire had sent out 20 billion soldiers to attack Qin, which was 10 billion more than Qin. However, even if Qin only had 20 billion soldiers, there was nothing to fear. Zhao Fu personally led a group of soldiers, and Bai Qi led a group of soldiers, giving off massive killing auras as they started to move. Zhao Fu led a group of soldiers and quickly met with the Devil Horn Empire's army. Both sides gave off heaven-shaking auras, and all of the soldiers looked incredibly serious and resolute. One side was covered in green armor, while the other side was covered in black armor. After arriving here, because they did not have much time to set up defenses, Zhao Fu ordered his people to form defensive formations. Their main goal was not to attack but to defend against the Devil Horn Empire's attack while the other side destroyed the glass world. Zhao Fu and Guiji stood in the air, and facing them, Yao Ming's expression was quite unsightly. Even with his nation armament, he did not dare to fight with Zhao Fu because he might have to face two people at once. Yao Ming was quite familiar with Qin's various methods and had made preparations. However, since Qin dared to stop him with 10 billion soldiers, he most likely had some sort of trump card. Yao Ming started to become wary. However, now that Qin had formed a defensive formation, if he did not attack out of fear, Qin's goal would be achieved, and the other side would be able to easily destroy the glass world. After thinking for a while, Yao Ming decided to use the long-haired demon race's ability to probe the other side. Tall, black-furred people giving off dense demonic qi walked out from the army. Looking at Qin's army, they gave off serious expressions and roared. Massive waves of demonic qi flowed out from their bodies, bringing with them massive auras as a wild gale blew out. Bang, bang. Bang, the long-haired demon race people punched the ground, causing the ground to crack. Countless traces of demonic qi flowed out, forming humanoid demons. They had a single horn and were covered with black fur, and they had sharp claws on their feet. There were 1 billion or so of them, and they gave off dark demonic qi as they turned into black shadows and attacked Qin's army. Facing the incoming demons, Zhao Fu felt quite disdainful. He raised his hand and 8 massive golden crystals flew into the sky. Scree! Under the searing sunlight, the demons on the ground, which gave off a dark aura, were like snow meeting the scorching sun. They gave off traces of black aura and howled before slowly dissipating. There were many of these demons, but they were not very strong and could be easily dealt with. The 8 crystals that Zhao Fu had thrown out were naturally sun god stones that had absorbed boundless sunlight from the outer world. They were incredibly harmful to darkness creatures, and under the 8 scorching suns, they all turned into demonic qi and dissipated. However, Yao Ming had also seen this, so when the demons attacked, he split his army of 20 billion soldiers into 2 teams and attacked from the left and right. The 2 armies were like a massive flood, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they rushed towards Qin's army. Fire! Zhao Fu ordered, and arrows containing immense force shot out, tearing through the air and shooting towards the two armies like raindrops. The two armies exploded out with traces of green aura from their bodies, forming a green mist that covered the two armies. Arrows quickly descended, but after entering the green mist, they seemed to be powerless and landed on the ground, unable to deal any damage at all. Core formation. Zhao Fu once again ordered, and countless traces of aura rose up from Qin's army. Two massive black dragons that were hundreds of thousands of meters long gave off massive auras as they gave off killing intent towards the two armies. The green aura around the two armies quickly fused together, forming two massive green dragons that gave off ferocious auras as they rushed towards the two black dragons. Bang, 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 the four massive dragons ferociously clashed in the sky, head against head, claws against claws, and tails against tails. They ferociously attacked, causing explosions to sound out and terrifying shockwaves to spread out, causing people's bodies to feel a chill. In terms of size, the two green dragons were larger than Qin's black dragons because they each had 10 billion soldier qi, while Qin's side only had 50. However, Qin's side had an advantage, which was that its cultivation was higher than the Devil Horn Empire's. This scene was quite surprising. As a new world, its cultivation base was actually higher than that of a world that had developed for several decades. The reason for this was naturally due to the heaven and earth refining formation. It was slowly increasing Qin's advantage and foundation, and sooner or later, it would surpass the Devil Horn Empire. However, the two armies continued to charge forward like a flood. Xiao xiao xiao, the two armies also shot out countless sharp arrows, giving off sharp auras as they flew towards Qin's soldiers. On Qin's side, the shield-bearers at the front raised their shields, which gave off rays of black light and formed a massive protective barrier that blocked the incoming arrows. The two armies continued to charge forwards, and the distance between them was only tens of thousands of meters. The Devil Horn soldiers gripped their weapons and had savage expressions as they roared. Qin's soldiers gripped their weapons and had cold expressions as they prepared to receive the attack. Zhao Fu stood in the air and faced the armies coming from the left and right. He gave off a transcendent aura and threw a scroll into the air. The cross-shaped pupil in his right eye and the 6 gray dots quickly spun as a massive wave of yin qi spread out. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the scroll exploded out with dense yin qi, which spread out like lightning and covered the sky. An eerie gale blew, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. The surroundings were filled with ghostly qi, making it seem as if they were in the underworld. Arg, mournful howls sounded out as the dense yin qi that spread out formed ghosts with green faces and fangs. Their hands were like sharp claws, and there were a terrifying 1 billion of them. Most of these 1 billion ghosts had stage 2 or 3 cultivation, and they were not like the ones that the Devil Horn Empire had summoned. The scroll was the one that Zhao Fu had obtained from the underworld mark. 1 billion stage 2 or 3 monsters could rival 6 or 7 billion stage 1 soldiers. This caused the Devil Horn army's hearts to sink, and the Devil Horn army's advantage greatly decreased. Boom! Standing in the air, the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun, and a few chains shot out from his body into the ground. A heaven-toppling aura rushed out from the ground, turning into a black pillar of light that shot into the sky. A massive giant slowly rose up from the ground. A massive aura spread out like a flood, inundating everything in the surroundings and causing everyone to feel terror. This was the primogenitor statue, and Yao Ming knew that Qin had used it to deal with the spirit light world. Now that he had personally seen it, he felt quite shocked. How could it be so powerful? If such a massive creature was used in battle, it would be dozens of times more powerful than an ordinary emperor heaven expert. Countless ghosts flooded down from the sky, giving off massive amounts of ghostly qi as they charged towards an army. The two sides quickly clashed, and even though there were only 1 billion ghosts, they were able to charge into the army. A ghost leapt onto a soldier's body and bit down with its fangs, tearing out a soldier's throat. Another ghost grabbed out with its hand, piercing a soldier's chest and digging out a fresh heart. Another ghost loudly laughed as it tore a soldier in half, causing his organs to fall to the ground. Blood flew everywhere and pained cries sounded out. An intense battle erupted, and the sound of weapons clashing continuously sounded out as powerful auras spread out. Standing in the air, Zhao Fu slowly stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. The primogenitor statue below also stretched out a hand and vigorously grabbed at the air, causing a blood-red sword to appear. A massive amount of power entered the Kusanagi no Tsurugi sword, causing it to give off traces of a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding space to twist. Zhao Fu stood in the air, holding a formless sword in his hand, and he vigorously slashed out. Xing, the primogenitor statue vigorously slashed out with Zhao Fu, and a sword hum tore through the air as an unimaginably massive sword light spread out, giving off an aura that seemed to be able to sweep through everything. The expressions of the incoming army fell, and they hurriedly exploded out with waves of green aura that gathered in front of them, wanting to block that sword light. Boom! The massive sword light gave off terrifying power as it split the green aura in front of the soldiers in half. The soldiers at the front were instantly diced into pieces, creating a gory scene. However, even though the 10 billion soldiers had not gathered all of their aura, they had gathered more than half. Even though they had not been able to block that sword light, they had greatly reduced its power, and only a few million soldiers had died. Swish, 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 Qin's side first shot out countless arrows, which contained immense force as they tore through the sky and descended like a torrential rain. The devil horn soldiers, who had lost their defenses, were unable to resist at all against such a massive rain of arrows. They were all hit, and their bodies were pierced by countless arrows. Blood sprayed everywhere as cries continuously sounded out, and countless people immediately died. Kill! Qin's side also charged, and the Black Army ferociously charged at the Devil Horn Army with an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the Qin's army ferociously slammed into the Devil Horn Army, and the two sides started to fight. A Qin soldier swung his saber and chopped off the head of a Devil Horn soldier, causing blood to splatter onto his face. Another Qin soldier stabbed his spear into the mouth of a Devil Horn soldier and came out from the back of his neck. A great Qin soldier exploded out with an aura and ferociously swung his sledgehammer, sending 2 or 3 people flying. Another great Qin soldier held a massive axe and vigorously swung it, killing soldiers one after another. The Devil Horn Army desperately fought with Qin soldiers, roaring as the sound of weapons clashing continuously sounded out. Cries continuously sounded out, and blood dyed the ground red as more and more people died on both sides. Zhao Fu controlled the primogenitor statue to once again raise its Kusanagi no Tsurugi and vigorously slash out, sending out a massive sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy all things. Under the massive sword energy, countless devil horn soldiers were like ants, and they were chopped into countless pieces of meat. The ground was dyed red, and the stench of blood filled the air. The scene was incredibly gory. Yao Ming's expression was quite unsightly because most of the people who died were devil horn soldiers. If this went on, the Devil Horn Army would suffer heavy casualties. The Devil Horn Army had once again lost. They had never thought that Qin would be able to summon so many ghosts. Moreover, that primogenitor statue was simply too terrifying. Retreat! Seeing this, Yao Ming did not hesitate and loudly gave the order, and the Devil Horn Army started to retreat. Qin gave chase for a while, but he was worried that there might be an ambush, so he did not continue to give chase. Moreover, the most important thing right now was to defend this place and prevent the Devil Horn Army from attacking another army. Zhao Fu did not leave either, and he was responsible for standing guard here to prevent anything unexpected from happening. As for the other side, he left it to Bai Qi. On the other side of the battlefield, Bai Qi was also giving orders to attack the glass world. Bang bang bang, the holy light god emissaries and insect den wyverns shot out beams of light that contained massive power as they slammed into the defensive walls, resulting in terrifying explosions. The terrifying power easily tore through glass world's defenses. Xiao xiao xiao, arrows containing terrifying power drew out arcs in the air before howling as they descended, causing countless glass people to be hit. Some immediately died, while others fell to the ground and held. Roar! Qin's beasts gave off ferocious attacks. Massive spiders quickly climbed up the defensive walls and used their blade-like legs to kill glass soldiers. The soldiers' bodies were cut into many pieces, creating a bloody and cruel scene. Countless ice-fire wyverns spewed out flames and icy blasts in the sky, attacking the defensive walls. Countless glass soldiers were either burned to death or frozen by the icy blasts, resulting in countless deaths. Over 10,000 illusion flower devils also bloomed beautiful flowers, and countless pollen floated towards the glass soldiers. The glass soldiers breathed in the pollen, causing them to freeze and fall into an illusion, unable to break free. In the end, Bai Qi gave the order, and Qin's soldiers attacked like a black flood as they ferociously charged at the glass soldiers. The glass soldiers desperately gave up and continuously roared as they charged at Qin's soldiers. They shot out countless arrows at Qin's beasts, but they were not very effective. The battle was completely one-sided, and the glass soldiers were not a match for them at all. Even though Dong Yueli was a world protector and was incredibly powerful, he could not compare to an extreme divine realm expert. He was captured by Long Hao Er in just a few exchanges, unable to resist at all. Following this, the glass people were completely defeated, and Qin's soldiers broke through the glass world's defenses. They charged into the glass world and flooded out. The countless glass people looked terrified. In the end, their glass world could not avoid the fate of being destroyed, even if they had allied with the Devil Horn Empire. They had been hoping for the Devil Horn Empire's army to arrive and deal a heavy blow to Great Qin, but they had never expected to see anyone. Now, the glass world was in chaos, and most people started to escape. Without the heavenly domain boundary blocking them, everyone could easily leave the glass world without any restrictions. Some people wanted to escape to the Devil Horn Empire's protection, believing that since they were allies, the Devil Horn Empire would treat them well. Qin's actions were quite fast, and he first surrounded the glass world before slowly suppressing it. He did not allow a large number of people to escape. Countless glass people knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Looking at Qin's soldiers walking into their cities, they did not dare to resist at all, as those who had resisted before had their stomachs cut open and were hung on city walls. Qin quickly took control of the glass world, and after the battle concluded, Qin was able to take down the glass world. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu smiled and led his army to the glass world, and the two armies gathered together. Sitting on a tall throne, Zhao Fu smiled as he listened to Bai Qi report the results of the battle. After taking down the glass world, they had obtained 32 billion people, 70,000 cities, countless towns, villages, and countless treasures. They had killed 4 billion people in the glass world. Apart from soldiers, there were also some residents who resisted, and Qin's casualties were less than 300 million. Before, Qin already had 410 billion people and 590,000 cities. Now that they had 32 billion people and 70,000 cities, they now had 442 billion people and 660,000 cities. Hearing this, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile. Not only had Qin's strength increased, but Qin now had 7 worlds with the glass world. They were only 3 worlds away from becoming a royal kingdom. Your Majesty, I helped you capture that world protector. Long Hao Er leaned against Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a smile as she spoke to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and had people bring Dong Yueli over. Dong Yueli's face was pale as he was brought over by a few guards. His hair and clothes were in a mess and there were traces of blood on them. He looked quite dispirited and no longer had the high-spirited and extraordinary aura of the world protector. Dong Yueli thought about it before kneeling on the ground and saying, I'm willing to submit to your Majesty. Please accept my submission. Zhao Fu revealed a satisfied smile. This Dong Yueli was quite tactful, so he accepted his submission and had people take him away. At that moment, a trace of a smile appeared on Bai Qi's face as he said, Your Majesty, I have also prepared some beauties for you. They are the most beautiful women in the glass world. Please enjoy them, Your Majesty. I will take my leave first. Zhao Fu chuckled and nodded. Following this, the 6 women were brought over. The first was a tall and beautiful woman with an elegant aura. She was called He Li Mei, and she was Dong Yueli's mother. The second was a beautiful woman with a mature figure. She was Dong Yueli's married older sister, Dong Jimei. Of the remaining 4, one had a fiery figure and gave off a slightly flirtatious aura, and she was called Nua Mei. One had a slim figure and a gentle appearance, and she was called Wing Yaji. One had a voluptuous figure and looked somewhat silly, and she was called Nan Min. One was a skinny woman with a stubborn look, and she was called Bai Heli. Zhao Fu looked at the 6 women. They had white hair and gave off soul-stirring auras. They were extremely beautiful, and they were worthy of being the most beautiful people in the glass world. He Li Mei gave a trace of a flirtatious smile as she said coquettishly, Your Majesty, are you satisfied with us? Hurry up and enjoy us. I also want to know how wonderful it is to do it with His Majesty. She already knew that her son had submitted, and she also understood why she had come here. She could not refuse any of this and could only comply. She thought that serving Zhao Fu well would be of great help to her son in the future. That thin and stubborn Baiheli said coldly, "Just kill me. I won't serve anyone." Zhao Fu ignored them and lightly smiled as he walked towards them and started to do it with them. Under Zhao Fu's body, the women moaned lewdly. After that, He Li Mei held Zhao Fu in her arms with a flushed face. Although she had heard that the Prince of Qin was a playboy, she didn't expect that she could have such a wonderful time with him. Gradually, she was infatuated with this feeling. Dong Yueli's big sister also lay in Zhao Fu's embrace with a red face. She had only come to serve Zhao Fu in order to protect her husband and little brother from harm, and she had wanted to sacrifice her body. However, she now felt that she had betrayed her husband both physically and spiritually. She enjoyed doing it with this man who wasn't her husband. Baiheli, who had a stubborn look on her face and wanted to resist Zhao Fu, also collapsed to the side. He Li Mei's face was red and alluring, and she smiled as she said, "Your Majesty. How do we taste? This is the first time you've enjoyed a woman of the glass race. Don't you feel that our women are different from other women?" Zhao Fu chuckled and replied, "Not bad. The women of the glass race did indeed have something that ordinary women didn't have. Their bodies were slightly cold and their skin was delicate. It would be a great pleasure to do it with them in the summer." He Li Mei chuckled and said, "Your Majesty. Since you like it, I have a few sisters who are on good terms with me. Later, I will ask them to serve you together. They will definitely like your Majesty." At this time, He Li Mei was thinking that if she could get more helpers, her position in Qin's harem would be different in the future. Zhao Fu did not refuse. He planned to bring some back to enjoy himself. Following this, Zhao Fu led the army back to Qin and made these women concubines. A large amount of phoenix chi flowed into the Emperor Phoenix statue. Hell! A phoenix cry sounded throughout the sky as the Emperor Phoenix statue gave off an intense golden light and turned into a 70,000-meter wide golden phoenix. It flew into the sky and gave off boundless golden light, dyeing the entire sky golden. Now, the Emperor Phoenix statue's power was incredibly great, and it far surpassed ordinary nation armaments' power. It was even stronger than ordinary clan armaments, and it was just a bit away from having the primogenitor statue's power. After conquering the glass world, Zhao Fu's next step was to properly digest it and fully control it, making it a part of Qin. A few days later, the massive desolate god temple did not have a single believer, making it seem quite spacious. Within the main hall of the desolate god temple, a woman's moans sounded out. She had blood-red short hair and a fiery figure, and she gave off a wild aura as she was being ravaged by a handsome-looking young man. Zhao Fu said unhappily, "Why hasn't that blood god demon been created after so long?" The desolate god said unhappily, "I don't want to. It's just that it's too difficult to create a blood god demon. Before, I didn't have the power to create one, but now that I have the power, I just lack a suitable god emissary. I feel that the desolate crow race is very suitable, have someone bring a few over." Zhao Fu nodded, and the two of them continued to do that indescribable thing. In the end, the desolate god collapsed in Zhao Fu's embrace, and only then did Zhao Fu order his guards to bring a few top-grade desolate race women over. On a stage, the red-faced desolate god stretched out a jade-like hand and pressed it against the forehead of a half-kneeling woman. Her palm gave off an intense blood-red light that entered the woman's body, causing her eyes to become blood-red. A blood-red beast-like mark appeared on the woman's forehead. This was the desolate god's god mark. Anyone who obtained this god mark would become her god emissary. Following this, dozens of wild beasts were tied up and placed around the stage. These wild beasts did not know what was going on, and they struggled and held. However, the desolate god's expression was quite serious as she stood at the center of the stage. She took out a dagger and slashed out, causing a sharp arc of light to fly out and cut open the throats of dozens of wild beasts. The wild beasts held in pain as blood flowed out of their throats, dyeing the ground blood-red. The desolate god held the dagger and cut open her own wrist, causing blood to flow out. Under her control, the blood continuously condensed and formed a blood-red rune. At that moment, the desolate god stretched out a finger, causing the blood-red rune to give off an intense blood-red light and fly into the air, It gave off a formless suction force, causing the blood flowing out of the wild beasts' throats to be sucked into the air, and an orb of blood appeared in the air. The desolate god called over the woman who had become her god emissary and cut open her wrist. She let out some of her blood and fused it into the orb of blood. The woman seemed to be able to form a connection with the orb of blood and control it. This orb of blood was 2 meters wide and gave off a faint blood-red light. It floated in the air and did not have any power. Zhao Fu frowned as he looked at this orb of blood that did not have any power and asked, "Is this the blood god demon you were talking about?" The desolate god had just created a blood god demon and was in a good mood, so she smiled and nodded. The desolate god could sense Zhao Fu's emotions and lightly harumphed as she said, "Don't look down on how weak it is right now. When it grows up, you'll know how powerful it is and it definitely won't disappoint you. If you don't believe me, I'll show you." The desolate god stretched out her hand and the orb of blood turned into a blood-red spear. The desolate god waved her hand, and the blood-red spear gave off ferocious power as it shot towards a nearby beast. The blood-red spear pierced through the beast's body, instantly killing it. What was quite shocking was that the blood spear automatically turned into blood water and fused into the wild beast. The dead wild beast once again came back to life and was filled with life energy. It was as if it hadn't died at all, and it didn't look like it had died at all. Zhao Fu felt quite shocked and asked the desolate god, "What kind of ability is this?" The desolate god gave a prideful smile as she said, "This is just a basic ability of the blood god demon's many abilities. It can seep into living creatures' bodies and control their bodies and souls. It's still weak right now, but when it's strong enough, it can control hundreds of millions of people. Also, try attacking it." Hearing this, Zhao Fu waved his hand and a sword light slashed out, splitting the revived beast in half. However, what was surprising was that not a single drop of blood flowed out of the corpse. The desolate god smiled as she explained, "This kind of attack won't harm blood god demons at all." The desolate god grabbed at the corpse, causing the blood water to flow into it and form a new orb of blood. It was slightly bigger than before, and it was most likely because it had absorbed all of the beast's blood. The corpse had become a dried-up corpse. At that moment, the desolate god lightly tapped with her hand, and the orb of blood continuously changed, forming a 2-meter-tall, powerful-looking blood-red person. Because the orb of blood had fused into the beast's body, not only had it absorbed all of the beast's blood, but it had also absorbed some of its power. Before, the orb of blood did not give off any energy ripples, but now it did. The desolate god did not control it anymore and instead ordered it to kill the remaining beasts. The blood-red person heard the order and walked over to the tied-up beasts. The beasts instinctively felt a wave of fear and cried out in terror, but their cries soon stopped. The blood-red man's arm split into a few blood-red tentacles, which stretched towards the beasts. The tentacles then split into a few more tentacles, which reached into the beasts' mouths, eyes, noses, and ears. The wild beasts quickly died, and their bodies withered like dried corpses. It was quite terrifying to look at. The blood-red figure's aura became slightly stronger, and it retracted its blood-red tentacles and killed a few wild beasts before returning to its original position. Zhao Fu stood by the side and saw the potential of the blood god demons. Even though they were quite weak right now, they would be quite powerful in the future. He smiled as he said, "How many of these blood god demons can you nurture?" The origami replied simply, "With my current strength, I can nurture 12 of them." Zhao Fu felt quite disappointed and felt that it was too little. He asked, "Why is it so little? Can't it be more?" The desolate god rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu. "Do you think the blood god demons are strong because of their numbers? They rely on their individual strength. In the divine realm, even the strongest origami can only nurture up to 100 blood god demons. It's impossible for you to build an army." Even though Zhao Fu was somewhat disappointed, he could only helplessly accept this result. He wanted to see just how terrifying these 12 blood god demons were. At that moment, a guard came up and reported, "Your Majesty. There are reports that the Devil Horn Empire's army is secretly moving and might be attacking the mermaid world." Hearing this, Zhao Fu immediately returned to the palace and gathered the ministers for a discussion. The mermaid world had also received the news. All of them looked nervous and even a little scared. Now that they had returned to the sea, their bodies had also changed back. Their upper bodies were that of humans, and their lower bodies were that of fish. Within the palace, there were hundreds of mermaids gathered. They all had powerful auras and extraordinary bearings, and they all belonged to large factions. Facing the incoming Devil Horn army, the various factions held an emergency meeting. The blue-haired big man's aura was the most powerful, and he was the most powerful expert in the mermaid world. His faction was also the most powerful, and he said, "What should we do? Qin will not help us, and it is even more impossible for the Second Aeolian Empire to help us. Facing the Devil Horn Empire, we are not a match for it. Should we fight to the death, or should we surrender and preserve our lives?" A young man said loudly, "I feel that the mermaid world cannot be weak and should fight with the Devil Horn Empire. Moreover, we might not necessarily lose. Even though Qin did not agree to send reinforcements, he will definitely try to tie us down in other ways. We still have a chance." The cruel-looking young man said in agreement, "I think we can fight. I don't want to submit to anyone, nor do I want to leave the mermaid world." The golden-haired, golden-tailed, peerlessly beautiful middle-aged woman said worriedly, "If Qin attacks the Devil Horn Empire with his full strength, the Devil Horn Empire naturally will not attack the mermaid world. However, going all out will result in massive losses, and Qin will not benefit us at all. Moreover, our relationship with Qin is quite ordinary, so there is no need for him to help us." An elderly mermaid sighed and said, "That's right, we can't place too much hope in Qin. If Qin does not act, what should we do?" The gentle-looking middle-aged woman thought for a moment before saying, "Let's discuss whether we should retreat or submit to the Devil Horn Empire. If we fight, the mermaid world will have no hope at all." At that moment, the beautiful middle-aged woman who had brought the three princesses to Qin said, "Of the three factions here, Qin is undoubtedly the best choice. Moreover, Emperor Qin personally admitted that he will help us relocate." Hearing this, some people looked delighted and agreed, but most of them still hesitated. They had high statuses in the mermaid world and stood above tens of thousands of people. Now that they had to submit to someone else and be suppressed by countless people, they felt quite uncomfortable. Moreover, after entering Qin, would the life they wanted be the same as what they wanted? Moreover, Emperor Qin was incredibly lustful. Would he take a fancy to their women? As a mermaid race, their men were quite handsome and their women were quite beautiful. There were many times more beauties and handsome men than in ordinary worlds. All of this was what they were worried about. During the meeting, everyone raised their own opinions and debated endlessly, but no conclusion was reached. The Devil Horn Army's 15 billion soldiers flooded into the Fishman world and split into 4 groups to attack the 4 continents. The Fishman factions had never thought that the Devil Horn Army would attack so quickly, and they hurried back and gathered their forces to resist. However, the Fishman army was not Qin's soldiers. Even though they were water race people and had great advantages in fighting in the water, the Devil race also had fishmen, and they had many aquatic beasts. The ordinary soldiers were stronger than the fishmen, and they were more ferocious and had battle experience. The two sides ferociously clashed, causing cries to continuously sound out. Blood dyed the water red, and the battle was incredibly intense. A Devil Horn soldier roared, and his eyes became blood red as he grew countless fangs and continuously attacked, biting a few people to death. A Devil Horn soldier held a spear and pierced through a fishman's tail, killing him. A devil-horned fishman lewdly attacked a female mermaid, and the female mermaid desperately resisted. In the end, she was killed with a single slash, and her breasts were cut off by the fishman and he ate them as if they were very delicious. A massive aquatic beast charged over like a massive black blur. It opened its mouth and bit down, killing 10 or so fishmen, causing limbs to fall everywhere and blood to dye the water red. The fishmen desperately resisted, but they were evidently not a match for the Devil Horn soldiers, and they were continuously forced back. Boom, boom. Boom, massive auras spread out as a few powerful auras exploded out from the depths of the ocean. They were the Fishman Ocean's overlords. One was a 10,000-meter long, black and white, ugly sea snake. One had the upper body of a human and the lower body of a seahorse, a massive squid, and a 10,000-meter long shark. The 4 of them also attacked the Devil Horn army. The 10,000-meter long sea snake opened its mouth and spat out a large amount of poisonous water, dyeing the water blue, and the Devil Horn soldiers within the water were poisoned to death. The half-human, half-seahorse monster swung its spear, sending out massive shockwaves that flooded towards the Devil Horn army and sent countless Devil Horn soldiers flying. Some soldiers were directly turned into piles of mud. A massive squid gave off immense power as it charged towards the Devil Horn army. Its barbed tentacles tore apart soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere, creating a gory scene. In the end, the shark opened its massive mouth and rushed into the Devil Horn army, devouring them in large mouthfuls. Blood dyed the water red, and its tail sent countless Devil Horn soldiers flying. Those who were sent flying were either killed or crippled. The 4 deep-sea giant beasts led a group of sea beasts to launch a counterattack. This slightly saved the mermaid world from defeat, but the situation was still not optimistic. The Devil Horn Empire's king devil beasts joined the battle and killed 4 deep-sea massive beasts, declaring the Fishman world's defeat. The soldiers of the mermaid world began to retreat on a large scale. Countless mermaids fell into panic and hurriedly packed up their belongings to escape. Countless ferocious Devil Horn soldiers rushed into the cities, and looking at the beautiful female mermaids and handsome male mermaids, they savagely laughed before charging at the mermaids. They rushed in and hacked the old mermaid and the little mermaid to death. Some of the stronger mermaid males dared to resist, but they were caught and skinned. Their tails were stripped of the scales and they were hung on the city walls. The bloodied and pitiful mermaids gave pained cries, creating a chilling scene. Some had already begun to press the female mermaids to the ground and began to viciously violate them, ignoring their pleas. One by one, they took turns to violate them. Some mermaids couldn't even bear death, but their corpses were still being violated. The female mermaids were treated like this, and the weaker male mermaids were the same. Their teeth were knocked out, and evil things ravaged their mouths, anus. In order to survive, some of the male mermaids not only did not resist, but they cooperated with the 10 or so people ravaging them. In the end, they were covered with liquid and fell to the side of the road, half dead. Some people were not interested in these things and started to plunder the mermaids' belongings. At the same time, they found the mermaids who were hiding and killed them. Their corpses were also thrown outside, and the aquatic beasts would eat these corpses. Apart from some aquatic beasts, some Devil Horn soldiers liked to eat them because they had taboo power within their bodies. The ones who tasted the best were naturally the women and children. After capturing the mermaids, they pressed them to the ground and ate them raw. This was the best way to preserve the freshness of the food. Countless women and children let out incomparably mournful cries, and in the end, they were eaten alive by those people. Those people's strength also increased. At the same time, they could not help but sigh in amazement. The flesh of mermaids was many times more delicious than that of fishmen. Even though they were both fish, the difference in taste was so great. On the other side, Qin was also attacking the Devil Horn Empire, but he did not attack with his full strength. After all, the Devil Horn Empire was heavily guarded, and a full-scale attack would cause great losses. After all, the Devil Horn Empire was not the only enemy nearby. There was also the terrifying Second Aeolian Empire and countless other worlds. As such, Qin could not go all out against the Devil Horn Empire and allow others to take advantage. The Devil Horn Empire had set up all sorts of defensive measures against Qin, making it so that Qin's attacks were not as effective. By now, Zhao Fu knew that the mermaid world had been easily conquered, so he could only sigh and order the army at the front lines to retreat. There was no point in continuing to attack. A large number of the mermaid world's people ran in all directions, and Yao Ming did not want to lose a large number of people, so he gave the order to stop them. However, at that moment, the Second Aeolian Empire, which had not done anything after destroying the Gold God world, suddenly acted, wanting to stop the fleeing mermaids. They would not be so kind as to help the Devil Horn world, as they needed people. As such, they wanted to take over a large number of people and would not lose too much of their forces. After all, the mermaid world's main force had been destroyed by the Devil Horn Empire. As such, the Aeolian Empire came to take advantage of the situation. Because they had been prepared this entire time, their results were not weak at all. After hearing about this, Yao Ming's expression became quite furious and unsightly. After thinking about it, he decided to give up on those people. With the Devil Horn Empire's current strength, it was not suitable to fight against the Second Aeolian Empire. Yao Ming gave the order to surround the mermaid world to prevent more people from escaping and to prevent the Second Aeolian Empire from spying on them. Facing the Second Aeolian Empire, who was gradually surrounding them, they could either submit or fight their way out. Apart from Qin, no faction dared to take them in. Seeing how cold the Second Aeolian Empire was, it did not hesitate to directly kill them and did not place them in its eyes at all. The Second Aeolian Empire soldiers were all from the inner regions, so they naturally looked down on people from the outer regions. Affected by this, the ordinary wind spirit soldiers also became slightly arrogant. Now, the mermaids only had one choice, which was Qin, so they all gathered in Qin's direction. "Madam, take your child and run. As long as you get close to Qin, you'll be safe." As one of the most powerful factions here, the Qin Empire dares to fight against an empire from the inner regions. "They'll definitely save you," the blue-haired big man said with a serious expression. The fish scale world's most powerful expert, the blue-haired big man, had a serious expression as he spoke to a dignified-looking middle-aged woman with long, blue hair. The middle-aged woman looked quite reluctant and wanted to refuse her husband's request to stay with them. However, looking at her 5-year-old daughter in her arms, who was trembling in fear, she could only grit her teeth and nod. The blue-haired big man let out a sigh of relief before turning to look at the golden-haired woman and the gentle-looking woman from the meeting and saying, "I'll bring people to stall the Second Aeolian Empire. As for my wife and daughter, I'll leave them to you." Now, all of the men decided to stay to stall the Second Aeolian Empire and have the elderly, women, and children leave first. If they did not do this, they would not be able to escape. The golden-haired woman was the most powerful and had the most prestige, so she was responsible for bringing people away. She nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely protect your wife and child and won't mistreat them in the future." Of the 3 most beautiful princesses who had gone to Qin before, one was the golden-haired woman's daughter and the other was the gentle-looking woman's daughter. As for the last one, she was nestled in a handsome-looking man's embrace. She already had someone she liked. "Honey, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. I'll be waiting for you in Qin." She looked at the handsome man affectionately. The man said worriedly, "Actually, I don't want you to go to Qin. I'm afraid that Qin's prince will take you. I'm afraid that I'll desperately go to Qin and lose you in the end. However, if I die, I want you to have a good home." The woman looked incredibly moved and hot tears welled up in her eyes as she tightly hugged the handsome man. "I will definitely protect my body and wait for you to come back to enjoy it. I won't give it to that Prince Qin." The elegant, beautiful middle-aged woman, who had led the team to Qin City, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've personally seen that Emperor Qin City's legatee. He has a transcendent aura, and his actions are dignified and domineering. He's not someone that ordinary kings can compare to. Moreover, he wasn't very interested in us and wasn't as licentious as the rumors say." This caused some people who were originally worried about this matter to heave a sigh of relief. A fat man happily said to a flirtatious woman, "Xiaolan, look. You have to wait for me in Qin City. Your body is mine and can't be touched by anyone." The charming woman rolled her eyes and said coquettishly, "Do I look like that kind of person? If you say that again, I'm going to get angry." The fat man hurriedly apologized. A cold-looking young man said to a mature, weak-looking woman with a serious expression, "Mother, you have to take care of your little brother." The weak-looking woman nodded with a resolute gaze and said worriedly, "Right now, I'm most worried about you. I'm afraid that something will happen to you, so you have to take care of your own safety. If you can't hold on, just surrender and keep your life." The cold-looking young man's expression softened and he lightly said, "I know." A beautiful and gentle-looking woman said seriously, "Little brother, you have to take care of your own safety. We've depended on each other since we were young, and to be honest, I don't want to be separated from you and put you in such danger." The gentle-looking young man hurriedly said, "Big sister, you should leave with them first. I don't want anything to happen to you. You're the most important person in my life, and if you die, I don't want to live either. Only when you're safe can I be at ease." The woman looked quite worried and said unhappily, "All right. Big sister agrees, but you have to take care of yourself." The gentle-looking young man smiled and nodded seriously. A fierce-looking young man hugged the bewitching woman and said, after going to Qin City, you have to serve Qin's emperor well. He'll definitely like you, you little slut. The bewitching woman pouted as she said, other people worry about their women being touched by others, but you're telling me to serve others. Do you even care about me? Why did I follow a man like you? The fierce-looking young man laughed as he said, in the future, when you go to Qin City, you'll serve the most powerful king in this region, and he'll treat you well. You can imagine how wonderful your future will be. I just want to obtain some benefits from you. The bewitching woman thought about the luxurious life in Qin City and lightly harumphed as she agreed. An elegant-looking young man smiled as he said to a cold-looking woman, if I can go to Qin City this time, will you marry me and be my wife? The cold-looking woman's face became slightly red and she lightly nodded. The two of them had long since fallen in love, but they had never taken that step. Under such pressure, both of them had taken that step. Be careful, I don't want to be a widow, the cold-looking woman said in a soft and caring voice. The elegant-looking young man's gaze was resolute as he said earnestly, no matter what happens, I'll definitely go to Qin City and marry you. The cold-looking woman felt a wave of warmth in her heart and lightly leaned against the man's body. The man also lightly hugged the woman, looking like a couple in love. Whoosh, a massive gust of wind blew, causing countless trees to sway. The blue-haired big man's expression fell as he yelled, all the elderly, women, and children, hurry and leave, the Second Aeolian Empire's people have caught up. For our loved ones, we have to stall for as much time as possible. The men's expressions were all serious as they nodded. For their loved ones, they had to stop the Second Aeolian Empire. Countless people formed a defensive formation, and countless women, elderly, and children quickly left. Right now, it was their men who were stalling for time so they could not cause trouble for them. Boom! A tall and slim woman dressed in green with a peerlessly beautiful face, giving off a heroic and domineering aura appeared in the sky and gave off powerful wind god attribute energy. She was Xianxia. Attack! Xianxia said calmly, not placing these people in her eyes at all. She wanted to suppress these people as quickly as possible so that she could obtain the greatest benefits. As she gave the order, the wind god army gave off an unstoppable aura as they charged towards the mermaids' formation. They easily destroyed the mermaids' defenses, and both sides started to intensely fight. However, most of the mermaids were killed. However, the mermaids still fought bravely because they were doing this for their loved ones. The blue-haired big man held his large saber and slashed out with his nation armament. A massive saber light shot out, giving off terrifying power as it slashed apart the tens of thousands of wind spirit soldiers' bodies, and blood dyed the ground red. This naturally attracted Xianxia's attention, and she coldly laughed as she turned into a ray of light and shot out. She also used her nation armament and slashed out. Boom, an azure sword light brought with it an enormous gale as it slashed towards the blue-haired big man. The blue-haired big man was given a big fright and hurriedly blocked with his saber. However, the power was too great, and with his strength, he was unable to block it at all. Bang, with a loud sound, the saber in the blue-haired man's hand shattered, and the blue-haired man's body was split into two by the sword light. Blood splattered everywhere, and his organs fell to the ground. Following this, all of the mermaids were easily suppressed, and many of them died. The other group quickly ran towards Qin. The wind god army did not want to let them off, and they ferociously chased after them. Looking at the wind god army chasing after them, the golden-haired woman's expression became quite unsightly. She had never thought that they would catch up so quickly, and the mermaids in charge of stopping them would either die or be suppressed. What should we do now? The golden-haired woman felt quite worried. Seeing the wind god army come closer and closer, they would catch up to them sooner or later. If they did not die, they would be captured by the wind god army. If the Devil Horn Empire and Aeolian Empire treated them well and were not as cruel and cold, they might have submitted in the face of death. However, they did not treat those who submitted well. However, now that so many of their people had been killed by the Devil Horn Empire and the Second Aeolian Empire, they felt immense hatred towards the two empires and would not submit to them. Seeing that the Second Aeolian Empire was getting closer and closer, the mermaids fell into despair. Suddenly, an army wearing black armor and emitting a powerful dark aura appeared. Countless mermaids were overjoyed. It was Qin's soldiers. They were saved now. When Zhao Fu heard the news, he rushed over with Qin's soldiers. All of the mermaids excitedly ran towards Great Qin's direction, and the wind god army behind them also stopped. Xianxia gave a trace of a smile as she looked at Zhao Fu in the air and said, "I've long since heard of your name, and now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary." Zhao Fu calmly replied, "You're not bad either, your development speed is much faster than Qin's." Xianxia lightly laughed as she said, "This is the advantage of an inner region empire. Are you envious? If you're willing to submit to me, I can make you my empress, and we can forget all grievances from before. How about it?" Zhao Fu said with a trace of arrogance, "So what if I'm an inner region empire? In the end, you still lost to me. If you submit to me now, I'll pamper you well and let you know what it means to be happy." Xianxia's gaze became cold as she said mockingly, "If it wasn't for the Aeolian Empire being careless and if it wasn't for the other empires participating, do you think your desolate border empire would still exist? Also, anyone who talks to me like this is either dead or has become my little male dog. I'll definitely conquer you and make you my cutest little male dog." Zhao Fu loudly laughed as he said rudely, "Right now, I also want to conquer you. I want to see you moan under me and become my little slave." "You're seeking death." Xianxia coldly cried out as she exploded out with a powerful aura, causing a wild green gale to blow towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu naturally did not show any weakness and exploded out with a powerful aura as he met Xianxia's attack. Boom, boom. Boom, the two of them started to fight in the sky, causing wild gales to blow. The terrifying auras caused people to fall into terror. After exchanging 10 or so blows, the two of them once again retreated. Xianxia's expression was quite serious. She had never thought that a heaven realm cultivator like Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. Even she felt that she was not a match for him, and only now did she realize that she had underestimated Qin's legatee. Zhao Fu gave a trace of a confident smile. His body now contained terrifying power, and adding on his nation armament, Zhao Fu did not fear anyone. They were quite close to Qin, and Qin's army continuously flooded over. Xianxia thought about it and decided that there was no need to fight with Qin's army over this small number of people, that would not be worth it. Legatee Qin, you need to properly develop. Otherwise, when the Aeolian Empire comes out or the Second Aeolian Empire becomes powerful, it will be your death. I'm looking forward to seeing you become a little male dog under my feet." The wind god coldly laughed as he spoke before retreating with his army. Zhao Fu did not attack because there was no need for them to fight. Everyone in the world of beauty descended, and smiles appeared on their faces as if they had just survived a disaster. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The golden-haired beautiful woman's hair and clothes were quite messy from fleeing. She came before Zhao Fu and gave a slight smile as she bowed. Zhao Fu smiled as he looked at the golden-haired beautiful woman in front of him and nodded before looking at the group of mermaids. Most of them were elderly, children, and women. Most of them were women, and there were many young and mature women. There were roughly 200 to 300 million of them. A world had roughly 40 billion people, and only 200 to 300 million had escaped to Qin. Most of them had either died or been divided between the Devil Horn Empire and the Second Wind God Empire. However, it seemed that the most beautiful mermaids had all escaped to Qin. At that moment, a blue-haired, dignified-looking woman bowed to Zhao Fu before pleading, "Your Majesty, it's possible that my husband has been captured by them or escaped. It's possible that my husband has been captured by them. Perhaps he has already escaped. Please send someone to search for him. We want to know if he's safe." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "Don't worry, I'll send people to deal with this matter. You've all traveled a long way and should go back to Qin City to rest." The women all nodded and agreed. They could only lead this matter to Qin City, as they did not have the ability to do so. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the blonde woman as he said, "You can all go back with me." The golden-haired woman's face became slightly red, not understanding why Zhao Fu was so interested in her. Moreover, standing beside him and lightly smelling his scent, her body, which had not been touched by a man for many years, started to react strongly. After returning to Qin City's palace, the soldiers who had been sent out to investigate brought back a large number of corpses, which were all mermaids who had been killed by the Aeolian Empire. The Aeolian Empire had killed these people and taken their spoils of war. They were not interested in the corpses and threw them aside. The soldiers who had gone out to investigate according to Zhao Fu's orders brought back these corpses. The blue-haired big man, the ferocious-looking big man, and the fat man's corpses were among them. Seeing their dead relatives, countless people started to cry. The enchanting woman and the charming woman threw themselves into Zhao Fu's arms and wept as they said, "Your Majesty, our men are all dead. We'll have to rely on you in the future." As they spoke, they rubbed their mature and hot bodies against Zhao Fu's body. They pretended to cry, and their faces were red as they looked at Zhao Fu with lustful eyes. Before they had come to Qin City, they had wanted to sever ties with them. Now that they were dead, it would be easier to solve a troublesome matter. Apart from these two women, the other women were truly heartbroken and wept in pain. Zhao Fu did not disturb them, and he hugged the two women as he looked at the blonde woman, the quiet woman, the elegant woman, and the two beautiful princesses. Their faces blushed as they understood what Zhao Fu meant. Following this, they followed Zhao Fu into the room, and intense sounds continuously sounded out. After a while Zhao Fu was doing it with the blonde woman, Zhao Fu heard a voice from outside the door, "Your Majesty. Are you done? We want to see you." Zhao Fu frowned and felt quite displeased. He disliked being disturbed at a time like this, but the golden-haired woman looked at him pleadingly as she said, "Your Majesty. They just lost a relative, so treat them better. I'll serve you well later." At this moment, the golden-haired beauty's lower body had turned back into a golden fish tail, and the other women had also turned back into fish tails. With their human legs, they would not be able to hold on for long, so they could only rely on their bodies to endure. Zhao Fu responded with a smile. He put on a coat and let them in. Looking at the erotic scene in the room, the women's faces became red. Zhao Fu was sitting on the bed, and the women's faces were all red as they gasped for breath. They were not wearing a single piece of clothing, and they knew what had happened. Just then, that elegant and beautiful woman had said that Great Qin's legatee was not so licentious. They had just escaped to Great Qin and had yet to recover from the shock. Moreover, so many people had died, and they were still grieving when Great Qin's legatee started to enjoy their bodies. However, the elegant woman who had spoken was the first to become a victim. Looking at the women who had come in, Zhao Fu's eyes were red and swollen as he asked, "What is it? What business do you have with us?" The blue-haired, dignified-looking woman stepped out and earnestly pleaded, "Your Majesty, please take revenge for my husband." Zhao Fu looked at her and smiled as he said, "No matter if it's the Second Aeolian Empire or the Devil Horn Empire, they are both enemies of Qin City. Don't worry, I will definitely take revenge for you." The women all looked delighted and were no longer as sorrowful as before. They were the mature mother of a cold-looking young man, the beautiful princess who had just leaned into a handsome-looking man's embrace, the big sister with a refined little brother, and the woman who had promised to marry a graceful young man. "Your Majesty, can you save our relatives who have been captured?" This was an incredibly difficult question because so many people had been captured. How could Zhao Fu save them all unless he destroyed the Second Aeolian Empire in one fell swoop? Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "I will try my best." Hearing this, the four women's hearts sank and their expressions became extremely unsightly because Zhao Fu was clearly brushing them off. However, they understood the difficulty of this matter. After thinking about it, they took the initiative to take off their clothes. Now that they had nothing to attract Zhao Fu, they could only use their bodies to exchange. The mother with a mature and weak aura pleaded, "Your Majesty. I don't expect you to save everyone, but please save the four of us. Our bodies will be yours, and we will serve you wholeheartedly from now on." Zhao Fu thought about it. Saving 4 people wasn't a problem at all. He just needed to send a few members of Eternal Night to do it. He agreed with a smile and walked toward the women. The wife of the mermaid world's #1 expert and the beautiful women who wanted Zhao Fu to take revenge for them wanted to leave so that they wouldn't disturb Zhao Fu's enjoyment. However, Zhao Fu smiled as he brought them into his embrace and started to do it with them. There were many young women who were summoned, and they could hear the intense sounds from outside the room, as well as the women's lewd voices, and they knew what was going on. However, they still took the initiative to enter. Firstly, they wanted to take revenge for their dead family members, secondly, they wanted to save their captured family members, and thirdly, they wanted to enjoy the pleasure of doing it with Zhao Fu because they had heard the woman's wild and licentious words. That day, Zhao Fu enjoyed countless mermaid women, and he preferred the young women, mature women, and mothers. Arg, pained cries sounded out as the four young men held in pain and continuously struggled on the ground. Their eyes were wide open, and saliva flowed out of their mouths. It was as if their minds were going to collapse. The four of them were a cold-looking young man, a refined-looking young man, an elegant-looking young man, and a handsome-looking young man. They were currently in a palace, and Xianxia sat on the throne with her legs crossed as she gave a faint smile and looked at the four men in front of her. She was holding a thin silver dog leash, and next to her was a golden-haired, dignified young man who was not wearing any clothes. He was squatting there like a dog, and a certain part of his lower body had been cut off. Seeing that it was about time, Xianxia gave a trace of a happy smile and stretched out her beautiful foot in the crystal shoes. The four young men hurriedly crawled over and stuck out their tongues, madly licking that beautiful foot. Within the room, Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged the golden-haired woman and the blue-haired woman. Their faces were red as they breathed raggedly in Zhao Fu's embrace. The blue-haired woman said angrily, "Your Majesty. Can't my body wait a few days? My husband just died, and you're making me feel sorry for him." Thinking about that, the blue-haired woman's eyes became moist, and she looked quite pitiful. Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and said softly, "All right, I'll take good care of you in the future. Didn't you like me a lot just then and wanted me to continuously violate you? You've completely forgotten about those unhappy things." The blue-haired woman's face became red as she said, "It's all because your Majesty is too amazing." Following this, the blue-haired woman thought of something and took out two things from her spatial ring, saying, "These two things are for you. Your Majesty, you must take revenge for my husband." One of the things she took out was a deep blue crystal that was as long as a finger. It gave off a faint blue light and looked quite beautiful. The second was a statue made of coral. It was not very tall, only 30 centimeters tall, and it looked like a seductive woman. Zhao Fu took the two items and looked at them. The first was a mermaid stone, which was a powerful water attribute treasure that could only be produced in a world. Zhao Fu had been searching for such things because they could help him awaken his race's emperor star. The second statue was a statue of the ocean goddess, which was also very useful to Qin. Right now, Qin lacked godly spirits, and he was still a long way from becoming a god. Both of these things were very useful to Qin, and Zhao Fu gratefully kissed the blue-haired woman's face. The blue-haired woman felt quite shy and hugged Zhao Fu's body. Following this, Zhao Fu got up and left. He ordered people to build a palace in the fish-scale world for the mermaids to live in, and he made them concubines to provide a large amount of phoenix chi for the Emperor Phoenix statue. Zhao Fu continued to order people to build a temple for the ocean goddess as he started to fuse the mermaid stone into his body. Because Zhao Fu had a powerful divine bloodline and the 8 forbidden blood art, fusing these things into his body was quite easy. The mermaid stone gave off an intense light, and under Zhao Fu's control, it slowly fused into his body. Countless traces of watery light shined out as powerful water attribute power gathered, and a mermaid image appeared in front of Zhao Fu. After the mermaid image appeared, it flowed into Zhao Fu's body like water, causing Zhao Fu to explode with a powerful water attribute aura. The crystal completely fused with Zhao Fu's body. Feeling the powerful water power in his body, Zhao Fu chuckled and returned to the Qin palace to deal with the political affairs. Now that the Fishman world had been conquered, the Devil Horn Empire now had 7 worlds, and the Second Aeolian Empire was about to act. The situation was quite tense. Qin Palace's main task was to clear out the glass world before continuing to attack the next world. A document was delivered to Zhao Fu from the underworld. There, Zhao Fu told Yu Qin and the other women to develop. They were the wives of the Nether Ghost City's city lords who had been hunted down before. They had been saved by Zhao Fu, and they had been taken by Zhao Fu. Before, Zhao Fu had caused massive waves in the underworld. In order to avoid the limelight, he did not develop too much and left everything to Yu Qin and the other women to deal with. He also sent Li Wen and some soldiers to help. Li Wen was the son of the Li family's village chief, and he had now grown into a general. He was Qin's first ghost general, and his attributes were quite suitable for the underworld. This document was sent by Li Wen, and Zhao Fu looked at it. It was from the Nether Ghost City, which was Yu Qin's faction. They had developed very quickly and had unified dozens of surrounding factions, which threatened a large local faction. That faction gave the Nether Ghost City two choices: submit to him or die. This faction was one of the three largest factions in the region and had the strength of a Marquisate kingdom. They had 2 billion or so ghost soldiers, and the other two factions also had this strength. Nether Ghost City's magic formations had developed too quickly, and they had attracted a lot of dissatisfaction and attention. The person who had threatened the Nether Ghost City was the closest faction. Xiaofu thought about it. Now that the limelight had passed, Qin could consider developing in the underworld. After all, no one knew about that place, and it was a hidden faction. This would be very useful at critical times. Following this, Xiaofu hurriedly went to discuss with the other factions. In the underworld, a fat and ugly man led a group of people into the Nether Ghost City in a high-profile manner. The people around him quickly made way, not daring to stop him. This man was the Guiyi Kingdom's fourth prince, and the Guiyi Kingdom was the faction that threatened the Nether Ghost City. They had sent the fourth prince to visit the Nether Ghost City, mainly to subdue the Nether Ghost City. Otherwise, the Guiyi Kingdom would destroy the Nether Ghost City and prevent it from developing. By now, the Nether Ghost City had devoured countless factions, and its population had reached 1 billion people and a bit more than 100 million soldiers. This was a great threat, so the Guiyi Kingdom had to deal with it. Of course, if they could subdue this faction, they would receive great benefits. The fourth prince relied on the Guiyi Kingdom and did not place anyone else in his eyes. He came to the city hall and said, "Where is your faction's leader? Hurry up and come see this prince, or else the Guiyi Kingdom will destroy you." Yu Qin, who gave off a cold and aloof aura, led a few women and a group of people out of the city hall with a serious expression. With the current Nether Ghost City, it definitely was not a match for the Guiyi Kingdom. There was a 20 times difference in military strength, and they did not have a strong foundation either. They could only hope that Xiaofu had something to do. Seeing the beautiful women walk out, the fourth prince could not help but gulp. The beautiful women were all incredibly beautiful, and after being nourished by Xiaofu, they had given off a great deal of charm, making them incredibly enticing to ordinary people. "Beauties, how about you serve me for a night? How about you serve me for a night? When I go back, I promise to say good things about you and have my imperial father treat you better. You can raise any conditions you want," the fourth prince said as he looked at Yu Qin and the other women lecherously. Yu Qin felt a trace of anger but could not do anything because Xiaofu had not sent any news yet. If they went against the Guiyi Kingdom could immediately send troops to destroy them. She could only say coldly, "Fourth prince, we have men, so please show some respect. Even though our Nether Ghost City is weak, we're not people that you can bully." The voluptuous Yan felt quite furious and wanted to act and teach the fourth prince a lesson. Yu Qin stretched out her hand and stopped her, telling her to calm down. Right now, it was not a good time to clash with the Guiyi Kingdom. Yan said angrily, "Then are we going to let him bully us?" Yu Qin said softly, "No matter what, whether we fight with the Guiyi Kingdom or not, we have to wait for our husband's orders. Don't worry. With his personality, he won't let us suffer a loss." Hearing this, Yan lightly harumphed and was not as angry. The fourth prince could tell that Yan had wanted to teach him a lesson, so he said fearlessly, "It's best that you listen to me, or else when the Guiyi Kingdom attacks, you'll all die." A middle-aged man beside him also exploded out with heaven realm power to intimidate everyone present. That powerful aura exploded forth, causing the surrounding people to stare at the fourth prince in fear. The fourth prince raised his head, enjoying the gazes of these people. Suddenly, a light laugh rang out and a cloaked person walked out from the side. When Yu Qin saw that person, she immediately threw herself into his embrace. The fourth prince looked quite displeased. He had taken a fancy to these beautiful women, and they had treated him coldly and arrogantly before. Now, they had shamelessly leapt into that person's embrace. He said coldly, "You've angered me, so it's best that you appease my anger. Otherwise, I'll immediately return to the Guiyi Kingdom and you'll all die miserably." Yan happily hugged Xiaofu and said coquettishly, "Good husband. This person just bullied us and wants us to serve him." Hearing this, Xiaofu lightly laughed and looked at the fourth prince. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying gaze, the fourth prince could not help but feel a trace of coldness in his heart, and the people next to him said, "Your Highness, this person is incredibly powerful, let's go back first." The people next to him said, "Your Highness, this person is incredibly powerful, let's go back first." The fourth prince was also quite afraid of Zhao Fu, so he nodded and said, "Then let's leave first." Zhao Fu said with a smile, "You dare to bully my woman, and you want to leave like this?" The fourth prince knew how terrifying Zhao Fu was, so he mustered his courage and threatened, "I'm the Guiyi Kingdom's fourth prince. If you dare to do anything to me, the Guiyi Kingdom definitely won't let you off." Zhao Fu did not care. With a wave of his hand, an invisible force blasted out. The fourth prince's group was sent flying, and the others were sent flying. They coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fell to the ground dead. The fourth prince, Zhao Fu, had held back, and although he was sent flying, he was only slightly injured. His expression became extremely unsightly. He now understood how terrifying Zhao Fu's power was. Anyone who possessed such power must have come from the inner regions. Zhao Fu ordered the people beside him to detain the fourth prince. Yan smiled as she vented her anger, saying, "Husband, it's not a big deal. Let's go back to our room. I'll serve you well." Yu Qin leaned against Zhao Fu's embrace. Now that Zhao Fu had come to the underworld, she did not have to worry about anything else. "You haven't been to the underworld for so long, so you have to treat us well today." Zhao Fu smiled and hugged them into the room. The 5 beautiful women were like sluts under Zhao Fu, moaning and moaning, constantly demanding from Zhao Fu. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged Yu Qin and asked, "What's the situation with the Nether Ghost City and the other 3 factions?" Yu Qin lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and explained the information about the 3 factions to Zhao Fu in detail. She sensed Zhao Fu's intentions and said in shock, "Husband, what is it? Don't tell me you want to destroy the 3 great forces together?" Yu Qin actually still knew Zhao Fu's true identity, but she knew that Zhao Fu was not someone from the underworld and that his faction might be very powerful. Zhao Fu smiled and admitted, I want to destroy the 3 factions together and unify this region. I want to destroy the 3 factions and unify this area. This area should be equivalent to a world. I'll let you be the queen." Yu Qin could not help but kiss Zhao Fu in delight. Back when she was the city lord's wife, she did not even dare to think about being a queen. Moreover, as the queen of a world, if it wasn't for Zhao Fu, she would not have such accomplishments. Lu Ye was infatuated with Zhao Fu as she said, "Darling, I'm not interested in being a queen. Actually, I have no interest in the queen. It would be great if I could receive your favor every day." Yan happily smiled as she said, "I want to be a queen, but I also want to receive husband's love. Also, husband, think about it in the future. Wouldn't it be a great achievement for the 5 of us to serve you as queens and pant under you?" Zhao Fu smiled and lightly nodded before saying, "Let's begin then. I brought many people with me." The women all smiled as they got up and put on their clothes. The Guiyi Kingdom also received news that their 4th prince had been captured and that a group of people protecting him had been killed. The Guiyi Kingdom was furious and sent out 1.5 billion ghost soldiers, led by the Guiyi Kingdom's General Gui, to attack the Nether Ghost City. The Nether Ghost City only had 100 million soldiers, and the Guiyi Kingdom had sent out 1.5 billion soldiers, which was 15 times more than the Nether Ghost City. They also had General Gui as their commander, so destroying the Nether Ghost City would not be an issue. Zhao Fu and the others had long since heard about this. The Guiyi Kingdom had no way of knowing that they had mobilized 10 billion soldiers to ambush the Nether Ghost City. They were not facing just 100 million soldiers but 10 billion soldiers. Gui led the army forwards, giving off killing intent. After arriving at a relatively flat area, he felt his hair stand on end as he sensed great danger. He looked around and found that everything was deathly silent. At that moment, Gui understood that there was an ambush here and loudly said, "Everyone, be on guard." However, by that moment, they had already entered an opening that Qin's army had set up. Seeing that they had been discovered, Zhao Fu did not continue to hide and led his army out. Soldiers dressed in black armor with cold expressions and giving off a dark aura appeared, and it was impossible to see how many of them there were. They gave off an aura of killing and conquering that had experienced countless battles, and they flooded towards the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers, causing them to fall into terror. What's going on? All of the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers gathered together and looked at the Qin soldiers surrounding them in shock, unable to understand what was going on. Weren't they going to attack the Nether Ghost City? Why had they suddenly been surrounded by such an elite army? Moreover, they had many times more soldiers than them. Gui coldly replied, "Apologies. I have no intention of joining anyone else. Also, who are you? Why have you surrounded us with such a large army? I don't think the Guiyi kingdom has any enmity with a faction like yours." Jiaofu lightly laughed as he said, "Just think about why you've come." Gui felt quite startled. He had long since expected that this army would be related to the Nether Ghost City. However, he did not believe that the Nether Ghost City would suddenly have 10 billion soldiers. Jiaofu did not say much and gave the order to attack the Guiyi kingdom. Swish, 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 arrows made from outer world materials gave off ferocious power as they shot towards the Guiyi kingdom's army. They were incredibly dense and filled the sky, and under this rain of arrows, countless people's hair stood on end. Gui yelled and the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers quickly reacted and got into formation. They gave off powerful auras and formed a massive gray energy barrier that covered the countless soldiers. Bang, bang. Bang, the arrows slammed into the energy barrier, resulting in massive sounds. Countless arrows were sent flying, and because the arrows were made from materials from the outer world, they countered the Heaven Awaken world. Adding on the fact that there were so many of them, the massive energy barrier started to violently tremble. All of the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers felt a chill in their hearts. They knew how long they would be able to block the arrows for. Gui hurriedly gave the order to find a direction to break out. Swish, 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 an even more ferocious wave of arrows pierced through the air and rained down on the barrier like a torrential rain. The energy barrier violently trembled as countless cracks spread out, and it looked like it was about to break. The Guiyi kingdom's soldiers felt a wave of terror and hurriedly rushed to the side, wanting to rush out of the encirclement. At that moment, powerful aura spread out. It was a 100-meter-tall man giving off intense holy light, as well as 1,000-meter-long wyverns. Boom, boom. Boom, they shot out beams of light that contained ferocious power and were incredibly fast. They tore through the air and hit the energy barrier. Bang, a massive explosion sounded out as the energy barrier was blasted apart and turned into countless shards. Swish, 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 countless arrows containing terrifying power tore through the sky and gave off sharp auras as they shot towards the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers. Puff puff puff, this time, the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers were unable to resist at all. Countless people were hit by the arrows, causing blood to fly everywhere. Pained cries sounded out as countless people died. However, the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers madly rushed away because if they could not break through the encirclement, they would all die here. However, massive flower-like monsters giving off massive auras blocked in front of them. There were not many of them, only 10,000 or so, and they could easily break through them. However, things were completely different from what they had imagined. The flower bud on the head of the enormous flower-like monster slowly bloomed, and countless pollen spread out, covering a large area. Anyone who stepped in would be immediately hit by the pollen. Their bodies suddenly stiffened, and their expressions changed as they fell into different illusions. The armies in the other three directions gathered and turned into three floods that gave off ferocious killing auras as they rushed towards the Guiyi kingdom's army and started to massacre. The cavalrymen riding on black horses held spears as they quickly galloped into the army and stabbed out, piercing through a few Guiyi kingdom's soldiers' bodies. The soldiers holding sabers continuously slashed out, killing Guiyi kingdom's soldiers. A soldier holding a bow shot out arrows, killing Guiyi kingdom's soldiers. A Qin soldier holding a sword slashed out sword lights that slashed open Guiyi kingdom's soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Seeing that they could not escape, the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers started to resist and started to fight with Qin's soldiers. As the commander, Gui also personally joined the battle. In the end, the Guiyi kingdom's soldiers were completely defeated, and not a single one escaped. They were either killed or captured by Qin's soldiers. Of the 1.5 billion Guiyi kingdom's soldiers, 900 million had died, and 600 million had been captured. Jiaofu kept Gui alive and did not kill him for now. Zhao Fu looked at him and lightly laughed as he said, I'll show you how your loyal Guiyi kingdom is destroyed, and I'll show you the rise of a new kingdom. Gui remained silent. He had brought 2/3 of the Yi kingdom's soldiers, and now that they had all been wiped out, the Guiyi kingdom only had 500 million soldiers left. How could they resist 10 billion soldiers? Not only had they not destroyed the Guiyi kingdom, but they had also been destroyed. Gui could not help but feel incredibly sorrowful. After clearing up the battlefield, Zhao Fu led the army towards the Guiyi kingdom. By now, the Guiyi kingdom had not realized that it was in danger of being destroyed. The Guiyi kingdom's king and ministers did not care about this matter, as they felt that they would definitely succeed. They were currently discussing what to do after devouring Nether Ghost City. He was mainly worried and guessed what the other two factions would do and whether they would do anything to the Guiyi kingdom. The cold-looking middle-aged man dressed in grey dragon robes was the Guiyi kingdom's king. He was quite ambitious and wanted to destroy the other two factions, unify this region, and become an even more powerful kingdom. It was a pity that he did not have the strength to do so. Destroying Nether Ghost City was not enough, unless the other two factions fought and he came out to take advantage of the situation and destroy them in one fell swoop. As for how to do that, he had already thought of a way. Suddenly, a soldier rushed into the hall and hurriedly reported, Your Majesty. A large number of unknown troops are attacking our country, and they have already broken through our defenses. Your Majesty, please give us instructions as soon as possible. The news came as a surprise. This caused the king and the ministers' hearts to sink, and their expressions became unsightly. The news they received was not that there were soldiers attacking but that they had broken through their kingdom's defenses and were heading towards the royal capital. Hurry up and call back the army attacking Nether Ghost City. The king did not hesitate and immediately gave the order. The soldier obeyed and quickly left. The cold-looking middle-aged man gave another order to investigate what faction was attacking the Guiyi kingdom. The Guiyi kingdom knew about the factions in the nearby two worlds, but they could not understand why another faction had suddenly appeared. Moreover, it seemed to be quite powerful. These words caused the king and the ministers to feel as if their bodies had been dealt a heavy blow, and they could not even stand stably. To them, hearing this news was like the sky had collapsed, and they did not understand what was going on. How had their kingdom been destroyed just like that? The countless ministers tried to persuade the king, saying, Your Majesty, take your people and leave. Now that the Guiyi kingdom has been destroyed, there is still hope to restore it in the future. The king hesitated, but after thinking about it, he nodded and said, Very well. Ministers, please leave with me and rebuild the Guiyi kingdom in the future. The ministers replied in unison, Yes, Your Majesty. Boom. Just as the king spoke, a massive explosion sounded out as a powerful aura flooded out. Feeling this aura, countless people felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Kill. A massive roar sounded out as the sounds of fighting continuously sounded out. Cries continuously sounded out, and everything fell into chaos. The king and the ministers' faces became pale and they did not say anything. They had never thought that the enemy would be so ferocious. They had already attacked the palace, and if they did not run, they would definitely die. Do you really think you can escape? A voice sounded out in the sky. It was Zhao Fu's voice. That terrifying aura had come from Zhao Fu. The king and the others understood that it was this person who had led troops to attack them. Who are you? I don't think the Guiyi kingdom has offended, sir, right? The king looked furious and felt immense hatred towards the person who had destroyed his kingdom. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not explain. Meng Tian led the army into the palace and surrounded the king and the ministers. Your Majesty! Hurry and run! The ministers exploded out with powerful auras as they yelled and charged at Qin's soldiers. Zhao Fu disdainfully gave a trace of a smile and stretched out a hand. A formless energy turned into a massive palm that slapped out, causing the ministers to faint. Blood leaked out of the king's mouth, and he roared as he also exploded out with his nation armament's power. He did not fight with Zhao Fu and instead ran to the side. He knew that he was not a match for Zhao Fu. Clang, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, causing sword light to fly out like a crescent moon. It was extremely sharp and directly split the king's body in half, causing his corpse and blood to fall to the ground. Your Majesty! Some of the officials who had not fainted cried out in grief, and some even began to cry. Then, they were captured by countless Qin's soldiers and gathered together with the others, waiting to see how Zhao Fu would deal with them. Zhao Fu gave a dignified smile as he sat on the Guiyi kingdom's throne and looked down at the ministers and generals kneeling below. Now, they all looked furious, afraid, or hateful as they looked at Zhao Fu sitting on the throne. This was the person who had destroyed their Guiyi kingdom, and it had been so easy. Now, they knew just how many soldiers had attacked them. There were actually 10 billion soldiers. This caused them to feel quite shocked. There didn't seem to be such a powerful faction nearby, and the auras coming from those soldiers were of all different races, such as the human race, the outlander race, the demon race, and so on. They couldn't tell where they came from. The only thing they were sure of was that this faction was not from the underworld and was from another world. Now that your kingdom has been destroyed, I will establish a new kingdom. If you submit to me, your identities will not change, but if you refuse to come to your senses, don't blame me for exterminating your entire race. Hearing this, some of the ministers angrily cursed at Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu did not say anything else. He ordered for these ministers to be dragged out and gathered together with their families. No matter if they were male, female, old, or young, they were all beheaded. Some of the more stubborn people who cursed at Zhao Fu the most had their entire families skinned and hung on city walls. They gave off pitiful cries, making people feel quite terrified. Even children and people in their 60s or 70s were not spared. They looked quite wretched. It was quite terrifying. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the remaining ministers, and some of them quickly chose to surrender. They knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Even if they didn't do it for themselves, they had to consider their families. Seeing this, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and his gaze fell on Gui Gui as he said, "You're one of the people that I value quite a bit, and I'll give you one last chance. Do you choose to submit or die?" Gui Gui looked at his family and sighed as he said, "I'm willing to submit to you." Zhao Fu nodded and had people take them away before asking Meng Tian, "How are the other Guiyi kingdom's residents?" Meng Tian replied seriously, "Your Majesty, anyone who dares to resist will be killed without mercy. The residents of the various cities have been suppressed, and they don't dare to resist at all. We now control all of the Guiyi kingdom's regions." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and he had Gui Gui leave to reward the army and have them rest so that they could carry out his next orders. Zhao Fu went to the Guiyi kingdom's harem and looked at the dozens of women in front of him. They all looked at Zhao Fu with hatred or fear. Some of them were princesses, some were lords, and some were concubines of the Guiyi kingdom's king. They all had graceful figures and were incredibly beautiful, and they were famous beauties in the Guiyi kingdom. Zhao Fu liked a cold-looking middle-aged woman, who was the Guiyi kingdom's empress. There was also a mature and arrogant woman, who was one of the Guiyi kingdom's imperial concubines and the fourth prince's mother. There was also a voluptuous woman who gave off an incredibly alluring aura. She was a prince's imperial concubine, and there was also a pair of slim and pure-looking twins. The last one was the Guiyi kingdom's most beautiful princess. She was incredibly beautiful, had a bewitching figure, and had fair skin. Zhao Fu went up and hugged the empress, as well as the arrogant woman, who was the fourth prince's mother. The two women vigorously struggled, but Zhao Fu said a few words in their ears, saying that as long as they served him well, he would treat them and their families well. The two women thought about it and started to serve Zhao Fu, while Zhao Fu did it with them and had a good taste of him. Intense sounds continuously sounded out within the room, and the women, who had been filled with hatred, anger, and fear, started to sway under Zhao Fu's body. Afterwards, the Guiyi kingdom's empress lay on Zhao Fu's chest with a red face and said flirtatiously, "You bad man, you have to keep your word and don't harm us or our families. We'll serve you well in the future." The two factions had long since heard that the Guiyi kingdom had been destroyed, and they were incredibly shocked. They quickly gathered their forces to defend, but facing the ferocious Qin soldiers, they were unable to resist at all. Roar! Roar, roar! The beasts started to attack. Corpse Soul soldiers wearing heavy armor and holding heavy shields ignored the arrows and charged near the city walls. They vigorously smashed their terrifying weapons against the city walls, and countless people were smashed into meat paste. Cosmos beasts suddenly shot out from behind the city walls and attacked from behind. They slashed out with their sharp claws, slicing apart the soldiers' corpses. Corpses and blood splattered on the ground, catching the enemy off guard. Countless giant wolves jumped onto the city walls and ferociously sent people flying. They opened their mouths and madly bit at the soldiers, and countless soldiers were bitten to death and gave off pained howls, causing people to feel terror. Qin's soldiers turned into a massive flood and gave off unstoppable momentum as they charged up the city walls and started to fight with the soldiers. The sounds of weapons clashing continuously sounded out, and the battle was incredibly intense. However, it was evident that Qin's side had the upper hand, while the other side started to retreat. Qin's soldiers also charged into the kingdom and started a massacre. Anyone who resisted, regardless of whether they were men, women, old, or young, was killed. Those who fought back were skinned and had their hearts dug out, and they were hung on the city walls. Blood dyed the ground red, and corpses were everywhere. Because Qin's attacks were incredibly fast, the royal families of the two kingdoms were unable to escape. Seeing the king explode out with a terrifying aura and the ministers explode out with power and charge at him, Zhao Fu gave a disdainful cold smile and killed all of them with a swing of his sword. Those people were unable to resist at all. Qin's soldiers quickly took control of the two kingdoms, and the ministers and generals of the two kingdoms were suppressed in a bloody manner. As long as they surrendered, Zhao Fu would not kill them, but those who did not surrender would be killed without mercy. Zhao Fu wanted to establish a kingdom to rule a world, so he needed a lot of people. Qin's soldiers and people would leave the underworld in the future, and the ministers and generals of the underworld would be made up of people from the underworld. Qin's 3 billion ghost soldiers were the ghost soldiers that had been turned into by Qin's soldiers, and Zhao Fu would bring them all to the underworld. Zhao Fu wanted to develop the underworld, and it would be best if it was as strong as Qin's. After this, Zhao Fu wanted to establish a faction in the God world. The God world, the human world, and underworld would all have Qin factions. Moreover, the combined power of the three factions would surpass that of ordinary royal kingdoms. As for the concubines of the two factions, Zhao Fu ordered people to bring them back. There were 100 or so of them, and apart from the legitimate concubines, there were also some princesses and concubines, who were all incredibly beautiful. Zhao Fu liked 5 of the women. One was peerlessly beautiful and gave off a domineering and sharp aura. She was called Han Shanling, and she was the queen of a kingdom. Another was flirtatious and had a mature figure, and she was also the queen of a kingdom. She was called Xianxia. Of the remaining 3, one had a sexy figure and was cheerful and generous. She was called Yueke, and she was one of the many concubines. Another had a slim figure and was gentle and considerate. She was called Long Shanli, and she was one of the princesses. The last one was called Huang Quanling, and she had a bewitching figure and a cold aura. Huang Quanling was quite special, and she looked back at a few hours ago. Huang Quanling, a few female attendants, and 20 or so guards had followed the map that their ancestor had given them to this place. Huang Quanling's identity was quite special. She was the Yellow Springs Kingdom's legatee. The Yellow Springs River was a river that stretched across most of the underworld, and there were countless vengeful spirits and rotting corpses everywhere. The river water was yellow and gave off a dense corpse aura. Some creatures near the Yellow Springs had been corroded by the Yellow Springs power and became part of the Yellow Springs race and grasped Yellow Springs power. The kingdoms that these people had established were called Yellow Springs kingdoms. There were many Yellow Springs kingdoms, and they were split into different levels, mainly based on how powerful their factions were and their bloodlines were. Huang Quanling's Yellow Springs kingdom had been a relatively powerful kingdom at that time, and its strength could rival empires. Her bloodline was also the purest, as she had been born from the Yellow Springs. She had pure Yellow Springs power, and those who had been corroded could not compare to her. The Yellow Springs kingdom of Huang Quanling's Yellow Springs kingdom was one of the most powerful Yellow Springs kingdoms, and it had a high status and was respected by countless Yellow Springs people. However, that was in the past and in the past. The Yellow Springs kingdom had been destroyed countless years ago, and it had been heavily damaged. The rainbow-colored legacy stone had fallen to silver grade, and its legacy and fate were on the brink of destruction. If this continued, the Yellow Springs kingdom would be destroyed sooner or later, and their Yellow Springs kingdom would disappear. However, Huang Quanling had accidentally found a Yellow Springs treasure trove left behind by her ancestor. Even though this treasure trove was not much with the Yellow Springs Kingdom's strength back then, it had not been found. However, this treasure trove might be able to save the Yellow Springs Kingdom and allow them to once again restore their kingdom. As such, Huang Quanling took the treasure map and a group of people to this place to search for the Yellow Springs treasure trove. However, they had never expected that not long after they arrived, such a big thing would happen. An unknown and terrifying faction had first destroyed the Guiyi Kingdom, then split into two groups and attacked the Guishang Kingdom and the Guiyi Kingdom. By now, everyone's expressions were quite unsightly and looked quite terrified. They were all preparing to escape at any moment. Everyone had heard that that faction was incredibly terrifying. They wore black armor and had cold expressions and cruel methods. They gave off a dense darkness aura and looked like demons. The Guiyi Kingdom had been destroyed without being able to resist at all, and countless people had died. Hearing this, everyone could not help but feel afraid and worry if their kingdoms would be able to defend. Under the suggestion of the female attendants, Huang Quanling planned to leave this region and wait for the situation to stabilize before coming back to search for the Yellow Springs treasure trove. However, things were quite unexpected. That faction split into two groups and easily broke through the defenses of the two kingdoms and flooded into countless cities, not giving them any time to escape. After being captured by Qin's soldiers, Huang Quanling's expression was quite unsightly. She did not know what would happen, and she had come with the Yellow Springs Kingdom's only hope. If something happened to her here, the Yellow Springs Kingdom would be destroyed. Seeing the cold and emotionless Qin's soldiers smile when they saw how beautiful she was, Huang Quanling immediately realized that the situation was bad. Huang Quanling immediately realized that things were not good. Her body would definitely be tainted by these soldiers, and when she thought about that, she wanted to just die. However, when she thought about the heavy responsibility she had, she hesitated. However, as she looked around, she found that even though the soldiers smiled when they saw her beauty, they were not interested in her body at all. What was going on? Why did you capture us? Also, we're not from here and we're just passing by. I hope you can let us go, Huang Quanling said coldly to the Qin's soldiers. One of the soldiers said coldly, everyone here is Qin's target. If it wasn't for your beauty, just because you resisted back then, we would have hacked you to death and thrown you onto the streets. Huang Quanling felt a trace of coldness in her heart. These soldiers were indeed not kind people. At the same time, she obtained some useful information. This faction was called Qin. Moreover, they had let her go because of her beauty. They definitely had a purpose. Then what is your purpose? Do you want to offer me to your superior? Huang Quanling asked coldly. The soldier coldly replied, no, you're going to be offered to our great majesty. You will be offered to our great and supreme His Majesty. Only our majesty is worthy of enjoying a beautiful woman like you. It is your honor to be able to serve our majesty. Another soldier said politely, you should be a bit more polite, perhaps she'll become His Majesty's concubine. Afterwards, he said to Huang Quanling, don't worry, we won't harm your friends. Whether you refuse or not, you'll definitely become His Majesty's concubine. When that time comes, you'll enjoy all the riches and glory, as well as His Majesty's love. Huang Quanling felt quite shocked. She had never thought that they would directly offer her to this faction's leader. For this faction to have such terrifying power, it was definitely not ordinary. However, she was quite displeased with the soldiers' confidence that she would definitely submit to their majesty. After all, she was the Yellow Springs Kingdom's legatee, and she still had a trace of pride. She did not believe that any man could subdue her. Husband. I want more. Huang Quanling's gaze returned to the present as she shamelessly begged Zhao Fu. She did not have the arrogance that she thought she had before. The other beautiful women were the same. They were like prostitutes under Zhao Fu. A few hours later, the storm calmed down. Huang Quanling lay in Zhao Fu's arms weakly. She finally understood why Qin's soldiers said those things. It seemed that they were right. To them, this feeling was an extreme enjoyment, not a torment. Now that things had come to this, Huang Quanling started to think about the future. She felt that she could not escape from Zhao Fu's clutches, and perhaps she could rely on Zhao Fu to restore the Yellow Springs Kingdom. With his terrifying strength, he would definitely be able to do this. Husband. I'll tell you something. Huang Quanling's beautiful face gave a trace of a smile as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and smiled as he asked, "What is it?" Huang Quanling told Zhao Fu everything, and Zhao Fu felt quite interested and nodded. In the underworld, the Nether Ghost City was just a city and did not have any good legacies or powers. Similarly, the three factions in this region, even though they were three ghost kingdoms, their legacies were quite ordinary and there was nothing special about them. Zhao Fu's initial plan was to merge the three factions and add the Nether Ghost City's faction as the core to create a Nether Ghost Kingdom. Now that Huang Quanling had appeared, she had given the ordinary Nether Ghost Kingdom an opportunity, which was why Zhao Fu had agreed. Huang Quanling had never thought that the impossible task that had been weighing down on her would be solved so easily. She almost cried tears of joy. This was something that they had not been able to do for generations. "Husband, I belong to you for the rest of my life. I belong to you for the rest of my life. From now on, you can do whatever you want with my body," Huang Quanling said gratefully. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. One of the queens, Han Shanling, said in an alluring tone to Zhao Fu, "My good husband, don't forget what you promised us. Our bodies are yours now." Their request was that Zhao Fu would not harm them or their families, and that he would at least have a prestigious status. Han Shanling, who was in Zhao Fu's embrace, was quite ambitious, and she held quite a bit of power in her previous ghost kingdom. Zhao Fu did not refuse because she also had the ability to do so. At that moment, a soldier reported from outside, "Your Majesty, there's a report from Qin. Great Qin has sent over some military intelligence, please take a look." Hearing this, Zhao Fu got up, put on his clothes, opened the door, and received the report. It was not about what had happened to Qin but about the second Wind God Kingdom attacking the New World on their right. Even the powerful Gold God Kingdom had been easily destroyed by the Second Aeolian Empire, let alone this new world. It naturally did not have much power to resist and was easily destroyed by the Second Aeolian Empire. In this newbie world, there was a celestial race, known as the weak celestial race. Although they were a type of celestial race, they liked to attach themselves to powerful forces. However, they also had their own talents that were not weak. They could form a god seal on the back of their hands, and this god seal could provide them with a lot of power. They could even sign contracts with ordinary soldiers, allowing them to share their power. When the Second Aeolian Empire attacked them, the weak Protoss only resisted symbolically for a while before they all surrendered to the Second Wind God. Not many of them escaped, and the Second Wind God obtained almost all the resources and population of the world. After reading through this information, Zhao Fu had expected this. After all, Qin and the Devil Horn Empire had destroyed an entire world, so how could the Second Aeolian Empire fall behind? This time, Qin didn't do much in the Second Aeolian Empire's operation, because the effect was not great, and he didn't want to waste any more resources and troops. "Miss, are you all right? Are you all right?" A few maidservants ran to Huang Quanling's side and asked with concern. In just a few hours, this young Miss Aura had greatly changed. She had become more mature, charming, and alluring. Huang Quanling lightly smiled and nodded. "All right, let's continue looking for the Yellow Springs treasure trove. Let's continue looking for the Yellow Springs treasure trove. With husband's help, we'll definitely be able to quickly find the Yellow Springs treasure trove and restore the Yellow Springs kingdom." The female attendants were also quite surprised as they looked at the handsome young man standing beside them. They were surprised that such a powerful person was helping them, but they were also surprised that their young mistress had submitted to this young man so quickly and seemed to like him very much. Zhao Fu looked quite surprised as well. Zhao Fu received the map and found that the Yellow Springs treasure trove was in this region. This region was as big as a world, and with Huang Quanling and the others' abilities, it would be quite difficult to find it. Moreover, the map only pointed to this region and did not say the exact location, making it much more difficult. If they could not sense where the treasure trove was, it would be quite difficult for Zhao Fu to find it. Following this, Zhao Fu brought Huang Quanling and the female attendants to look around this region, trying to figure out where the treasure trove might be. 2 days later, they finally found something. The pendant in Huang Quanling's hand had given an intense reaction in front of a cave, meaning that the treasure trove was within the cave. The cave was not very big and was only 3 or 4 meters wide. It was pitch black and gave off traces of cold air, and it seemed to lead to a very deep place. Zhao Fu led the women in and took out an illuminating pearl to light up the surroundings. They continued onwards, and apart from a few bats, they did not encounter any other dangers. The cave continuously extended downwards, and after walking for a long time, Zhao Fu and the others finally reached an even larger cave. This cave was hundreds of meters tall and hundreds of meters wide, and there was a massive crocodile-like monster on the wall with its mouth wide open. This monster was not a living creature, but it was incredibly lifelike and had many runes on it. Within the monster's mouth was a yellow vortex, which was most likely the entrance to the treasure trove. However, the monster on the wall was obviously not ordinary. If he just walked into its mouth, there would definitely be an accident. However, Zhao Fu now had a legitimate inheritor by his side. This treasure was hers, so there was naturally nothing to worry about. Huang Quanling went up and raised the pendant in her hand, sending her bloodline power into it. The pendant gave off boundless yellow light that shone on the monster's body, instantly activating the runes on the monster's body. The yellow vortex in the monster's mouth began to rotate in the opposite direction. If he had entered the vortex just now, it was very likely that he would be teleported to a different place. "Husband. You can go in now." Huang Quanling turned her head and smiled. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked up and hugged her. He brought a few female attendants and walked into the monster's mouth. The monster did not attack at all. Everyone entered the vortex and once again arrived at a massive space. The sky here was yellow, and the ground was littered with rotting and smelly corpses. There was a huge platform in the middle, and it was filled with treasures that emitted an alluring light. Apart from this, there were also 12 statues of women. They were all beautiful and voluptuous, and they gave off mature auras. There was also a spring at the center that was circular and 100 meters wide. There were many images of ghosts and monsters carved around it, and yellow spring water flowed out. What was surprising was that the spring water did not give off the pungent smell of corpses and instead gave off a fragrant scent. Zhao Fu was naturally not interested in the treasures, and he directly went up to look at the 12 statues and the spring. He found that the 12 statues could give the 12 women legacies, which were called the Yellow Spring's daughters. They had powerful Yellow Spring's power, and they could also inherit the Yellow Spring's bloodline. Whether it was power or bloodline, they were of the highest grade. In the underworld, Yellow Spring's power was a high-grade power, and it was many times more powerful than ordinary ghostly power. Moreover, if the 12 Yellow Spring's daughters could develop their legacies to the maximum, they would have the power to control the true Yellow Springs. They would also receive countless Yellow Springs power buffs, and their power would rival ghost celestials. Seeing this, Zhao Fu felt quite delighted. The Yellow Spring's daughters were very powerful legacies, and when developed to the extreme, they would be quite terrifying. This made up for Qin's weakness in the underworld, and it would allow Qin's faction in the underworld to develop even faster. Adding on the Yellow Springs Kingdom's legacy, Qin's future in the underworld would be incredibly bright. It was a pity that this legacy could only be given to women, or else Zhao Fu would have wanted to try and see if he could obtain this Yellow Springs legacy. His gaze shifted to the center of the pond, where yellow spring water was gushing out. This pond was the Yellow Spring, also known as the Yellow Springs water source. It looked like an ordinary spring's water source, but it was emitting pure yellow spring water. If one drank a bit, one's body would give birth to Yellow Springs power. If one entered the Yellow Springs, not only would the Yellow Springs give one high-grade Yellow Springs power, but it could also increase one's talent and expel impurities from one's body. If the 12 women who had obtained the Yellow Springs daughters' legacies entered the pond, the effects would be the greatest. Firstly, the 12 women's bloodlines would be greatly improved, and they would become pure spirits of the Yellow Springs, creatures born from the Yellow Springs. Secondly, their bodies would become Yellow Springs constitutions, and they would be more compatible with the Yellow Springs power, allowing them to unleash the Yellow Springs power to its greatest extent. It could be said that this Yellow Springs was prepared for the 12 Yellow Springs daughters. Of course, it could also be used by ordinary people to obtain Yellow Springs power. The Yellow Springs also had another use. If it was near the Yellow Springs River, it could greatly transform the Yellow Springs water. Even though it would not be as powerful as it was now, it could be used by a large number of people, allowing countless people to obtain Yellow Springs power. Zhao Fu was not very interested in Yellow Spring's power because he had already obtained the underworld's supreme power, which was the 6 paths of reincarnation power. As such, he did not plan on entering the Yellow Springs. Husband. With these things, our Yellow Springs kingdom will definitely become powerful. Yellow Spring's daughter said happily as she hugged Zhao Fu. Her eyes danced with light and her voice contained a trace of confidence. She wanted to rebuild the Yellow Springs kingdom to its former glory. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and nodded. He was now thinking about who the Yellow Springs daughter's legacy should be given to and how the Yellow Springs kingdom would develop in the future. As the Yellow Springs kingdom, it would be best to be near the Yellow Springs River because it could absorb large amounts of Yellow Springs power. This place was not near the Yellow Springs River, but it was not very far either. It was just separated by a region in the middle. This region was not very big, only half the size of a world. There were countless forces of various sizes in it. Zhao Fu planned to gather his troops and clear the area. However, he had to first decide on the Yellow Springs maiden. The daughters of Yellow Springs were naturally the best for the women from the underworld. Zhao Fu decided to give the daughters of Yellow Springs to Yu Qin, Yan Yan, Qin Yayuan, Li Ya, and Lu Ye. Then, he added the Guiyi Kingdom's cold empress, Yi Changmei, the arrogant concubine Mei Zhongshu, and the mature and alluring concubine Yashur. The remaining 3 were chosen from the other women of the 2 nations, Empress Han Shanling, Empress Ing Yuya, and concubine Yu Quebec. In total, there were 11 of them. Including Huang Quanling, there were 12 of them. Zhao Fu ordered people to bring the women over. They had never thought that after submitting to Zhao Fu would treat them so well and give them such a powerful legacy. Han Shanling looked at Zhao Fu. Later, this empress will definitely serve you well. Zhao Fu chuckled. All of you, step forward to receive the inheritance. I still have a lot of things to do. Hearing this, the women came before the 12 statues, which gave off large amounts of yellow light. A massive aura spread out, and the 12 statues seemed to come to life as they looked at the 12 women. After thinking for a while, the center of the 12 statues' foreheads slowly split open, and a yellow ray of light containing immense power shot into the 12 women's foreheads, causing their bodies to tremble. Their bodies were filled with immense power, and they gave off intense light. This process continued for 10 or so minutes, and the light from the statues gradually weakened. The 12 women's appearances and auras had greatly changed. First of all, they were many times more beautiful than before, and now, they were not much weaker than the top-ranked beauties of the underworld. Moreover, their auras became incredibly powerful and contained Yellow Spring's power. They also gave off an evil charm that could tempt people to die. Their eyes had also turned into a pair of yellow pupils, and there was an additional black circle in their pupils. The 12 women sensed the changes in their bodies and revealed expressions of surprise. This was equivalent to giving them a huge opportunity. They would no longer be ordinary in the future. Instead, they would become extraordinary and officially enter the center of Qin's power. In the future, the 12 of them would become the legendary Yellow Springs 12 empresses who would shake the underworld and strike fear into countless people's hearts. But now, they were all taking turns to serve Zhao Fu under Zhao Fu, looking like sluts. After Zhao Fu had a good time with them, he left to do other things. The 12 women's faces were red and they gave off flirtatious auras as they entered the Yellow Springs and started the final transformation. Zhao Fu gathered his forces and wanted to directly attack, but he heard that there were a few powerful factions nearby that had noticed what was happening here. This caused Zhao Fu to think about it and give up on his brutal and direct method. He instead wrote letters to persuade these factions to submit before attacking them. This was much more acceptable. The other factions also lowered their wariness towards Qin, and Zhao Fu did not want to be attacked by an alliance. After sending out countless letters, the people in that region felt incredibly panicked. They knew how terrifying Qin's power was, and some people chose to run. Some people expressed that they were willing to submit, but most people gathered together and planned to defend against Qin's invasion. This could not be blamed on Zhao Fu. He had tried to use peaceful means before resorting to force. It was just that these people did not know what was good for them and were seeking their own deaths. Zhao Fu led a large number of soldiers and swept through everything like a flood. In just an instant, they broke through the defensive line formed by the various factions and started a massacre. After Qin flooded into that region like a black tide, countless people and creatures madly ran away. Qin's soldiers raised their sabers and slashed down, killing enemies one after another. Blood dyed the ground red, and pitiful cries continuously sounded out. By now, the factions that had allied together to defend against Qin now regretted their actions. With their strength, they would not be able to do much against Qin. However, it was too late to regret now. Their corpses had been hung on the city walls to deter those who dared to resist. After clearing out the people in this region, Zhao Fu saw the legendary Yellow Springs River. He did not know how long this river was or how big it was, and he could not see the end. The river was yellow, and there were skeletons everywhere. There were also countless vengeful spirits swimming in the water, howling, crying, and roaring. The river quietly flowed, looking like a dead river. The Yellow Springs River gave off traces of yellow baleful qi, which was foul qi and was somewhat harmful to ordinary people and creatures. Most of the people who had transformed into the Yellow Springs race had been lucky. Ordinary people would be corroded by the Yellow Springs aura and die, and they would become part of the Yellow Springs River. The Yellow Springs race formed this way was the weakest race in terms of bloodline and power. Because the Yellow Springs River could not be moved, Zhao Fu wanted to give the Yellow Springs Kingdom more room to develop. They did not have to develop along the Yellow Springs River, so Zhao Fu made a bold decision to quickly dig up a tributary. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu ordered people to start working. Over 10 billion people took a few days to dig up a massive river. In order to dig up this river as quickly as possible, Zhao Fu even used the primogenitor statue. A sword ferociously slashed down, leaving behind a massive sword gash that savagely looked like a wound on the ground. The tributary was quite small compared to the true Yellow Springs River, but it was still 10,000 meters wide and 1,000 meters deep. It was half the length of a world, and it led to the Yellow Springs Kingdom. The river was already dug, but it was not connected to the Yellow Springs yet. There was still a massive stone wall blocking it, and it would be quite inconvenient if there was water. As such, they had to leave the connection to the river until the end. Zhao Fu held the Emperor Killing Sword and did not use the primogenitor statue. Because digging up the river had used up a lot of power, Zhao Fu planned to let it recover. Massive amounts of power entered the Emperor Killing Sword and a massive wave of sword qi exploded out, bringing with it a sharp gale, and Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out. Boom, a massive sword light containing immense destructive power slammed into the stone wall, causing it to shatter. Countless traces of Yellow Springs water flooded in, giving off massive sounds. Roar. A massive dragon's roar sounded throughout the sky as the Yellow Springs gave off traces of yellow aura, forming a 10,000-meter-long Yellow Springs dragon. This was a river spirit, which was formed from the river's consciousness. It had the river's massive fate and power, and only rivers that had existed for an extremely long time could have a river spirit. The river spirit in front of Zhao Fu was only formed from a small portion of the Yellow Springs consciousness, but the aura it gave off was very powerful. As for why it had appeared, it was naturally because Zhao Fu had dug up a tributary, which went against the Yellow Springs' will. As such, the river spirit had appeared and started to attack Zhao Fu. Bang! The Yellow Springs dragon was incredibly fast and flashed through the air, slamming towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu hurriedly unleashed a defensive barrier but was sent flying far away. Sizzle, sizzle, yellow smoke rose up from the defensive barrier, and there was Yellow Springs water on it. The Yellow Springs water had immense corrosive power and could quickly corrode Zhao Fu's divine realm domain, making it look quite terrifying. Zhao Fu had wanted to directly attack and unleash his nation armament and Emperor Killing Sword's power to get rid of this river spirit, but he immediately felt some fear and decided to stop. This was the Yellow Springs that flowed through most of the underworld. Even though only a small portion of its consciousness had been condensed, if he truly angered it and all of the Yellow Springs consciousness was condensed, even a higher being would die a horrible death. However, Zhao Fu had something to deal with it. The Yellow Springs dragon's eyes gave off a deathly aura as it stared at Zhao Fu and gave off massive power as it once again attacked, turning into a black blur as it rushed towards Zhao Fu. Boom, boom. Boom, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. Seeing the Yellow Springs dragon rush over, he stretched out a hand and pushed out, causing 12 rays of green light to fly out and surround the Yellow Springs dragon. These 12 rays of green light were Qin's nation armament. Sensing Qin's nation armament's power, the Yellow Springs dragon's expression fell and it tried to explode out with power to break out of the nation armament's encirclement. Nation armaments contained nation fate, which represented heaven's fate. They had the ability to suppress mountains and rivers and confer titles to gods. As such, the Yellow Springs dragon instinctively felt some fear towards nation armaments. It wanted to break out of the encirclement, but how could Zhao Fu allow it to do as it wished? He stretched out his hand and grabbed out, causing the 12 bronze soldiers to become 1,000 meters tall. Their expressions were cold, and they exploded out with an even greater killing intent. An azure light dyed the sky azure, and a cold and powerful aura swept out. A massive power pressed down on the Yellow Springs dragon, causing it to feel like it was imprisoned in midair. The Yellow Springs dragon was also quite powerful and continuously struggled, exploding out with even more power as it started to break free from the nation armament suppression. As expected from the Yellow Springs river spirit, it was shockingly powerful. Clang clang clang, the golden pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye quickly spun and countless chains shot out from the air, binding up the Yellow Springs dragon's body and increasing the sealing power. However, the Yellow Springs dragon's body was made of Yellow Springs water, and it contained a large amount of foul energy, making the chains very weak. Adding on the Yellow Springs dragon's explosive power, the chains started to break one by one. Zhao Fu's expression slightly fell and he pointed a hand at the sky. Countless traces of violet light spread out, dyeing the sky violet as an enormous violet star giving off a massive aura slowly descended. The violet star gave off a large amount of violet light and dragon inscriptions danced in the air. A massive wave of star power heavily weighed down on the Yellow Springs dragon's body, causing its body to sink as it felt an even greater suppression. Not only did the purple sky dragon star suppress the devil race, but it also had a strong restraining effect on all dragon-shaped creatures, including dragons of providence. Roar! The Yellow Springs dragon madly struggled and exploded out with terrifying power. The yellow crystal-like eye on its head shot out large amounts of light, and an extremely dangerous power slowly spread out. Zhao Fu felt quite startled and his hair stood on end under that terrifying power. He did not hesitate to cut open his palm and loudly said to the Yellow Springs dragon, "Wu. The Lord of the Qin Empire, the possessor of the divine blood, has been blessed by the mandate of heaven to suppress you here." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the blood flowing out of Zhao Fu's hand flew into the sky and dissipated. All of heaven and earth power madly gathered, turning into a massive power that suppressed the Yellow Springs dragon. The Yellow Springs dragon's body sank again, and the yellow light from its eyes dimmed. The Yellow Springs dragon struggled with all its might, but it could not break free at all. It was successfully suppressed by Zhao Fu in the sky. Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and waved his hand, causing the countless chains around the Yellow Springs dragon to drag it into the sealed space. Zhao Fu had thought of a good use for the Yellow Springs dragon. At that moment, the Yellow Springs dragon's water quickly flowed into the river that Zhao Fu had dug, and it continuously extended to the region where the Nether Ghost City was. It was a successful process. Zhao Fu once again came to the sealed space, and the 12 women had completely changed. They were much more beautiful than before, and they gave off a deathly charm that made people feel as if they would die for them. Moreover, they were within the spring water and did not have a single piece of clothing on them, and their bodies were completely exposed. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, the women all gave a trace of flirtatiousness as they looked at Zhao Fu. Han Shanling's beautiful eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body as she said movingly, "Good man. We want it again. Why don't you come and conquer us? Let us enjoy that extreme pleasure under you." Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "I have business to attend to right now. We'll talk about it after this is over. Also, Ling come out for a moment." Huang Quanling walked out of the pool and put on some clothes as she smiled and asked, "Husband, I'm not interested in you." "What's the matter?" Zhao Fu replied with a smile, "Of course it's to realize what you've always wanted to do." Huang Quanling immediately understood and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she smiled charmingly and said, "Thank you, husband." Following this, Zhao Fu followed Huang Quanling to her legacy city. It was in a remote valley, and it wasn't very big. It was only a basic city, and it seemed that without Zhao Fu's help, it would be destroyed. After returning, Huang Quanling told this news to the countless people in the city, causing them to feel incredibly delighted. They knelt on the ground in gratitude and continuously thanked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not mind and lightly nodded. He went to the city hall and had Huang Quanling relocate the city. Zhao Fu wanted to make it the Yellow Springs Kingdom's core city, and it would be the Yellow Springs Kingdom's legacy city. Zhao Fu first transferred all of the cities in this region to Huang Quanling's body. This way, all of the fate in this region would be gathered in Huang Quanling's body. This region was as big as an entire world, so the amount of fate was immense. Huang Quanling followed Zhao Fu's orders and stood on a tall altar. The legacy stone in her hand continuously rose into the air. Yellow Springs Kingdom's legatee, Huang Quanling, receives the mandate of heaven, the protection of the ancestors, and the support of the people to establish the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Boom! Just as Huang Quanling's voice sounded out, countless traces of fate madly flowed over and flooded into the silver-grayed legacy stone in the sky. The legacy stone in the sky exploded out with an intense light and gave off a shocking aura. Under the massive amount of fate, the legacy stone's grade started to recover, and the legacy power that had disappeared also started to recover. However, in order to recover the Yellow Springs Kingdom's power, the amount of fate it had was still not enough, and it needed even more fate. Right now, the Yellow Springs Kingdom's legacy stone was only half recovered. However, something shocking happened. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. Countless chains shot out and a 10,000-meter-long Yellow Springs dragon was dragged out by the chains. Zhao Fu controlled the suppressed Yellow Springs dragon and sent it into the legacy stone. Boom! A massive explosion once again sounded out as the Yellow Springs dragon was slowly sent into the legacy stone under Zhao Fu's control. The Yellow Springs dragon vigorously resisted, but luckily the legacy stone had the Yellow Springs attribute, or else it would have been very difficult to absorb the Yellow Springs dragon. The heavens and earth changed as winds blew and clouds gathered. The sun and moon dimmed as everything became chaotic. Massive amounts of fate quickly gathered and flowed into the legacy stone. The legacy stone gave off an even more intense light that covered the heavens and earth. Its aura became stronger and stronger, and its grade continuously changed. In the end, the Yellow Springs dragon completely entered the legacy stone and the abnormal signs calmed down. The legacy stone's light in the sky gradually weakened and turned into a yellow jade-like cube with a dragon engraved on it. It gave off a faint yellow light and gave off an extremely powerful might and Yellow Springs power as it slowly descended from the sky. Huang Quanling smiled and caught the Rubik's Cube. Following this, Huang Quanling and Zhao Fu came to the center of a city. Huang Quanling placed the Rubik's Cube underground, and a powerful aura exploded out. Waves of yellow light continuously spread out as the Rubik's Cube once again gave off intense light and turned into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. The Huangquan Kingdom was officially established, countless traces of fate continuously gathered in the sky, and heaven and earth power quickly gathered as well. The two fused together and a massive Yellow Springs dragon was formed, giving off a massive aura as it flew through the sky. The other 11 of the 12 daughters of Yellow Springs were also called here by Zhao Fu. They followed Zhao Fu's instructions, cut their wrists, controlled the blood that flowed out, and flew towards the Yellow Springs dragon in the sky. After absorbing the blood, the Yellow Springs dragon's aura became quite complicated, and it swam about in the air with a look of pain on its face as the surrounding fate once again flowed into its body. Roar! A pained cry sounded out as the Yellow Springs dragon in the sky started to split into 12 parts: dragon horns, dragon eyes, dragon head, dragon fangs, dragon claws. The 12 parts of the dragon turned into orbs of yellow light and started to absorb heaven and earth power before turning into 12 dragon seals. These 12 dragon seals were yellow and seemed to be made of jade. They were as big as half a palm and were square. There was a Yellow Springs dragon carved on the top and the words Yellow Springs Kingdom written on the bottom, and they gave off a powerful might. The 12 dragon seals were what Zhao Fu had asked Huang Quanling to split the king's seal into 12 parts and give them to the 12 women to jointly manage the Yellow Springs Kingdom. As the legatee, Huang Quanling had the greatest authority and the king's seal. After fusing with the Yellow Springs dragon, not only did the legacy stone recover its previous power and legacy, but it was also buffed by the Yellow Springs River, making it even more powerful than before. Zhao Fu looked at the legacy stone stats and found that it could turn countless soldiers into Yellow Springs soldiers. Yellow Springs soldiers were a high-grade profession, and they received all sorts of stat buffs and could control Yellow Springs power. Now, Jiaofu had the Yellow Springs Pond and a tributary of the Yellow Springs. The Yellow Springs Pond could convert large amounts of Yellow Springs water for the soldiers to use, making the soldiers' Yellow Springs power even more powerful. This type of soldier profession had massive potential in the future. There was another stat that surprised Jiaofu, which was the Yellow Springs Kingdom's existence. It was acknowledged by the Yellow Springs River and was buffed by the Yellow Springs River's fate. In times of danger, it could even summon the Yellow Springs intent. The Yellow Springs Kingdom's stats seemed to be even more powerful than Qin's, and it would definitely become an incredibly powerful empire in the future. Of course, no matter how powerful the Yellow Springs Kingdom was, it was still one of Qin's subordinate kingdoms, and it was possible that it would merge with Qin in the future. In other words, it would fuse into Qin and become a part of Qin. After looking at the stats, Jiaofu smiled in satisfaction, and the 12 women also smiled happily. Now that the Yellow Springs Kingdom had been established, everyone cheered in joy. The 12 women came to Jiaofu's side, and Lu Ye said seductively, "Husband, for the Yellow Springs Kingdom's establishment, you have to take good care of us today. For the sake of establishing the Huangquan Kingdom, you have to properly pamper us today. It would be best if you don't get out of bed for us for 3 days." Jiaofu smiled and brought them into the palace, and they started to do it intensely, enjoying the pleasure their bodies brought him. Afterwards, Mei Zhongshu, the proud Guiyi imperial concubine and the 4th prince's mother, powerlessly climbed onto Jiaofu's body and said with a red face, "Husband, it seems that you haven't let my son out yet." Jiaofu felt quite startled and had almost forgotten about this. He smiled and agreed to let her son go. In the palace, the 4th prince was brought in. He looked quite haggard and terrified, and he seemed to have lost a few kilograms. He knew that the Guiyi kingdom had been destroyed, and he might not be able to keep his life. However, when he came to the palace, he looked at the scene before him in shock. His mother was sitting on a man with a red face, and she was intimately hugging that man. That man was the person who had captured him back then. What was going on? The 4th prince felt quite furious, but he did not dare to act out because he was afraid of dying. He understood that it was this person in front of him who had destroyed the Guiyi kingdom, unified this region, and established the Yellow Springs Kingdom. Seeing that her son was fine, Mei Zhongshu gave a moving smile and said, "Zu'er, come greet your stepfather. Come and greet your stepfather. He is a very powerful and charismatic man. If you listen to him in the future, it will be very beneficial for you." These words made the 4th prince explode with anger. This person had not only injured him, but he had also destroyed the Guiyi kingdom and killed his father. Now, his mother wanted him to call this person father. However, even though the 4th prince was furious, thinking about his situation and his future, he suppressed his anger and gave a flattering smile as he called out, "Father." Jiaofu lightly laughed and said, "You don't need to call me that. Also, I'll let you off this time for your mother's sake. If you break Qin's laws, no one will be able to protect you." Hearing that Jiaofu had let him off, the 4th prince said in delight, "Yes, yes, yes." Right now, even if he had to call Jiaofu father 100 times or 1,000 times, he would be extremely happy and rejoiced that he had managed to keep his life. Jiaofu looked away and looked at the alluring woman in his arms as he said, "I'll give him a chance. In the future, it'll be up to him. If anything happens, don't blame me." Mei Zhongshu smiled as she replied, "Husband, don't worry. I'll definitely teach him well in the future and won't let him cause any trouble." Jiaofu returned to the political matters. Now that the Yellow Springs Kingdom had been established, what he needed to do next was consolidate its factions and strengthen its unity to become a true kingdom instead of a faction made up of many people. This would take a long time, and the Yellow Springs Kingdom had not developed yet. It did not have any foundations, so all of this needed time. The most important thing was to establish the Yellow Springs Army. Soon, Jiaofu would take Qin's soldiers and leave the underworld to return to the heaven-awakened world. The Yellow Springs Kingdom needed its own army to protect itself. Jiaofu left the 3 billion ghost soldiers here for Li Wen to manage. As for establishing the Yellow Springs Army, he could leave that to Gui. As a general, he had the ability to do so. The civil and military officials that he had subdued could also be used, so there was no need for Jiaofu to worry about them. After staying in the underworld for a few days and seeing the Yellow Springs kingdom quickly develop, Zhao Fu felt at ease. He took Qin's soldiers and some generals back to Qin City, ending this operation. After returning to Qin, Zhao Fu wondered if he should go to the godly world to take a look. The godly world was a large world, and it was not any smaller than the underworld. It also had great potential, and developing a faction there would be of great help in the future. It could also be used as a hidden force. Moreover, Qin needed to build an army of 10,000 gods, and Zhao Fu needed countless godly spirits to awaken the god race's emperor star. The god world could satisfy Zhao Fu's needs. As for how to go to the godly world, Zhao Fu did not have any, but Zhao Fu could ask Dishi, the golden dragon within Zhao Fu's body. As expected, Dishi was able to resolve Zhao Fu's matter. She gave him 24 godly spirit formations, which required him to take down the spirit light world's golden doors. This would allow him to create a godly world door. This godly world door could not only allow a few people to go to the godly world, but it could also allow him to gather a large number of soldiers. However, that godly spirit formation required 24 godly spirits to activate, and Qin City did not seem to have that many godly spirits yet. Only the water goddess, the god of life, the god of light, the desolate god, the goddess of agriculture, the god of darkness, the god of demons, the god of fallen angels, the goddess of the ocean, and the ghost god, a total of 10 gods, could only delay their journey to the divine realm. A few days later, Zhao Fu started to make preparations because he had obtained a very important piece of information from the Heaven Spirit Steel, which was information regarding a rare godly material. Rare godly materials were materials needed to create a world armament for the Spirit Maiden, and finding them was an important task for Qin City. The Spirit Maiden was still fusing with the human world's consciousness, and soon, she would be able to completely fuse with the human world's consciousness. As long as he prepared those materials for her, she would be able to create a world armament and devour the consciousnesses of other worlds. That rare godly material was one of the most important materials for creating a world armament. It was called Origin God Iron, and it was a type of iron that contained origin energy. It was the earliest type of iron in the world, and it could be used to create extremely terrifying weapons. It was said that there were only 10 pieces of this type of iron in the world, and 7 of them had already been used to create weapons. Now, there were only 3 left. From what Zhao Fu knew, this piece of Origin God Iron was one of Outlander 10 College's rewards, and it was the first-ranked reward. Outlander 10 College was one of the Heaven Awakened World's 7 great colleges, and it was a college for Outlanders. It was located in the Outlander domain, and the Outlander domain was a region for Outlanders. There were all sorts of Outlanders, such as elves, orcs, dwarves, giants, goblins, werewolves, cat people. The college's status in the Outlander domain was like that of the other great colleges, and it was a holy land for Outlander geniuses. It held great power, and ordinary empires did not dare to offend it. They were also recruiting students this year, but it was quite late. By now, Emperor Path College had already started its recruitment test. Only by obtaining the first-ranked reward would he be able to obtain the Origin God Iron, and it was incredibly difficult. However, Zhao Fu wanted to try because this material was simply too important to Qin City, and it might even affect Qin City's life or death in the future. However, Zhao Fu still felt quite worried about going to Outlander 10 College. He was worried that his identity would be exposed, and if Emperor Path College could not protect him, Outlander 10 College would be the same. Once his identity was exposed, the consequences would be incredibly severe. However, Qin City had to obtain the Origin God Iron, so Zhao Fu could only ask a higher being that had been helping Zhao Fu this entire time. Zhao Fu did not say that he was going to participate in Outlander 10 College's examination, and he instead asked if his identity would be exposed in front of the higher being. The higher being replied, "You now have 5 Emperor Stars, and all divination and divination abilities will be useless. In fact, you might even receive a backlash. If you don't summon the 5 Emperor Stars, the higher being will not be able to detect your identity and will think that you are someone blessed by heaven's secrets. However, you will also be watched." Hearing this, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He did not have to worry about his identity being exposed, and he could go to Outlander 10 College. As long as he did not stupidly summon the 5 Emperor Stars, his identity would not be exposed. The next day, Zhao Fu finished his preparations, officially heading for the other side. He didn't bring anyone with him, just going alone. At first, he felt quite bored and hurried along. There was still some time before Outlander 10 College's recruitment, so Zhao Fu was not in a rush. During this time, he could look around and see if there were any Outlander treasures. If he could awaken another Emperor Star after obtaining a godly material, that would be for the best. He had just arrived at the Outland of the Outlanders, but he felt like he had come to a different world. The people on the streets were all of the Outlanders, and the architectural style and customs were all the same. This place was dominated by the Outlanders, and there were relatively few other races. On that day, as Zhao Fu was walking through a desert, a merchant group passed by. This merchant group was from the fox race, and they had a pair of fox ears and a fox tail. This place was in the vicinity of several large countries. Ordinary storage rings were restricted by restrictions, so they couldn't be used. They could only rely on merchant caravans. This caravan was a relatively large caravan, and there were over 1,000 fox race people. Most of them had stage 1 cultivations, and a few of them had stage 2 cultivations. Carriages of goods were pulled by those with long fur and large bodies. Zhao Fu didn't pay much attention to it and slowly moved forward alone. At that moment, a fox clan guard came up and said courteously, "Sir, do you intend to cross the border alone? My madam has invited you to join the caravan so that you can take care of her along the way." Zhao Fu thought about it and nodded with a smile. Following this, the fox clan's guard brought Zhao Fu to a rather exquisite carriage and said, "Madam, this carriage is quite beautiful. I brought them for you." "Then let him in." A lazy voice sounded from within the carriage. Two beautiful young women of the fox race lifted the flap of the tent and revealed faint smiles. "Young master. Please." Zhao Fu directly boarded the carriage and saw a beautiful woman with snow-white skin and a voluptuous figure. She had snow-white fox ears and a tail, and she was only wearing a thin veil. She gave off an incredibly seductive aura, and her face was red as she smiled at him. Looking at this beautiful woman, Zhao Fu understood what was going on. It was another lonely and empty woman, so he did not hold back. Zhao Fu went up and brought the beautiful woman into his embrace, and the beautiful woman pretended to be reserved as she said shyly, "Sir, what are you doing? I'm not the kind of woman you think I am." Zhao Fu smiled and asked, "Really?" Smelling Zhao Fu's enchanting scent, the beautiful fox race woman's face became red as if she was drunk. Her eyes became watery as she said enticingly, "Of course." This was clearly sarcasm. Zhao Fu directly pressed down on the beautiful fox woman's body and began to violate her. Seeing this scene, the two fox race attendants came outside with red faces. When the other people in the merchant group heard their madam's lewd voice, their heartbeats sped up, and their bodies became restless. They could not help but move further away from the carriage. However, their madam quickly begged for mercy and told the two of them to serve Zhao Fu. The two fox race attendants looked at each other with reddened faces, and their lewd cries sounded out from within the carriage. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the extremely flirtatious woman, and there were two red-faced, panting young women by his side. The beautiful woman was called Hushan, and she was the owner of the merchant group. The two fox race attendants were called Shaoli and Xiaoqin. Hushan lay in Zhao Fu's embrace with a look of infatuation and said enticingly, "Sir, this is the first time I've been so happy. This is the first time I've been so happy. Can you stay by my side in the future? I'll take care of the merchant group for you, and I'll give everything to you." How could Zhao Fu be interested in such things? He lightly laughed as he said, "After I'm done, I'll let you enjoy a life that's 1,000 times better than it is now." Hushan was not surprised and flirtatiously smiled as she said, "I knew Sir wasn't simple. Not only is your aura so alluring, but you also have the aura of a heaven fox. Sir must be an esteemed guest of the fox race." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and did not understand the aura of a heaven fox. After asking around, he found out that heaven foxes were nine-tailed foxes, and they had the highest status in the fox race and the most prestigious bloodline. Qin had 4 nine-tailed foxes, Defei, Tamamonome, Shaoli, and Xiaoqi. The first 3 had always been favored by Zhao Fu, and the last one was also very close to him. Following this, Zhao Fu found out that the merchant group's destination was the fox race's world. He also heard that there was a fox race general meeting there, and there would be a supreme treasure of the fox race, the Heaven Fox Stone. The Heaven Fox Stone was condensed from a nine-tailed fox with the purest bloodline. It contained the essence of a nine-tailed fox and had powerful abilities. Anyone who fused with the Heaven Fox Stone would not only obtain the nine-tailed fox bloodline, but their cultivation would also greatly increase. This Heaven Fox Stone had a great history and was condensed from a powerful nine-tailed fox from 1,000 years ago. It was even more precious than ordinary Heaven Fox Stones. Xiaofu felt quite interested. In actuality, the nine-tailed fox race was split into many types. Some were not outlanders and were instead part of the devil race. They were foxes but were incredibly powerful and could turn into human form. They also had 9 tails. As for the fox race like Hushan, they were born in human form and had fox ears and a fox tail. They could not change into beast form and had always been in human form. More accurately speaking, they were a combination of a human and a fox. That Heaven Fox Stone belonged to the Outlander race, and Zhao Fu wanted to obtain it and fuse it into his body to make preparations for awakening the Outlander Emperor Star. I'll come with you to the fox race's world to have some fun, Zhao Fu said as he hugged Hushan's alluring body. Hushan looked delighted. She was worried that Zhao Fu would leave and that she would never be able to enjoy that sort of pleasure again. However, Hushan understood that Zhao Fu would leave sooner or later, and even though she was reluctant, she could not change Zhao Fu's mind. She knew that Zhao Fu's identity was quite terrifying, so she decided that she might as well enjoy herself. As such, she said lewdly, "Sir, this lowly one wants more." In the next 2 days, Hushan and the 2 female attendants' lewd moans continuously sounded out from within the carriage. They did not come out of the carriage at all, and this caused the other fox race members to feel quite shocked. If this went on, their madam might die. Swish, 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 suddenly, the sound of the air being torn could be heard, and the guards in charge of protecting the merchant group sensed danger and cried out, "Enemy attack!" At the same time, arrows containing immense force flew out, shooting towards the guards like bolts of lightning. Some of the guards defended in time and sent the arrows flying with their weapons, while others blocked with their shields. Only a small number of people were hit by the arrows and cried out in pain. These jackal people had the heads of jackals and the bodies of humans. They lived in the desert and were even more ferocious than ordinary jackals, and they often killed people and robbed people. Their appearance also interrupted the few people in the carriage who were in the midst of making out. Before the guards came to the carriage to report, Zhao Fu sensed this group of jackal people and understood that the merchant group would not be a match for them. After all, the other side had many people and was not weak at all. The merchant group also had many things to protect, so they had to take many things into consideration. "Sir, is there danger outside?" Hushan's face was red as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and panted as she asked. Zhao Fu lightly nodded, put on his clothes, and went outside. At that moment, both sides were about to start fighting, and the merchant group had already formed a defensive formation. The jackal people raised their weapons and ferociously charged at them. The merchant group's people looked quite serious. Facing 3,000 jackal people, they understood that it would be quite dangerous, and many of them might die. Shing, a sword hum suddenly sounded out as a sharp sword light flashed out. All of the incoming jackal people were split in half and fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red with blood. The scene was quite bloody. This caused the countless guards to feel quite shocked, and they all looked behind them. It was the man who had been ravaging their madam. He stood in the air and casually slashed out with his sword. So powerful. They had thought that he was just a pretty boy and had never thought that he would be so powerful. They could not help but feel shocked, and they could sense that Zhao Fu's cultivation was at least at the heaven realm. Hushan put on a leather coat and walked out of the carriage. The guards had not seen their madam for a few days, and they felt that she had completely changed. She was even more beautiful, and her aura was even more enchanting, causing them to feel flames of desire. Looking at the corpses around her, Hushan gave a trace of a smile. Her eyes had never been wrong, or else she would not have given her body to Zhao Fu so easily. She said flirtatiously, "Sir, now that we've killed these despicable jackal people, let's continue enjoying ourselves. I haven't had a good time just now." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's not over yet." At that moment, Zhao Fu sensed another group of gnolls charging over, and there were over 10,000 of them. Soon, a cloud of dust was kicked up in the distance, and the 10,000 jackal people appeared before everyone. The merchant group's hearts tightened. Facing so many jackal people, their only outcome was death. However, with an expert like Zhao Fu present, they didn't panic too much. The leader was a ferocious-looking woman with a fiery figure and wheat-colored skin. She had short gray hair, 2 fangs, and a pair of wolf ears. She gave off the aura of a jackal, and it seemed that she had the jackal bloodline. These gnolls killed merchants and passers-by, and they would also take women back to rape and use them as their reproductive tools. Falling into the hands of these gnolls was a fate worse than death. Sensing Zhao Fu's aura, the woman's expression fell, and she raised her hand, signaling for the gnolls to stop attacking as she said, "We won't attack you, we just want the gnolls' corpses. They're useless to you." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised, but he understood that if it wasn't for the fact that he was powerful, they would have long since attacked. He was quite curious about the gnolls' corpses, so he asked, "What do you want those corpses for?" Of course, the woman did not reply, and she could sense a trace of malice in Zhao Fu's eyes. Facing such an expert, the ones in danger were the people on their side. However, it was not good to reveal that they were collecting corpses, so they could only blame themselves for being too careless. They had thought that there were only 1,000 people in the merchant group, so they did not have to worry about them at all. After killing the gnolls, they would also destroy the merchant group. However, they had never thought that the merchant group would have such a terrifying expert. The group of gnolls from before had not been able to resist at all before being instantly killed. Zhao Fu's gaze became cold. There was no need for him to hold back against these ferocious gnolls, and he said coldly, "If you don't tell me, I'll kill all of you." This made the woman feel quite startled, and she hesitated before saying, "This is an order from the leader of the nearby gnolls. This is an order from the leader of the nearby werewolf people. He wants to collect 990,000 werewolf corpses and offer them to the ancestors. That way, he will obtain the purest, most noble, and most powerful werewolf bloodline." Now, Zhao Fu was quite interested in all kinds of powerful outlanders' bloodlines. He thought about it and decided to go take a look, and he said, "I can spare you, but you have to take me to your leader. As for everyone else, you can stay here." The woman felt quite troubled, but facing Zhao Fu's power, she could only helplessly agree. Zhao Fu took out a few command medallions and waved them out, causing a few thousand soldiers dressed in black armor to appear. They gave off terrifying auras, causing countless people to feel quite startled. Those were stage 6 soldiers, and only the Heaven Domain had such a military force. This was the command medallion that Zhao Fu had obtained in the Demon Domain historical remnant. Zhao Fu had always had it on him, but he had never used it before. This was the first time he had used it. Now, countless people felt quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity, and they guessed that Zhao Fu came from a powerful faction in the Heaven Domain. Hu Shan completely believed that Zhao Fu could give her a life that was thousands of times better than her current one, and she gave a bewitching smile. With so many stage 6 soldiers appearing, the ferocious gnolls became well-behaved and did not dare to resist at all. Their faces were filled with fear, and they no longer had the auras from before. Zhao Fu handed the few thousand stage 6 darkness soldiers to Hu Shan, and she said in a soft voice, "Husband, be careful. Then be careful, I'll be waiting for you here." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He did not mind Hu Shan's change in how she addressed him, and he brought the woman and flew towards the largest gnoll tribe. Zhao Fu found out that the gnoll woman's name was Chaimi. A few hours later, Zhao Fu brought Chaimi to the tribe. There were roughly 1 million gnoll people in this tribe and 100,000 soldiers. There were not many houses, and they all had tents set up so that they could move at any time. Chaimi pointed at the tribe and said, "This is the tribe. Look at that corpse pool, it's used for the ancestor sacrifice." Zhao Fu looked at the massive corpse pool below and saw that it was filled with countless corpses. There were roughly 1 million gnoll people's corpses, and Zhao Fu wanted to rush in and kill all of them before performing the ancestor's sacrifice. However, after asking, he found that only the gnoll people's leader could use it. Moreover, that gnoll person had obtained an ancestor stone, which was the most important thing. Only with it could he perform the ancestor's sacrifice, or else it would be impossible. however, hiding near the tribe, they saw some horrible scenes. Some women had ropes around their necks and were tied up like livestock. They did not have any clothes on and were covered with scratches and bruises. Their gazes were empty and their expressions were dull as if they had been humiliated. Some of their bodies were covered with liquid and gave off a foul stench. If jackal people wanted them, they could do it to them. There were also large cauldrons that were boiling meat soup, but they were all filled with human flesh. There was a table next to them, and a jackal person dressed as a chef used a large saber to chop up a man's corpse. He cut the corpse into pieces and threw them into the cauldron to cook. There was even a jackal person who was hugging a cooked boy's head and eating it in large bites, looking quite delicious. The boy's pale white eyeball fell out, and the jackal person picked it up and stuffed it into his mouth. Arg! Don't! At that moment, a powerful-looking jackal person violently pressed down on a woman with a big belly. That ugly thing was about to ravage that woman, and the woman cried out, her face covered with tears, looking quite pitiful. As a jackal person, Xianxia had seen this kind of thing many times, so her expression did not change much. In the Outlander race, the strong ruled and the weak were prey to the strong. This was the outcome of being weak. Zhao Fu did not want to see others ravage women in front of him. That was something that only he could do. His left eye became a black rose-like pupil and traces of black aura shot out, entering the jackal person's body. Immediately, the jackal person's body froze and his eyes became black before returning to normal. He was now under Zhao Fu's control, and Zhao Fu only used the evil spirit abyss flower's power and had the jackal person find a place with no one around to commit suicide. The jackal person was unable to resist Zhao Fu's control at all. He went to a place with no one around and took out his saber and slashed at his throat without hesitation. Blood spurted everywhere as the jackal person's corpse fell to the ground. Xianxia felt quite shocked and was somewhat afraid that this was Zhao Fu's formless method of controlling people. If Zhao Fu used his power on her, she would not be able to resist at all. If Zhao Fu wanted her to die, she would die. Zhao Fu did not look at the women who had been ravaged and looked at Xianxia's fiery body as he said, "Come and serve me." Xianxia did not hesitate. As an outlander, she understood the principle of the strong ruling. To be able to serve such a powerful and prestigious person would be her glory. As such, Xianxia squatted on the ground and started to serve Zhao Fu. Following this, Zhao Fu went on top of her and released a barrier to prevent their voices. A few hours later, Xianxia had turned into a puddle of mud and powerlessly lay on Zhao Fu's body. She felt as if her soul and body had been forcefully conquered, and she started to feel attached to Zhao Fu. Her body should be toyed with by an expert. At that moment, another group of people brought back 10 or so carts of jackal people's corpses. There were old and young people, and they all wore the same clothes. They had most likely obtained these corpses from a small jackal village. With these corpses, the jackal person chief would most likely be able to start the ancestral sacrifice. Just as Zhao Fu had expected, after obtaining these jackal people's corpses, the entire tribe went into lockdown and prepared the ancestral sacrifice to prevent anything unexpected from happening. Zhao Fu hugged Xianxia and waited by the side. He sent power into her body to help her quickly recover. A muscular, ferocious-looking wolfman appeared with a group of people, and he flew up to an altar by himself. This altar was at the center of a massive corpse pool and was 10 or so meters tall. There were all sorts of jackal people's corpses around it, and they all looked savage and terrified. In order to achieve their goal, the jackal person chief had not even let off his own people. Following this, he took out a pale white bone, which was most likely the ancestor stone. He continuously chanted a profound incantation and sent his power into the pale white bone. The pale white bone gave off intense light and flew into the sky, giving off a massive might. The jackal wolf chief knelt on the ground and looked incredibly respectful as he yelled, "Ancestor, please grant me your blood." Boom, the pale white bone exploded out with a powerful aura and a formless energy spread out, covering the countless corpses in the corpse pool. The corpses started to melt and turn into blood-red water. The blood-red water turned into pillars of water and entered the pale white bone. After absorbing the blood-red water, the pale white bone gave off even more power and turned into a ray of light as it shot into the sky. Boom, a massive explosion sounded out as a 1,000-meter-tall image descended from the sky, giving off a terrifying aura. It spread out like a ferocious flood, causing the surrounding air to become icy cold and causing countless people to feel terror. This image was a jackal person, and it had the head of a jackal. It had a pair of blood-red eyes and a humanoid body. It had violet metallic fur and gave off a ferocious aura. The phantom in front of everyone was the so-called jackal ancestor. The jackal ancestor looked down at the jackal person chief and confirmed his identity and power. Its illusory body continuously condensed until it turned into a violet orb of blood and slowly fell. The jackal chief looked incredibly delighted. As long as he could obtain this ancestral blood, his power and bloodline would greatly increase, and he would become a peerless expert. Moreover, with this ancestral blood, he would be able to rule over countless jackal people. However, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky, directly grabbing the violet orb of blood. This caused the jackal chief to feel incredibly shocked, but this quickly turned into rage. Someone dared to steal the ancestor's blood that he had spent so much effort and had paid such a heavy price to obtain. Arg! The jackal person chief roared in fury and his eyes were filled with killing intent as he glared at Zhao Fu. He exploded out with a terrifying aura and stamped off the ground, causing the ground to crack as he turned into a black blur and shot into the sky. Seeing the jackal person chief come out, Zhao Fu looked slightly disdainful. He took out the sadistic killing sword and vigorously slashed out, sending out a massive blood-red sword light that mercilessly inundated the jackal person chief's body. After the blood-red sword light passed, a pile of dismembered corpses fell from the sky. The most powerful person in the tribe had died just like that. Looking at the fleeing jackal people, Zhao Fu gave a cold smile and raised his sword, sending out a few more massive sword lights. The massive sword lights gave off ferocious power as they slashed towards the group of people. The massive blood-red sword lights easily tore apart countless people's bodies, and as the sword lights flew past, they left behind dismembered corpses, creating a bloody scene. Seeing so many people die, the countless people were given a fright and ran in all directions, not daring to stay for even a moment longer. Zhao Fu naturally did not act. He was not interested in wasting time chasing after these escaping jackal people. Seeing that all of the jackal people had escaped, Zhao Fu took out the violet orb of blood and sensed its power as he gave a trace of a smile. He casually waved his hand and cut off the ropes binding the women, and Zhao Fu brought Chaimi and flew towards the merchant group. As for the women, Zhao Fu had already cut off their ropes. The jackal camp had everything they needed, and they could take anything they wanted to escape with. Zhao Fu did not care about what happened to them at all. After returning to the merchant group, everyone sensed Zhao Fu's blood-red aura and understood that the jackal tribe was most likely finished. Zhao Fu put away the Darkness Command medallion and let the jackal people go. He also had Chaimi stay behind to serve him, and Chaimi did not have any objections. Serving an expert like Zhao Fu was much better than staying in this barren desert. Everyone packed up and continued on their way. Zhao Fu returned to the carriage and started to fuse with the jackal people's ancestors' blood. Zhao Fu opened his mouth and sucking the jackal people's ancestors' blood into his stomach. As the violet blood entered Zhao Fu's stomach, it gave off an intense violet light and started to condense the jackal people's ancestors' appearance. The ancestors' blood could sense that someone was trying to refine it, and it was about to unleash its power to resist. Sensing these ripples, Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and his powerful divine bloodline's power slammed against the violet orb of blood. The violet orb of blood howled in terror and turned into a violet blood mist. The jackal people's blood was powerful, but how could it be more powerful than Zhao Fu's divine blood? As expected, the jackal people were completely suppressed by the divine blood, unable to resist at all. Zhao Fu started to absorb the violet blood mist and fuse it into his body, causing his body to give off a faint violet light. A fist-sized jackal totem slowly appeared on Zhao Fu's back. In the end, Zhao Fu successfully refined the Null Ancestor's blood. His power and Zhao Fu's appearance did not change much, but his aura now had a Null's aura. "Husband, have you finished refining it?" Hu Shan flirtatiously smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu with a lustful look in her eyes. The two female attendants next to her looked quite shy, and Chaimi looked at Zhao Fu with a look of desire. She greatly enjoyed being conquered by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and lightly nodded as he pulled the women into his embrace. Following this, intense sounds once again sounded out, as well as the women's lewd cries. The guards once again backed away, not daring to look at the person in the carriage with impudent gazes. They were filled with reverence towards the person in the carriage. A day later, the merchant group walked out of the desert and came to a massive forest before stopping. Just as the people within the carriage stopped and were enjoying themselves, a guard's voice sounded out from outside, "Madam, we've arrived at the Minotaur Forest." "I got it. Start unloading the goods, I'll come out in a bit," Xianxia's flirtatious voice sounded out from within the carriage. Xian, who was lying in Zhao Fu's embrace, said flirtatiously, "Husband, the merchant group has some goods that the Minotaurs have bought." "The merchant group has some goods bought by the Minotaurs. I'll be leaving for a while to deal with the goods. Husband, do you want to come and take a look? Also, most of the people living in this forest are Minotaurs. They're all tall and strong, but they're quite simple and honest. They're the friendliest faction here, and ordinary merchant groups don't have to worry about their safety here." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. He was quite interested in the customs of the Outlander race, so he nodded. Everyone put on their clothes and got off the carriage. By now, a group of Minotaurs had walked out, and what surprised Zhao Fu was that some of these Minotaurs had cow heads and human bodies. Some of these Minotaurs had bull-like heads and humanoid bodies, and their bodies were covered with powerful muscles. Some had a pair of bull horns, but their heads were also humanoid. However, their calves were like cow hooves. All of them were 2 meters tall. A middle-aged Minotaur walked over and smiled as he said, "Madam, you've become even more beautiful. I haven't seen you in a few days, and you've become even more beautiful." Xian leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she said, "It's all thanks to my husband. Also, please take stock of the goods, we'll be staying here for a while." The Minotaur felt quite surprised as he looked at Zhao Fu, who was hugging Xian. He had never thought that a human like him would be able to tame such a seductive and mature fox race woman into submission. This was quite rare, as most humans were not very good at that. The Minotaurs and Xian had always traded goods with each other, and they had known each other for a long time. Seeing such a seductive and moving Xian, the Minotaurs could not help but feel moved. Seeing her frown or smile, they felt their bodies heat up. Within the Minotaur tribe, many Minotaurs wanted to submit to Xian, but it was a pity that this seductive and mature woman had long since been tamed. However, even if Xian had not been tamed, they would not have had a chance. After all, Xian was the owner of a merchant group, and how could she let the Minotaurs touch her? The middle-aged Minotaur took some other Minotaurs to take stock of the goods before leading the merchant group into the forest. Everyone came to a huge and rough city. The city walls were built directly with huge stones and huge wood. There were no decorations at all. The houses in the city were the same. Most of the Taurans still lived in tents. There were many Minotaurs walking about on the streets, and when they saw Xian's merchant group, they did not feel too surprised. After all, many merchant groups came to do business with them. Zhao Fu and the others returned to their carriages and looked at the Minotaur city's scenery through the window. They felt as if they were traveling in a different world. At that moment, a young Minotaur happily ran over when she saw the merchant group. This young Minotaur had long, wavy, green hair and an exquisite face. She had a slim figure and looked quite pure. "Auntie Shan," the young Minotaur happily called out. Seeing this young woman, Xian smiled and introduced her to Zhao Fu, saying, "That's the Minotaur City's city lord's daughter. Husband, are you interested in taking care of her? I can help. Husband, don't forget about the old and the new." Seeing that Zhao Fu was quite interested, Xian smiled as she walked out of the carriage and said to the girl, "Dongyanai, you're quite beautiful. You want to see what Auntie Shan has brought for you, right?" The Minotaur girl was called Niu Dongni, and she grinned as she came to Xian's carriage. Even though she was a young girl, she was 1.8 meters tall. After all, Minotaurs were around 2 meters tall, and she was 1.8 meters tall. "Auntie Shan, what good stuff did you bring for me?" Niu Dongni asked with a hint of excitement and expectation. "Come in and have a look, there's a very rare thing inside," Xian said temptingly. Xian had come many times and had a good relationship with Niu Dongni. She would always bring her interesting things from the outside world, and Niu Dongni would always look forward to them. She trusted Xian 100%. "Is that so?" Niu Dongni looked excited and expectant as she smiled and got on the carriage. She was 1.8 meters tall, and she was quite heavy, causing the carriage to sink slightly. After entering the carriage, Niu Dongni's face became red because she saw an incredibly handsome young man smiling at her. There were also 3 red-faced women panting beside him, and they were not wearing any clothes. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and pulled the young girl into his embrace. He then spread out a barrier to cut off all sound and started to enjoy the Minotaur girl. Niu Dongni shyly resisted, but she quickly immersed herself in it, and Hu Shan also joined in. Afterwards, Hu Shan lightly laughed as she said, "Dongni, are you very happy now? Auntie Shan didn't lie to you, right?" Niu Dongni's face became bright red as she leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and said coquettishly, "Auntie Shan, you're so bad. You tricked me in like this and made fun of me." Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he hugged Niu Dongni's body, and Niu Dongni looked quite pleased. She then thought of something and asked worriedly, "Husband, what's wrong?" She thought of something and asked worriedly, "Husband, will you abandon me after obtaining my body? Now I think you can marry me? I promise to be a good wife and serve you well." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll take responsibility for every woman I've touched." Niu Dongni kissed Zhao Fu happily. "Then I'll tell my father later, and then I can leave with you." Zhao Fu responded softly. Following this, everyone cuddled for a while before Niu Dongni left, and the merchant group found a place to rest. Hu Shan had some matters to take care of, while Chai Mi and the other women did not have any energy left, so they rested in the carriage. Zhao Fu felt quite interested as he walked and looked around the Minotaur city. He felt that the people here were simple and honest, and there were almost no thieves or other crimes. In the beginning, when Qin only needed a few hundred people, it was the same. But as the number of people increased, the number of evil people also increased. Qin was not a perfect country. There were many crimes, but it had always been managed by the law. Before he knew it, he had arrived at a relatively secluded forest. "Sister-in-law, stop struggling. Big brother has been injured for many years and can't satisfy you. Moreover, you haven't given birth to a boy yet, so according to our Minotaur traditions, I have the duty to enjoy your body." A powerful-looking Minotaur had pressed down a beautiful woman with a graceful figure and a pair of horns on her head, and she gave off a dignified and virtuous aura. The Minotaur tore off her clothes, revealing her massive body to the air. The beautiful woman continuously struggled as she said, "Only after your big brother died can you do this to me. Your big brother isn't dead yet, so hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, you'll definitely die for offending our clan." The powerful-looking Minotaur's eyes became bloodshot as he roared, "Even if I die, I'll have you. I know you want a man, don't you feel it now? I'll satisfy you right now." The beautiful woman struggled and cried, telling the Minotaur not to do this. However, the Minotaur had already ripped off her pants, revealing his hideous body. He ignored the beautiful woman's cries and started to ravage her. Bang! A massive force sent the Minotaur flying, and he crashed into a large tree. The tree snapped in half, and the powerful-looking Minotaur coughed up a large mouthful of blood before fainting. Zhao Fu walked out from the side. He had just been praising the Minotaur for being simple and honest, and he had never thought that he would encounter such a thing. Evil was the root of all creatures, and it could not be eradicated. It seemed that he needed laws to restrict it. Seeing Zhao Fu walk out, the beautiful woman hurriedly picked up his torn clothes and covered his important parts. However, those simple clothes were unable to cover her alluring figure, and large amounts of her snow-white skin were revealed. Seeing that the Minotaur was not dead yet, Zhao Fu prepared to attack again. The beautiful woman hurriedly cried out, "Sir, don't kill him. He was just muddle-headed just then, and he's my husband's little brother." Zhao Fu stopped, and his gaze fell on the beautiful woman's body, and he started to examine her. Facing Zhao Fu's gaze, the beautiful woman's face became slightly red. A blush appeared on her face as she lowered her head and gratefully said, "Thank you, young master, for your help just now to protect my innocence." Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he came to her side and said, "No need to thank me. Use your body to repay me." This caused the beautiful woman to feel quite startled. She had thought that Zhao Fu was a righteous gentleman, but he was actually a lecher. Now, she had just escaped the tiger's den, only to fall into the wolf's den. The beautiful woman did not hesitate and turned to run, but it was a pity that Zhao Fu pressed her to the ground and started to ravage her. Apart from resisting at first, the beautiful woman became even more licentious than Hushan. It was as if she had not touched a man in a long time, and she madly and thirstily ravaged Zhao Fu until she fainted. Looking at the unconscious woman on the ground, Zhao Fu stood up and started to put on his clothes. Even though he did not know who this woman was, he decided to take her back to the merchant group. She tasted quite good. Zhao Fu did not know who she was. Bastard! I'm going to kill you. There was a Minotaur woman who was 2 or so meters tall. She had fiery red hair, a pair of bull horns, and an extremely beautiful face. She had a voluptuous and sexy figure, and she looked at her mother who had been violated and her second uncle who had fainted, and she naturally understood what had happened. This bastard had most likely tried to ravage her mother, and her second uncle had been knocked unconscious. In the end, her mother had been ravaged by this bastard. Looking at her mother, who had been ravaged beyond recognition, she felt a wave of fury in her heart. Even though she knew that she was not as strong as her second uncle, she was so furious that she forgot everything else. In her heart, she only wanted to kill this person in front of her and dismember him to take revenge for her pitiful mother. Boom! By now, Zhao Fu had not finished putting on his clothes, but seeing the Minotaur woman rushing at him, he did not show any fear. Instead, he coldly laughed and stretched out a hand, causing a massive wave of energy to flow out and turn into a massive formless hand that grabbed the Minotaur woman. Facing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, the furious Minotaur woman felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over her, and she instantly calmed down. She understood that even if there were 10 of her, she would not be a match for Zhao Fu. The Minotaur woman could not help but feel a trace of fear, and she vigorously struggled. It was a pity that she could not break free at all. Bang! Zhao Fu waved his hand and threw the Minotaur woman out. She crashed into a large tree, causing the tree's leaves to fall like rain. A few cracks appeared on the tree trunk, and the Minotaur woman fell to the ground as a trace of blood leaked out of her mouth. The Minotaur woman immediately got up and wanted to escape. Only by escaping would she be able to call people over and attack this evildoer who had violated her mother. However, just as she got up, Zhao Fu's figure appeared in front of her and he grabbed her throat and pressed her against the tree. The Minotaur woman was 2 or so meters tall, while Zhao Fu was less than 1.8 meters tall. She was much taller than Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu was able to easily lift her by a few centimeters. Zhao Fu looked at the voluptuous and seductive Minotaur woman with great interest. He took off her clothes and started to ravage her. The Minotaur woman vigorously struggled as she angrily shouted, "No. I'm someone with a fiancé." What she did not know was that this aroused Zhao Fu's interest even more, and in the end, she was ravaged. "Husband. I want more." Half an hour later, the Minotaur woman lewdly cried out. She had completely lost her mind and became incredibly berserk, but she was slightly weaker than her mother. At that moment, the beautiful middle-aged woman heard her daughter's pleas and opened her eyes with great difficulty. She saw that it was the first time that her daughter had been ravaged like this, and she was begging Zhao Fu to ravage her. The Minotaur woman also understood what had happened. It was a bit different from what she had expected, but she didn't blame Zhao Fu wrongly. Afterwards, the Minotaur woman lay in Zhao Fu's arms and angrily hit Zhao Fu, "You bastard, I already told you that I have a fiancé, and you still do this. How am I going to get married in the future? I hate you." The Minotaur woman did not use much strength when she hammered. Her face was flushed, and she looked like a tamed cow. Zhao Fu hugged her delicate body and said with a domineering smile, "You're already mine, why are you still marrying?" After obtaining Zhao Fu's approval, the Minotaur woman lightly harumphed and smiled as she obediently lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. Minotaurs were quite simple and traditional, and now that their bodies had been taken by Zhao Fu, they did not feel any disgust and instead liked him. As such, the Minotaur woman was like Nyodongni and was afraid that Zhao Fu would abandon them after playing with their bodies. Zhao Fu hugged the beautiful middle-aged woman in his embrace and said domineeringly, "You're mine now, so you have to leave this place soon." The beautiful middle-aged woman looked quite troubled, but facing Zhao Fu's terrifying gaze, she could only lightly agree. Moreover, she felt that she could not leave Zhao Fu's body, so she could only say softly, "Sir, please treat us well in the future. In the future, please treat us mother and daughter better." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he agreed. Seeing that some time had passed, Hu Shan had most likely finished dealing with the matters here, and Zhao Fu and the others put on their clothes. What do you plan to do with this person? Zhao Fu pointed at the well-built minotaur on the ground as he asked the two women. The minotaur woman angrily harumphed, of course we're going to kill him. He actually dared to ravage my mother. The beautiful middle-aged woman begged, let him off this time. He's your father's little brother, and we're going to leave this place. In the future, this won't happen again. Zhao Fu did not want the beautiful middle-aged woman to feel bad, so he did not kill the minotaur. However, in the next moment, Zhao Fu sensed something and quickly brought the two women into the city. By now, the Minotaur soldiers had surrounded the merchant group. Nyodoni had happily told the Minotaur city lord about finding her husband, causing the Minotaur city lord to look quite confused. He had never thought that his daughter would be able to find her husband so quickly, and after asking about it, he became abnormally furious. Someone had tricked his pure and kind daughter, taking her body and wanting to take her away. The Minotaur city lord was so furious that he led his soldiers to surround the Fox race merchant group. Facing the Minotaur army, Hu Shan quickly thought of the reason and did not feel any fear. After all, Zhao Fu had given her a darkness medallion, and with a wave of his hand, 1,000 stage 6 soldiers giving off powerful auras appeared. This caused the Minotaur city lord's expression to fall. He had never thought that Hu Shan would have such a fortuitous encounter and be able to summon 1,000 stage 6 soldiers. With these 1,000 stage 6 soldiers, they would not have to fear an army of 100,000. Just like that, the two sides fell into a stalemate. The Minotaur city lord was a slightly chubby middle-aged man, and he furiously called out, Hu Shan, I want you to give me an explanation. Who is that man? He has to give me an explanation, or I won't let you off even if I die. Hu Shan flirtatiously smiled as she said, City Lord, my husband's identity is beyond your imagination. My husband's identity is beyond your imagination. To be able to serve my husband is your fortune, and it is also the fortune of your Oxhead city. You should be thanking me. The Minotaur city lord was quite startled and understood that the reason why Hu Shan had such luck and confidence was because of that man. Just who was that man? At that moment, Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he brought the two women to Hu Shan's side. Seeing Zhao Fu arrive, Hu Shan flirtatiously smiled and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she said, Husband. Why did you only come now? You made me a bit worried. Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he replied, I had some matters to attend to. Madam. Do air. Seeing the two women beside Zhao Fu, the Minotaur city lord and a valiant-looking Minotaur looked quite confused and simultaneously cried out. It's Zhao Fu. They did not understand why these two women had appeared with Zhao Fu, and their faces were red and they gave off mature auras as if they had done it with someone. They had a bad feeling. Hu Shan noticed the two women and smiled as she said, Husband, you're quite amazing. You've managed to get the Minotaur city's madam and big miss. The beautiful woman was the Minotaur city lord's wife and was called Niu Luyun. The Minotaur woman was also the Minotaur city's big miss and was called Niu Daodu. Zhao Fu was quite surprised by the two women's identities. Niu Daodu was much bolder and more direct. She went up and hugged Zhao Fu's arm as she said to the valiant-looking Minotaur, Wu and I, he is my man now. Now he's my man, the engagement between us is cancelled, and my body is also his. The Minotaur city lord looked at his wife's guilty but resolute gaze and sighed. He was no longer as angry as before, and he seemed to have aged a few years as he said, You can leave together. I hope that he can treat you well. Niu Luyun's eyes flickered with tears as she looked at her husband. She looked like she could not bear to see him like this and wanted to go over and comfort him. After living together for so many years, they still had deep feelings for each other. However, a hand pulled her into an embrace. Feeling the warmth of the embrace and smelling the man's scent, Niu Luyun's face became slightly red. Her mind was filled with the scene of her doing it with Zhao Fu, and her wavering heart became resolute again. The valiant-looking Minotaur said furiously, Do air. What's so good about him? Look at how skinny and short he is, how can he compare to me? Zhao Fu's height and build were indeed quite short in the eyes of the 2-meter-tall Minotaur. Moreover, even though Zhao Fu had muscles, they were very slender and well-proportioned. In front of the Minotaur's explosive muscles, he looked quite skinny and weak. Niao Daoda lightly harumphed and said, "He is not a minotaur, you can't talk like a minotaur. He is hundreds of times stronger than you, and you are not a match for him." The valiant-looking young man was unconvinced as he called out, "All right then. I request to spar with him, whoever wins will get you." Niao Daoda said kindly, "You really are not a match for him, don't seek trouble for yourself." However, the valiant-looking young man became even angrier and exploded out with a wave of aura as he roared at Zhao Fu, "I want to challenge you." Zhao Fu had a look of disdain as he stepped out, and a powerful aura burst forth like a ferocious wave that swept out. Countless people felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies could not help but tremble. What terrifying power! Everyone's faces paled as they retreated, staring at Zhao Fu in shock. With his strength, he could completely crush them. The valiant Minotaur who had wanted to challenge Zhao Fu to a duel immediately fell. Now, he understood that Niao Daoda was right. He was not Zhao Fu's match at all. Niao Daoda also pulled Zhao Fu and whispered, "Don't hurt him." Zhao Fu nodded in understanding. In actuality, he did not intend to attack. He knew that Niao Daoda had some feelings for that valiant-looking Minotaur. The Minotaur City Lord looked at Zhao Fu and the others and asked, "When are you leaving?" "That girl, Tony, is still locked up by me. Take her with you. Also, if you're not in a hurry, you can stay a little longer. I'll hold a farewell banquet for you." Zhao Fu felt quite surprised. The Minotaur City Lord's attitude was a bit too courteous. After all, he had taken his wife and 2 daughters. The valiant-looking Minotaur suddenly yelled, "Even though you're powerful, if you don't treat Do Er well, I definitely won't let you off." Zhao Fu could not help but lightly laugh and did not refuse the Minotaur City Lord's farewell banquet. Within the banquet, everyone forgot about what had just happened and fell into a state of jubilation. Niao Dongni was also released, and she happily hugged Zhao Fu. The Minotaur City Lord and the valiant-looking Minotaur continuously toasted Zhao Fu and asked Zhao Fu to take care of the women. They sighed that they were inferior to Zhao Fu and could not give them what they wanted. Seeing that their attitudes were quite good, Zhao Fu gave them some good things, such as recovery items, powerful arts, and rare equipment. This made the 2 Minotaur City Lords feel incredibly grateful towards Zhao Fu, and they treated Zhao Fu like real brothers. Zhao Fu had a slight understanding of the Minotaur City's personalities. They were indeed different from ordinary people, and ordinary people would most likely fight him to the death. In the end, Zhao Fu found out that the Minotaur City had an ancestral altar, which could give ancestral power. This was why the Minotaur City was so powerful. Zhao Fu was quite interested, so he asked the city lord to take him there. Following this, they came to a large stage. At the center was a 100-meter-tall piece of wood with countless minotaurs carved on it. They looked incredibly lifelike, and they seemed to be fighting, roaring, and conversing. They gave off an ancient and powerful aura. Zhao Fu asked the Minotaur City Lord if outsiders could obtain the Minotaur ancestral power, and the Minotaur City Lords replied delighted Zhao Fu. "Yes. Brother, I'll help you collect the blood of countless Minotaurs to activate the Totem Pillar's power and give you the most powerful ancestral power." Zhao Fu thanked the Minotaur City Lord and gave him many good things, causing the Minotaur City Lord to happily help Zhao Fu. A while later, the Minotaur City Lord collected the blood and brought a Minotaur sorcerer to give Zhao Fu the Minotaur City Lord's power. Massive buckets of blood were placed around the stage, and the elderly Minotaur, who was wearing all sorts of accessories and holding a wooden staff, came before the massive wooden pillar and chanted an incantation. The wooden pillar gave off a faint light, and a formless energy spread out. The blood in the buckets seemed to be attracted by some sort of energy, and they turned into pillars of blood that flowed into the massive wooden pillar. Boom! An explosion sounded out as the massive wooden pillar exploded out with a terrifying aura and gave off boundless green light that lit up the surroundings. The minotaurs on the wooden pillar seemed to come to life, and they left the wooden pillar and turned into images that appeared in the sky. Countless traces of heaven and earth power quickly gathered and entered the minotaur images. After absorbing the heaven and earth power, the minotaur images all gave off powerful auras. The elderly priest called out, "This person is the minotaur race's most esteemed guest. Grand Ancestor, please bestow your power upon him." Just as he spoke, the minotaur images flooded into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to explode out with a powerful aura, and his body gave off an intense green light. Zhao Fu focused on absorbing the Minotaur ancestral power and quickly refined it, fusing it with his own power. At that moment, Zhao Fu felt a pain on his back as a Minotaur totem slowly appeared on Zhao Fu's back. The abnormal signs around him disappeared, and Zhao Fu's aura now had a trace of the Minotaur's aura. After successfully obtaining the ancestral power, Zhao Fu grinned. Following this, Zhao Fu thanked the Minotaur city lord and stayed with the merchant group for a night before leaving the next day. The merchant group slowly advanced towards their destination, and it was quite romantic within the carriage. Zhao Fu continuously did it with the women's bodies and tasted their delicacies. He especially liked Niu Luyun and her 2 daughters. After obtaining the Minotaur's ancestral power the previous night, and with the Minotaur city lord being so courteous, Zhao Fu felt that it was not good for him to enjoy the mother and daughters. Now that they had left the Minotaur forest, the 3 women took the initiative and looked quite lewd. After enjoying their bodies, Zhao Fu hugged the women and leisurely looked at the scenery outside the window, living a carefree life. After traveling for a day, the merchant group came to a lush green grassland. It was almost all grass here, and there were no trees. However, there were many large rocks, and the sky was blue. There were a few white clouds floating about, and the scenery was quite beautiful. Awoo! 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 Wolf howls sounded out in the distance, causing Zhao Fu to feel quite startled. Hu Shan leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace and explained, "Husband, this is the territory of the wolfmen. This is also werewolf territory, and their noses are very sensitive. We must be careful from now on." Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he asked, "It's such a dangerous and arduous journey, why did you choose to do business in such a place?" Hu Shan sighed as she said, "It's because there are massive benefits. Ordinary goods can be sold for 10 or so times the price here, and when other people attack, everyone will just hand over money to avoid trouble. Even though the profits will be much lower, it won't be as dangerous. Of course. If we meet some races that don't follow the rules, it'll be quite dangerous. They only like to kill and plunder, and there's no reason for them to do so." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Then after this, don't take this merchant group anymore. With me here, you won't have to worry about anything in the future." Hu Shan gave a happy smile and sweetly hugged Zhao Fu. Niu Luyun looked incredibly flirtatious as she took the initiative to kiss Zhao Fu. Within Zhao Fu's embrace, she said shyly, "Sir, it's great that I could meet you. I just hate that I didn't meet you earlier, that way, I would have been able to experience this kind of happiness earlier." Zhao Fu chuckled. "I think it's good to meet you at this time. I like your 2 daughters very much, especially your eldest daughter, who is very sensible." Niu Luyun blushed and lightly patted Zhao Fu as she said shyly, "Young master. You're really bad." Niu Daodu, who was serving Zhao Fu, also glared at Zhao Fu. Hell! Another wolf howl sounded out. It was very close to the merchant group, and it was accompanied by the sounds of fighting and killing, causing the entire merchant group to become alert. The caravan guard captain also shouted, "Everyone, stay alert." The guards of the merchant group stood guard beside the goods and formed a defensive formation, ready to defend against all possible dangers. At this moment, a group of wolf-headed, humanoid werewolves with gray or green fur were chasing after a dozen or so werewolves. These 10 or so werewolves were different from ordinary werewolves. They were similar to the half-werewolves from before and had human faces, wolf ears, and a wolf tail. They gave off a wild aura. A group of them was fleeing towards the caravan. They definitely would not be able to escape from the people chasing after them, and only by running to the merchant group would they have a trace of hope. Zhao Fu naturally saw this, and he felt quite displeased. After all, this was bringing disaster to the merchant group. However, if the merchant group was discovered by these ferocious wolfmen, it was possible that they would be attacked as well. A while later, the group of escaping werewolves arrived before the merchant group. Zhao Fu came to the front of the group and looked at the 10 or so werewolves. There were 12 guards, 2 women, and a 5 or 6-year-old boy. One of the women had a seductive figure and looked quite flirtatious. Her wolf ears and tail were both white, while the other had a slim figure and large breasts. She looked quite beautiful and gave off the aura of a gentle noblewoman. The flirtatious woman said pitifully, "Young master, please save us. We'll definitely think of a way to repay you in the future." I know we've caused trouble for you, but if you don't save us, we'll definitely die here. Please, young master. Zhao Fu sized up the two beautiful half-beast women, and facing Zhao Fu's possessive gaze, the half-beast women could not help but tremble. The two beautiful women's faces became red, and the flirtatious woman looked at Zhao Fu seductively. Don't seek death. They're people that Azure Wolf City wants to kill. The group of pursuing werewolves came before the merchant group, and one of them, who was missing an eye, coldly yelled. The captain of the guards next to Zhao Fu did not feel any fear facing the 500 or so werewolves. After all, with a terrifying person like Zhao Fu here, he smiled and explained to Zhao Fu, Sir, Azure Wolf City is one of the 3 wolf cities here. Azure Wolf City is one of the 3 wolf cities here, and it's also the strongest. The flirtatious woman was worried that Zhao Fu would fear Azure Wolf City and refuse to protect them, so she hurriedly said, Young master, we're the wives of White Wolf City lords. We are the wives of White Wolf City lords. Now that White Wolf City has been destroyed, we escaped. If young master can save us, not only will we serve young master, we will also give young master our treasures. Zhao Fu naturally did not fear the various factions here, because in Zhao Fu's eyes, they were all too weak. Even if the flirtatious woman did not say this, Zhao Fu would have agreed. He wanted to have a taste of these 2 beautiful werewolves. Come in. Zhao Fu had the merchant group open up a gap in their defensive formation and said to the 2 beautiful women. This caused the 2 beautiful women to look delighted and hurriedly walk into the defensive formation. The Azure Wolf person felt furious and yelled, You're the one seeking death. Don't think that you have 1,000 people, don't forget that this is the territory of the werewolves. Anyone who offends Azure Wolf City will die. Send a few people back to report, everyone else, kill them. The Azure Wolf person led the group of people and ferociously charged at the merchant group. They gave off powerful auras and were more powerful than ordinary soldiers. Xing, a clear sword hum suddenly sounded out as Zhao Fu took out a sword and casually slashed out. A sharp sword arc instantly slashed out, chopping off all of the incoming werewolves' heads and causing blood to spurt out. The scene fell into a deathly silence, and the werewolves who had gone back to report were completely dumbfounded. They could not believe what they had just seen. Hundreds of werewolves had been killed in an instant. The merchant group did not look shocked at all, and they instead gave confident smiles. This was their madam's husband, an incredibly terrifying existence. As for the remaining wolfmen, Zhao Fu did not attack and looked at the captain of the guards. The captain nodded and chased after them, killing the remaining Azure Wolfmen. The 2 beautiful women and their guards looked at this scene in shock, and they felt that Zhao Fu was incredibly powerful. He had killed 500 stage 1 soldiers with a single strike, and it was as if even a Saint Realm expert would not be able to do such a thing so easily. Immediately, they felt quite delighted. With how powerful Zhao Fu was, they did not have to worry about any danger and their lives would be safe. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the 2 beautiful women and lightly laughed as he said, Come with me. The 2 beautiful women shyly nodded, and the gentle-looking woman handed the boy to her guards. The guards all knew what Zhao Fu was doing, he was going to violate their 2 wives. The boy did not know this, and seeing his mother leave, he called out, Mother! Where are you going? The gentle-looking woman's face became red, she naturally could not tell him that she was going to do it with a man other than his father, so she said softly, Ling Er, wait for a moment, Mother will come out soon. Wait a moment, Xianxia will come out soon. This lord only wants to play a game with Xianxia. Hearing that it was a game, the boy excitedly said, Mother, I want to participate as well. The gentle-looking woman shyly replied, You can only participate after you grow up. You're still too young, so listen to your mother and stay there. The little boy was a little disappointed, but he still responded obediently. Then, his mother and second mother followed the man into the exquisite carriage. His mother and second mother shouted happily. They felt very happy, very excited. The boy thought that the game his mother and second mother were playing with that man would definitely be very fun, or else they would not be so happy. He wanted to play this game when he grew up. Zhao Fu looked at the 2 lewd wolfmen women and smiled as he tasted them. He grabbed their snow-white ears and tails, causing them to become even more excited. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the 2 beautiful women and found out their names. The seductive woman was called Langmi, and the gentle-looking woman was called Lang Xiao. Lang Mi panted in Zhao Fu's arms and said, "Young master. You're so powerful. You're countless times more powerful than my deceased husband. I feel like we've taken advantage of you." Lang Xiao's face was completely red as she nodded. She had started to serve Zhao Fu with the thought of keeping the little boy alive, but she had never thought that she would be so happy. She also had never thought that she would have such a wanton side. Now, she was unable to face the little boy and felt that she had let down his father. Zhao Fu chuckled and said, "Then you must serve me well in the future. Also, what treasures do you have on you?" Now that he had awakened the Outlander Emperor star, Zhao Fu was quite interested in everything because anything could be an opportunity. Lang Xiao took out a wolf-shaped piece of white jade and said, "Young master, I'm not sure if I'll be able to find you. This is called the Wolf City Jade, and it's a historical remnant command medallion. The other 2 cities also have command medallions like this, and if you gather 3 command medallions, you will be able to open a lost Wolfman God Palace every year. This command medallion is one of the reasons why the Azure Wolfman chased us so relentlessly. Now that young master has saved us, we'll give this Wolf City Jade to you." Zhao Fu took the jade medallion and looked at it, and he felt that he had more things to do. After giving Hu Shan and Niao Luyun a few darkness command medallions, Zhao Fu asked about the locations of the 2 cities before turning into a ray of light and flying away. Lang Xiao and Lang Mi guessed that Zhao Fu had most likely gone to take the other 2 command medallions, but they felt quite worried and said, "Young master, facing the countless wolfmen from the 2 cities by yourself, will it be dangerous?" The other women smiled and said, "You don't know how powerful our husband is. With his strength, destroying 2 cities will not be difficult at all." This caused Lang Xiao and Lang Mi to feel quite delighted. They would be able to take revenge. Boom! Within Azure Wolf City, a massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura spread out like a wild gale, sweeping through the entire city. Countless people looked terrified and did not understand what was going on. A ferocious-looking big wolfman walked out with an unsightly expression as he called out, "Sir, who are you? Why have you come to my city in such a domineering manner?" Zhao Fu coldly laughed and said, "Dead people don't need to know." The wolfman leader was already prepared and loudly gave the order to attack. Arrows flew towards Zhao Fu, and sword lights and saber lights slashed towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and looked quite disdainful as he vigorously slashed out with his sword. A massive blood-red sword light shot out with terrifying power, slashing apart the incoming arrows and saber lights. The sword light landed within the crowd, and countless people's bodies were cut into pieces as pained cries continuously sounded out. The big wolfman's face paled and understood that even if the entire city worked together, they would not be a match for Zhao Fu. As such, he ordered the other soldiers to charge while he quickly retreated. Countless soldiers roared as they charged at Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu slashed out sword lights. The sword lights continuously shot out, easily cutting people into pieces without any resistance, and blood dyed the ground red. Just like that, 70,000 to 80,000 Wolfman soldiers were killed by Zhao Fu. The scene was incredibly bloody and gave off a dense stench of blood. Zhao Fu caught up to the big wolfman and said condescendingly, "Do you think you can escape?" The big wolfman furiously roared and exploded out with all of his strength as he charged at Zhao Fu. It was a pity that Zhao Fu casually pierced through his chest and killed him. The remaining people looked terrified. They either madly ran away or knelt on the ground and kowtowed, expressing their willingness to submit to Zhao Fu. The surroundings were incredibly chaotic, and all sorts of cries and screams continuously sounded out. The strongest werewolf city in the area was nothing in the face of absolute power. It was easily destroyed without any chance to retaliate. Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and found a Wolf City Jade on the big wolfman's body. He did not bother with the other wolfmen and went to the city hall by himself. He had wanted to have a good taste of the city lord's wife before leaving, but he found that the city lord was not interested in women. Hearing this, Zhao Fu felt a trace of disappointment as he went to the final Wolfman city. News of Azure Wolf City being easily destroyed quickly spread here, and countless wolfmen gathered together with weapons in hand. They looked serious and nervous as they prepared to defend against that terrifying expert. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a terrifying aura caused everyone in the city to feel as if they had fallen into icy water. Their bodies uncontrollably trembled, and the nervousness in their hearts turned into despair. Countless people looked at the figure that appeared in the sky in fear. It was an existence that was like the god of death. Zhao Fu stood in the sky and found that the city lord below was a beautiful woman with a bewitching figure. She had a pair of black wolf ears and a wolf tail, and her hair was also black. She gave off a proud aura and was not weak at all. However, in front of him, everyone else was like an ant. Zhao Fu said domineeringly, "Are you going to submit to me, or do you want me to slaughter you all?" Facing Zhao Fu's domineering words, no one felt angry and instead felt terrified. This person could easily do such a thing, and countless people looked at their city lord. Facing everyone's gazes, the arrogant woman's expression was quite unsightly. She thought about it and lowered her proud head as she knelt and said, "We're willing to submit." Seeing that their city lord had knelt, the other wolfman also knelt. Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile and flew to the ground. He landed on the arrogant woman's body and raised her beautiful face. The arrogant woman felt quite angry but also quite afraid, so she did not resist and only glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he hugged her and entered a room and started to ravage her. Even though the surrounding wolfmen felt quite afraid, they could not help but feel furious. They had seen their city lord being ravaged by a man, and thinking about how she was continuously ravaged by that man, how could they not feel angry? However, in the next moment, their city lord's lewd voice sounded out, causing everyone's anger to disappear. They now understood that their arrogant city lord greatly enjoyed being ravaged by that man and was madly demanding like a prostitute. No one had ever seen their beautiful city lord like this before. Hearing their city lord's lewd voice, everyone thought of their city lord's arrogant face, and their bodies could not help but react. They did not dare to remain where they were. A few hours later, Zhao Fu pinched Lang Chili's lips and lightly laughed as he said, "You actually wanted to bite me just then." Lang Chili was the arrogant and beautiful city lord from before. Lang Chili glared at Zhao Fu and said, "Who told you to ravage me and not take pity on me at all? Can't I take a bite from you?" Moreover, it was just too comfortable and I could not hold back. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and let go of Lang Chili's mouth. Lang Chili's face was red as she lay on Zhao Fu's chest and asked, "Where did you come from? Why did you suddenly come here and start a massacre?" "Why did you suddenly come here and start a massacre?" Zhao Fu briefly explained what had happened, and Lang Chili understood. She took out a wolf attribute jade pendant and gave it to Zhao Fu. It was black. Now that he had gathered the 3 jade pendants, Zhao Fu immediately got up and prepared to open the Wolfman God Palace. Now that they had gathered the 3 jade pendants, Zhao Fu immediately got up and prepared to open the Wolfman God Palace. Lang Chili felt quite displeased as she said, "You can come as well." Lang Chili nodded in satisfaction and smiled as she leaned against Zhao Fu. They then came to a dilapidated stage and there were some buildings around them. However, they were all in ruins and did not look like they used to. Zhao Fu was on the stage, and he threw the 3 jade pendants into the air. The 3 jade pendants gave off intense lights and fused together, forming a 10-meter wide ring of light. Within the ring of light, scenes of another place could be seen. The Wolfman God Palace had already been opened, and Zhao Fu hugged Lang Chili and flew in. The two of them came to a dark and quiet corridor. There were traces of fighting here, and there were blood and corpses. The wolfmen from the 3 cities had come to this Wolfman God Palace before and had obtained some benefits. However, with their strength, they had not been able to completely explore it. Zhao Fu and Lang Chili did not waste time in the places they had explored, and they came to a large hall. This place was 10,000 meters wide, and there were wolfmen who were 3 meters tall. These wolfmen were different from ordinary wolfmen, and they seemed to have gone berserk. Their heads were savage and their eyes were blood red. Their hands were like sharp claws, and all of them gave off terrifying auras. Zhao Fu naturally did not feel any fear, and he had Lang Chili stay here for a while before confidently going up. Roar, 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 seeing Zhao Fu, countless wolfmen furiously roared and ferociously charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu held his sword and unhurriedly charged into the crowd of wolfmen. He slashed out with his sword, sending out sharp sword lights that killed a few wolfmen. Zhao Fu seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll through the crowd of wolfmen, and not a single one of them could harm him. His sword gave off rays of sword light as it killed the incoming wolfmen. Things were quickly resolved, and there were only corpses left on the ground, Lang Chili looked at Zhao Fu in worship. She knew how dangerous this stage was, but Zhao Fu had passed it so easily. They pushed open a door and continued onwards, and they found that there was a 9-meter-tall tree in the hall. The tree's trunk was black and its leaves were violet. There were fist-sized red fruits on it, and they looked like curled-up wolves. Lang Chili said in delight, "These are Wolfman holy fruits, and they are called Wolfman God fruits. They are very useful to wolfmen and can raise their bloodline, power, and aptitude." Hearing this, Zhao Fu went up and smiled as he plucked a Wolfman fruit and threw it to Lang Chili before digging it out and putting it into the Disaster King ring. They continued onwards. Lang Chili happily ate the Wolfman God fruit as she leaned against Zhao Fu's embrace. She felt that her body and soul had fallen in love with Zhao Fu. Following this, the two of them encountered a large group of berserk wolfmen. There were many times more of them, but under Zhao Fu's immense power, they all turned into corpses, and blood sprayed all over the corridor. After killing this wave of wolfmen, Zhao Fu was delighted to find an altar. The Outlander race would definitely have altars, as they would not only worship godly spirits but also their ancestors. They would also carry out all sorts of sacrifices, so they would not lack altars. Moreover, altars all had special abilities. Zhao Fu looked at the altar's information and found that it could give a berserk wolfman bloodline. It was most likely the type of wolfman they had encountered before, and it had to be a wolfman. Moreover, it could only create a few per day. Seeing this crystal, Zhao Fu smiled and put it away. He planned to explore this god palace before forcefully fusing it with the berserk wolfman crystal. This berserk wolfman crystal gave off immense power, and if he fused with its power, he would be dozens of times more powerful than the berserk wolfman he had encountered before. This was something that Zhao Fu wanted because only then could he awaken the Outlander Emperor star. Zhao Fu brought Lang Chili in. In the end, the two of them came to the main god palace, where there was a 20-meter-long three-headed demon wolf standing guard. It gave off an extremely powerful aura, and it was even more powerful than ordinary saints. However, it was not much of a threat to Zhao Fu. Now, Zhao Fu's cultivation was at the heaven realm. Awoo! The three-headed demon wolf gave off a terrifying aura as it ferociously rushed at Zhao Fu and Lang Chili, giving off an intense sense of suppression. Lang Chili felt quite afraid facing such a terrifying demon wolf, but she felt incredibly at ease in Zhao Fu's embrace. The fear in her heart disappeared, and she lightly hugged Zhao Fu as she gave a moving smile. Facing the incoming demon wolf, Zhao Fu did not move at all and looked quite relaxed. He stretched out a hand towards the incoming demon wolf, and the chain in his left eye quickly spun. Clang, 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 the sound of chains rang out as chains containing immense power shot towards the demon wolf, binding it up. The demon wolf furiously struggled but could not break free at all, and its three heads furiously glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not kill this demon wolf because he felt that he could subdue it and bring it back to pull the carriage. There had been quite a few women recently, and the carriage was quite cramped, so he decided to switch to a larger carriage. Zhao Fu pushed open the final door, and within a spacious hall, there was only a 3-meter-tall statue. It stood at the center of the hall. This statue was of a woman who was extremely beautiful and had a seductive figure. She had a pair of wolf ears and a wolf tail, and she gave off a primal and wild aura. The statue was made of stone, and it gave off a powerful godly spirit aura. Those who disturbed my slumber deserve death. Just as Zhao Fu was about to go up, a shout sounded out. The statue gave off an intense silver light as a silver-haired woman who looked exactly like the statue appeared. Her eyes ferociously looked at Zhao Fu as she turned into a black blur and shot towards him. In just a second, the woman appeared in front of Zhao Fu and her hands turned into sharp claws that gave off immense power as they grabbed towards Zhao Fu. A trace of disdain appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and before the claws could reach him, he vigorously punched out, hitting the Wolfman Godly Spirit's chest. A muffled explosion sounded out as the Wolfman Godly Spirit flew back 10 or so meters and crashed to the ground, a trace of blood leaking out of his mouth. "Is that all you've got? How dare you be so arrogant in front of this emperor? So what if you're a god?" Zhao Fu looked at the Wolfman Godly Spirit and gave off a domineering aura, and his voice contained a trace of arrogance. The Wolfman Godly Spirit furiously roared and her body exploded out with silver light. In the next moment, she appeared in front of Zhao Fu again, much faster than before. Boom, right after she appeared in front of Zhao Fu, before she could even attack Zhao Fu's divine realm domain spread out, sending the Wolfman godly spirit flying back. The Wolfman godly spirit crashed to the ground and cried out with a pale face, "You're a holy son." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "You only found out now?" Following this, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air, causing chains to shoot out and bind up the Wolfman godly spirit. Lang Chili felt quite shocked. This was the first time she had seen someone act like this towards a godly spirit and act so disdainfully. This was a godly spirit that countless people worshipped. Just then, the Wolfman godly spirit had exploded out with terrifying godly spirit power, and Lang Chili felt as if her body was no longer under her control. She instinctively wanted to kneel and worship her, but such a powerful godly spirit was actually so weak in front of Zhao Fu. Also, why had the Wolfman godly spirit called Zhao Fu a holy son with a pale face? Did Zhao Fu really have some sort of terrifying identity? Did he make even godly spirits feel fear? Zhao Fu let go of Lang Chili's hand and gave a trace of a smile as he came before the bound Wolfman godly spirit and took off her clothes before starting to violate her. Lang Chili once again felt quite shocked. It was the first time someone had dared to do such a thing, and he was violating a godly spirit right in front of her. Just who was Zhao Fu? Lang Chili felt quite curious about just what sort of existence Zhao Fu was. His identity was definitely incredibly terrifying and was not someone people like her could come into contact with. Seeing that the Wolfman godly spirit no longer resisted and started to cooperate with Zhao Fu, she looked quite pleased and started to become lewd. The Wolfman godly spirit's reaction was the same as before, and adding on the stimulation from the scene, Lang Chili's face became slightly red and her eyes became slightly lustful. She could not help but join in and soon fell. After going at it intensely, the two women lay in Zhao Fu's embrace with red faces as they panted. Zhao Fu looked at the Wolfman godly spirit in his embrace. She was like a tamed female wolf. Zhao Fu quite liked wild women because he felt like conquering them. "Holy son! Now that my body is yours, you have to take me away and help me recover my power," the Wolfman goddess said with a trace of shyness as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes. Zhao Fu felt that the Wolfman goddess's body was extremely powerful. Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "My kingdom is lacking godly spirits. I'll make you the most powerful godly spirit among the Wolfman godly spirit." The Wolfman godly spirit gave a happy smile as she said, "I believe in you, holy son." Lying on the other side of Zhao Fu, Lang Chili asked curiously, "Husband, just who are you?" "Just who are you?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "You'll know in the future." The three of them cuddled for a while before putting on their clothes again. Zhao Fu put away the statue. This was the Wolfman godly spirit's true body. After coming outside, the ferocious demon wolf looked quite wronged when it saw its owner come out, as if it had been bullied by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu loosened the chains binding it, and the demon wolf ran over and affectionately rubbed against the Wolfman godly spirit. It seemed that Zhao Fu did not even need to subdue it. The Wolfman godly spirit was enough to make the demon wolf obey him. After leaving the god palace, Zhao Fu had the merchant group come to Black Wolf City, which was Lang Chili's city. He had people build a massive carriage, using the best materials and all sorts of beautiful jewels to decorate it, making it look incredibly beautiful and luxurious. The women were not surprised that Lang Chili had submitted to Zhao Fu, but they were quite shocked that the Wolfman godly spirit had also submitted to Zhao Fu. After all, with their strength, they could not come into contact with godly spirits. Boom! An explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu tried to refine the Berserk Wolfman crystal, but the Berserk Wolfman crystal erupted with a blood-red flame and exploded out with a powerful aura, forming a massive wolfman that roared at Zhao Fu. Facing all of this, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. The golden pupil in his left eye continuously spun and a few chains shot out, binding the blood-red aura wolfman and pulling it towards him. The blood-red wolfman vigorously resisted and furiously roared, but it was unable to break free and was gradually pulled in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards the blood-red wolfman, and a divine mark appeared on his palm, exploding out with a shocking attractive force. The blood-red wolfman was covered by this massive attractive force, and its expression became one of terror. It madly struggled, but it was still gradually sucked in by Zhao Fu's hand. In the end, the blood-red wolfman disappeared and was completely sucked into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes and started to refine this power. The blood-red flame gradually fused into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to gradually heat up. However, this only lasted for a short while before the heat stopped, and Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back. A blood-red wolfman totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back, and a trace of a wolfman's aura appeared on Zhao Fu's body. Apart from this, there were no other changes. Sensing that he had refined the berserk wolfman crystal, Zhao Fu smiled and left the room, preparing to set off. By now, the carriage had been completely reconstructed. It was 15 meters long and 10 meters wide, and there were exquisite carvings on it. There were all sorts of jewels hanging on it, and it gave off an enchanting light. It was covered with high-quality carpets and had tables and chairs, making it look like a large room. Moreover, because it was made of precious materials, it was incredibly sturdy and had decent defenses. It also gave off a defensive barrier. Pulling such a large carriage was not difficult at all for the three-headed demon wolf, as it was 20 or so meters long. Moreover, it had Saint Realm strength, so pulling a carriage that was 10 or so times larger was no problem at all. Zhao Fu also liked this carriage. It was luxurious and domineering. After resting here for a while, Zhao Fu and the women continued onwards. Lang Chili left everything in Black Wolf City to others and followed Zhao Fu. On the other hand, Lang Xiao wanted to leave her child here and have him become the city lord of Wolf City. However, if she wasn't by his side, many things might happen. Moreover, staying by Zhao Fu's side was much better than being the city lord, so she gave up on that thought. Everyone continued moving forward. The huge carriage was in the middle, and Zhao Fu and the girls sat in it, feeling very comfortable and spacious. Hu Shan flirtatiously leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace. "Husband, isn't it time to experience the practicality of this carriage?" Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he slapped her bottom and said, "You little slut." Hu Shan hugged Zhao Fu's waist and said coquettishly, "It's all your fault that I'm so lewd." "It's all your fault, husband. Who told you to be so amazing and make us all so lewd? Look, even our sisters can't wait anymore." Zhao Fu looked up and saw that the women's faces were red and their eyes were misty, giving off seductive auras. Intense sounds soon came from within the carriage, as well as the women's lewd cries. The merchant group once again came to a wetland. The ground here was wet and there was a lot of water. There were aquatic grasses growing on the ground, and some places were also covered with water. They had to be careful here because some places were covered with grass, but there were puddles below. If they stepped in, they would fall into them. Some places were covered with mud, and it would be difficult to climb out after falling in. Because they had come here many times, the merchant group had their own route. They walked in places where there were fewer aquatic grasses and the ground was tougher. Suddenly, countless footsteps sounded out. It was the sound of countless people stepping on water. The captain of the merchant group understood that another group of reckless people had come to attack the merchant group. Now, everyone in the merchant group was filled with confidence, and with that terrifying expert, they did not have to fear even great floods and ferocious beasts. This time, it was a group of lizard men. These lizard men had lizard-like heads and humanoid bodies. Their skin was covered with a layer of scales, and their hands and legs were claws. They also had a lizard tail, and they all looked quite ferocious. There were also some lizard men that had the same appearance and body as humans, but they had a lizard tail. There were many lizard men, roughly 10,000 or so of them. Without so many people, just seeing the three-headed demon wolf's size, they would not dare to attack. After the 10,000 or so lizard men surrounded the merchant group, a ferocious-looking male lizard man arrogantly yelled, "If you want to live, kneel down, and your elder might let you go." With how ferocious the lizard men were, they would not let them go. Moreover, not only did they want the goods, but they also wanted to capture these people. If ordinary people saw so many lizard men, they would have long since knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. However, the captain of the merchant group coldly laughed, "You're all seeking death. Do you know what kind of merchant group we are? You're just a bunch of low-grade trash. If you scram now, you can live. When our lord gets angry, he'll kill you all." The ferocious-looking male lizard man felt quite surprised, but he became furious. No one had ever dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers and were quite powerful. Had this person been scared silly, However, the male lizard man did not have the time to continue speaking, and he yelled, "Kill! Kill all who resist, but make sure to leave some alive to offer sacrifices to our great ancestor. Only with the blood of living people will our ancestor be happy and give us even greater power. Kill!" The lizard man excitedly roared and charged at the merchant group, giving off a massive aura as they prepared to launch a ferocious attack. However, they felt quite confused. The merchant group had only formed a defensive formation and did not seem to be afraid of fighting at all. The countless lizard men could not understand why, but they did not have the time to think about it. Suddenly, rays of black light giving off powerful auras shot out from the luxurious and exquisite carriage at the center and landed on the ground. They were soldiers dressed in black armor with cold expressions and gave off terrifying auras. Sensing these soldiers' auras, the countless lizardmen's faces paled, and their bodies became weak. These were all stage 6 soldiers, and they did not hesitate to turn and run. Anyone who went up would be an idiot. However, even if they wanted to run, they did not have an opportunity to do so. The darkness soldiers charged up with their weapons, sending out sharp lights that killed the lizard men one by one. There was no suspense in the battle at all. The lizard men looked terrified as they tried to run, but they were mercilessly killed by cold lights. Blood flew everywhere as cries continuously sounded out. In just a short while, all of the lizard men had died and turned into corpses on the ground. Even before they died, they still looked terrified. The ferocious-looking lizard man had been tied up and brought in front of the exquisite carriage, and he looked terrified. He had never thought that this ordinary merchant group would have such terrifying power. Moreover, with such terrifying power, why would they come to such a poor place as a merchant group? Just any random thing they did would be many times more powerful than this merchant group. "Kneel!" The captain of the merchant group coldly shouted as he kicked the lizardman's leg. The lizard man held in pain and knelt on the ground, not daring to resist at all. The 10,000 or so lizard men he had brought with him would all become corpses. A young man's voice sounded out from within the carriage, "I want to know if there's anything interesting here or if there's anything important. If you can satisfy me, I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll peel off your skin and use it as a carpet." The lizard man hurriedly nodded in fear. Within the carriage, Jiaofu was enjoying the service of the wolfman goddess and Niu Daodu while hugging the red-faced women and listening to the lizardman's words. In order to survive, the male lizard man spilled everything he knew about this place, including the matters of his tribe. He came from a nearby lizard man tribe, which had 200,000 or so people and was ranked 3rd in this place. There were 4 large lizard man tribes in this place, and they were usually enemies. What made Jiaofu more concerned was that it was almost time for the lizard men to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. As such, the lizard men were capturing all sorts of living creatures to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. Jiaofu felt quite interested, and after thinking about it, he said, "Take me to your tribe to have a look." The male lizard man looked quite troubled. If a terrifying person like Jiaofu came to their tribe, it would be a disaster for their tribe. However, he had already told Jiaofu the tribe's location, so even if he didn't say it, Jiaofu would be able to find it. In the end, for the sake of his own life, the male lizard man agreed and led the caravan back to his tribe. A few hours later, the caravan arrived at their tribe. There were many tents inside, and the walls outside were built with stones. There were also teams of lizard men patrolling outside, vigilant of any possible dangers. Just as the merchant group arrived at the entrance of the tribe, there was a woman with a pair of large breasts and a beautiful face. She had short gray hair and a lizard tail. She looked quite unruly, and she stood at the entrance. She shouted angrily, "Xia! What's wrong with you? Why did you only come back now? Also, why did you bring these people to our tribe without tying them up? That's right, where are the people you brought? I don't see a single one." Xia was the ferocious-looking male lizard man from before. The woman could not understand why Xia had brought a merchant group over. Their people had attacked these merchant groups and stolen their people's things and used them as sacrifices. Even if it was to trick the merchant group and lure them over, they should have warned them beforehand so they could be prepared. However, Xia had not done this. More importantly, Xia had taken 10,000 or so people with him. They were all brave warriors of the tribe, so why had none of them returned? This made her feel quite confused. Who is she? Hearing the voice from within the carriage, the male lizard man explained in a flattering manner, she's my wife and the daughter of the tribe's chief. She usually relies on her father and is very unruly. Sir, please don't mind her. Tell her to come over. Hearing this, the male lizard man, Xianxia, felt a trace of a bad premonition. However, thinking about the countless darkness soldiers and the mysterious and powerful person in the carriage, Xianxia made a decision. Xianxia smiled as he loudly called out, "Good wife, we'll talk about this later." Let's talk about this later. I prepared something special for you in the carriage. Come and take a look. Hearing her husband's words, the woman's face became slightly red. Looking at the exquisite and luxurious carriage, she knew that there would definitely be something very precious. The woman felt quite happy, it seemed that her husband treated her quite well. After coming to the carriage, the woman lightly harumphed and said, "If you don't have anything good, I'll deal with you later." Xianxia smiled and quickly nodded, but his smile was quite unsightly. However, the woman did not mind and felt quite happy and excited. She wanted to see what her husband had prepared for her, and she smiled as she boarded the carriage. After walking in, Zhao Fu saw a group of naked women and an incredibly handsome young man looking at him with a trace of a smile. Immediately, the woman felt that something was wrong and quickly turned to run. However, it was too late, and Zhao Fu grabbed her and brought her in front of him. "Save me." After being brought in front of Zhao Fu, the woman was pressed down by Zhao Fu's body. Sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying power and his intentions, she cried out. This voice spread out, causing the people in the tribe to feel quite startled. They understood that their young mistress was in danger, and they quickly rushed out with weapons, wanting to save her. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions sounded out as black rays of light giving off powerful auras shot out and attacked the lizard men. There were over 10,000 of them, and their terrifying auras caused the entire tribe to feel a chill. Their expressions fell, and they knew that something big had happened in the tribe. Some people hurried over, while others ran. The darkness soldiers started to kill, causing blood to fly everywhere and pained cries to continuously sound out. No one could resist at all, and they were being slaughtered. The tribe fell into chaos, and countless people looked incredibly displeased and terrified. The lizard woman's lewd cries sounded out from within the carriage, and she was like a prostitute as she begged Zhao Fu. This caused Xianxia to feel quite furious, and he inwardly cursed, "Slut. When I was doing her, I was never so lewd, but now she's like a prostitute under another man." She was resisting just then, but isn't she enjoying it now? One of them was an ordinary-looking middle-aged lizard man who gave off a powerful aura, and the other was a voluptuous, beautiful woman with a lizard tail who gave off a lewd aura. She was a beautiful middle-aged lizard man. The beautiful woman was forced onto the carriage, and she looked terrified as she entered the carriage. She saw a handsome young man ravaging her daughter. Seeing this scene and smelling the enchanting aura within the carriage, the beautiful woman's heart gradually calmed down. She had long since heard her daughter's lewd cries, and seeing it for herself, she could see that her daughter was indeed enjoying it. The beautiful woman felt her body heat up, and she could not help but lick her lips. Her face became red and her eyes became lustful, and she took the initiative to join in. Soon, the beautiful woman's lewd cries sounded out from within the carriage, making Xianxia feel quite envious. He had wanted this beautiful and lewd mother-in-law for a long time, but he had never had a chance to touch her. If he could have a taste of her, he would have been willing to shorten his lifespan by 10 years. The middle-aged lizard man looked furious as he was forced to kneel on the ground. He heard his daughter and wife being ravaged, but what he could not accept was that his wife and daughter were enjoying it, and they were incredibly excited. A while later, the beautiful woman stretched out her head, her face red and looking incredibly beautiful. She powerlessly said to the middle-aged lizard man, "Husband, don't worry. That sir has already promised us that he won't kill you. For your safety, I'll continue to serve that sir, so don't be angry." After saying this, the beautiful woman hurriedly returned to the carriage and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace as she said hungrily, "Good man, I beg you, I want more." Hearing his wife's lewd cries from within the carriage, the middle-aged lizardman's heart tightened, and he felt quite complicated. On one hand, he was furious, but on the other hand, he was only alive because of their service. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the lizard man mother and daughter. The mother was called Xilang and the daughter was called Shigu, and he asked them about their ancestors' sacrifice. He found out that the lizardman tribe would hold a sacrifice every year to obtain the blessings of the lizardman ancestor. It was an event that the lizardman tribe placed great importance on. The more people they sacrificed, the more blessings they would receive. Up to 10,000 people could be sacrificed, but to the lizardman tribe, this was a massive number of people, and it was impossible to gather all of them. As such, they normally only sacrificed 1,000 or so people. Furthermore, the more people there were, the stronger the blessings of the ancestors would be, and the more people there would be. Zhao Fu felt that he had something to do, and just as he was about to leave, Zhenlang hugged Zhao Fu and said flirtatiously, "Good man. Leave these matters to your subordinates. Wait for me to rest for a while, then we can continue to enjoy ourselves." Her daughter, Shigu, smiled and said, "That's right. Good husband, I also want to rest for a while before continuing. Please don't leave." Zhao Fu thought about it and felt that it would be better for him to go. This matter was more important. Then, Zhao Fu left the carriage and went to the nearest attracting tribe, which was also the weakest. Boom! A ferocious aura swept out like a wild gale, causing the countless tents below to sway. Some tents were even torn open, and countless lizard men looked up at the godlike figure in the sky in terror. Zhao Fu's voice was cold and domineering as he said, "Have your sacrifice come out and choose 10,000 lizard men. I'll give you 10 minutes to prepare. You don't have the right to refuse, because I'll kill all of you." Following this, Zhao Fu waved his hand and rays of black light shot out, turning into powerful darkness soldiers that gave off powerful auras as they stood in the sky. This caused the lizard men below to feel even more terrified. There were only 100,000 or so people in the lizardmen tribe, and a few thousand stage 6 darkness soldiers could easily slaughter them. Zhao Fu still had to go to another tribe, so he left this tribe's matters to the darkness soldiers. Once the time was up and they tried to run, he would kill them all. Of course, he had to keep the sacrifice and the 10,000 lizard men alive. The 100,000 or so lizard men tribe felt despair and did not dare to disobey Zhao Fu's orders, and they did as Zhao Fu said. After dealing with this tribe's matters, Zhao Fu gave off a powerful aura and headed to the second tribe. This tribe had nearly 300,000 people, and when Zhao Fu descended, there were still some people who dared to shoot arrows at him. This made Zhao Fu feel quite displeased. They were simply seeking death. He released the 10,000 darkness soldiers and gave the order to attack. As long as they could keep 10,000 people alive and the sacrifice alive, it would be fine. The darkness soldiers rushed down and started a massacre, causing countless howls to sound out. Blood flew everywhere, and the tribe fell into chaos as more and more people died. Only now did the lizard men feel fear. A handsome lizard man young man flew into the air with some people and hurriedly said, "Sir, we're willing to submit to you. We are willing to submit to you. Please don't continue killing." Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and said, "I need a sacrifice and 10,000 lizard men, hurry up and prepare them. Otherwise, even if you beg for mercy, it'll be useless. Also, offer your wife to me to appease my anger." Beside him was a seductively dressed woman with light blue hair and a lizard tail. She was quite beautiful, and she gave off an intellectual and steady aura. It was as if she had tried to persuade her husband to quickly submit so that he could live. Her expression was calm and did not change at all. The handsome lizard man young man felt quite angry, but facing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, he felt incredibly powerless. On one side was his beloved wife, and on the other side were countless lizard men. He felt quite troubled. However, his wife calmly said, "Offer me up. If you refuse, not only will you die, but the entire tribe will die as well. In the end, I'll still be his. I'll also properly serve him, so you won't have to worry about him harming the tribe." The young man looked at his wife guiltily. Thinking about how she was doing this for him, he felt quite bad and could not do such a thing. Seeing her husband in such pain, the wife felt quite guilty and felt a stab of pain in her heart. However, there was nothing else she could do. Not wanting to make things difficult for her husband or make him feel guilty, the wife flew over to Zhao Fu's side and threw herself into Zhao Fu's embrace as she said calmly, "Sir, I'm yours now. Now that I am yours, you can let them go." Zhao Fu lightly smiled and hugged the woman as he turned into a ray of light and flew over the horizon. This made her feel quite panicked. Even though she had calmly offered herself to Zhao Fu, she still deeply loved her husband. If there was a better way, she definitely would not have done this. She had thought that her body and mind would be loyal to her husband, and even if she had been violated by Zhao Fu, it would not have been her intention. She would only accept her husband's love and would not like this kind of man. Moreover, even if her body was not clean, she only had her husband in her heart and would be loyal to him. She was waiting to be tired of Zhao Fu so that she could return to her husband's side and live happily with him again. But now, everything was different from what she had imagined. Right now, in his arms, smelling his scent, she felt that her body was betraying her husband, and it was also out of her control. She couldn't help but want to do it with him. Zhao Fu looked at the aroused woman in his embrace and gave a trace of a smile as he kissed her lips. The woman could not help but intensely respond, unwilling to let go even if she could not breathe. Zhao Fu stopped first and smiled as he said, "I'll taste you later." The woman's face was red as she softly nodded, feeling both expectant and uncomfortable. Zhao Fu gave off a massive aura as he once again landed on the largest lizard man tribe. He waved his hand, and countless darkness soldiers gave off powerful auras that covered the entire tribe. He had dozens of darkness command medallions and could summon 50,000 or so stage 6 soldiers, so he did not have to worry about not having enough people. The lizard man tribe below was the largest lizard man tribe. There were 400,000 lizard men here and 50,000 or so soldiers. Facing the countless soldiers in the sky, such a powerful faction looked incredibly despaired and directly knelt on the ground, expressing their submission, not daring to resist at all. The tribe's leader hurriedly came out. It was a middle-aged man with a lizardman's head, and even though his wife had a beautiful figure, she had a lizardman's head and was covered with gray scales. Zhao Fu naturally was not interested in her. "May I ask why Sir has come here?" The tribe's leader respectfully bowed as he asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was quite pleased with this attitude, and he was much more tactful than the others. He said, "I need your sacrifices and 10,000 people." The middle-aged lizard man smiled and hurriedly agreed. He then called for a priest and brought 10,000 people. Some of them were lizard men, but some were from other races. Zhao Fu did not care about these people, as long as they were alive, that was enough. Zhao Fu took notice of the priestess. She was a mature woman who wore a black cloak. She had long white hair and a white lizard tail, and she was quite good-looking. She looked quite serious-looking and made people feel a trace of fear. "My lord. Is it okay now?" The woman from before could not help but ask with a red face and watery eyes, giving off the feeling of love. As she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and continuously smelled Zhao Fu's scent, she threw everything else to the back of her mind. She did not care about her husband anymore, all she wanted was to do it with Zhao Fu. She wanted it madly and hungrily, and if it wasn't for the fact that she had a steady personality and could endure it, she would have madly begged Zhao Fu to do it with her. Zhao Fu thought about it and decided that he was not in a rush, so he smiled and nodded. He then picked up the priestess and walked into a room to enjoy them. Now that the woman's desire had been satisfied, she madly did it with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was now her most beloved husband, and the serious-looking priest's face was red as he endured Zhao Fu's ravings, giving off shameful sounds. The chief of the tribe felt quite shocked as he heard the lewd sounds within the room. The priestess had a very high status in the tribe and was very powerful. Normally, he had to give her face and did not dare to offend her. That priestess was incredibly serious and no one dared to offend her. However, no one had expected her to be so lewd, and they felt quite envious. Only someone as powerful as Zhao Fu had the right to enjoy such a woman. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the two women. The woman from before, who was the wife of the previous tribe chief, was called Shi, and the priestess was called Shihua. Shiye's face was red and she panted within Zhao Fu's embrace. She had regained her calm, and thinking about how wild she had been just then, she could not help but feel guilty. Her body and soul now belonged to Zhao Fu, and even if Zhao Fu told her to go back, she did not want to. Shihua's face was also red as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said softly, "Sir, my body belongs to you now. Now that my body belongs to you, can you take me away from here? I want to go further and see the outside world." With her abilities, she could tell that Zhao Fu's identity was quite terrifying, which was why she said such a thing. Zhao Fu lightly smiled and nodded, and Xihua smiled and took the initiative to kiss Zhao Fu. Following this, the three of them put on their clothes and went outside, and they brought the people back to the tribe from before. Now, there were 4 priestesses, so they could sacrifice 40,000 people. They had already built a massive stage, and the people who were going to be sacrificed looked terrified. They were tied up and could not escape at all. The 4 priestesses stood at the center, each in a direction. The most powerful one was Xihua, and the other 3 priestesses used Xihua as their leader to offer sacrifices to their ancestors. Xihua took out a piece of amber wrapped around a lizard and raised it high into the air as she chanted. The amber gave off a faint light and floated into the air. The other 3 priestesses also raised their hands and chanted towards the amber. Boom! The 4 priestesses suddenly exploded out with shocking auras as 4 different aura flames appeared around their bodies. 4 massive waves of power entered the amber, causing it to give off boundless light. A massive lizard giving off a massive aura appeared in the sky. This lizard was 1,000 meters long and was covered with steel-like black scales. It had 4 sharp claws and a pair of pure black vertical pupils. There was a short gray horn on its forehead, and it gave off a threatening aura. Clang, 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 Zhao Fu directly acted and countless chains shot out, binding the image and pulling it towards Zhao Fu. This image was the lizard people's ancestor, and Zhao Fu wanted to devour its power to obtain the lizard people's ancestor's bloodline and power. Otherwise, if he used the power blessing, it would disappear, and it would only be able to give the lizard people a bit of power. Zhao Fu did not care about such power at all. Roar! Roar, roar! The massive lizard furiously roared, and it continuously struggled, giving off terrifying auras. However, facing Zhao Fu's power, it was unable to resist at all, and it was gradually pulled towards Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand towards the lizard ancestor, and a black light shined from his palm as a divine seal once again appeared. This was the king's seal, and it had become a divine seal along with Zhao Fu's bloodline. Boom! A massive suction force exploded out as the surrounding air was sucked in, forming a wild gale. Sensing this suction force, the lizard ancestor panicked and continuously struggled, but it was a pity that it was sucked into Zhao Fu's body. Following this, Zhao Fu closed his eyes and started to refine it. He gradually absorbed the massive amount of lizard power, and his body shined with a black light. He felt a pain on his back as a lizard man totem appeared. Adding on this lizard person totem, Zhao Fu had obtained a jackal person totem, a wolfman person totem, and a minotaur person totem. At the same time, he had obtained the power of the 4 races, which was quite a harvest. After resting at the lizard tribe for a while, Zhao Fu and the merchant group continued onwards. As for the lizard people from the large tribes, Zhao Fu did not harm them, and he gave the leaders of the 2 tribes some compensation for taking their wives. However, they were now willing to follow Zhao Fu and were not forced to follow him. Hearing his wife's lewd moans from the carriage, the middle-aged lizard man knew that she would definitely leave. If it wasn't for the fact that he normally did his best to satisfy her, she would have long since seduced another lizard person. The handsome lizard man had never thought that his wife would take the initiative to leave with that person, and he felt incredibly heartbroken. Shi, his wife, looked incredibly guilty and could only apologize. Even though she still had deep feelings for her husband, her body and soul needed Zhao Fu more. She gave the precious treasure that Zhao Fu had given her to the handsome lizard man and told him to take good care of himself and find a good wife. She then ignored the handsome lizardman's pleas and left with Zhao Fu. As for the 40,000 lizard men on the altar, they had all turned into dried corpses the moment the ancestor lizard had appeared. This was because the ancestor lizard relied on their life force to survive. The caravan continued forward, indescribable sounds continued to ring out from within the carriage, and with the addition of the 4 lizard women, the situation became even more intense. This was because lizards were inherently lustful. Zhao Fu's journey was really carefree, and blissful, making countless people envious and jealous. In this world, it was impossible to concentrate. Men needed more women to become stronger, and women needed more men to become stronger. People always envied beautiful things, such as unswerving loyalty, unchanging love, and sincere love. That kind of beautiful things only existed in books and movies. There were not so many beautiful things in reality. People in the world would always change because of various things. No one would maintain a burning passion for a person or a matter forever. For example, first love. How many people would keep their feelings for their first love, instead of gradually turning cold over time and staying with their first love forever? How many of them would there be? Would there be a second, third, or fourth love? Just like before, people envied beautiful things, but that was not true. For example, many people could not withstand the test of human nature and refused to be honest with their bodies. Perhaps there were some beautiful things, but there were very few of them, and most people would not be like that. A harem was the way of the king. Perhaps some people would feel quite angry about such a thing, saying that they were unswerving loyalty to someone. However, a few years later, or even a few months apart, if a better person appeared by their side, would they still be able to say such a thing? Of course, perhaps they would not say such a thing, as they would always be single. A day or so later, the merchant group finally left the vast border and arrived at a kingdom. This kingdom was a kobold kingdom. Similarly, some of the kobolds here had dog-like heads and humanoid bodies, while others looked like humans but had dog ears and tails. Apart from that, they also looked like humans in every other way. As a kingdom, no matter what kind of ferocious race they were, they would have strict laws and would not randomly kill or rob. The merchant group was relatively safe within a kingdom. Zhao Fu sat by the window, and the beautiful sacrificial lizard lay in Zhao Fu's embrace as she looked around curiously. There were also kobolds in Qin City, but this place was much more prosperous and bustling. The merchant group would sell some of their goods here and bring the rest back to the Fox Kingdom. In the end, Hu Shan would hand over the merchant group to someone else, and she would leave with Zhao Fu. After leaving the kobold city, the merchant group went into the wilderness. The wilderness was much more dangerous, as there were bandits, and it was 10 or so times more dangerous than within a city. Not long after, the traveling caravan encountered two people. One of them had the black ears and tail of a wolf, and she was tall and slim. She had long, black hair and a cold expression. Her gaze was quite sharp, and she wore black clothes. The other was a young girl with golden dog ears and tail. She had a cute face and a petite figure. Both of them were covered with blood, and the young girl had fainted. The other woman was carrying the young girl and advancing with great difficulty. The woman seemed to have suffered heavy injuries, and her face was pale and she looked quite weak. When she saw the merchant group, she immediately became wary and went to the other side. She did not want to interact with the merchant group, as it was possible for the merchant group to harm them in the wilderness. Of course, it was safer than bandits, or else the woman would have long since escaped with the young girl. Seeing that the two women were not in any danger, the captain of the merchant group did not mind and continued onwards. Suddenly, the young girl behind the woman coughed up a large mouthful of blood, causing the woman to panic. She hurriedly placed the young girl on the ground and checked her injuries. She took out a few healing medicines and fed them to the young girl, but they were not very effective. This made the woman feel quite worried, and she thought of something. Looking at the merchant group, she knew that they definitely had even more precious healing medicines, so she called out, "Wait, I have something to talk to you about." Hearing this, the merchant group stopped and the captain came to the woman's side and asked, "What do you want?" The woman said anxiously, "Do you have any precious healing spirit medicines in your caravan?" "I want them no matter the price, please hurry." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the captain of the merchant group immediately understood and smiled as he said, "Miss, our sir has an extremely precious spirit medicine, saving the girl in your arms shouldn't be a problem." The captain's sudden change made the woman feel that something was off. She wanted to refuse and quickly leave, but looking at the girl in her arms, she hesitated. The captain hurriedly said, "Miss, if you don't save the girl, she might die, time is precious." Seeing this, the woman made up her mind. No matter what happened, as long as they could save the girl, she said, "Take me to your sir." The merchant group captain smiled and brought the two women to the carriage as he said respectfully, "Sir, we've come. I brought the people for you." Zhao Fu's voice sounded out from within the carriage, "Let them in." The captain nodded and gestured for the woman to carry the girl into the carriage. The woman did not hesitate and hurriedly brought the girl into the carriage. Within the carriage, there were many beautiful women with red faces as they breathed raggedly. There was also a man who smiled at her. The woman was not too surprised because she had sensed that something was off and guessed that there was something going on within the carriage. She said calmly, "I can give you my body, but you must save my young master." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and replied, "No problem." Zhao Fu came to the girl's side and examined her injuries. He found that her injuries were quite severe, and ordinary medicinal pills would not be of any use. He took out a precious medicinal pill and fed it to the girl, and he used his divine bloodline power to help her refine the medicinal pill. The girl lay on the soft carpet while Zhao Fu sat beside her and placed his hand on her abdomen. The treatment would take some time, so Zhao Fu turned and looked at the woman. Seeing that the girl's complexion was becoming more and more rosy, the woman inwardly let out a sigh of relief and started to serve Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu enjoyed the woman's service as he healed the girl's injuries. After the girl's injuries had stabilized, he started to do it with the woman's body. The woman didn't expect that she would be so happy being violated by this bastard man. She wanted to hold it back, but she couldn't and started moaning in a lewd manner. During this time, the young woman slowly woke up and saw the person she trusted the most doing it with another man. Her face became red and she closed her eyes, pretending to be unconscious. However, when the woman collapsed to the ground, the man actually pressed on top of her. The young girl's face turned red, and she symbolically struggled a few times before cooperating with Zhao Fu. Because she had been there for so long, her body also had a strong reaction. After the matter was over, the woman came to her senses. When she saw that Zhao Fu had violated her young master, she opened her mouth to bite Zhao Fu. However, the restrictive spell on her body caused her to collapse into Zhao Fu's arms. Zhao Fu pinched her mouth and asked with a chuckle, "Why do creatures like to bite people?" The woman glared at Zhao Fu and scolded angrily, "You bastard. Not only did you want my body, but you also didn't let my young master off." The girl said shyly, "Sister Lan. I don't blame this young master, I did it willingly. Don't be like this." The woman was still quite angry and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "You must treat my young master better in the future, or else I won't let you off." Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "I understand." Only then was the woman satisfied. She lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and listened to Zhao Fu's heartbeat. She started to slightly pant, and the intense heat from before had not yet passed. Zhao Fu started to ask about them. It turned out that the young girl was a princess called Go Lingling, and the woman was her guard called Go Lan. However, the young girl's identity was quite special, which was that she was an illegitimate daughter and was not acknowledged by the royal family. It was because someone had chased after them that she had suffered such severe injuries. Go Lingling said worriedly, "Young master. Will we cause trouble for you? If that's the case, we'll leave later." Seeing how considerate Go Lingling was, Zhao Fu lightly smiled and said with a trace of love, "Don't worry, I've destroyed at least 100 kobold kingdoms like this, they're nothing in my eyes." Go Lan felt quite surprised. Even though she knew that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple, hearing Zhao Fu's tone, it seemed that he was even more terrifying than she had expected. She said in delight, "Then can you take revenge for us? 300 or so people from the Go family died at their hands, we must take revenge. If you agree, I'll serve you wholeheartedly. You can do whatever you want to me. Moreover, let me tell you, the beauty of this kingdom's queen is renowned in the surrounding kobold kingdoms. You can conquer her and make her act like a bitch under you." Go Lingling did not say anything, and thinking about her family that she had lost, her eyes became wet. Zhao Fu was not in a hurry to agree, and he asked if there were any other good things and how he could help them. Following this, Zhao Fu heard some good news. The Kobold Kingdom had a Kobold King's blood crystal, which had been left behind by the Kobold Kingdom's founding emperor. It contained great power. As for how to take revenge, the queen was the mastermind. Go Lan wanted Zhao Fu to turn her into a bitch and kill the people who had destroyed the Go family. Zhao Fu immediately agreed and told the merchant group to leave the Kobold Kingdom so that he would not cause trouble and would not be distracted here. Go Lan and Go Lingling were incredibly grateful to Zhao Fu, and this pair of beautiful master and servant happily served Zhao Fu. A few hours later, Zhao Fu easily snuck into the royal palace. The king of this Kobold Kingdom was a rather weak middle-aged kobold who had always been controlled by the queen and empress dowager. It was because of this that the queen had dared to openly destroy the Go family. The Kobold King was incredibly furious and wanted to tear the queen to shreds. He did not like the queen at all. Go Lingling's mother was his true love. It was a pity that Go Lingling's mother had been killed by the queen, and now, the entire Go family, including the daughter he had only seen a few times, had died at the queen's hands. The middle-aged Kobold King was incredibly furious and wanted to disregard everything and kill the queen. It was a pity that he did not have any power and was controlled by the Empress Dowager and Empress Dowager. He was just like a puppet. Suddenly, these words caused the Kobold King to feel quite startled. He looked around and found that an incredibly handsome young man had appeared at some point, looking straight at him. He gave off a supreme emperor's aura, as if he was a sovereign descending upon the world. Facing this aura, the Kobold King's face became pale and he instinctively knelt to the ground. No matter if it was his royal bloodline or his fate dragon, they all submitted in front of this person. The Kobold King felt incredibly shocked and thought to himself, just what kind of terrifying existence is this young man? Just his domineering emperor's aura is enough to make it so that I can't resist at all. Who are you? The Kobold King's voice trembled as he looked at the young man in front of him with a trace of fear. The Kobold King asked. Xiao Fu coldly harumphed, who I am isn't important. Do you want to become a king who can reign above everyone else and not be restrained or bullied by anyone? Hearing this, the Kobold King thought back to what had happened in the past and felt furious, but his gaze was resolute as he replied, I do. A trace of a smile appeared on Xiao Fu's face as he slit his finger and forced out a drop of precious essence blood. He flicked his finger and sent the drop of essence blood into the Kobold King's forehead. The Kobold King's body trembled as he felt a powerful wave of Emperor's power enter his body, quickly changing his constitution and increasing his power. A powerful and dignified king's aura uncontrollably spread out. This caused the Kobold King to say gratefully to Xiao Fu, thank you, sir. Xiao Fu's expression was calm as he said, right now, it's just your body that has changed. Do you still want to control that supreme power? Just listen to me. The Kobold King thought about controlling supreme power and not being bullied by anyone, and he said excitedly, of course. Sir, if you have any orders, just tell me. Within the palace, there was a woman with a pair of golden dog ears and a golden dog tail. She had long, golden hair, a cold expression, and a mature figure. She gave off a formless king's might, making others not even dare to breathe loudly. She was the Kobold Kingdom's Empress Dowager, the true ruler of the Kobold Kingdom. She had taken over the king's position and was currently reading through memorials. At that moment, the Kobold King gave off a powerful and dignified king's aura as he walked in and loudly said, all of you, back down. The maids and attendants in the hall all looked at the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager stopped what she was doing and coldly looked at her son. She felt quite surprised as she found that his body gave off a powerful and dignified king's aura. He was now a supreme king and was not as weak as before. After thinking for a moment, the Empress Dowager said in a cold voice, all of you are dismissed. Hearing this, the crowd exited the hall and closed the doors. What business do you have with me? Also, why do you have such a powerful aura of a king? This doesn't seem like something you can have, the Queen Dowager said coldly as she looked at the Kobold King. Seeing how cold she was, even though she was his mother, the Kobold man said impolitely, Mother. This time, I want to take back what belongs to me. I am the king of this country. You can leave now. The Empress Dowager's cold face had a hint of a disdainful smile. I'll leave it to you. You want to manage an entire country with just your abilities? It's best that you go back and obediently stay here, or else don't blame your mother for being ruthless. The Kobold King loudly laughed as he said, Mother. I'm not afraid of you at all. The Empress Dowager felt quite surprised but still gave a confident smile as she said, Oh? This queen wants to see where your courage comes from to dare to speak like this in front of this queen. Gotcha. Just as the Empress Dowager spoke, the sound of bones breaking sounded out from beside her, causing her to feel quite startled and hurriedly look over. She saw a handsome-looking young man grabbing an elder by the neck. That elder's neck was crooked, and his throat had been snapped. The elder was the most powerful expert in the Kobold Kingdom and was responsible for protecting her, yet he had been killed so easily. The Empress Dowager immediately felt quite panicked and called out, Who are you? Zhao Fu looked at this beautiful and mature woman and casually threw away the corpse in his hand as he smiled and replied, "Your man from now on." The Kobold King lightly laughed as he said, "Sir, enjoy yourself and do her properly. Don't treat her like she's my mother. Right now, I want to see her being toyed with by you like a prostitute." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "Don't worry. If you want to know how she became a prostitute, you can listen from outside." "Alright then. Sir, I'll be going now." The Kobold King smiled as he walked out and closed the door. He stood at the door and prepared to listen to how Zhao Fu toyed with his cold mother. The Empress Dowager's expression was quite unsightly, but she did not run because she knew that it was impossible. She thought about it and decided that the only way to survive was to properly serve this person. Thinking about that, the Empress Dowager sat on the throne and took off her clothes as she coldly looked at Zhao Fu and said, "Come." Zhao Fu smiled as he pressed the Empress Dowager against the throne and started to savagely ravage this cold woman. He did not show any mercy and continuously trained her. The Kobold King outside heard his mother's lewd moans and begging that lord to do it with her like a bitch. She obediently called him master and even barked like a dog, continuing to receive that lord's favor. The Kobold King felt incredibly delighted and had finally vented all of his pent-up anger. His cold-blooded mother needed this lord to teach her a lesson. Not only did he not hate Zhao Fu, but he was also incredibly grateful to Zhao Fu. The door once again opened and Zhao Fu came out with the red-faced and flirtatious Empress Dowager. Zhao Fu gave her some face and did not tell her to crawl on the ground like a bitch. However, he had trained her to be as lewd as a bitch on the bed. Seeing Zhao Fu's results, the Kobold King smiled as he said, "Sir, you are indeed amazing. My mother was such a cold woman, yet you were able to train her into a bitch. Also, what should we do now?" Zhao Fu smiled as he replied, "We'll take power now. I'll give all of your mother's power to you, and you can arrange for your trusted subordinates to take control of these factions. You'll tightly grasp this power in your own hands." Following this, the Kobold King did as Zhao Fu said, and the entire Kobold Kingdom started to go through changes. Everyone felt a sense of crisis and understood that the royal power was about to go through a massive change. "That bitch, she actually dared to rebel," the Kobold King angrily cursed. He wanted to make that bitch die a horrible death. Not only did he want to take revenge for being bullied by her, but he also wanted to take revenge for the woman he loved. Zhao Fu sat on the throne and enjoyed the service of the Empress Dowager, Go Qingshui, as he said to the Kobold King outside, "Don't worry, with you controlling 70% of the kingdom's military, even if she rebelled, she would still lose. It's time for you to display your king's aura and lead the army to destroy the rebels, becoming a person that everyone in the kingdom respects." The Kobold King smiled and said excitedly, "Understood, sir." After the Kobold King left, Zhao Fu pressed Go Qingshui against the throne and started to ravage her before taking her to the battlefield. By now, the two armies gave off powerful auras as they faced off against each other. The Kobold King stood at the front of the massive army and gave off a powerful and confident king's aura as he shouted, "You rebels are destined to fail. If you surrender now, this king can spare your lives. Also, daughter, don't seek death like your mother." There was a valiant-looking and seductive woman with beige dog ears and a tail wearing armor. She was called Go Yan, and she was the daughter of the Kobold King and Queen. Go Yan herself had great talent and was quite outstanding in leading soldiers in battle. She held an important position in the army, and 1/3 of the rebels were under her command. There was also a woman wearing a silver-white dress with white ears and a tail beside her. She was peerlessly beautiful and had a graceful figure, and she gave off a noble aura. She was the queen, and she was called Go Xiaoxiao. She naturally trusted this daughter that she had raised, and she knew that she would not betray her. She loudly said, "Soldiers, this is a great opportunity." She said loudly, "Soldiers, you all know how useless he is. Do you really believe that the kingdom will be good under his rule? It's best if you submit to this queen. After this matter is over, you will be promoted." The Kobold King loudly laughed as he said, "Go Xiaoxiao. Do you think that this king is still the same as before? If I was still the same, how could this king seize power from my mother? Today will be the day you die. Kill." Boom, a powerful king armament exploded out from the Kobold King's body, causing the soldiers behind him to tremble. They understood that the king in front of them was no longer as useless as before, and they excitedly roared as they charged towards the enemy army. Go Yan also commanded the army to launch a counterattack. The two armies quickly started to fight, exploding out with an aura that shook the surroundings. A soldier roared as he chopped another soldier's head in half, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Another soldier held a spear and pierced another soldier's throat, while another soldier held a spear and pierced his enemy's chest. A soldier held a large saber and gave off a cold light as he chopped off a soldier's head. Another soldier held a sword and cut off a soldier's arm, while another soldier held a rod and sent a soldier flying. The battle was extremely intense. Both sides did their best to kill each other, and the sounds of weapons colliding continuously rang out. Blood splashed everywhere, and miserable cries rang out continuously. Countless people were dying. Seeing that the battle was ending too slowly, Zhao Fu hugged Empress Dowager Xianxia and appeared in the sky. A few massive sword lights, bringing with them a ferocious sword chi storm, shot out. Countless soldiers were hit by the massive sword chi storm and gave off pained cries. Their bodies were slashed into countless pieces, and blood flew everywhere. In the blink of an eye, a large number of soldiers had died, and the ground was covered with corpses and blood. Seeing Zhao Fu's power, Go Qingshui coquettishly laughed and said, "Master, I knew that your identity wasn't simple. This little slave knows that your identity is not simple. In the future, you can't treat your little slave badly. This little slave not only wants to get the master's favor every day, but also wants to become a person with power." Zhao Fu understood what she was thinking. As a domineering Empress Dowager, even if she became a slave, her ambitions would not disappear. He lightly laughed and said, "That'll depend on your performance." Empress Dowager Go Qingshui said flirtatiously, "Master, the situation has completely collapsed. Now that the situation on the other side has completely collapsed, it's better to find a place and let the slave girl serve you." Zhao Fu looked over the battlefield and saw that nothing unexpected would happen, so he brought Empress Dowager Go Qingshui back to the palace. The Kobold King's side had the absolute advantage, and if nothing unexpected happened, the Kobold King would definitely win. Now that Zhao Fu had killed many people, he had helped the Kobold King's side. The enemy already felt that they could not win, and now that they had a peerless expert helping them, they understood that if they continued, they would die. As such, they either ran or surrendered. The battle quickly concluded. Zhao Fu had already enjoyed being served by Empress Dowager Go Qingshui once in the palace, and she lay weakly on the bed, her face red as she panted. At that moment, the Kobold King's voice sounded out from outside, "Sir, I have a few gifts for you. I have a few gifts for you." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and let him in. The Kobold King led him in, and the guards behind him held up 4 women, Empress Go Xiaoxiao, Princess Go Yan, and Go Xiaoxiao's mother. She was a voluptuous woman with white dog ears and a tail, and she gave off a motherly aura. She was called Go Baiha, and the other was Go Xiaoxiao's sister-in-law. She had flaxen-colored long hair and a slim figure. She also had dog ears and a tail, and she was quite pretty. She was called Go Bai Shue. The Kobold King happily laughed as he said, "Now that the kingdom is unified, countless commoners worship me and submit to me. All of this was given to me by Sir, so please enjoy these bitches. Turn them into bitches, especially Go Xiaoxiao and her daughter. Don't worry about me, the more they suffer, the happier I'll be." "That's right. I've also brought Sir's Kobold King stone for you." The Kobold King took out a golden jade stone and said, "Sir has helped me so much, and I only want this item. You've even helped me train those bitches to take revenge for me, making me feel quite embarrassed. I'll order people to collect the Kobold Kingdom's beauties and treasures to give to Sir." Zhao Fu took the Kobold King stone and lightly laughed as he said, "There's no need for that. I still have things to do later, so I'll be leaving soon. I'll leave those treasures for you to develop and grow. If we're fated, we'll meet again. Next time, I want to see you conquer the world and become a powerful king." The Kobold King looked quite reluctant as he said, "Sir, you're leaving so soon? How about you stay for a few more days? I'll hold a banquet to welcome Sir." Zhao Fu felt that he had been staying in the Kobold Kingdom for too long, so he refused the Kobold King. The Kobold King looked quite disappointed, but thinking about Zhao Fu's words, he said resolutely, "Sir, I'll definitely become the most powerful king here. I will definitely become the strongest king here. I won't let you down." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before turning into a ray of light and disappearing over the horizon with his women. Zhao Fu brought the women to the meeting place with the merchant group. Seeing the women behind Zhao Fu, Go Lan and Go Lingling looked delighted and understood that Zhao Fu had helped them take revenge. Go Xiaoxiao and the women behind Zhao Fu did not know how Zhao Fu would treat them. However, looking at Go Lan and Go Lingling, Go Xiaoxiao's face became pale. She had never thought that this expert Zhao Fu was related to them. Perhaps it was because they had asked Zhao Fu to go to the Cobalt Kingdom, which was why this had happened. "Thank you, husband." The two women leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and tightly hugged Zhao Fu as they smiled happily. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he said, "Let's get on the carriage together. I've missed you all." The women's faces became red and their eyes became watery, and they gave off alluring auras. After Zhao Fu had left, they had all missed Zhao Fu. Go Xiaoxiao asked the Empress Dowager, Go Qingshui, in a small voice, "Mother, what should we do to survive?" Go Xiaoxiao asked Go Qingshui in a small voice, "Mother, what should we do to survive?" Go Qingshui regained her cold and noble aura and looked at Go Xiaoxiao as she said, "If you act like a good slave, he won't kill you. If you serve him well, you'll receive massive benefits. His identity is far more terrifying than you can imagine." Go Xiaoxiao did not want to do that. After all, she was the empress of a kingdom, so how could she be a slave? However, thinking about how the Empress Dowager, Go Qingshui, had become his slave and looked quite lewd, she did not mind being a slave in the future. I understand, mother." Go Xiaoxiao smiled in understanding and replied to Go Qingshui. Go Qingshui's cold face gave a trace of a smile as she said, "This consort wasn't wrong about you. Later, we'll do our best to serve him together. It's best if your mother, sister-in-law, and daughter act lewdly, he'll like it." Go Baihe, the mature woman and Go Xiaoxiao's mother, lightly nodded. Even if she did not think for herself, she had to think for her daughter and granddaughter. Go Xiaoxiao's sister-in-law, Go Baixue, had thought that she would be beheaded. In order to live and have a better life, she lightly nodded and did not feel sorry for her husband. It was because her husband's family that she had fallen. However, Go Yan said coldly, "I'd rather die than submit to him and become a slave." Go Xiaoxiao's expression froze. She knew that her daughter had a backbone, and she wanted to say something, but she didn't have the chance to say anything. She was also taken to the luxurious carriage. After Zhao Fu and the women, they had their way. A few hours later, the Empress Dowager, Go Qingshui, Go Xiaoxiao, and the other women's faces were flushed. They were naked and squatted on the carpet with their hands on the ground in front of them. They stuck out their tender tongues, just like a few female dogs. Family Yin and Fu had with Xiaoxiao had with Go Yu, Xiaoxiao's Go, and Fu, and Xiaoxiao, Yen, Xiao, Go. Seeing Go Xiaoxiao and the other women become like this, Go Lan felt quite delighted. She had finally taken revenge, and she gave a beautiful smile. However, seeing how Zhao Fu was ravaging them, it seemed that he liked them a lot. This made Go Lan feel quite startled. If Zhao Fu liked them too much, they could torture them instead. As such, she immediately started to serve Zhao Fu. Go Lingling did the same. She could not let Go Lan, the person she cared about the most, endure all of this by herself. Afterwards, Zhao Fu looked at the women lying on the ground and smiled before starting to fuse with the Cobalt King Stone. The King Stone gave off an intense golden light and gradually fused into Zhao Fu's chest, and a powerful bloodline energy spread out. This was a powerful Cobalt King bloodline, and it was an early-stage bloodline. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand such a powerful Cobalt King bloodline, but Zhao Fu had a divine bloodline, and he could easily suppress this bloodline and absorb it. The Cobalt King bloodline hummed and did not dare to resist, and in the end, it was completely absorbed by Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's body gave off a faint golden light, and he felt some pain on his back as a golden cobalt totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. After obtaining the Cobalt King Stone and obtaining a totem on his back, Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction. He was one step closer to awakening the Outlander Emperor Star. Go Xiaoxiao, who had just recovered some strength, lightly leaned against Zhao Fu's body and said, "Master. Just who are you? Not only did I feel so happy doing it with you, but I also feel that my bloodline's power is becoming purer. Also, Master's bloodline's aura is simply too powerful." Jiaofu lightly laughed and said, I can't tell you that yet. Also, act like a good slave. Go Xiaoxiao said enticingly, I'll continue to serve master. Jiaofu lay on the women's bodies and enjoyed Go Xiaoxiao's service. At that moment, countless sounds sounded out, including the sound of running and cries of terror. They had just left the Cobalt Kingdom and were now in another kingdom, and they did not know what had happened. After coming outside, they found many people running away, and the captain of the merchant group came up and reported, Sir, the Orc Kingdom is attacking this kingdom. We've already broken through this kingdom's defensive lines, so we should leave this place as soon as possible. Jiaofu thought about it and nodded. Right now, Jiaofu just wanted to leisurely travel in the carriage and did not want to participate in pointless battles. The merchant group sped up and quickly advanced. However, they had never thought that they would run into an invading army. This time, the Orc Kingdom had 300,000 soldiers, and what would happen if a 1,000-person merchant group blocked an army of 300,000? The orcs were a ferocious race, and seeing this scene, they naturally did not hesitate to kill everyone and take their goods. They naturally did not place this merchant group in their eyes at all. The countless orcs gave off ferocious looks as they flooded over, giving off shocking sounds that shook the surroundings. The merchant group could not help but feel nervous because this was not just a few thousand or tens of thousands of soldiers but 300,000. If it was them, they would not be able to resist at all, and they would only be able to die. However, they had the mysterious and terrifying Jiaofu, and he was their only hope. Only he could save everyone. Jiaofu did not disappoint them, and he waved his hand, causing powerful black rays of light to fly out and turn into soldiers wearing black armor. There were 50,000 of them in total. The aura that the 50,000 stage 6 soldiers gave off was even more ferocious than the aura of 3 million soldiers, and it swept out like a heaven-toppling flood. The expressions of the countless charging orcs fell as their bodies froze. What happened next was a disaster for the orcs. The darkness soldiers obeyed Jiaofu's orders and turned into rays of black light as they shot out. These rays of light were incredibly sharp, and as soon as they flashed by, orcs' bodies would be cut in half. Pained cries continuously sounded out as blood flew everywhere. Orcs fell one by one, and corpses covered the ground. The remaining orcs looked terrified as they ran. However, the 50,000 rays of light continuously darted back and forth, not giving any of them a chance to live. They were all killed, creating a gory scene. Everyone in the merchant group looked incredibly excited. This was the power of their lord. 300,000 soldiers were nothing, and they had all been killed. Within the carriage, Go Qianxian and Go Qingshui, who had just submitted to Jiaofu, felt incredibly shocked. 300,000 orcs had been slaughtered so easily, their lord's power was simply too monstrous. After easily slaughtering 300,000 orcs, blood dyed the ground red. A baleful aura rushed into the heavens, covering the sky like a haze. Even those in the distance felt a chill, and they knew that something terrifying was happening here. The merchant group continued onwards. This kingdom was a pigman kingdom. They all had pig-like heads and humanoid bodies. They also had humanoid faces and pig ears and tails, but they were all quite fat. After hearing that the orcs had conquered their kingdom, the pigman kingdom had fallen into terror and despair. Their kingdom was about to be destroyed, and many people hurriedly packed their things and tried to run. However, a piece of delightful news spread: the pigman kingdom's army had been completely destroyed. What was going on? This great news had come too suddenly, and everyone had no time to react. The pigman kingdom fell into celebration. However, the orc army still had 200,000 soldiers attacking from the other side, and the pigman kingdom was resisting with all of its strength because they still had a chance to win. After hearing about what had happened, the pigman king, who was a chubby young man with white skin, led his ministers and generals and headed towards the merchant group. One was to repay them for saving the pigman kingdom, and the other was to keep such a powerful person alive. With them around, would the pigman kingdom be afraid of the orcs? In fact, they could even use their power to destroy the orc kingdom. Soon, the pigman king came before the merchant group with his ministers and generals and bowed as he said respectfully, "Sir, I have come to visit you. I am the emperor of the pigman kingdom, Zhu Shang. I wonder if sir can meet me?" The reason why the pig-headed people were so polite was naturally because it was obvious that Zhao Fu's status was far above theirs. Zhao Fu came outside and looked at the Pigman King as he calmly said, "What is it? Hurry up and say it." The Pigman King smiled as he said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. This is a small gift, please accept it." The pig-headed people carried up dozens of chests and opened them, revealing countless treasure lights. They were all filled to the brim with gold, silver, and jewels, and anyone who saw this scene would not be able to help themselves from leaping over. However, Zhao Fu said calmly, "Do you think I'm interested in this?" This caused the Pigman King's smile to freeze. He thought about it and pointed at the beautiful pig-headed woman next to him as he smiled and said, "This is my empress, if sir likes her, please go ahead and enjoy her." Zhao Fu looked at the woman. Even though she was quite beautiful, she had a pair of large pig ears and a fat body. Zhao Fu instantly lost interest and thought about it before saying, "If you really want to thank me, you can give me any powerful ancestral items or godly spirits. If I'm satisfied, I can agree to some of your requests." Hearing that Zhao Fu had already guessed their intentions and did not object, the Pigman King felt quite delighted. He took out a pig-headed skull and smiled as he said, "This is my ancestor's pig-headed skull and can summon my ancestor's powerful remnant soul. My ancestor will give it to sir." Zhao Fu examined the pig-headed skull and felt that it was quite powerful. He gave a pleased smile and nodded, expressing that it was quite good. The Pigman King felt quite happy and smiled as he said, "My kingdom also worships a pig-headed god. If sir wants it, I can order people to bring it over." Hearing that there was a godly spirit, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he asked, "Is it a male godly spirit or a female godly spirit?" The Pigman King felt quite startled and did not know why Zhao Fu was asking about a male godly spirit or a female godly spirit. He explained, "It's a powerful male godly spirit and is quite lustful. Every year, I choose a few beautiful pigman women for him to enjoy." Hearing that it was a male godly spirit and that it was quite lustful, Zhao Fu lost interest and said, "I'll accept the pig-headed skull as payment for helping you kill 300,000 orcs. If there's nothing else, you can leave." The Pigman King's expression became quite unsightly. Only by relying on Zhao Fu could the Pigman Kingdom have hope, so how could he let Zhao Fu leave? Thinking about how Zhao Fu wanted ancestral items and godly spirits, the Pigman King gave a sinister smile. "Sir, I know that the neighboring orc kingdom has a powerful female orc god and an ancestral body that can unleash massive power. If sir is interested, you can go to the orc kingdom to take it." Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face because he needed these things. Even though he had helped the Pigman Kingdom, Zhao Fu did not care too much about such a small matter. "Reporting to your majesty. Our army surrounded the other army and captured the other side's female general, and we've already captured her," a pigman soldier came up and reported. There were a few soldiers behind him pressing down on a female orc. This female orc wore leather armor and had an alluring figure. Her skin was slightly gray and she had pointy ears. She had 2 upward-pointing fangs and was quite beautiful. She gave off a ferocious aura and did not seem to be afraid of the pigmen around her. The Pigman King thought to himself that a terrifying figure like Zhao Fu had become interested in the Orc Kingdom. The Orc Kingdom would most likely be in dire straits, so he coldly harumphed and said, "Skin her and nail her body to a wooden stake to show off our army's might." The female orc struggled as she said, "A bunch of trashy pigmen. If it wasn't for someone helping you, you pigmen would have long since been destroyed by the Orc Kingdom. The Orc Kingdom will come back sooner or later, and when that time comes, your pigman kingdom will be destroyed. I look forward to seeing your head under my majesty's feet." The female orc's expression was quite unsightly as she cursed, "You're a stupid pig, you pigman. If you dare, kill me now, or else you'll regret it. I'm taking her." The Pigman King looked furious and was just about to say something when he heard Zhao Fu's words. He immediately smiled and said, "Since sir likes her, I'll give her to sir." The female orc looked at Zhao Fu. She did not know that the other army of the Orc Kingdom had died at Zhao Fu's hands. A few guards brought the bound female orc to Zhao Fu's side. Zhao Fu looked at the female orc general before saying to the Pigman King, "Don't worry, I'll be going to the Orc Kingdom soon." The Pigman King smiled and felt much more at ease, and he led his subordinates away from this place. "Who are you?" the female orc asked as she looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu smiled and did not reply. He waved his hand, sending out a cold light that cut off the ropes binding the female orc. The instant the ropes were untied, the female orc punched at Zhao Fu. From how she saw it, Zhao Fu and the Pigman King were on the same side. There were so many people in the merchant group, and if she did not control Zhao Fu, she would not be able to escape. As such, she immediately attacked Zhao Fu. However, as she punched out, Zhao Fu easily grabbed her and pulled her into his embrace before carrying her to the carriage. The female orc struggled and cursed, "Bastard! Let go of me!" Zhao Fu ignored her and carried her into the carriage before starting to taste her. Soon, the female orc's lewd moans sounded out. The merchant group continued onwards, and their destination was the Orc Kingdom. The Orc Kingdom was right in front, and since they were going to pass by, they could deal with everything together. Within the carriage, the female orc lay limply in Zhao Fu's embrace. Her face was red as she panted, and she pleaded, "Can you not wantonly slaughter in the Orc Kingdom? I'll do anything you want me to do now." Now, the female orc knew that Zhao Fu had easily slaughtered 300,000 of her kingdom's soldiers and was now attacking the Orc Kingdom with malicious intent. Zhao Fu hugged the orc woman's body and lightly laughed as he said, "If it's easy, I naturally won't kill too many people. However, if they resist, don't blame me. However, I'll spare your family." The female beast woman heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that Zhao Fu wasn't the kind of person who liked to slaughter. There was still room for negotiation. She just had to see what would happen in the future. By now, the Orc Kingdom heard that the Pigman Kingdom's army had been defeated, and they felt quite confused. They felt that the Pigman Kingdom did not have such strength, and only after investigating did they understand what had happened. What made their expressions even more unsightly was that a merchant group was heading towards the Orc Kingdom. What should they do? That was what many ministers were thinking. Some ministers wanted to use the power of their kingdom to destroy this merchant group because 300,000 of the Orc Kingdom's soldiers had died at the hands of this merchant group. They had to take revenge for this. Some ministers felt that this merchant group's power was simply too terrifying and unfathomable. If they could easily slaughter 300,000 soldiers, how many soldiers would it take to destroy this merchant group? It was possible that the kingdom would be destroyed, so many people wanted to satisfy the merchant group's demands. As the two sides argued, the merchant group arrived near the Orc Kingdom's Great Wall, and they had to make a decision. Zhao Fu went outside and saw that the Great Wall's gates were tightly shut, and the orcs took out their weapons with serious expressions. Their bows were aimed at the merchant group, and he felt quite displeased. He immediately wanted to charge into the Orc Kingdom. The female orc woman, Shou Duo, hurriedly stopped Zhao Fu and said, "Sir, the people defending the Great Wall are people from my family. The people guarding the Great Wall are from my clan. Can you let me give it a try?" Zhao Fu still looked quite displeased and did not like wasting time like this. Seeing this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on Shou Duo's face as she said, "Sir, I'll serve you later. I'll serve you later. Don't be unhappy, okay?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about how this ferocious-looking female general would serve him, and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. Shou Duo came to the bottom of the Great Wall and yelled, "Big bro! Open the Great Wall!" A valiant-looking orc appeared on the Great Wall and looked at Shou Duo in confusion before saying in delight, "Little sis Duo. You're still alive? I thought you were dead." Shou Duo smiled as she said, "Big bro, it was this sir who saved me. Hurry and let him in, or else he'll get angry." The valiant-looking orc, Shou Wu, looked quite troubled as he said, "Little sis. We know that it was this merchant group that destroyed 300,000 of our soldiers, so we can't let them in or else the Orc Kingdom will be in danger." Shou Duo looked at Zhao Fu and was worried that he would get angry, so she said anxiously, "Big bro. If you don't open the Great Wall, the Orc Kingdom will fall into danger." Shou Wu resolutely shook his head and refused, saying, "Little sis, you don't need to say any more. It's impossible for me to open the Great Wall." At that moment, a beautiful woman with a mature figure wearing armor and giving off the aura of a general walked out and smiled as she said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, don't be angry. Don't be angry, I'll let my son open the door." Seeing the beautiful woman, Shou Duo happily called out, "Mother." The beautiful woman flew down from the Great Wall and looked at her daughter's mature aura. She understood something and gave a profound smile as she said, "Daughter, come here for a moment. I have something to ask you. Shou Duo understood that her mother knew that her virginity had been taken. A trace of embarrassment appeared on her face, but she did not feel too embarrassed and boldly admitted to this matter. She walked in front of her mother and asked, "What is it, mother?" The beautiful orc woman was called Shonan, and she asked with a serious expression, "Is that sir really that powerful?" Shou Duo nodded seriously and said, "He's more powerful than I expected, and he has 50,000 stage 6 soldiers." A trace of a smile appeared on Shonan's face as she looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said respectfully, "Sir, can you talk to me for a bit? I have something important to discuss with you, and I hope that sir can agree." Zhao Fu felt quite startled and did not know why this beautiful woman was looking for him, but he nodded and agreed. Following this, the two of them walked into a small forest near the Great Wall. Shou Duo and Shou Wu looked at the merchant group and wondered what Shonan wanted for her to be so secretive and not even tell the people closest to her. Everyone waited for 2 hours, but the two of them did not come out. Hearing this, Zhao Fu thought about it and smiled as he agreed. Following this, the two of them put on their clothes and walked out of the forest. Shonan's face was quite red, and she had a big smile on her face. Most people understood what had happened. Shou Duo's face became slightly red, and thinking about how she would serve Zhao Fu with her mother in the future, she felt quite impressed. As expected of her mother, she had been able to endure Zhao Fu for 2 hours. A trace of anger appeared on Shou Wu's face. No matter who saw his mother doing it with another man, he would not be happy. Shonan ignored everyone's gazes and yelled, "Immediately gather the army and notify all of the factions related to my family to attack the Orc Kingdom's royal capital today." This was what Shonan had asked Zhao Fu to do, help her family take the throne and make her son the king of the Orc Kingdom. Now that the Orc Kingdom's army had suffered a great defeat, Shonan was a general in the imperial court and had a large army. With Zhao Fu's overwhelming power, they would definitely be able to succeed in their rebellion. Hearing Shonan's order, countless people's expressions fell and looked at her in shock. They understood that she wanted to rebel, but as her soldiers, they immediately obeyed. Shou Wu looked quite confused. He had never thought that his mother would do such a thing. He wanted to go up and try to persuade her, but Shonan calmly cut him off, saying, "There's no need to say anything, this is all for you and the family." Shou Duo happily smiled as she said, "Big bro, don't worry. With Our Lady here, you will become the Orc Kingdom's new king, and our family will become the Orc Kingdom's royal family." Seeing that no one objected, Shou Wu knew that it was useless for him to say anything now. He could only agree helplessly. They were going to attack the royal capital. The countless factions related to Shonan's family had already bound their interests to the Shonan family. If they succeeded, they would be rich and powerful, but if they failed, they would die pitifully. As such, all of them acted quite valiantly. The Orc Kingdom had been discussing how to deal with the merchant group, but they had never expected that someone would rebel at such a critical moment. They were not prepared at all, and cities were quickly taken down as reports came in from all directions. Countless Orc ministers' faces paled, and the Orc King immediately gave the order to gather all of his forces to defend. Zhao Fu stood in the air and looked at the 100,000 soldiers that had gathered. He waved his hand, and 50,000 stage 6 soldiers gave off massive auras as they appeared in the air, seeming to lock down space. The hundreds of thousands of orcs looked terrified as they looked up at the stage 6 soldiers in the sky. Following this, they started to fight. In less than a few hours, the ground was covered with corpses, and blood dyed the ground red. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence. Over 100,000 beast men had been completely annihilated, and not a single person had survived. Every single beast man had died a miserable death. Zhao Fu easily annihilated the last of the Orc King city's resistance, and the other armies were also unobstructed. They slaughtered their way to the Orc King city, completely surrounding it. Everyone looked quite delighted because they were only one step away from obtaining the throne and establishing a new Orc Kingdom. The Orc Kingdom's king was a coarse-looking orc, and he said furiously, "Shonan, I've always treated your family well, yet you dared to rebel. You deserve to die 10,000 times for your crimes." Shonan's expression was cold as she stood at the front of the army and gave off a powerful general's aura as she said, "Stop pretending. I knew you wanted to destroy my family, so don't try to quibble. I know how my husband died, and now is the time for you to die. All armies, heed my orders, attack. The countless soldiers obeyed and gave off a massive aura as they charged towards the king's city. The Orc King's expression was quite unsightly as he gave the order to resist for the last time. Boom, a powerful aura exploded out as the sky gave off boundless gray light. A massive might spread out from the sky, and sensing this power, countless people's hair stood on end and they could not help but feel terror. She had a fiery figure and slender muscles, and she looked quite fit. Her skin was slightly gray, and she had two upturned fangs in her mouth. Her black hair was tied up in a braid, and she was peerlessly beautiful and gave off a primal wildness. She was the Orc Kingdom's guardian beast god, and at this moment of danger, she exploded out with her full power, wanting to help the Orc Kingdom. Clang, 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 just as the Orc god spirit appeared, the sound of chains sounded throughout the sky. Countless chains containing immense power shot out from the air and bound up the Orc god spirit. The Orc god spirit's expression fell and she vigorously struggled, but she found that she could not break free at all. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he stretched out his hand and pulling the godly spirit in front of him and hugging her. The Orc god spirit had been captured so easily, and the people within the Orc King city lost their last trace of hope. Countless people looked incredibly hopeless, and they were unable to defend against the incoming army. The outcome of the battle was not too surprising, and it concluded very quickly. The Orc King's head was chopped off by Shonan, and she gave a proud smile as she stepped on the Orc King's head and declared victory. Zhao Fu hugged the Orc god spirit and came to the Orc Kingdom's palace. There were already 3 Orc women who had been brought to Zhao Fu. One was a beautiful Orc woman with graceful clothes and a trace of flirtatiousness, and she was the Empress Shomei. One was a concubine who had a slim figure and gave off a weak aura, and she was called Shou Sui. One had a mature figure and looked bold and cheerful, and she was called Shou He. They were the 3 most beautiful women in the Orc Kingdom, and Shonan had specially prepared them for Zhao Fu. After capturing them, she would send them to Zhao Fu for Zhao Fu to enjoy. In order to save herself and her family, the Empress Shomei flirtatiously leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and said, "Sir, let me serve you." Because of this, the other 2 women also leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace and flirtatiously looked at Zhao Fu as they said, "Sir, we'll do it as well." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and enjoyed being served by the women below him. He then started to do it with them and have a good taste of them. A few hours later, Shonan and her daughter, Shou Duo, had taken care of everything and joined in. Zhao Fu had obtained the 2 things he wanted. The Orc god spirit was below him, and it was the body of the Orc Kingdom's ancestor. It was a powerful Orc corpse, and it had once been a king of the Orc Kingdom. After Zhao Fu ascended to the Orc King's throne, Zhao Fu had wanted to take his people and leave. However, he thought about how he had not fused the 2 things he had obtained yet, so he decided to stay here for a while. First was the boar skull, which required sacrifices. He did not need too many people, just 1,000 or so, to summon the remnant spirit of the pigman's ancestor. Now that the Orc Kingdom had just been established, there were too many people to kill. As such, it was quite easy for Zhao Fu to gather enough people, and Zhao Fu started to summon. On a stage, the 1,000 or so people had already been tied up. Zhao Fu stood at the center and raised the boar skull and sent his power into it. The boar's skull gave off light and floated into the sky before exploding out with a formless destructive power. This destructive power was like countless blades that mercilessly slashed towards the people making sacrifices. Arg! Countless people cried out as the people on the stage were chopped into countless pieces by that power, and their blood and corpses dyed the ground red. The boar's skull once again exploded out with a suction force, causing the corpses and blood to be sucked into the sky. Countless traces of blood and flesh covered the boar's skull and continuously changed before condensing into a 10 or so meter tall pigman. This pigman was blood red and had an ugly and ferocious look. Its body was quite swollen and was covered with fat, and it gave off a powerful aura and looked quite terrifying. Boom, however, Zhao Fu did not mind and grabbed out with his hand. A saint mark appeared on his palm, and a massive suction force exploded out towards the pig-headed person. The pigman was sucked in by that suction force, and it furiously roared and continuously struggled. However, with its strength, how could it resist Zhao Fu's power? In the end, it was sucked into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu closed his eyes as he sat on the ground and started to refine the pigment within his body. The pigment within his body was still struggling, and Zhao Fu used his divine bloodline to turn into countless flames and ignite the pigment. As Zhao Fu held in pain, the pigment was burned into ashes, leaving behind an orb of blood-red energy. Zhao Fu easily absorbed this energy, and he once again felt a pain on his back as a blood-red pigment totem appeared. After refining the pigment, Zhao Fu took out the orc ancestor's corpse and started to refine it. Countless traces of black aura covered the corpse. The black mist kept eroding the beastman ancestor's corpse, absorbing its essence and pouring it into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu wholeheartedly absorbed this powerful orc ancestor's power and fused it into every part of his body, causing it to completely fuse with his body. He once again felt a pain on his back as a grey orc totem appeared on his back. Now, Zhao Fu had a jackal totem, a minotaur totem, a wolfman totem, a lizardman totem, a kobold totem, a pigman totem, and an orc totem, 7 totems in total. If it wasn't for the fact that Zhao Fu's constitution and power were quite special, ordinary people wouldn't be able to obtain so many totems. After all, the totems' powers would clash with each other, and it was possible that their bodies wouldn't be able to withstand the power and would self-destruct. After obtaining 2 totems this time, Zhao Fu smiled. Since the matter of refining the ancestors' items had been resolved, there was no need for Zhao Fu to continue staying here. He led the merchant group out of the Orc Kingdom and continued onwards. Soon, they passed by a danger zone, and after hearing that it was quite dangerous, Zhao Fu became quite interested. After all, danger zones often had massive treasures. Zhao Fu had the merchant group wait here, and everyone knew how powerful Zhao Fu was, so they didn't say anything. This forbidden area was filled with lush green thistles and thorns. Some of the vines were covered with thorns, and they were over 1,000 meters tall. The surroundings were completely silent, and there was a deathly stillness to it. If one were to face it directly, it would be very dangerous. Just as Zhao Fu stepped into this danger zone, he found that there was a formless restriction that cut off his connection with his nation armament. It was evident that he couldn't use his nation armament here. However, a small outer region danger zone definitely wouldn't be very dangerous, and Zhao Fu felt quite condescending. He felt that with his power, he would be able to deal with it. He wasn't interested in exploring the outer regions, and Zhao Fu tapped off the ground and turned into a ray of light as he flew towards the depths of the danger zone. Boom! At that moment, a massive green arm suddenly stretched out, giving off immense power as it slapped Zhao Fu to the ground. Zhao Fu's body heavily crashed into the ground, smashing open a large crater. Zhao Fu was not injured, and he unleashed a defensive barrier. However, he looked quite confused, and he understood what had happened to that arm. Zhao Fu felt that it was best to be more obedient and slowly enter from the outer regions. That arm seemed to be quite powerful. However, just as Zhao Fu got close, the countless thorns seemed to come to life and gave off shocking auras as they flooded towards Zhao Fu. If the dense thistles and thorns were all alive, then it was no wonder that there were no living creatures here. No living creatures could survive here. Facing these incoming thorns, Zhao Fu's expression did not change. He held the sadistic killing sword and unleashed a defensive barrier as he quickly advanced. He slashed out with his sword, sending out sword lights that cut apart the countless incoming thorns. These were all ordinary thorns, so they were quite easy to deal with. Zhao Fu casually swung his sword, sending out a sharp sword light that cut apart the thorns. The countless thorns were green, and once they were cut apart, they quickly withered and died, and green blood flowed out. Bang! Suddenly, the countless thorns attacking Zhao Fu parted as a 1,000-meter-long spear formed from countless thorns shot out with terrifying power. It was incredibly fast and looked like a green blur as it flashed past. Zhao Fu was unable to react in time, and by the time he blocked with his sword, the massive thorn spear smashed into Zhao Fu's body with terrifying power. The Saint Realm domain shattered and Zhao Fu was blasted back dozens of meters before stopping. A trace of blood leaked out of his lips. He had only suffered a light injury, but it was not very serious. By now, Zhao Fu felt quite angry. These small ordinary thorns could actually injure him. He could not afford to be careless, and Zhao Fu did not hesitate to put away the sadistic killing sword and took out the Emperor killing sword. Sword Master. Zhao Fu did not want to say anything more. With a trace of anger in his heart, he swung the sword in his hand. Clang, a clear sword hum tore through the air as a massive white sword light flew out, bringing with it a power that seemed to be able to cut through anything. In that instant, all of the thorny vines in the surrounding 10 kilometers were slashed apart. Countless broken thorny vines rained down from the sky, causing green liquid to fly everywhere. The dense patch of thorns was cleared in an instant, making it look very spacious. Swish swish swish, the countless brambles seemed to be furious and formed massive bramble spears that gave off ferocious power as they shot towards Xiao Fu, giving off massive sounds. Xiao Fu was expressionless as he swung his sword again and again. Extremely sharp sword lights slashed out, cutting the thorny spears that countless people shot at him into pieces. Facing the sword lights, there was no obstruction at all. It was as if the sword was swinging in the air a few times. As the sword master form of the Emperor Killing Sword, it was an incredibly sharp sword. Because of Xiao Fu's cultivation, he could not unleash its true power. The countless brambles were now truly afraid. They had shot out so many bramble spears, but they couldn't harm Xiao Fu at all. The brambles that were shot out broke into pieces and covered the ground. Xiao Fu held the sword in his hand and continued forward. The thorns no longer dared to attack. Boom, at that moment, a powerful aura exploded out and a terrifying might spread out, causing the weather to change. The ground continuously trembled and cracked as countless traces of green light rose up from the cracks. This was world realm power. The ground continuously shook and gave off a loud sound as a huge treant climbed out of the ground. This treant's head was like that of a tree, and it had a canopy and branches. Below its head was a humanoid body with powerful muscles. Its body was green and covered with spikes, and its aura was very powerful. That world realm power just then had been released by it. Xiao Fu's expression slightly fell. Right now, he only had heaven realm strength, and without his nation armament, he would not be able to defeat this treant. The treant was 1,000 meters tall, and as soon as it appeared, it attacked. It raised a hand, bringing with it a terrifying gale as it swatted towards Xiao Fu. It was incredibly fast, and the hand that it stretched out for the first time seemed to be the treant's hand. Bang! Xiao Fu unleashed his divine domain's power and unleashed a massive barrier. However, he was still slapped into the ground, creating a large crater. Countless rocks flew everywhere, and a trace of blood leaked out of Xiao Fu's lips. At present, Xiao Fu's strength was only at the sky-human realm. There was a gap of 3 realms between him and the treant, the Harmony realm, the Great Earth realm, and the World realm. Normally, the difference in strength of one realm was many times greater. However, this treant was 3 realms higher, and even though Xiao Fu was not weak, he was still at a disadvantage. If he could use his nation armament, he would be able to instantly kill a world realm expert like this. However, this also revealed a weakness, which was that he relied too much on his nation armament's power. Without his nation armament's power, he would not be able to resist at all. It seemed that he would have to increase his own cultivation. This was because the heaven-awakened world was becoming weaker by the day. If the nation armament's power also disappeared, what would Xiao Fu do? Seeing Xiao Fu being slapped into the ground, the treant looked quite condescending. It raised its foot and stomped towards Xiao Fu as if it was stomping an ant to death. The foot gave off immense power and a massive aura of suppression as it stomped down. Xiao Fu exploded out with all of his power, and a black aura flame erupted around his body, sending out wild gales as a divine might that reigned above all things spread out. Shing! As the massive foot stomped down, a massive sword hum sounded out as a black sword light containing destructive power slashed out, causing a black sword chi storm to explode out. Roar! The treant roared in pain as a massive gash appeared on its foot, from which blood spurted out. The treant raised its foot and retreated before crashing to the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Xiao Fu gave off a powerful black aura flame as he turned into a black ray of light and continued to attack the treant. However, as a world realm expert, the treant was incredibly powerful. The countless leaves on the treant's head gave off a faint light before shooting out like countless green blades. Each leaf contained incredibly sharp power and could easily cut through steel. Xiao Fu felt quite startled and unleashed a defensive barrier. The countless green leaves gave off ferocious power as they slashed against Xiao Fu's defensive barrier, resulting in massive clanging sounds. Bang! At that moment, the treant suddenly attacked. It stretched out its hand and vigorously slammed towards Xiao Fu, sending Xiao Fu flying back. The treant once again stood up, and the wound on its foot quickly healed. The treant had powerful healing abilities, and the first thing it did after standing up was attack Xiaofu. Xiaofu had been sent flying hundreds of meters before stopping. At that moment, the treant vigorously punched out, causing a massive explosion to sound out as a terrifying green beam of light shot out, shaking the space around it. Bang! Xiaofu was hit by the green beam of light, and his body was once again sent flying. He crashed into a mountain extremely quickly, causing the mountain to shatter into pieces. Rocks flew everywhere, and Xiaofu coughed up a mouthful of blood. The treant savagely grinned as it raised its fist and rushed over, stomping on the ground, leaving behind large craters. Xiaofu felt as if all of his bones were going to break, and he looked at the treant, feeling quite furious. At that moment, he exploded out with his divine bloodline's power, the Six Paths Demon Image's power, the Demon Lord's power, the Dragon Emperor's power, the Evil Spirit Abyss Flower's power, the Devil's power, and the Celestial Emperor's power. Boom! Xiaofu raised his sword and a rainbow-colored light containing different auras and terrifying power rushed into the sky, giving off a massive sound that shook the surroundings. Clouds swirled as countless traces of heaven and earth power madly gathered, and an incredibly terrifying power slowly appeared in the sky. A sword formation giving off all sorts of lights appeared in the sky, and a world-destroying sword intent spread out like lightning, covering the entire world. Space started to collapse, and all creatures fell into despair. The treant, who had raised its fist and savagely laughed, instinctively felt a wave of terror, and its expression became unsightly as it stopped. Xiaofu coldly looked at the treant and heavily slashed down with his sword. Seeing the countless sword lights tear through the sky and descend towards it, the treant's expression became unsightly and it exploded out with all of its power. Its body gave off intense green light as it roared and stretched out its hands, causing a massive energy barrier to appear. Bang, bang. Bang! Rays of sword light containing destructive power ferociously slammed against the energy barrier, causing it to violently tremble. It could defend against tens of rays of sword light, but facing thousands of rays of sword light, the green energy barrier was unable to defend at all. Bang! A massive sound rang out as the green energy barrier was blasted apart by the countless sword lights, turning into countless shards. Following this, the sword lights continued to slash against the treant's body, easily cutting apart its body. Roar! Roar, roar! The treant roared in pain and quickly gathered all of its power to block in front of it, once again forming a barrier of light. However, it was still easily destroyed by the sword lights. In the end, the heavenly punishment sword formation stopped. The treant's body was covered with wounds and was covered with blood. Its aura was quite weak, and it looked quite wretched. However, as a world realm expert, it still had great power. Because Xiaofu's cultivation was too low, the heavenly punishment sword formation was only able to heavily injure it and not directly kill it. Xiaofu held the emperor-killing sword and gave off terrifying power as he once again rushed at the treant. The treant looked furious and raised its fist as it once again punched towards Xiaofu, bringing with it a terrifying fist energy that caused the air to explode. Facing the massive fist, Xiaofu slashed out with the emperor-killing sword, sending out a ferocious sword light that collided with the massive fist. Bang! The sword light was shattered by the fist, turning into a sword wind and dissipating. However, a deep gash was left on the fist, causing blood to flow out and the treant once again held. Xiaofu grasped this opportunity and sent large amounts of power into the emperor-killing sword, causing it to give off boundless sword light and a cold aura to spread out. Xing! Xiaofu once again slashed out, giving off an enormous sword light and sharp power as it slammed into the treant's chest, forcing it back a few steps. A gash appeared on its chest, from which blood flowed out. The treant screamed in pain and raised its fist to hit Xiaofu like a madman. However, Xiaofu calmly dodged downwards, dodging this powerful punch. He once again rushed forwards, arriving at the treant's abdomen, and his sword gave off an incredibly sharp sword light as he slashed towards the treant's abdomen. This strike almost tore open the treant's stomach, and it once again held as it was heavily injured, making it unable to retaliate. In the next few strikes, Xiaofu slashed at the treant's body. Finally, his sword pierced through the treant's heart, ending its life. Xiaofu was covered in green blood. At that moment, Xiaofu's bloodline felt quite excited. After fusing with the spirit blood in the historical remnant, Zhao Fu's blood had gained spirituality. Now, the spirit blood could sense the trance body, and it also had a powerful spirituality. It wanted Zhao Fu to devour the trance body, and Zhao Fu did not hesitate to do so because it would definitely be very beneficial to him. Zhao Fu directly drilled into the trance heart through the gash and started to devour it. Countless traces of black mist containing divine power flowed out of the trance chest and covered its entire body. The black mist continuously corroded the trance body, causing it to start melting. First, it was its skin and flesh, then its bones, and they all turned into a green liquid. The trance hands and feet first disappeared, followed by its head, and finally its chest. It turned into a massive ball of liquid and entered Zhao Fu's body. This time, Zhao Fu was incredibly careful and meticulous. He did not leave behind a single part of the treant, ensuring that he could refine it to the fullest and that its body was intact. Now that Zhao Fu had fused with the green liquid, his body gave off a green light. Zhao Fu felt quite comfortable, and he felt a powerful wave of life force flowing into every part of his body, making it seem as if his body was going through changes. This process lasted for an hour or so, and Zhao Fu had fused with the green liquid. The green liquid fused with every part of Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to obtain something quite good. It was the spirit tree constitution, which meant that it had spirituality like a spirit tree and a powerful life force like a tree, as well as the abilities of a tree. Now, Zhao Fu could turn into a treant or a large tree, growing roots that dug into the ground and absorbed nutrients from the earth. He could also grow branches and leaves and absorb sunlight. Zhao Fu felt that this ability was quite interesting, but he did not know how to use it. He felt that it would only be useful at certain times. Zhao Fu got up from the ground and put on a new set of clothes. The clothes from before were covered with blood and could no longer be worn. Following this, Zhao Fu continued onwards because this was only the outer region of the danger zone. Zhao Fu had not gone to the depths of the danger zone yet, and after this lesson, Zhao Fu had to be more careful. Without his nation armament, he was just a small heaven realm cultivator. Of course, Zhao Fu planned to go up and take a look, which was where the treant had appeared. He did not want to miss any treasures there. A while later, Zhao Fu arrived at that place and found that even though it was covered with brambles, there were pinkish-white flowers growing out of each bramble. They looked like peach blossoms and looked quite beautiful. There was also a spring at the center of the flowers. It was only a few meters wide and gave off clear spring water that gave off a faint fragrance. Zhao Fu went up to take a look and found that this spring was an extremely rare spring called the 10,000 Flower Beauty Spring. Its main effect was to make one more beautiful. Even an extremely ugly woman would become incredibly beautiful after entering the 10,000 Flower Beauty Spring. In actuality, the water of life could also increase one's beauty and life force. However, even though the 10,000 Flower Beauty Spring did not increase one's life force, it could increase one's beauty by dozens of times, and it was even slightly effective on higher beings. Just this alone was enough to make it a priceless treasure, and it was something that countless female higher beings wanted. Moreover, if this 10,000 Flower Beauty Spring was placed in a place with countless flowers, the spring would absorb the flower's energy, making it 5 or 6 times more effective than before. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face, and he felt that this would be quite useful. As such, he started to explore the vicinity of the spring. Whoosh! Zhao Fu sent his power into the spring pearl, and the spring pearl gave off a formless suction force that sucked all of the spring water in the pool into it. After absorbing all of the spring water, the light that the spring pearl gave off became more and more enchanting. Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and put the spring pearl away before continuing to walk towards the center of the danger zone. In the heart of the danger zone, there were no patches of sinister and terrifying thorns. The grass was covered in a lush green carpet, and there were some unknown wild flowers growing there. There was a small patch of dense forest next to it, and a small stream was flowing. The sky was very blue, and there were a few pieces of white cotton-like clouds. Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful scenery in front of him, and it did not seem to be dangerous at all. He felt quite curious. Logically speaking, the center of the danger zone should be the most dangerous place. Even though it was quite peaceful, Zhao Fu still started to carefully scout around. After walking for a while, Zhao Fu found a familiar person ahead. That person wore blood-red clothes and had a graceful figure. She had long, blood-red hair and was peerlessly beautiful, even more beautiful than a celestial maiden. She was Tuoba Ching, who had disappeared a long time ago. She was the one who had given Zhao Fu his origin mark, and she was the first woman that Zhao Fu had ever touched. Zhao Fu had never thought that he would meet her here, and he smiled as he went up and called out, "Little Qing." Tuoba Qing slowly turned her head and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace as she gave a beautiful smile and said softly, "Husband. Why have you come here?" Zhao Fu smiled and told her about what had just happened, as well as why he had come to the Outlander domain. Tuoba Qing understood and lightly smiled as she said, "Husband, you're so powerful. I really didn't misjudge you. Perhaps your power will surpass mine, and you might even break through the origin race's shackles." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "If it wasn't for the origin mark you gave me, I might not have had such accomplishments." "That's right, where have you been these past few years? Why would he appear here?" Tuoba Qing pulled Zhao Fu and sat under a large tree. Zhao Fu leaned against the tree while Tuoba Qing leaned against Zhao Fu's shoulder. Sunlight passed through the gaps between the branches and leaves, causing specks of gold to fall. A light breeze blew, and Tuoba Qing started to talk about her experiences over the past few years. Zhao Fu listened to her quietly. Unknowingly, Zhao Fu suddenly felt sleepy. This sleepiness was the kind that was getting stronger and stronger. Zhao Fu's head was a little dizzy. His eyelids felt as if they were filled with heavy lead, and he could barely open them. Within Zhao Fu's embrace, Tuoba Qing's expression also changed. She was no longer as gentle and beautiful as before, but rather incredibly savage, and fangs grew out of her mouth. Tuoba Qing became quite ugly and ferocious, and she opened her mouth, preparing to bite at Zhao Fu's throat. Boom! In that moment of danger, Zhao Fu exploded out with a massive black aura flame, and a terrifying power spread out, sending Tuoba Qing flying. At the same time, the sleepiness in Zhao Fu's head disappeared, and Zhao Fu came back to his senses. He coldly looked at Tuoba Qing and asked, "Who are you?" Tuoba Qing was sent flying back 10 or so meters, but she was not injured, and she flirtatiously said, "Husband, I'm your wife." "I'm your wife. Why don't you recognize me? Haven't you missed me for so long? Let me properly serve you later." Zhao Fu's expression was cold, and he was still sure that the Tuoba Qing in front of him was not Tuoba Qing. He did not know what kind of monster this was, so he drew his sword and prepared to kill this monster pretending to be Tuoba Qing. Seeing Zhao Fu draw his sword, the monster's expression became cold as she said weakly, "Husband, are you really going to kill me? Are you really going to kill me? Are you really that heartless?" Zhao Fu said in disgust, "Stop pretending, you're so disgusting." Hearing this, the monster's expression changed, and it savagely laughed as it said in a man's voice, "Boy, I wanted to let you die comfortably, but you're seeking your own death. I originally wanted to let you die comfortably, but now you brought about your own death. I'm going to cut you into pieces and savor you." By now, not only did the monster grow fangs, but it also grew a 30-centimeter-long rhombus-shaped tongue. However, it still looked like Tuoba Qing, but it was incredibly ugly. It was quite terrifying. It vigorously waved its hand, causing countless gusts of wind to gather and form a massive wind blade that gave off terrifying power as it flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu wanted to dodge, but the grass beneath his feet seemed to come to life and quickly grew before tightly wrapping around Zhao Fu's feet, making it impossible for Zhao Fu to dodge. Facing the incoming wind blade, Zhao Fu could only vigorously slash out. A massive black crescent collided with the incoming wind blade, causing it to explode and turn into a berserk gale. The monster grabbed at the air, and a spear appeared in its hand. It held the spear and made a charging motion before stepping off the ground and turning into a black blur like a bolt of lightning, appearing in front of Zhao Fu in an instant. The spear in its hand gave off immense power as it stabbed out. Zhao Fu sent power into his feet, causing them to condense into 2 orbs of black flames. He then vigorously twisted, breaking free from the grass binding him, and he leaned to the side, dodging the ferocious spear. The monster savagely laughed, and the ground beneath Zhao Fu's feet suddenly became a large mouth. Zhao Fu's body started to fall, and the large mouth bit down, wanting to bite Zhao Fu in half. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the large mouth bit down on the black energy barrier. In that moment of desperation, Zhao Fu released his divine realm domain to block that terrifying bite. The monster gripped its spear and savagely laughed as it once again vigorously stabbed towards Zhao Fu, bringing with it a terrifying spear energy that seemed to be able to pierce through boulders. In that moment of crisis, Zhao Fu's golden pupil quickly spun, and chains containing immense power shot towards the monster. Each chain was enough to pierce through the monster's body. This caused the monster to stop its attack. It leaped back and retreated more than 10 meters, dodging the attacks of the countless chains. Zhao Fu first used the black energy barrier to block the monster's mouth before flying out and slashing towards the monster. The monster did not feel any fear and savagely laughed as it vigorously stabbed out with its spear. Shing, the spear and sword collided with immense power, resulting in a metallic collision sound and sparks flying everywhere. The collision of the two powers turned into a wild gale. Zhao Fu's expression became savage as a massive wave of power exploded out, and he vigorously slashed out with his sword, sending the monster flying. The monster looked quite furious as its spear gave off a large amount of light, and it seemed to come to life as it turned into a snake. The monster grabbed the snake and threw it out with all its might. Bang! Zhao Fu dodged to the side, easily dodging the spear. However, what he didn't expect was that the spear could turn and continue to shoot towards Zhao Fu's back with ferocious force. Immediately, Zhao Fu was given a big fright and his hair stood on end. He was unable to dodge, and the 6 gray dots in his right eye spun as a massive wave of ghostly chi flowed out from behind Zhao Fu, and a powerful monster appeared behind him. The monster loudly roared and punched out with immense power, bringing with it a sharp wind. Pooh! However, the snake's power was incredibly terrifying, and it flashed past and pierced through the ghost's body. The ghost died, but Zhao Fu was able to dodge this attack. At that moment, the monster stretched out its hands, each of which gave off a powerful aura, and it ferociously pressed them against the ground. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as the grass in the surrounding 10,000 meters stood on end, giving off cold light as they shot out like thousands of green darts, giving off shocking sounds as they shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu was greatly startled, and in that moment, he half squatted down and sent large amounts of power into his sword as he stabbed it into the ground. Clang, 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 6 sounds of chains could be heard as a massive amount of ghostly chi flowed out, and 6 10-meter-tall 6 paths demon images appeared around Zhao Fu. They each stretched out a hand and a gray light shot out, forming a 6 paths of reincarnation barrier. Bang! Bang! The green leaves gave off sharp power as they slammed into the defensive barrier, resulting in massive sounds before shattering into countless fragments. The sounds they gave off were quite shocking. Zhao Fu blocked the countless green leaves and drew his sword before slashing at the monster. Roar! 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 6 massive roars sounded out from the 6 paths demon images as they savagely looked at the monster. They exploded out with powerful auras as they rushed at the monster incredibly quickly, arriving in front of it in the blink of an eye. The 6 paths demon images stretched out their hands and massive amounts of ghostly energy entered their fists as they punched out with destructive power. Bang, 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 massive explosions sounded out as the 6 fists gave off terrifying fist energies, leaving behind pillars of air that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they flew towards the monster. There was nothing that could stop them. The monster was greatly startled and raised its hands in front of it, sending out a wave of energy that formed a gray energy barrier in front of it. Bang! A loud explosion sounded out as the gray energy barrier was instantly shattered. The monster's body was also sent flying and crashed 100 meters away. It half knelt on the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Its aura became extremely weak. At that moment, a figure appeared beside the monster, holding a black and blood-red sword with both hands. He shouted, "Sword Master!" Clang! A sword hum suddenly erupted, resounding through the heavens and earth. The sword that was raised released countless rays of black sword light, and a powerful and sharp sword intent instantly spread out, enveloping the entire world and causing all living things to fall into fear. Zhao Fu gripped the emperor-killing sword with both hands and vigorously slashed towards the half-kneeling monster. Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as a massive black sword light slashed out, giving off an incredibly sharp power that seemed to be able to slash through everything. As it descended, the ground seemed to be split in half, and a massive sword gash was left on the ground. It was as wide as a palm and 1,000 meters long, and it was impossible to tell how deep it was. The monster's body was unable to resist at all and was split in half. It lay on the ground and blood flowed everywhere, but it did not move at all. After finally killing the monster, Xiaofu let out a sigh of relief. He looked at the 6 paths demon images and planned to put them away. They could not stay in the outside world for too long. Suddenly, Xiaofu felt an immense sense of danger, and he felt as if his heart had been grabbed by a hand. He hurriedly turned and blocked with his sword. Bang! A sharp claw slammed into Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu's body flew out like a rubber ball, smashing open a large crater on the ground. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood as he stared at this scene in shock. The monster that had been split in half had been completely revived and was not injured at all. Ha ha ha, the monster strangely laughed as it looked at Xiaofu and said, "It's impossible for you to kill me." Following this, the monster once again rushed at Xiaofu. Its hands had become sharp claws, and it quickly reached Xiaofu. It swiped at Xiaofu, sending out 5 rays of sharp light. They seemed to be able to slice Xiaofu apart. Xiaofu raised a sword and slashed out, causing a sharp black arc of light to flash out and slash apart the monster's claws. However, the monster did not care about its image at all. Since its secret had been discovered by Xiaofu, there was no need for it to hide anymore. After Xiaofu cut off its hand, the monster did not seem to feel any pain, as if the hand did not belong to it at all. The severed hand automatically returned to the monster's arm, as if it had never been severed at all. It gave off ferocious power as it continued to swipe at Xiaofu. This time, Xiaofu did not expect this at all and was sent flying. There were 5 thin gashes on his chest, from which blood flowed out, dyeing his clothes red. Ha ha ha, the monster wildly laughed and exploded out with a terrifying aura as it once again rushed at Xiaofu. One of its claws gave off a cold light, giving off a dangerous aura. This time, the monster wanted to finish off Xiaofu. Feeling the pain in his chest, Xiaofu looked quite furious. He sent large amounts of divine bloodline power into his sword, causing it to give off boundless black light as a massive wave of sword chi spread out. Boom! Xiaofu slashed out with his sword, and an enormous black crescent containing immense destructive power flew out, looking incredibly terrifying. The monster completely ignored the sword light and continued to rush at Xiaofu. Its body was slashed in half, but in the next second, the 2 halves of its body reformed as if nothing had happened. The monster wildly laughed and waved its hands, causing 2 wild gusts of wind to gather, forming 2 massive wind blades that gave off terrifying auras as they slashed towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu vigorously slashed out 2 rays of sword light, which collided with the massive wind blades. They turned into 2 massive gales that spread out, causing the ground to crack and countless blades of grass to be uprooted. The monster's body suddenly appeared behind Xiaofu, and one of its claws gave off a cold light as it swiped towards Xiaofu's back. Xiaofu had long since sensed this, and he turned and slashed out with his sword. The sharp sword cut through the monster's shoulder to the other side of its ribs, splitting it in half. However, the monster's lower half seemed to be fine, and it suddenly twisted and kicked out with immense force, causing the air to explode. Xiaofu was caught off guard and was hit by the kick. Bang! The monster that had been split in half once again returned to its original state and was not injured at all. It said arrogantly, "Ha ha ha, now you know how terrifying I am. I said before that you were seeking death." Boom! Right after the monster spoke, it exploded out with a powerful aura and leapt off the air, turning into a ray of light as it shot towards Xiaofu. Xiaofu climbed up from the crater and looked at the monster. He stretched out a hand and 6 chains shot out, and the 6 paths demon images appeared beside the monster and surrounded it. The 6 paths demon images each raised a hand and a massive wave of power gathered in their arms as they slammed downwards. Boom! The massive power was like 6 massive hammers that contained terrifying destructive power as they smashed against the monster's body. The monster was like a boulder that fell from the sky and smashed out a crater. Ha ha ha, I already said that you can't kill me, and your attacks can't harm me at all. I'll properly enjoy your flesh and blood, you're definitely the most delicious food I've ever seen. Within the crater, the monster acted as if nothing had happened and stood within it as it wildly laughed. Xiaofu looked furious and once again exploded out with his full power, Divine Bloodline's power, Dragon Emperor's power, Demon Lord's power, Devil Lord's power, Evil Spirit Abyss Flower's power, Celestial Emperor's power, Flower Celestial's power, Ghost Lord's power, a multicolored aura flame burst forth from Zhao Fu's body. It was 3 meters tall and continuously swayed, sending out terrifying shockwaves that rippled out. The ground was unable to withstand the power and continuously cracked as clouds swirled in the sky. Zhao Fu's body gave off an extremely terrifying power as he rose into the air, causing the entire world to tremble in fear. The monster condescendingly laughed and continued to rush over. It did not place Zhao Fu in its eyes at all. Zhao Fu slowly raised his sword and slashed out again and again, sending out massive sword lights giving off massive sword chi and destructive power as they ferociously slashed towards the monster. Boom, 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 boom. It wasn't just one, but hundreds and thousands of sword lights that slashed at the monster's body, giving off massive explosions that sounded out in all directions. The first sword light chopped the monster into minced meat. The second sword light chopped the minced meat into countless blood dregs. The third sword light turned the blood dregs into nothingness. The fourth sword light, the fifth sword light, and the sixth sword light kept chopping. The ground continued to shatter and collapse, and the crater continued to expand, from dozens of meters, to hundreds of meters, to thousands of meters, and finally to tens of thousands of meters. Finally, Zhao Fu stopped swinging the sword in his hand. Not a single drop of blood was left on the monster's body. It turned into nothingness, leaving no trace behind. Ha ha ha, you still can't kill me. An infuriating voice rang out as the monster reappeared in the pit, looking at Zhao Fu provocatively. Zhao Fu furiously stretched out a hand and grabbed at the air. Chains containing immense power shot out and pierced through the monster's body, making it look like a hornet's nest. There was not a single spot that was unharmed. Moreover, Zhao Fu controlled the chains to bind up the monster's body. Since he couldn't kill it, he would seal it here forever. A black hole appeared below the monster's body, and Zhao Fu pulled with his hand, causing the countless chains around the monster's body to be dragged into the sealed space. After successfully sealing the monster, Zhao Fu did not feel any joy because the monster had not struggled at all when he had sealed it. Bang! Zhao Fu's hair stood on end as a figure appeared behind Zhao Fu. A spear containing terrifying power stabbed out, sending out an immense spear energy that sent Zhao Fu flying back. The monster once again appeared in the sky and loudly laughed. Zhao Fu was sent flying back and his back was blood red. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and his aura became quite weak. Swish, the monster turned into a ray of light and gave off a massive aura as it once again rushed at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu sent the monster flying with a single sword strike, and his consciousness entered the sealed space. He had clearly sealed the monster, but now, the monster had disappeared from the sealed space and was able to silently appear behind him. Just what kind of abilities did this monster possess? It was actually unkillable and could not be sealed. Its abilities were quite terrifying. Whoosh, 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 massive gusts of wind sounded out as the monster stood in the air and swung its arms, causing 3 massive tornadoes to give off immense destructive power and an aura that seemed to be able to destroy everything as they flew towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu loudly shouted as the sword in his hand exploded out with countless rays of sword light and a massive sword intent spread out. Zhao Fu's body started to spin, causing sword arcs to flash out and give off sword winds, forming a black sword chi tornado. This sword chi tornado not only gave off the power to destroy everything, but it also gave off an incredibly sharp aura. It continuously swept out, causing the heavens and earth to dim and clouds to gather, seeming to be able to destroy everything. Bang! A shocking explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu's black tornado gave off terrifying power as it ferociously clashed with the 3 azure tornadoes. Wild gales blew out, destroying everything in the surroundings. The sky seemed to be torn apart by the wind, and the sounds they gave off were incredibly terrifying. Even though the 3 azure tornadoes were quite big and outnumbered Zhao Fu, they were still destroyed by Zhao Fu's sword chi tornado. However, it was shattered by Zhao Fu's sword chi tornado, turning into countless wild gusts of wind that scattered. The monster in the middle was also pulled into the sword chi tornado, and its body was sliced into countless pieces of meat that were then stirred into countless pieces. After that, not even the minced meat could be seen. Finally, Zhao Fu stopped. He panted heavily, his aura somewhat weak. That attack just now had consumed a great deal of his strength. Countless substances once again gathered, forming the monster's figure. The monster loudly mocked, "I told you. You can't kill me, no matter what you do, it's useless. Looking at this monster, Zhao Fu could only angrily curse. He did not continue, as he had already used up much of his strength. If he continued like this, he would definitely die at the monster's hands. Without hesitating, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot towards the horizon. Zhao Fu did not plan on exploring this danger zone. With this monster around, how could he pass through? Seeing Zhao Fu run away, the monster did not chase after him. Instead, there was a trace of mockery on its face. Run. Keep running. No matter what you do, you won't be able to escape, nor will you be able to kill me. In the end, you'll definitely die at my hands, the monster continued to wildly laugh. Zhao Fu looked quite furious and did not know what was going on. Why did this monster have undying and indestructible powers? Why could it not be sealed and why he could not escape? This monster's abilities were simply too strange. Boom, the monster exploded out with a terrifying aura and once again rushed at Zhao Fu. It ferociously stabbed out with its spear and a powerful spear light containing a sharp aura shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu's expression was cold as he vigorously slashed out with his sword, and a black sword light containing terrifying power slashed towards the spear light. A bang sounded out as the sword light and spear light collided, resulting in a massive explosion and causing countless rays of light to shoot everywhere. The monster rushed towards the light, and the spear in its hand turned into a massive snake that gave off ferocious power as it shot towards Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu blocked with his sword, but the snake gave off immense power and sent Zhao Fu flying. The monster loudly laughed and quickly rushed at Zhao Fu. It vigorously slashed out with its claws, and 5 arcs of light containing sharp power slashed towards Zhao Fu. They seemed to tear apart the sky, causing people's hairs to stand on end. Zhao Fu continuously slashed out, destroying the arcs of light, but the monster once again leapt forwards, and its sharp claws became like sharp knives as it stabbed towards Zhao Fu's heart. Facing this attack, Zhao Fu had fallen for it once before, and he understood that even if he cut it in half, it would be useless. His sword gave off an intense sword light, so he did not use any slashes and instead used a slap to send it flying. The monster that was sent flying let out a strange laugh, and its body automatically dissipated into countless tiny particles. In the next second, it strangely appeared behind Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had never thought that the monster would be able to reform itself without killing him. The monster's hand once again grabbed towards Zhao Fu's heart. Zhao Fu dodged to the side, but the sharp claw still reached Zhao Fu and stabbed into his right back. Blood splattered everywhere, and Zhao Fu endured the pain as he spun and slashed out, once again sending the monster flying. He, the monster once again gave a strange smile and no longer placed Zhao Fu in its eyes at all. Its gaze was filled with condescension and ridicule as its body once again turned into countless traces of matter and disappeared. Zhao Fu's eyes were filled with a strange aura as he looked at Zhao Fu with disdain. Zhao Fu also looked around warily. Suddenly, the monster once again rushed behind Zhao Fu and stabbed towards Zhao Fu with its sharp claws. Zhao Fu reacted in time, turning and slashing the monster back. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu felt an immense sense of danger above him, and he hurriedly unleashed his black energy barrier. The monster had split into 2, and one was sent flying by Zhao Fu while the other appeared above Zhao Fu's head. The monster's claws gave off large amounts of light and gave off terrifying power as they swiped towards Zhao Fu, leaving behind after images. Bang! The black energy barrier was hit by the massive power, and it fell to the ground like a boulder, smashing open a massive crater. Fortunately, Zhao Fu had unleashed his defensive barrier in time, or else this attack might have heavily injured Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu had also been slightly injured, and he once again coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his aura became even weaker. Ha ha ha, the monster in the sky wildly laughed, and then it split into 8, also giving off strange laughter. Zhao Fu felt quite startled. One monster was already quite difficult to deal with, and now there were 8 of them. He would be in great danger. Swish, 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 the 8 monsters savagely laughed and gave off powerful auras as they turned into rays of light and once again attacked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu could only dodge, and he turned into a ray of light as he dodged to the side. However, in the next moment, the 8 monsters turned into countless particles of light and disappeared. In the next second, the first monster appeared by his side, and Zhao Fu slapped it away. The second monster paid, and Zhao Fu once again slapped out with his sword. The third monster was kicked out by Zhao Fu, but the fourth monster could not react in time. Bang! Zhao Fu's body was sent flying by the monster's kick, and he crashed dozens of meters away. He once again coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his expression was incredibly unsightly. He continuously wondered just what sort of abilities these monsters had. Not only were they unkillable and indestructible, but they could also create clones and control this place's power. Moreover, they could not escape from this place, and every time they were about to leave, their bodies would mysteriously reappear here. There were only 3 ways to do this. The first was within some sort of barrier, the second was within some sort of magic formation, and after thinking about it, Zhao Fu was sure that it was not one of those 2. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu's gaze became sharp. The 8 monsters stood in the sky and loudly laughed. I already said that you would definitely die here, so why struggle and suffer? You don't have the power to resist me, so you can die in peace. I'll definitely treasure you and eat you. The monsters continued to wildly laugh, and now there were 16 of them. They once again turned into rays of light and savagely charged at Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not move at all, coldly looking at the incoming monsters. This made the monsters feel quite startled, and they could not understand why Zhao Fu was just standing there. Could it be that he wanted to let them kill him? Thinking about that, the monsters savagely laughed. Just as the monsters were about to reach him and their claws were about to attack Zhao Fu gave a trace of a cold smile and lightly cried out, "Celestial mode, activate." Boom! A massive explosion sounded out as Zhao Fu gave off an intense rainbow-colored light, making him seem like a celestial. An aura that surpassed everything in the world exploded out, and a massive shockwave blasted out like a wild gale. A 2-meter-wide rainbow-colored circle of runes appeared with Zhao Fu at the center. Zhao Fu's eyes gave off rainbow-colored light, and there was a coin-sized rainbow-colored magic formation on his forehead. Sensing the aura coming off from Zhao Fu's body, the monster's expression fell, and it felt that Zhao Fu had discovered its ultimate secret. At that moment, Zhao Fu's voice once again sounded out, "Heavenly Eye, activate." The rainbow-colored magic formation on Zhao Fu's forehead quickly spun, and a rainbow-colored eye appeared, coldly and emotionlessly looking at the monster. A rainbow-colored light shot out from the eyeball, and the scenery around it quickly changed. The grass, creeks, and blue sky gradually disappeared, and a place covered with withered leaves and a decaying aura appeared before Zhao Fu. The sky was still dark, and the ground was covered with withered leaves. Out of the 5 celestial senses, Divine Sense had the ability to resist all sorts of mental attacks and illusions. When one's celestial senses fused together, their various powers would become even more powerful, and the Heaven's Eye would be the most terrifying. The illusion this time was the most powerful illusion Zhao Fu had ever encountered. Zhao Fu had the 5 celestial senses, and adding on his divine bloodline, ordinary illusions were useless against him. However, this illusion had caused Zhao Fu to fall into it without him noticing. Without the Heaven's Eye, it was likely that Zhao Fu would not have been able to escape from the illusion, and he might have died within. The consequences would have been quite severe. If even Zhao Fu's strength was like this, anyone else would not be able to survive. The insides of this danger zone were quite terrifying. After the illusion disappeared, a monster appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This monster had a humanoid body and was quite fat. It had 2 heads, each of which had an eye. Its skin was gray, and its hands were like sharp claws. There were also some roots growing out of its body. This was the monster that had unleashed that terrifying illusion. Now that Zhao Fu had dispelled its illusion, it was greatly startled and hurriedly retreated. It was no longer as arrogant and condescending as it had been before. Without the power of its illusions, its strength was quite ordinary and could be easily defeated. Its greatest strength was its illusions. Zhao Fu stopped using the Heaven's Eye's power. Seeing that it wanted to run, he gave a cold smile and slashed out with his sword. The black crescent-shaped sword light gave off terrifying power as it slashed out. The monster turned and slashed out with its claws, causing 5 sharp lights to collide with the black crescent-shaped sword light. Bang! An explosion sounded out as countless rays of light shot out in all directions. A shockwave spread out, and the monster's body was forced back a few steps. It was not injured, but its expression was quite unsightly. Zhao Fu was now within 10 meters of it, making it difficult for it to escape. Can you let me off this once? I can use treasures to exchange for my life. The monster knew that he was too ordinary without the power of illusion. For the sake of his own life, he compromised with Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had been suppressing his anger for a long time. Now that he had finally vented his anger, he sneered and said, "At this time, you still want to live. Aren't you a little too naive? I remember that you were very arrogant just now. Why are you afraid now?" The monster's expression was quite unsightly and knew that it was impossible for Zhao Fu to spare him. He hardened his heart and exploded out with a powerful aura flame as he roared, "Don't think that I'm afraid of you, it's not certain who will win yet." Boom, the monster gave off a massive aura as it rushed out and slashed out with one of its claws. 5 massive gray crescents containing ferocious power slashed out, seeming to be able to split apart boulders. At that moment, a look of disdain appeared on Zhao Fu's face. After losing its illusion, the monster's strength had become quite ordinary, so Zhao Fu did not fear it. He rushed up and slashed out with massive power. Bang, the 5 ferocious crescents were shattered by Zhao Fu's attack, turning into countless motes of light and dissipating. Seeing this, the monster felt quite startled and did not hesitate to turn and run. However, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword and sent the escaping monster flying. The monster was sent flying 10 or so meters away and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. It looked quite afraid as it cried out, "Don't kill me, I can give you my treasures and obey your orders as long as you spare my life." However, Zhao Fu did not do anything because he did not trust this monster. This monster was quite cunning, and after suffering so much at its hands, how could it just disappear like that? Xing, a black sword light containing terrifying power slashed out, and the monster's expression became savage. It no longer chose to run and roared as it slashed out with its claws. The 5 crescents slashed against the black sword light and once again exploded. This time, Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and rushed in front of the monster. He ferociously slashed out with his sword, causing sword light to explode out with destructive power. The monster grabbed out with its hand and a spear appeared in its hand. It held the spear and sent large amounts of power into it as it stabbed out, giving off a terrifying piercing power as it shot out. Bang, a massive sound rang out as the spear energy and sword light collided. The sword light shattered the spear energy and sent the monster flying back. The monster howled in pain as a bloody gash appeared on its chest and it crashed to the ground, looking quite wretched. However, Zhao Fu was expressionless as he once again stabbed towards the monster. The monster's expression was savage, and its eyes became transparent, and it once again shot out an illusory light that seemed to be real as it soundlessly shot towards Zhao Fu. Facing these 2 rays of light, Zhao Fu knew that they were incredibly dangerous, as they contained powerful illusions. However, Zhao Fu once again unleashed his Heaven's Eye. The rainbow-colored eyeball gave off boundless rainbow-colored light, forming a rainbow-colored energy barrier that blocked in front of Zhao Fu. The 2 rays of light from the monster were unable to affect Zhao Fu at all, and the monster's expression was quite unsightly as it continued to run. Bang, Zhao Fu vigorously slashed out, sending out a sword light containing immense power that once again sent the monster flying. He did not give the monster any chance to attack and chased after it, chopping off its 2 heads, instantly killing it. Seeing that the monster was truly dead, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief and relaxed as he sat on the ground to recover his strength. Because he had been within the illusion, all of his injuries had disappeared, but his mind had been injured. That illusion most likely directly harmed the soul, and if he was killed within the illusion, his soul would be killed as well. This caused the person outside the illusion to truly die. After resting for a while and recovering all of his strength, Zhao Fu looked at the monster's corpse and thought about it before stretching out a hand and causing countless traces of black demonic chi to spread out and cover the monster's body and 2 heads. The corpse started to melt and condense into an orb of black liquid that floated in the air. This orb of liquid continuously compressed, and some black impurities were expelled, turning into countless traces of matter that floated in the air and disappeared. Zhao Fu opened his left eye and gave off a formless suction force that sucked the orb of black liquid into his eye. Following this, Zhao Fu closed his eye socket and started to refine the orb of black liquid. The orb of black liquid continuously fused into Zhao Fu's left eyeball, and the eyeball calmly absorbed the liquid before perfectly fusing together. When Zhao Fu once again opened his eyes, there was now a beautiful glass-like pupil in Zhao Fu's left eye. It gave off motes of light like a gemstone, and ordinary people would feel moved if they saw it. The extra pupil allowed Zhao Fu to grasp a powerful illusion, causing Zhao Fu to smile. Zhao Fu had personally experienced this sort of terrifying illusion before, so he naturally knew how terrifying it was. Moreover, Zhao Fu knew the origins of this illusion. It was called the ruler illusion, and it was one of the rarest illusions in the world. Now that Zhao Fu had obtained this illusion, with his divine bloodline and other terrifying powers, his illusions would be even more terrifying and would no longer be as terrifying as the monster's illusions. Zhao Fu got up from the ground and looked around because he had heard from the monster that there were treasures. A while later, Zhao Fu found a large cave that seemed to have been frequented. This was most likely the monster's lair, and Zhao Fu carefully walked in and found that there were all sorts of treasures. There were countless gold and silver coins, all sorts of jewels, equipment, and all sorts of items. Zhao Fu put them all into his spatial ring and opened a pure silver treasure chest. This treasure chest was hidden in a secret compartment, and it was most likely an incredibly valuable treasure. Zhao Fu felt great anticipation. After opening the treasure chest, countless rays of silver light spread out, and a wyvern made of pure silver appeared in front of Zhao Fu. This wyvern's body was silver white, and its horns were incredibly long and sharp. It had a pair of black, gem-like eyes, a pair of large, silver wings, a pair of sharp claws, 6 toes, and a long, slender tail. The statue was coiled together, and what made Zhao Fu feel incredibly delighted was that this statue was a den, and it was an incredibly precious dragon denver. The dragon that spawned was at least stage 8, and it was called a Splendor Night Silver Dragon. This type of dragon had both darkness and metal attributes, and it was more powerful than ordinary stage 8 dragons. Zhao Fu had obtained an incredibly precious treasure this time. Because dragon dens were incredibly rare, Qin had used the universal den and bound it to a wyvern, which was why he had obtained a wyvern denver. That wyvern was only stage 5, and it was a low-grade dragon. However, this Splendor Night Silver Dragon could rival top-tier dragons, and it was much more powerful than stage 5 dragons. It had stage 5 power right after being born. However, because of how powerful the Splendor Night Silver Dragon was, it took a long time to spawn. It would only spawn 2 per month, or 24 per year. Zhao Fu felt that this was acceptable. Back then, the wyvern den only spawned wyverns every 5 or 6 days, but now, it spawned 5 or 6 wyverns every day. Adding on the wyverns that they nurtured, Great Qin now had tens of thousands of wyverns. Zhao Fu was confident that he could nurture a large number of Splendor Night Silver Dragons. A group of stage 8 wyverns would be incredibly powerful, and they would be a great advantage for Great Qin in the future. Zhao Fu happily put the den away and left the cave. Now that he had obtained this dragon den, everything had been worth it. After leaving the cave, Zhao Fu continued onwards. This was only the inner part and not the deepest part, perhaps there were even more precious treasures. Zhao Fu continued onwards. In the end, Zhao Fu came to the deepest part of the danger zone and was surprised to find that there were many brambles here, blocking his vision. However, the brambles here were a little different from the brambles outside. The brambles here were dark red, while the brambles outside were green. Furthermore, the brambles here were harder and sharper than the brambles outside. The short thorns already carried a trace of cold light. Zhao Fu took out the Emperor Killing Sword and sent out sword lights as he advanced. Even though the brambles were incredibly tough, they were not able to stop Zhao Fu's incredibly sharp Emperor Killing Sword. At the same time, Zhao Fu became wary. The brambles outside all had their own consciousness, so the brambles here definitely did as well. As expected, even though Zhao Fu advanced, the brambles seemed to come to life and continuously moved. However, they did not attack Zhao Fu and instead chose to defend. Countless brambles continuously gathered, forming a wall of red brambles that was hundreds of meters tall. The countless brambles interweaved with each other, and there were only small gaps between them. They gave off a powerful aura and were quite shocking. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and sent large amounts of power into the Emperor Killing Sword as he lightly cried out, "Sword Master!" Xing, Zhao Fu slashed out, and a massive black sword light containing terrifying power slammed into the wall of brambles. The wall of brambles was directly split in half, and countless thin brambles shot out in all directions like rain. However, the brambles continuously gathered, forming another massive brambles wall in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu once again slashed out, cutting the brambles wall in half. 3 or 4 times later, an ancient voice sounded out from within the brambles. "Sir, I don't want to become enemies with you. I don't want to be your enemy, so please let me go." Zhao Fu felt quite startled. He had never thought that something like this would happen. The most terrifying thing in the depths of the danger zone would take the initiative to express goodwill. However, Zhao Fu did not stop. After all, it was impossible for Zhao Fu to immediately leave just because he said something nice. After all, it had been very difficult for Zhao Fu to come to this place. However, Zhao Fu's main goal here was to obtain benefits. If he could obtain the most benefits without expending any effort, that would naturally be for the best. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "I can spare you, but you should know why I'm here. If you give me enough benefits, I'll immediately leave." A thick bramble stretched out, and there was a red fruit that was as big as a tomato hanging from it. It was oval-shaped and had a smooth surface. It gave off a powerful spirit energy, and anyone could tell that it was a precious spirit fruit. The ancient voice once again sounded out, "Sir, I know that you have a divine bloodline. I know that you have a divine bloodline, and even though your power surpasses all other powers, your cultivation is much harder to break through than ordinary people. You need powerful spirit items, and this bramble fruit of mine can help you break through to the harmony realm." Hearing this, a trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face. He took the thorn fruit and examined it. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with it, he put it away and asked, "Is there anything else?" The ancient voice once again sounded out, seeming quite troubled as it said, "Sir, I don't have anything good. I don't have anything good. That thorn fruit is already my most precious thing. I hope sir can understand and leave this place." As the thing in the depths of the danger zone, Zhao Fu did not believe that there was nothing else, so he said coldly, "I said that if you hand over something that satisfies me, I'll let you go. Since you're not willing, don't blame me." After saying this, Zhao Fu sent large amounts of power into the Emperor Killing Sword, and a massive sword intent spread out. The ancient voice hurriedly said, "Sir, don't do anything. If you don't believe me, come in and take a look." There were many craters and cracks everywhere, as if there had been a battle here. Moreover, the power of that battle was quite terrifying, or else it would not have caused such great destruction. An ancient elder appeared in front of Zhao Fu. He wore red clothes and there were thin brambles growing out of his head. He looked quite old, but he looked just like a human. This elder was the creature in the depths of the danger zone, and his body gave off terrifying ripples. He was at the peak of the world realm, and if Zhao Fu fought with him, it would be a fierce battle. The elder sighed as he said, "I originally had an innate spirit root here, which was nurtured by heaven and earth spirit energy. It contained incredibly powerful spirit energy, and it was as terrifying as the spirit race's sovereign bloodline. It's a pity. A few years ago, 2 people came here. She was an extremely terrifying woman. I've never seen such a terrifying person. Not only did her aura surpass emperors, it even surpassed saints. However, because she wanted to take away the innate spirit root, I instinctively wanted to protect it. However, even though I exploded out with all of my power, she only had the strength of a single finger, and the innate spirit root was still taken away. Look, I really don't have anything good. If it wasn't for that terrifying existence's benevolence, I might have already died." After hearing the elder's words, Zhao Fu's expression became quite serious. Only someone with an origin bloodline had the power to surpass saints, so that person was definitely from the origin race. Thinking about that, Zhao Fu thought back to the matter from before, which was when he had seen Tuoba Qing in the illusion. He couldn't help but ask about the woman's appearance, and he couldn't help but smile. Tuoba Qing had indeed been here, and it was she who had taken the innate spirit root. "Sir, you really do know that existence? You also have a divine bloodline, so you should have the same ability," the elder said in shock. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not explain. Since there was nothing good, Zhao Fu smiled and said, "Since there's nothing good left, there's no need for us to continue fighting. I'll be leaving now." At that moment, the elder said in a fawning tone, "Sir, I still have 10 or so thorn fruits here. I also have a dozen thorn fruits here, and I am willing to offer them to you. I wonder if you can reward me with some of your blood, just a few drops will do. Zhao Fu thought about it, and seeing that the thorn fruit and the elder's attitude was quite good, Zhao Fu agreed. After all, his divine blood was not very precious to him, and he often used it to refine various things or use abilities. Hearing Zhao Fu agree, the old man was overjoyed. He took out a dozen thorn fruits and gave them to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu also cut his wrist and let out some blood for the old man. After the two of them completed the transaction, Zhao Fu left and the old man returned to the ground. After returning to the merchant group, all of the women happily smiled. Zhao Fu had stayed in the danger zone for 2 days, and all of the women greatly missed him. As for the reason, there was no need to explain. Hu Shan flirtatiously hugged Zhao Fu and said, "Husband, why did you stay in there for so long? With your strength, it should be easy, right?" Niu Daoda lightly harumphed, "That's right. You made us wait here for 2 days and made us miss you every day. Later, you have to make it up to us, or else we won't forgive you and will punish you." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he explained, "It's extremely dangerous inside, and it's not as easy as you think. I almost died there, but I obtained a few precious treasures." Zhao Fu first took out the beauty spring pearl and many cups, and he sent his power into the beauty spring pearl. Clear spring water flowed out of the beauty spring pearl, and under Zhao Fu's control, it turned into balls of water and fell into the cups. Zhao Fu gave a simple explanation of the spring water's effects, and the women all looked delighted as they took the cups and drank the spring water. As a woman, there was not a single woman who was not interested in beauty. After the women drank the spring water, their skin became supple and lustrous, and they looked even more beautiful than before. Golan smiled as she said, "Husband, can you give us some more spring water? This little bit of spring water's effects are quite weak, and we haven't felt much of a change." Shihua said charmingly, "Husband, we're all yours. We've become prettier, and if we serve you together, you'll be happier." Niu Dongni hugged Zhao Fu's arm and said coquettishly, "Husband, can you give us some more spring water?" Zhao Fu lightly smiled and gave the beauty fountain water pearl to them. There was a lot of fountain water inside, so he was not worried that they would use it. After giving the fountain water pearl to them, the women's minds were all focused on the fountain water pearl. After getting rid of the women, Zhao Fu returned to the carriage by himself and planned to eat the thorn fruit to break through to the harmony realm. Even though Zhao Fu had heaven realm cultivation and was quite powerful in the outer domains, he was still quite weak. Let alone the heaven domain, even in the inner domains, there were many heaven realm cultivators. In the eyes of Emperor Heaven Realm experts, heaven realm cultivators were like ants. Moreover, after this trip to the danger zone, Zhao Fu felt that his cultivation was still too weak, and he needed to quickly increase it. That way, he would have a greater advantage in Outlander 10 College's examination. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged within the carriage and took out a bramble fruit and ate it in a few bites. The bramble fruit did not taste good, and it tasted quite bitter. Zhao Fu did not mind and swallowed it, and it immediately turned into powerful spirit energy and spread out. This thorn fruit was a spirit fruit that the elder had nurtured. That elder's body was a massive thorn, and with his peak world realm power, nurturing 10 or so spirit fruits naturally contained great power. Zhao Fu quickly absorbed the massive spirit energy, and the powerful spirit energy flowed throughout Zhao Fu's body like a warm current, causing Zhao Fu's body to feel quite comfortable. At the same time, Zhao Fu's cultivation continuously rose. After such a long time, Zhao Fu's cultivation had greatly increased, and he was not far from the harmony realm. This thorn fruit contained enough spirit energy to raise Zhao Fu's cultivation to the peak of the heaven realm. However, after reaching the peak of the heaven realm, the thorn fruit did not have much spirit energy left, so it was not enough for Zhao Fu to break through to the harmony realm. Luckily, Zhao Fu had 10 or so spirit fruits, and he immediately ate one. A wave of spirit energy once again spread through Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's body to tremble as if something had been broken, and a massive wave of energy uncontrollably spread out. After successfully breaking through to the harmony realm, Zhao Fu grinned. In actuality, breaking through to the harmony realm in just 9 years was already incredibly fast. After all, Zhao Fu was not someone from the Heaven Awakened world right from the start, and he did not have good talent or large amounts of resources, so he definitely could not compare to those geniuses. After breaking through to the harmony realm, Zhao Fu felt different. His body had become stronger, and he felt as if he was connected to the ground. He felt a sense of heaviness and could use heaven and earth power at any time. After going outside, Zhao Fu stretched his stiff body. The women had also consumed a large amount of the beauty spring water, and their skin was snow-white and tender. Their figures were alluring, and their looks had greatly changed, becoming many times more beautiful than before. They were already top-tier beauties, and after drinking the beauty spring water, they could be called rare beauties in the world. Xianxia leaned against Zhao Fu and returned the beauty spring water to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked at the beauty spring water and found that there was still a lot left, and the women had not used much. However, the true way to use the beauty spring water was to soak one's body in it and absorb as much of the beauty spring water as one could. Now, they could only drink it, but the effects were much weaker. Master, it's time to train your little female slaves. Xianxia, the Empress Dowager, had a flirtatious look on her face as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, looking incredibly lewd. After drinking the beauty spring water, the women's gazes fell on Zhao Fu's body, and their eyes became watery as they surrounded Zhao Fu, looking incredibly expectant. Shonan smiled as she said, "Let's not waste time, let's go back to the carriage with husband." The women lightly laughed and nodded before surrounding Zhao Fu on the carriage. Zhao Fu felt quite helpless and ordered the merchant group to continue onwards. Intense sounds once again sounded out from within the carriage. After drinking the beauty spring water, not only did it taste even more delicious, but it also became even more lewd. Now, the merchant group had entered a new kingdom. After passing through this kingdom, they would reach their destination, the fox race world. After enjoying the women's bodies, Zhao Fu hugged the red-faced orc goddess and leaned against the window as he continued to enjoy the scenery outside. At that moment, a group of leopard people with leopard heads, humanoid bodies, leopard tails, and leopard skins swaggered into a goat people village. They held weapons and swaggered into a goat people village. These goat people had the heads of goats and the statuses of humans. They were quite obedient and docile, and some of them had human faces but had goat horns on their heads and goat tails. The leopard people at the front loudly said, "It's time for you to hand over food again. Today, Zhao Fu today, sect, and Fu Fu, and the leopard people are all leopard people." Village. Leopard people at the village, they had a saying, "King was Ling to king," the king people at Fu, God, he, Wang, realm, he, Fu, said, King, I. The leopard people coldly harumphed and slapped the leopard people to the ground. "I don't care what happens to your village, if I can't do it, I'll slaughter all of you useless goat people." The other goat people's faces became pale and they stood by the side, not daring to even breathe loudly. The goat people who had been slapped to the ground got up from the ground. There was a trace of blood at his lips, and he could only smile as he said, "Sir, we can hand over the food. We can hand over the grain, but can you at least leave a few men for our village? Please, sir." The leopard people furiously slapped the goat people to the ground and kicked the goat people as they said angrily, "You damned old man, you dare to negotiate with me? You're seeking death." Arg. A young goat people could not take it anymore that his father was being beaten like this, and he roared as he charged out and slammed against the ferocious leopard people. The leopard people looked quite disdainful and kicked the young goat people flying. The young goat people flew back 4 or 5 meters before crashing to the ground and coughing up a mouthful of blood. His face became pale, and it seemed that his injuries were not light. The leopard people had stage 2 cultivation, while the young man did not even have stage 1 cultivation. It was evident that he was not a match for the leopard people. The leopard people evidently would not let the young goat people off so easily. They walked over and stepped on the young man's head as they condescendingly laughed and said, "You want to resist me? You can die now." The leopard people raised their feet and prepared to stomp down and crush the young man's head. 2 women could not help but rush out and kneel on the ground as they cried, "Sir, please spare him." One was a beautiful woman with a mature figure and fair skin. She had goat horns on her head, and she gave off a gentle aura. The other was a beautiful woman with a slim figure and goat horns on her head, and she gave off a refreshing aura. The young woman was the young man's wife, and she was called Yang He. The other woman was called Yang Lily, and she was the young man's little sister. The leopard people had never thought that there would be two such beautiful women in this small village. They stopped and loudly laughed as they hugged the two women, one on each side, while the two women desperately struggled. The leopard people's hands were like iron hoops, holding their bodies to their shoulders. The other leopard people looked at the leopard people in admiration. The leopard people loudly laughed as they said, "Brothers, bring the other men with you. Take the other men and leave with us. We'll play with them later." The leopard people looked quite delighted and happily pulled out the male goat people. The goat people looked quite afraid and did not dare to resist at all. They were gathered together by the leopard people, and their necks and hands were tied with ropes. Following this, the 20 or so leopard people escorted the 100 or so goat people back. They did not bring the old leopard people with them, as they could not do much work. Bringing them back would be a waste of food. As for the young man who was half dead, they could not bring him either. At that moment, the walking leopard people encountered Zhao Fu's merchant group. The ferocious-looking leopard man and the other leopard people looked quite delighted. They would be able to obtain many benefits from this merchant group, so they fearlessly stopped Zhao Fu's merchant group and shouted, "This is the leopard kingdom, hurry up and pay the protection fee." The captain of the merchant group looked quite disdainful. He now understood Zhao Fu's temper and understood Zhao Fu's intentions. He coldly said to the leopard people, "Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." A trace of anger appeared on the captain's face, and he turned to look at the carriage behind him. Zhao Fu nodded slightly, and the captain smiled in understanding. He exchanged glances with the guards beside him, and the others also understood. The numerous guards suddenly attacked, and a cold light slashed towards the leopard men. The leopard men didn't think that these people would really dare to attack them. Facing the attack of over 100 guards, the group of leopard men naturally didn't have the strength to fight back. They were directly killed. On the other side, the bound goat people looked terrified and did not know what to do. Now that they were tied up like this, they could not escape even if they wanted to. The caravan captain asked Zhao Fu for instructions on how to deal with these goat men. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on the two goat-headed women and he lightly smiled as he said, "Bring them here and release everyone else." The captain nodded and took some people to cut off the ropes and let them leave. The goat person expressed his gratitude and quickly left. As for the two women, they were also brought to the front of the carriage. The two women didn't know what was going on, but when the caravan captain told them that their lord wanted to see them, they couldn't refuse. They wanted to hurry back, but they were worried about their father and husband's injuries, so they got on the carriage and decided to see their lord first. However, their lewd moans soon rang out from within the carriage. Zhao Fu rode on top of them, savoring the taste of the two goat-headed women. Afterward, Zhao Fu held Yang He and Yang Lily in his arms. The two girls were in Zhao Fu's embrace, their faces flushed red as they panted weakly. They looked shy and embarrassed to face each other. Yang Lily didn't expect her gentle sister-in-law to have such a lascivious side. Yang He was embarrassed to face Yang Lily. Of course, she was also a little surprised. Yang Lily's performance under another man seemed very pure. However, they didn't stay shy for too long because they still had things to do. Yang He looked at Zhao Fu with her beautiful eyes and said pleadingly, "Sir, Zhao Fu, I'm willing to help you. Our father and husband are seriously injured. We want to go back and have a look. Can you let us go back? When we return, we will serve you well." Zhao Fu chuckled and agreed to let the caravan head towards the village. The village already knew that the leopard man had been killed because those people had already escaped. As for the old man and the young man, they had been carried into the house and given some simple medicine to treat them. By now, they had regained consciousness, and after hearing about what had happened, they couldn't help but feel worried. However, the merchant group had arrived, and the two women had returned to their side. They had also brought with them high-quality medicinal pills, allowing them to quickly recover. Some of the goat people were afraid of the merchant group, mainly because the merchant group was too powerful. They were also afraid that the leopard people would attack them, as the merchant group had killed the leopard people and were worried that they would be implicated. "My wife. That's great, you're fine." The goat-headed young man was still a little weak, and he happily hugged Yang He. Yang He looked at Zhao Fu and shyly pushed the young man over as she said softly, "All right. Your body is quite weak and it's best that you rest." The young man smiled as he lay on the bed, not noticing that anything was off. He had no idea how lewd his wife had been under Zhao Fu's body. Moreover, his wife now had Zhao Fu's mark on her, and she was no longer his wife. Zhao Fu sat by the side and started to talk to the elderly goat person. The elderly goat person's injuries were not very heavy, so he recovered quite quickly. Zhao Fu mainly asked about two things. One was the situation in this place, and the other was about the goat people and whether or not they had any ancestral power. The first thing Zhao Fu learned was that this kingdom's situation was quite special. 60% of its people were leopard people and 40% were goat people. In this kingdom, the goat people were the ones who were enslaved and oppressed. The goat people were either very docile or weak, and they did not dare to resist. As such, the leopard people humiliated the goat people even more, resulting in this scene. The second thing Zhao Fu learned was that the goat people had an ability called the goat people's blessing. It required at least 1 million goat people to cast it, and the more goat people there were, the greater the blessing. This blessing could give the goat people ancestral power, and it had good effects on one's fate and could slightly improve one's constitution. Zhao Fu felt quite interested in the goat people's blessing, and he suggested that he could help the goat people change the situation. The elderly goat person understood that Zhao Fu was not an ordinary person, so he gave him a hint. This notification was to find the leader of the goat people, Yang Long. He was the only one who could do such a thing. Yang Long had great prestige in the hearts of the goat people, and only he could lead the goat people to raise the flag of resistance. After hearing about this, Zhao Fu and the merchant group quickly got up. Zhao Fu naturally took Yang He and Yang Lily with him. The elderly goat person knew about his daughter and daughter-in-law's relationship with Zhao Fu. When they came back, their faces were quite red, and it was obvious that they had done it with a man. Moreover, their gazes would occasionally fall on Zhao Fu's body. A while later, Zhao Fu's merchant group came to a goat people city. Most of the people here were goat people, and there were no leopard people. Yang Long was the city lord here. Zhao Fu did not waste any time and went to the city hall to have someone report that he had something to do with the goat people's fate. Yang Long quickly summoned Zhao Fu. Yang Long was a middle-aged man with a trace of coldness and a powerful aura. He sat in the hall and looked at Zhao Fu as he said, "What do you have to do with the goat people's fate?" Facing Yang Long's sharp gaze, Zhao Fu lightly laughed and a terrifying aura exploded out. Yang Long had Heaven Realm cultivation, so Zhao Fu used his nation armament's power, which was why he was able to scare Yang Long. As expected, sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying aura, Yang Long's face became pale and he felt quite terrified. His body slightly trembled, and he no longer looked as cold and aloof as before. He immediately came down and said courteously, "Sir, I'm afraid that Zhao Fu might not be able to defeat Zhao Fu. Please take a seat." Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and sat next to Yang Long. Yang Long did not dare to sit on the same level as Zhao Fu, so he got down from his seat and smiled as he asked, "Sir, what do you want? Do you really have something to say?" Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "I've come to make you the king of a kingdom. I just need all of the goat people to gather here and cast a goat people's blessing on me." To Yang Long, becoming the king of a kingdom was something that he would never be able to do in his lifetime, which was why he was so happy. Yang Long said excitedly, "Sir, what do you think I should do next?" "I'll listen to everything you say. That goat person has blessed me, and I'll definitely gather all of the goat people." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Tell all of the goat people to prepare to rebel at the same time. Leave the leopard people's main force to me, and you just need to take down the cities." Hearing that it would be so easy, Yang Long grinned and agreed, and he secretly spread the news. This would take some time, and now that the sun had set and night had fallen, Yang Long prepared a sumptuous feast for Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not refuse and gave him face. At the banquet, Zhao Fu looked at a beautiful woman and a pair of twin sisters sitting next to him and gave a trace of an interested smile. The beautiful woman had a voluptuous figure and a pretty face, and she gave off a gentle aura. The twin sisters next to her had graceful figures and were quite beautiful. They gave off a gentle and quiet aura and looked quite alluring. Yang Long sensed Zhao Fu's gaze and smiled as he introduced them. "This is my wife, Yang Mei, and she has a pair of daughters. If Sir is interested, I'll have them serve Sir tonight." Zhao Fu looked at them and pretended to hesitate as he said, "That's not too good, right? After all, they're your wife and daughters." Yang Long did not feel angry at all and smiled as he said, "Sir has helped me so much, so it's only right for my wife and daughters to serve you. Sir, please don't refuse, I'll order people to send them to your room later." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "I won't hold back then." During the banquet, Yang Long praised Zhao Fu in all sorts of ways because he was going to become king in the future. When that time came, he would have everything and would be a terrifying existence that reigned above tens of thousands of people. He would be the most prestigious king in this kingdom. Zhao Fu gave Yang Long enough face and smiled, and he even gave him a few rare items. After the banquet concluded, Zhao Fu went to the room that Yang Long had prepared for him. His beautiful wife and daughters were sitting on the bed with sad looks on their faces. Yang Mei's eyes were filled with tears. She had never thought that her husband would give her to someone else and have her serve another man. The twin sisters looked quite angry and glared at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not care about their emotions, and he pulled them onto the bed and started to do it with them, enjoying the feeling of the mother and daughter. Outside, Yang Long heard the intense sounds coming from the room and heard his wife and daughter's moans. The next day, all of the goat people started to move. They gathered their troops everywhere and gave off ferocious auras as they attacked cities. The leopard people had not made any preparations at all, and they had never expected that the weak and cowardly goat people they had bullied and humiliated would actually rebel today. Moreover, it was a direct rebellion, and they could not believe this. The goat people were caught off guard, easily taking down city after city and region after region, giving off a ferocious aura. The leopard kingdom was infuriated and mobilized countless armies to suppress the leopard kingdom. Even though the goat people had an advantage, the majority of the leopard people in this kingdom were leopard people. Moreover, they usually controlled all sorts of resources, and their cultivation and equipment were superior to the goat people. This time, the leopard people planned to defeat the goat people in one fell swoop and enslave them. They had wanted to do this, but they had been worried that too many goat people would resist, so they had not done so. Now was their best opportunity. As long as they defeated the goat people, all of the goat people would become slaves and would no longer have any rights. They would be able to kill them and sell them as they pleased, they would not be given any rights at all. The assembled army set out majestically, but not long after, they suffered a fatal blow. Countless black streaks of light suddenly attacked from one side. The streaks of light easily slashed apart the soldiers' bodies, causing blood to fly everywhere. Countless howls sounded out, and countless people did not know what had happened before becoming a pile of mutilated corpses on the ground. Zhao Fu stood in the air and unleashed his terror aura. Black sword lights brought with them countless sword winds slashed out, turning the soldiers into mincemeat. Blood dyed the ground red and gave off a dense stench of blood. After a few moments, the army of close to 1,000,000 soldiers became a pile of corpses on the ground, and only a small number of people were able to escape. The leopard people's higher-ups fell into shock and terror. That was the leopard people's most elite army, yet they had been destroyed so easily. Just what sort of terrifying faction had the other side invited? The leopard people were about to die. The countless goat people were delirious with delight and wantonly attacked the city because they understood that they would definitely win this time. Yang Long happily laughed. It had not been a waste for him to give his wife and daughter to Zhao Fu, it had all been worth it. Soon, the goat people army reached the royal city and surrounded it. The leopard people's expressions were all quite unsightly and pale. They now understood that they would definitely lose this time. The goat people looked delighted and excited. They were about to take control of this kingdom and become its masters. Yang Long stood at the front of the army and gave off a domineering aura as he shouted, "The leopard kingdom has already perished, don't resist. Don't worry, as long as you're willing to submit, I'll treat you well in the future." In the sky opposite, there were 3 women. These 3 women were the 3 queens of the leopard head country. One had long, golden hair that was tied into a braid. She had a seductive figure and a beautiful face. She had a pair of leopard ears and a tail, and her skin was covered with golden leopard patterns. One had short, violet hair and also had leopard ears and a tail. She had violet leopard patterns and had a fiery figure. One had short, red hair and an even more fiery figure. She was quite beautiful and had leopard ears and a tail as well as red leopard patterns. The three women all gave off an intense wildness and looked quite proud and ferocious. They were not to be trifled with. Their names were Bao Jing, Bao Zi, and Bao Hongya. Bao Jing furiously looked at Yang Long and said angrily, "If I knew things would turn out like this, I would have long since killed you goat people and made you slaves forever. That way, things would not have turned out like this." Yang Long coldly harumphed, "Since you're not willing to surrender, don't blame me. All troops, attack. Kill." Within the palace, Zhao Fu started to do it with the three leopard queens. Before the battle had even started, Zhao Fu had waved his hand and countless chains flew out, binding them up. This caused the goat people's aura to greatly increase, while the leopard people looked incredibly despaired, and the battle quickly ended. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the three leopard queens in his embrace. Their faces were red and they breathed raggedly. These three leopard queens were not ordinary beasts, and Zhao Fu had spent a great deal of effort to tame them. However, taming them gave him a sense of satisfaction and enjoyment. Bao Jing lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Bastard. We want you to let off our families. We don't want anything else, and you can do whatever you want with our bodies." Zhao Fu hugged her and lightly laughed as he said, "It's naturally not a problem for me to let off your family, but you have to take out something that I'm interested in. I want anything related to your ancestors' items, as well as other similar items or powers. Even godly spirits are fine." Bao Hongya angrily hit Zhao Fu a few times and said, "Our bodies are already yours, and yet you still want something? How infuriating." Bao Zi thought for a moment and said, "We have something similar to our ancestors, and this is a leopard soul pearl. It's condensed from our souls and has powerful soul energy. I'll give it to you now, and you can let off our families." She took out a crystal pearl that was as big as a lychee. There was a violet image of a leopard that gave off a faint violet light and a powerful aura. Zhao Fu took the crystal pearl in satisfaction and smiled as he said, You don't have to worry. I promise that I won't harm your families." The three leopard queens let out sighs of relief. Now that the leopard kingdom had been destroyed, the only thing they were worried about was keeping their lives and the lives of their families. Now that things had been resolved, they gave beautiful smiles. Bao Hongya happily laughed as she said, "Bastard. We'll continue after I rest for a while. This time I definitely won't beg for mercy." Zhao Fu smiled as he lifted her chin and said, "Let's come back later. Now, all of you, get up. I want to refine this leopard soul pearl immediately. You will need to leave for a while. You can also go see your loved ones. After that, I will bring you along." Hearing this, the three leopard queens smiled and agreed because this was something they were concerned about. They put on simple clothes and left the room. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the bed and took out the leopard soul pearl. He opened his mouth and swallowed it. The leopard soul pearl exploded with a simple purple light that passed through Zhao Fu's body and shot outside. A purple leopard image appeared within Zhao Fu's body. Facing this violet leopard, Zhao Fu was not too surprised. He used his massive divine bloodline's power to cover the image and started to absorb its power bit by bit. Slowly, the leopard became weaker and weaker. Then, it turned into specks of light and disappeared. The crystal bead also slowly melted. Zhao Fu not only felt a massive wave of power quickly fusing into his body, but he also felt a massive wave of mental energy fusing into his soul, causing his mental energy to continuously grow. Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a leopard person totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. Sensing the violet totem on his back, Zhao Fu grinned and stretched his body before going outside. Now, it was time to receive the blessings of the goat people. The goat people had all gathered together, and there were 20 million or so of them. There was an altar at the center, and Zhao Fu stood on it. The goat people all looked at Zhao Fu with respect and worship. It was Zhao Fu who had saved them. If it wasn't for Zhao Fu, they would have been bullied and humiliated. The blessings began. The countless goat people praised Zhao Fu as traces of white aura rose up from their bodies. This aura seemed to be fate and also seemed to be faith energy, and it continuously condensed in the sky. The massive aura condensed into a goat person that was hundreds of meters tall, and it gave off a massive aura as it appeared in the sky. The goat person's eyes did not show any joy or sorrow, and its expression was quite wooden. It gave off a massive aura that formed a wild gale as it rushed towards Zhao Fu, and it flooded into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of power enter his body, and his body exploded out with a powerful aura. Countless traces of white light came out of Zhao Fu's body, and it was not intense but rather gentle. This caused Zhao Fu, who was standing on the altar, to seem like a godly spirit, receiving the faith of countless people. Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a white goat person totem once again appeared on his back. After receiving the goat people's blessings, Zhao Fu did not stay for long and continued onwards with the merchant group. Yang Long hoped that Zhao Fu would stay for a few more days. After all, the goat kingdom had only just been established, and many places were not very stable yet. If Zhao Fu remained here, no one would dare to resist. However, if Zhao Fu left, other people would start to think about it, and Yang Long would have to carefully rule and slowly consolidate his power. After leaving the goat kingdom, the merchant group traveled for another day before arriving at the fox race's world. Most of the people here were from the fox race, and they all had fox ears and tails. The men were handsome and the women were flirtatious, and they looked quite pleasing to the eye. The caravan returned to their own caravan and ended their trip. Zhao Fu followed Hu Shan to a grand and luxurious residence and met her family. Hu Shan handed over the various matters of the merchant group to them, and she told them that she was leaving with Zhao Fu. Some people in the merchant group were both delighted and sad. One of them was Hu Shan's husband's older brother. Now that Hu Shan was gone, the merchant group would be his. Many people who liked Hu Shan were also quite reluctant and sad. Hu Shan was not reluctant to part with this. Ever since she had met Zhao Fu, her life and fate had gone through massive changes. She was no longer the same Hu Shan from before, and she would enter a higher level world. She would no longer be afraid of everything as a small faction. After dealing with these matters, Hu Shan and Zhao Fu left and headed to the center of the fox race's world. That was where the fox race's meeting was being held. Zhao Fu heard about this meeting, which was to use martial power to fight for the Heaven Fox Stone. The person with the most power would obtain it, and the nearby fox race geniuses would participate. Zhao Fu quickly set off by himself. If he brought too many people to fight for the Heaven Fox Stone, it would be too troublesome, so Zhao Fu had them wait for him. A day later, Zhao Fu arrived at the fox race meeting. Most of the people who came were from the fox race, and it was rare to see outsiders. All of them gave off powerful auras and had many tails, with the most having 7 tails. Zhao Fu found a secluded corner and silently waited for the competition to begin. Zhao Fu did not plan to use his nation armament, so he naturally had to keep a low profile. He mainly wanted to temper his strength and not rely too much on his nation armament. At that moment, a white and chubby middle-aged man appeared on a stage and loudly announced, "The competition will now begin." At the same time, 5 young men and women giving off cold and arrogant auras appeared and sat on 5 chairs on the stage. The first was an evil-looking man from the fox race. His clothes were disheveled and he gave off a trace of laziness. He had 7 tails and was called Xianxia, and he was the most powerful person in the fox race. He was also the biggest competitor for the Heaven Fox Stone. One had a cold and elegant face and a graceful figure. She had snow-white skin and was dressed in white clothes. She also had 7 tails and was called Hu Lengling. She was the second-ranked expert in the fox race and came from a large faction. The third was an honest-looking young man who gave off a powerful aura. He also had 7 tails and was called Hu Ho. The fourth was a ferocious-looking man with a big and well-built figure. He was the 4th-ranked expert and was called Hu Sha. The last was a beautiful woman with a mature figure. She wore a light yellow dress and looked quite delicate. She was the 5th-ranked expert and was called Hu Meili. The 5 people were the most powerful people in the fox race, and they came from different factions. They were the ones who had the best chance of obtaining the Heaven Fox Stone, and they could directly participate in the finals. Everyone else could only obediently compete. Everyone looked up at the 5 people on the stage. Those 5 people were like 5 mountains weighing down on everyone's hearts, and it would be incredibly difficult to surpass them. However, for the sake of the precious Heaven Fox Stone, everyone wanted to fight over it. They naturally would not give up so easily, or else they would not have come to the Heaven Fox banquet. Some people's gazes were resolute, and they believed in their own abilities. The 5 people sitting on the platform looked down at the people below with disdain and contempt. They did not place the people below in their eyes at all. They only cared about the people beside them, and everyone else was trash. There were countless people watching from all around, making it very lively. This was the Fox clan's largest gathering, and countless people would definitely come to join in on the fun. The place was noisy, and everyone was enthusiastically discussing who would get the Heaven Fox stone. From what I see, the Heaven Fox stone is definitely going to be Xianxia this time. His power is both powerful and terrifying, and he's also very strange. Who can compete with him this time? I don't think that's the case. I feel that second-ranked Hu Lengling also has a good chance. Her power has greatly increased recently, and she's our Fox clan's #1 beauty. I definitely have to support her. I don't like any of you. The Heaven Fox stone is such a powerful thing, and it should go to someone with character. I like Hu Ho, but I don't like that Xianxia. I heard that he has a group of male and female pets and likes to eat human flesh. Only the strong are respected, alright? Without power, what's the point of having character? I'm more supportive of 5th-ranked Hu Meili, my heart melts just looking at her. Eh? How are you so sure that one of these 5 people will obtain the Heaven Fox stone? There are so many people below, and there's no hope at all? Ha ha ha, you're so funny. Look at those people below, how could they possibly obtain the Heaven Fox stone? I think they're just here to join in on the fun. That's right. If it wasn't for the banquet, none of these people would have the right to participate. The Heaven Fox stone will definitely be one of the 5 people on the stage. The people in the surroundings passionately discussed, and the major figures on the viewing platform sat on their chairs and smiled as they looked down. They chatted with each other, and their actions gave off the auras of upper-class figures. They naturally paid attention to the 5 people on the viewing platforms. As for the other people, they did not care about them at all. Xiaofu took this competition quite seriously. He took his number plate and came to a stage. Xiaofu's opponent was a skinny and weak-looking young man who only had stage 6 or stage 7 strength. Xiaofu hid his aura and no one knew his cultivation. He wore a black cloak and no one knew what he looked like, and he gave off a mysterious aura. Facing Xiaofu's gaze, the skinny young man felt as if he was being stared at by an incredibly dangerous creature. His hair stood on end and his heart felt cold. He instinctively felt quite afraid and did not dare to do anything, and his hands and legs trembled. Xiaofu did not attack and calmly looked at the young man. Facing Xiaofu's terrifying and inhuman eyes, the young man could not hold on anymore and cried out in fear, "I surrender." Everyone sighed and looked down on the skinny young man. He did not even have the courage to attack and directly chose to surrender. Many people even mocked this young man, saying that he was a coward and a coward. Facing these voices, the skinny young man's face became pale and did not seem to hear them. The image of those eyes was still in his mind, and he still felt quite afraid. A judge announced Xiaofu's victory and gave Xiaofu the number for the next stage. Xiaofu went to the next stage and saw an elderly man with white hair waiting for Xiaofu. Xiaofu walked up and looked at the elderly man, preparing to deal with him. "I surrender." Facing Xiaofu's gaze, the elderly man felt immense fear and reacted the same as the skinny young man. Everyone felt quite surprised and felt quite curious towards Xiaofu. Why did those 2 people not dare to attack and surrender? Was that person really that terrifying? Some people felt that Xiaofu was quite ordinary and there was nothing special about him. Some people said that Xiaofu had bribed those 2 people, or else he would not have surrendered without fighting. Some people even said that Xiaofu was bullying the elderly and children. The judge once again went up and announced Xiaofu's victory and gave him the number for the next stage. Many people looked quite confused and could not understand what was going on. Why did 3 people not dare to attack Xiaofu, and they were so scared that their legs went soft and they directly surrendered? Some people cried out in dissatisfaction. It was definitely Xiaofu who had bribed those people to act like that. Some people felt that there was something special about Xiaofu, and they started to pay more attention to Xiaofu. Following this, the referee announced Xiaofu's victory in the next round. Following this, Xiaofu participated in the 4th, 5th, and 6th rounds, but no one dared to make a move against Xiaofu. This was quite shocking. Had Xiaofu bribed these people, or was that person really that terrifying? More and more people started to pay attention to Xiaofu. Xiaofu felt quite helpless about this. Firstly, the people he was facing were too weak, and most of them were only at stage 5 or stage 6. On the other hand, Zhao Fu was a harmony realm expert, and Zhao Fu's eyes were indeed the most terrifying eyes in the world. Zhao Fu's left eye now had 9 pupils, and his right eye had a cross-shaped pupil with 6 gray dots around it. Not only did it contain the power of 5 emperor stars, but it also contained all sorts of other powers. Zhao Fu came to the 7th stage. A beautiful woman with a seductive figure and 5 tails behind her slowly walked up from below the arena. She had a red face and a teary light in her eyes. She had a slightly flirtatious aura and was wearing a red dress. She had a beautiful face and 5 tails behind her. "Sir, as long as you let me serve you for a night, I'll admit defeat." Hearing this, the surroundings were sent into an uproar. No one had thought that such a good thing could happen. The woman in red was very beautiful, yet she had offered to serve someone and even admitted defeat. How could there be such a good thing? However, everyone was now sure that Zhao Fu was a fake and did not have the strength to bribe others to put on an act. At the same time, more and more people were paying attention to Zhao Fu. Hearing the woman's words, Zhao Fu was a bit surprised, but he still agreed with a smile. The woman looked at Zhao Fu charmingly and said, "Then young lord, I'll be waiting for you. You have to hurry, I can't wait any longer just by smelling your scent." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded. The referee came up again and announced Zhao Fu's victory. The 8th match was between an ugly-looking youth. His aura was already very powerful, reaching stage 8 or stage 9. After so many matches, some of the weaker people had long since been eliminated, and the remaining people all had decent strength. Zhao Fu calmly looked at the ugly-looking young man, causing his heart to tighten and his hairs to stand on end. However, he didn't retreat like the people before him and instead chose to quickly attack. The ugly-looking young man quickly rushed towards Zhao Fu and soon arrived before Zhao Fu. His claw gave off the power to pierce through steel as he grabbed towards Zhao Fu. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the ugly-looking young man was blasted back by a massive force before he could even react. He fell off the stage and coughed up a large mouthful of blood before fainting. Everyone looked incredibly shocked. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such strength. On the stage, Xianxia immediately noticed Zhao Fu and gave a trace of a devilish smile as he said, "This person is quite interesting, he'll probably be able to block a few of my attacks." Hearing this, the other 4 people looked at Zhao Fu. The 4th-ranked Xia said condescendingly, "I don't think he'll be able to block a few of your attacks. If it was me, I'd finish him off with a single punch." Hu sounded quite serious and said, "I feel that this person is quite powerful and can be my opponent. The power that he released with that wave of his hand is quite terrifying and is not that simple. However, I should be able to defeat him." Hu Meili lightly laughed as she said, "Compared to his strength, I'm more interested in his identity. Even though we're so far away from him, just smelling his aura makes me feel quite moved. This is the first time I've encountered such a thing." Hu Langlang looked quite cold and did not say anything. She glanced at Zhao Fu before looking away. Beside her, Hu Xiao looked at Hu Langlang's figure and smiled as he said to the fox race's #1 beauty, "Hu Langlang, this Heaven Fox Stone will definitely be mine. This time, the Heaven Fox Stone is mine. No one can take it away from me. If you can do it with me once, I'll give you the Heaven Fox Stone." Hu Langlang coldly looked at him and said, "Don't be too confident, it's not certain who will obtain the Heaven Fox Stone. Also, do you believe that I'll cut off your thing and feed it to the dogs?" Hu Sha loudly laughed as he said provocatively, "Hu Xia, how about we compete now? I've long since wanted to test your strength and see if you still have the right to stand at #1. I've never been happy being #4. Hu Meili said, "Right now, the people below are still competing. As the finalists, we can't start fighting right now." Hu Sha arrogantly stood up from his chair and said, "How can this bunch of trash compare to us? Why don't we just compete and whoever wins can take the Heaven Fox Stone and leave? Let's not waste time here." Hu Xiao lightly laughed as he said, "I agree with this suggestion." Hu Ho thought about it and said, "I agree as well. Let's begin. I don't want to keep sitting here." The fair and chubby middle-aged man looked quite troubled. Fighting in advance was breaking the rules, and the martial competition could not continue. After all, since the finals had already been decided, what was the point of the preliminaries? Xianxia went up and said, "Sirs, please wait for a while. After the preliminaries, I'll quickly arrange for the finals. It'll be quick." Xianxia looked quite displeased as he said, "You said it'll be quick. Do you think I'm stupid? Look at how many people there are, I don't want to keep waiting." As he spoke, Xianxia pushed aside the fair and chubby young man and walked to the center of the stage, next to a stone stele. There was a blood-red stone on top of the stone stele, which was the Heaven Fox stone. Xianxia held the Heaven Fox stone and said arrogantly to the countless people below, "You bunch of trash, there's no need to compete anymore, come at me together. The Heaven Fox stone belongs to whoever gets it first." After saying this, Xianxia vigorously threw the Heaven Fox stone into the sky. The major figures on the viewing platforms did not stop him, and they smiled as they looked at the scene below and said, "In the past, we've always relied on stage competitions. This year, our fox race has produced 5 geniuses, while everyone else's strength is too low. I don't think there's any need to waste time competing, let's have them fight it out. Only then will everyone's true strength be revealed. I'm quite interested in those 5 little fellows' performances." After being tossed into the air, the Heaven Fox stone quickly fell. Countless people's gazes were focused on the falling Heaven Fox stone, but no one dared to try to snatch it because it would be useless. They were too weak, and even if they managed to snatch it, they would not be able to keep it. Moreover, they would definitely be surrounded and attacked, so they wanted to wait for the chaos to come and snatch it. That way, they would have a greater chance. That was what ordinary people thought, but Xianxia and the others were the complete opposite. After all, they had great strength, and seeing the falling Heaven Fox stone, they exploded out with powerful auras and rushed into the sky, wanting to snatch it. The one closest to it was naturally Xianxia, as he was the one who had tossed the Heaven Fox stone into the sky. He rushed into the sky with a pleased smile on his face, and just as he was about to grab the Heaven Fox stone, a suction force suddenly covered the Heaven Fox stone and quickly sucked it away. Everyone looked towards where the Heaven Fox stone was being sucked away and saw a black-cloaked figure grab the Heaven Fox stone as he coldly said, "I wanted to have a good trial, why did you have to do this?" The surrounding people did not understand what Xiaofu meant, but now that the Heaven Fox stone was in his hands, countless people rushed over, wanting to snatch it away. Xianxia looked furious. The Heaven Fox stone that he was about to obtain had been snatched away by Xiaofu. He exploded out with a powerful aura as he rushed down from the sky, bringing with him a powerful gust of wind as he roared, "You're seeking death." Xiaofu's expression was calm and did not change at all. Seeing that Xianxia was about to reach him, he stretched out a hand and lightly cried out, "8 forbidden blood art." Pooh! Xiaofu's outstretched hand was covered by a blood-red light, and Xianxia gave off a powerful aura as he rushed down. However, Xiaofu's hand pierced through his chest, causing a massive sound to ring out. Arg! Xianxia howled in pain as his body instantly melted, turning into blood and forming an orb of blood that covered Xiaofu's hand. The orb of blood gave off a faint blood-red light as blood-red runes came out and surrounded the orb of blood 2 meters away. Xiaofu tightly gripped his blood-red hand before slowly pulling it out. A blood-red sword was also pulled out by Xiaofu, and the runes in the surroundings flowed into the blood-red sword, causing it to give off a terrifying and dangerous aura. All of this had happened too quickly, and no one had expected that the powerful Xianxia would be insta-killed by Xiaofu in a single move. Everyone else was unable to react in time and continued onwards. Facing the incoming people, Xiaofu held the blood-red sword and vigorously slashed out, and a massive blood-red crescent moon flew out, slashing everyone in the surrounding 100 meters in half, dyeing the ground red. The people who had been rushing forward stopped abruptly. They looked at the black-cloaked figure standing in the middle of the pile of dismembered corpses like the Grim Reaper. Zhao Fu, Zhao Chen's person, Zhao, dragon, and Yi, and the corpse, and he killed. Zhao, and Fox, the saint. And they were, they thought. To Zhao, and Stone. Just who was this person, and how did he have such terrifying power? Seeing how Zhao Fu had insta-killed Xianxia, the 4 of them were certain that they would be crushed by Zhao Fu. What? You're not going to continue? This Heaven Fox stone belongs to whoever gets it first, Zhao Fu said coldly as he held the blood-red sword in one hand and took out the Heaven Fox stone in the other. The people in the surroundings looked terrified, and sensing the aura that Zhao Fu gave off, their bodies instinctively trembled. They finally understood why those people had not dared to attack Zhao Fu and directly admitted defeat. "I'll kill you." A roar sounded out from the viewing platforms as a bearded middle-aged man exploded out with a ferocious aura and furiously charged at Zhao Fu. He was Hu Sha's father, Hu Li, and he had great earth realm strength. The surrounding people felt the ferocious power and retreated in fright. As for Zhao Fu, he stood there and looked at the incoming Hu Li Xing. Zhao Fu raised the blood-red sword in his hand and slashed down, sending out a massive blood-red sword light with immense power. Bang! Hu Li was sent flying by the blood-red sword light and heavily slammed against the wall of the viewing platforms, causing a large crater to appear in the wall. The expressions of the people on the viewing platforms fell as they exploded out with powerful auras and looked at Zhao Fu seriously. Hu Li's strength was about the same as theirs, but he had been easily defeated by a single sword strike. This proved that Zhao Fu could also defeat them, and it would be extremely simple. As such, everyone felt quite startled and their expressions fell. Now, everyone understood that Zhao Fu was not someone from the fox race. The purple-haired elder in the lead said seriously, "Who are you? Why have you come to steal our heaven fox stone and massacred our people?" Zhao Fu was the only outsider here, and everyone else was from the fox race. Moreover, there were countless experts and a large number of fox race soldiers gathered here. In terms of numbers, the fox race had an absolute advantage. Hearing the elder's words, Zhao Fu put away the heaven fox stone and said coldly, "The heaven fox stone belongs to whoever snatches it. Since I snatched it, it's naturally mine. Also, I just killed a group of trash from the fox race. Do you have any objections?" The purple-haired elder angrily called out, "This is the fox race's world, don't go too far, or else you'll die a horrible death." Bang! Right after the elder spoke, Zhao Fu's body charged forwards, turning into a few traces of blood-red wind and dissipating. In the next second, he appeared in front of the elder and his blood-red sword pierced through the elder's chest. Moreover, Zhao Fu's momentum slammed the elder into a wall, and the sword pierced through the wall, nailing the elder to the wall. By now, Zhao Fu was facing the elder, and he gave a cold smile as he said, "So what if I go too far?" The elder's chest had been pierced by the sword and blood leaked out of his mouth. He furiously glared at Zhao Fu and gathered a wave of power in his hand as he raised it, preparing to attack Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu snickered and lightly cried out, "Blood devour." The blood-red sword pierced through the elder's chest and nailed him to the wall, and a large amount of blood-red aura flowed into the elder's chest. The elder looked incredibly pained as he howled, and his body quickly withered and became a desiccated corpse. Zhao Fu casually pulled out the blood-red sword from the elder's corpse, and everyone in the surroundings retreated in fear. That elder was the most powerful person in the fox race's older generation, but he had still been killed by a single strike from Zhao Fu. "Grandpa!" Hu Xia cried out in pain because the person Zhao Fu had killed was his grandpa, who he loved the most. Zhao Fu slightly turned his head and looked at Hu Xia. He opened his left eye and a golden pupil quickly spun. Clang, clang, clang. Blood flew everywhere, and before Hu Xia could even cry out, his body was pierced by chains. His body was like a sieve, and there was not a single part of his body that was intact. The fox race's #1 genius had fallen just like that. Kill. Seeing that their lord had been killed, the countless soldiers looked furious and roared as they gave off terrifying auras and charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu turned and gave a cruel smile as he turned into a blood-red ray of light and shot into the incoming soldiers. The blood-red sword in his hand turned into a blood-red ribbon that was 10 or so meters long, and he vigorously slashed out. The blood-red ribbon was extremely gentle and quickly slashed out. Chi, chi, chi. The countless soldiers around Zhao Fu were cut in half and their corpses slowly fell to the ground. Their organs fell and blood flew everywhere, but they were controlled by a formless energy and floated in the air, looking quite strange. At that moment, Zhao Fu gave a cruel smile and stretched out a hand and grabbed out. Bang, bang. Bang, countless drops of blood turned into fingernail-sized blood droplets that shot out with immense power and entered the soldiers' bodies. Blood spurted everywhere and pained cries continuously sounded out. Countless soldiers' bodies were covered with bullet holes, making for a tragic scene. In just an instant, Zhao Fu had killed over 50,000 people, and the ground was covered with corpses and blood. The surrounding soldiers all looked slightly terrified and did not dare to recklessly charge up. The major figures in the surroundings also looked at Zhao Fu in fear and did not dare to do anything. The power that Zhao Fu had displayed was simply too terrifying. Kill! A roar sounded out. It was the middle-aged man who had been sent flying, Hu Sha's father. His faction soldiers received the order and gave off massive auras as they charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu gave a trace of an evil smile. These people charging at him was exactly what Zhao Fu wanted. After all, Zhao Fu had not killed enough yet. The blood-red ribbon in his hand continuously shrank back into the blood-red sword, and Zhao Fu gave off a massive aura as he ferociously charged at the soldier. This was the first time Zhao Fu had used the 8 forbidden blood arts power. Even though he hadn't fused with any powerful bloodlines, he could already unleash terrifying power. This was not just a fusion of bloodlines, but also a killing technique. Puff puff puff, Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword, and a blood-red sword light slashed into the soldiers' bodies, causing blood to spurt out. Zhao Fu spun around, and the soldiers charging at him were instantly chopped into pieces. This wasn't a battle at all, but a one-sided massacre. Zhao Fu kept swinging his sword, and the charging soldiers were cut down like grass. Fresh blood dyed the ground red. There were corpses everywhere, and most of them were dismembered. They had died in great pain, and a thick stench of blood wafted through the air. The scene was terrifying. Boom! Hu Sha's father, Hu Li, exploded out with the power of a nation armament, and a terrifying aura flooded out, bringing with it a wild gale. Translator, Exodus Tales Editor, Exodus Tales bringing with it a massive aura, Fox Force rushed towards Zhao Fu like a ferocious beast. The sounds it gave off shook the surroundings, causing the heavens and earth to dim. Pa! Hu Li gave off a terrifying aura as he rushed in front of Zhao Fu. Before he could attack, Zhao Fu condescendingly stretched out a hand and grabbed his head, causing a clear sound to ring out. Following this, Zhao Fu coldly cried out, "Blood Zong!" Hu Li's expression was one of pain as he gave off an incredibly pained howl. His body instantly turned into a pool of blood, which formed an orb of blood. It gave off a suction force, and the blood on the ground turned into pillars of blood that entered the orb of blood. The orb of blood became larger and larger before flying into the sky and exploding out with a massive suction force. The soldiers on the ground were sucked into the sky like ants, and they stuck to the orb of blood without being able to resist at all. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers were sucked into the sky, forming an orb of countless soldiers. This orb of blood was naturally massive, and some of the soldiers had died from the massive suction force. Their bodies were twisted beyond human shape, while others struggled on the orb of blood. Others howled, cried, and wailed. Zhao Fu raised a hand towards the massive orb and vigorously gripped it. Bang! A massive explosion sounded out as the gigantic ball exploded in the sky. Countless amounts of blood and fragments flew everywhere, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The ground, the houses, the walls, and everything else were dyed red. It was like a scene from hell. The surroundings fell into a deathly silence, and countless people looked at Zhao Fu in terror. Their bodies continuously trembled. In their eyes, Zhao Fu was like a god of death. Some of the experts released their nation armaments, while others exploded out with their cultivation power. Soldiers continuously gathered. Zhao Fu stood at the center of the battlefield and looked around before looking at the Fox race's experts. He said coldly to them, "Do you have any objections?" The Fox race's experts' expressions were quite serious. They had personally witnessed the carnage that Zhao Fu had caused, and they understood how terrifying Zhao Fu was. If they rushed up, it was possible that they would die at Zhao Fu's hands. Facing such a powerful person, they could only use an ocean of soldiers to defend. There were still soldiers continuously arriving, but they felt that it was not enough. Moreover, even if there were enough soldiers, was it really necessary to pay such a massive price to kill Zhao Fu? Moreover, with Zhao Fu's power, even if they could stop Zhao Fu, they would not be able to stop Zhao Fu. Facing Zhao Fu's words, the experts looked at each other, and a dignified-looking middle-aged man said, "You can take the Heaven Fox Stone. We don't have any objections, but please quickly leave." Zhao Fu had killed so many people, and a grand meeting had turned into a battlefield of slaughter. If news of this spread, the Fox race's experts felt that they had lost a lot of face. However, they feared Zhao Fu's power, so they did not dare to act. Hearing this, Zhao Fu lightly harumphed and waved his hand, causing 3 chains to shoot out and bind up 3 women. He then turned into a ray of light and shot over the horizon. There were more and more soldiers here, and even though Zhao Fu had his nation armament, he had to quickly leave, or else it would be very dangerous. The power of billions of soldiers was incredibly terrifying, and it was possible that even Zhao Fu would not be able to stop them. The 3 people who were taken away were the red-clothed enchanting woman called Hu Mei, Hu Lengling, the fox race's #1 beauty, and Hu Meili, the 5th-ranked beauty. Because Zhao Fu had suddenly acted, the fox race's experts had not been able to react in time. Even if they had reacted, they would have hesitated, as another intense battle would have erupted. The fox race's world was sent into an uproar. The fox race's grand meeting had turned into a land of slaughter. The most powerful experts of the older generation and younger generation had died, and no one dared to stop them. According to those who had returned, this was the most terrifying thing they had ever experienced in their lives. The world seemed to be dyed with blood, and there were mutilated corpses everywhere. Mournful cries resounded in their minds for a long time, and despair and terror of death spread everywhere. The fox race was quite curious about this person. Just what kind of person was he to have such terrifying power? It seemed that the surrounding worlds had never heard of this person before. The luckiest person was Hu Ho, the honest-looking young man. Of the fox race's 5 geniuses, the first-ranked Xianxia had been killed, the second-ranked Hu Lengling had been taken away, the 4th-ranked Hu Sha had been killed, and the 5th-ranked Hu Meili had been taken away. Now, there was no one to fight with him for the first-ranked position, and he was the fox race's only genius. News of what had happened in the fox race's world spread to the surrounding worlds, and the surrounding worlds became wary, hoping that this terrifying person would not come to their world. Zhao Fu brought the 3 women to a mountain cave and left restrictions in their bodies before releasing the chains binding them. The 3 women were all quite afraid of Zhao Fu because they had personally seen how terrifying Zhao Fu was and how bloodthirsty and cruel he was. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry, I won't harm you. Of course, you have to submit to me." Seeing how gentle Zhao Fu was and how cold he was before, Hu Mei felt at ease and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace as she said, "Sir, I've always been yours. You can do whatever you want to me. Also, let's hurry up and start. I've been waiting for so long." Zhao Fu looked at the lewd Hu Mei in his embrace and pressed her beneath him as he started to do it with her. Hu Lengling and Hu Meili's faces became red as they watched Zhao Fu and Hu Mei do such shameless things in front of him. After a while, Hu Meili's breathing became ragged as she turned to look at Hu Lengling and said, "We'll be his women sooner or later, so why don't we take the initiative to please him? I'm going over." Hu Lengling shook his head firmly and said, "I won't submit to him like this. My man must be an indomitable hero, not a bloodthirsty, overbearing, and woman-snatching villain." Hu Meili did not say anything else as she looked at the 2 of them. She had originally been moved by the aura on Zhao Fu's body, and seeing how much Hu Mei was enjoying herself, she could not help but join in. In the end, Hu Lengling was pressed to the ground and violated by Zhao Fu. Moreover, she did not look as cold and elegant as before, and was just as licentious. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the 3 women from the fox race and smiled. The women from the fox race gave off a bewitching charm, making people unable to help but lose themselves in it. Hu Mei happily smiled as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and said, "Husband, I'm very happy. You're really amazing. I can't leave you in the future." Hu Meili also flirtatiously nodded in agreement. Hu Lengling's face became red and she did not say anything as she lay in Zhao Fu's embrace. She felt that she was too licentious and that this was not something she should be. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "I'll let you go later. Say goodbye to your families and then leave with me." Hu Lengling and Hu Meili looked quite delighted. They had never thought that Zhao Fu would let them go. Before, they had been captured by Zhao Fu, and they had already made up their minds to never go back. They felt quite reluctant to part with their families. However, contrary to their expectations, Zhao Fu was telling them to go back. Was he not afraid that they would run away and never come back? The 2 women sensed their bodies and understood the reason. Their bodies were now covered with Zhao Fu's restrictions, and Zhao Fu could control them as he pleased. Moreover, Zhao Fu had just conquered them, causing them to feel a trace of dependence towards him. The two women sighed. It seemed that they would never be able to escape from Zhao Fu. However, they did not feel angry and instead felt quite happy. Following this, the two women left, and Humei stayed behind with Zhao Fu. She did not have any relatives, so she did not need to say goodbye. She just wanted to stay by Zhao Fu's side and receive Zhao Fu's love at any time. After they left, Zhao Fu took out the Heaven Fox Stone and started to fuse it into his body. The Heaven Fox Stone floated in front of Zhao Fu's body and gave off an intense blood-red light as it turned into a small fox that was as big as a palm and had 9 tails. The small fox did not resist, and it instead excitedly burrowed into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu guessed that it was because of Tamamo no Mai, Su Dafei, and the others. They were all pure-blooded 9-tailed foxes, which was why the small fox had fallen in love with Zhao Fu. After the small fox burrowed into Zhao Fu's body, Zhao Fu exploded out with a powerful aura and his body gave off an intense blood-red light. The small fox turned into a powerful blood-red energy that spread throughout Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu wholeheartedly absorbed and refined this energy, making it a part of himself. In the end, Zhao Fu completely refined this energy, and he once again felt a pain on his back as a 9-tailed fox totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. After sensing the various powers in his body, Zhao Fu gave a pleased smile. Following this, Hu Langlang and Hu Meili returned with smiles on their faces. After saying goodbye to his family, Zhao Fu went to the place he had agreed to meet with Hu Shan. At the bottom of a low hill, there was a massive and exquisite carriage. The women had been waiting for a long time, and seeing Zhao Fu return, they all smiled and pulled Zhao Fu into the carriage. Within the carriage, countless sounds could be heard. Now that the merchant group's mission had been concluded, Zhao Fu decided to head to Outlander 10 College, so he ordered the 3-headed demon wolf to head there. Because the 3-headed demon wolf was incredibly intelligent, there was no need for a coachman. Zhao Fu and the women could enjoy themselves as much as they wanted in the carriage. 5 days later, Zhao Fu and his group left the outer domains and came to the inner domains. The people here were much more powerful than those in the outer domains, and the most powerful people had Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation. As such, Zhao Fu could not act as unbridled as before. After being nourished by Zhao Fu for a few days, and with the effects of the beauty spring, the women were all incredibly beautiful and gave off bewitching auras. By now, they had come to a small kingdom in the inner regions of the ancient stem domain. It was a Naga kingdom, and the people here had the upper bodies of humans and the lower bodies of snakes. They relied on their lower bodies to move, and they were quite fast but found it difficult to turn. There were Nagas walking on the streets and doing business. Other Nagas laughed and chatted with each other, and some Nagas sat in restaurants on the side of the streets. However, the architectural style and carvings were all related to snakes, and there were traces of snakes everywhere. At that moment, the streets became quite lively as many people gathered. Zhao Fu felt quite curious, so he got off the carriage and followed them, wanting to see what was going on. He found a Naga woman with a mature figure and a beautiful face wearing red armor. She held a spear and gave off a valiant aura, and she led a group of Naga soldiers to the side, escorting some Nagas. Zhao Fu asked the Naga next to him, "What's going on?" The Naga ignored Zhao Fu because he could tell that Zhao Fu was not a Naga. However, after Zhao Fu threw over a bag of coins, the Naga smiled and explained to Zhao Fu. It turned out that the red-armored woman was one of the Naga kingdom's princesses, and she was escorting a group of Naga criminals. These Nagas had committed grave crimes, and they were going to be sacrificed to their kingdom's Naga god. Their kingdom's Naga god was the Naga kingdom's guardian god and had great power. There were 2 of them, 1 male and 1 female. Even though they protected the Naga kingdom, they were incredibly savage and liked to eat people. Every month, they would eat 800 people. 800 people every month was not a big deal to a kingdom. The Naga kingdom's royal family would send people every month, and out of respect for the Naga god, they would be led by a beautiful Naga princess. Hearing about the Naga god, Zhao Fu immediately felt quite interested. After thinking about it, he followed the group to a large mountain. This mountain was extremely tall, and it was the tallest of all the mountains. It seemed to look down on all the other mountains, and there was a large cave in front of the mountain that was 100 meters tall and dozens of meters wide. There were a few ferocious snakes carved into the walls of the cave. The inside of the cave was pitch black, and nothing could be seen. There were traces of cold air coming out of the cave, carrying a fishy smell. After coming to the large cave, the Naga princess ordered people to tie the Nagas to the pillars before telling the soldiers to leave. She then came to the entrance of the cave and called out, "Esteemed Lord Naga God, we've prepared food for you. Please come out and enjoy." There was a rustling sound in the cave, and two Nagas appeared in front of everyone. One of the Nagas had the upper body of a muscular man and the lower body of a silver snake. The other was a beautiful woman with a silver snake tail. Both of them gave off powerful godly spirit auras. Seeing the princess, the male Naga god smiled and said, "Daughter, you're here again." The princess smiled as she said, "Father, it's not a big deal. It's time for you to offer sacrifices again, so I naturally have to come. This time, I'll help you pick out quite a few strong Nagas for you to eat." Hearing the Naga god call the princess his daughter and the princess call the Naga god father, the Naga people tied to the pillars looked quite confused. After all, they knew that this princess was the queen's daughter and was most likely the Naga king's daughter. Why would she call the Naga god her daughter? They could not help but think of a rumor, which was that the queen and the Naga god had an unspeakable relationship. The queen had only become the queen because of the Naga god's help, and they had never thought that this rumor was true. The Naga kingdom's queen actually had such a relationship with the Naga god. This was a shocking matter that no one in the kingdom knew about. Now that they knew this massive secret, they would definitely die. This was indeed the case, as they were going to be used by the Naga god to eat. As such, the Naga god and the princess did not care about them. Some of the Nagas started to beg for mercy, wanting the Naga god to spare them. They promised to behave themselves in the future and not leak this information. Some of the Nagas understood that it was impossible for them to live, so they started to curse, saying that the Naga god was a beast for doing such a despicable thing with the queen. They had always respected the Naga god and the queen, but they had never thought that they would be so despicable. The female Naga god's beautiful eyes looked quite resentful as she turned into a massive silver snake that was hundreds of meters long. She opened her mouth and bit at the Nagas, devouring 20 or so Nagas in one bite. Countless Nagas looked terrified and continuously begged for mercy. In the end, the 800 or so Nagas were all eaten by the female Naga god, leaving behind only traces of blood and some broken limbs. After eating these people, the female Naga god returned to her lazy half-human, half-snake state. She wiped away the blood at her mouth and angrily returned to the cave. The male Naga god helplessly smiled and knew why the female Naga god was angry. At that moment, the princess smiled and said in a coquettish tone, "Father, you haven't visited mother in a long time. You haven't visited your mother for a long time, and she misses you a lot recently. Can you accompany your daughter and visit her now? Please, father." The male Naga god was unable to refuse the princess' request, so he left with her. After they left, a figure walked out from the side. It was Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu had never thought that such a thing would happen. The two Naga gods had world realm strength, and the male Naga god was slightly stronger, having reached the peak of the world realm. The Naga kingdom had hundreds of millions of stage 3 soldiers and had a nation armament, so they were not easy to deal with. As such, they had to be careful, which was why Zhao Fu had not forcefully descended and attacked. After looking at the male Naga god and the princess leave, Zhao Fu turned to look at the cave. He took off his cloak and smiled as he walked in. The inside of the cave was quite different to what Zhao Fu had expected. There were lamps on the walls, and the ground was paved with stone bricks. Zhao Fu walked along the walkway and came to a very large and luxurious room. There was all sorts of furniture made from precious materials, and there were exquisite murals on the walls. There was also a massive illuminating gem at the top. There was a large bed at the center, and there was a lazy female Naga god lying on the bed. She rested her head on one hand and gave a trace of a smile as her beautiful eyes fell on Zhao Fu's body, and she said in a lazy and alluring voice, "Sir," "why have you come here?" From the moment that Zhao Fu had appeared at the entrance of the cave and given off his aura, the female Naga god had already discovered Zhao Fu. Looking at Zhao Fu's incredibly handsome face, extraordinary aura, and alluring aura, the female Naga god could not help but fall into a daze. Zhao Fu smiled as he walked to the side and sat on the bed. He understood what the female Naga god meant, and he lifted her face as he said, Naga god, you're so beautiful, and I couldn't help but want to see you. The female Naga god gave a flirtatious smile as she said, is that so? Even though your cultivation is quite low, from your aura, you're not an ordinary person, right? This god can give you a chance, but you have to serve this god well, or this god will eat you. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, of course I'll satisfy you. Following this, Zhao Fu pressed down on the Naga god, following which something indescribable happened. The female Naga god had never thought that she would be so happy. She was hundreds of times more powerful than her husband, the male Naga god. Soon, she sank into it and became incredibly lewd. Elsewhere, the male Naga god and the princess had snuck into the palace and lightly knocked on the door of a hidden room. Two Naga female attendants opened the door. The male Naga god and the princess smiled as they walked in. There was a beautiful Naga woman with a mature figure and a pair of deep eyes, and it was clear that she was very ambitious. She was the Naga kingdom's queen, and she was called Snake Xiaoxiao. Husband. Xiaoxiao smiled as she leapt into the male Naga god's embrace and hugged his thick waist as she affectionately called out. The male Naga god hugged Xiaoxiao and smiled as he asked, did you miss me? Xiaoxiao's face became red as she softly replied, of course I did, you're my husband, how could I not miss you? Also, why haven't you come to see me in so long? The male Naga god apologetically explained, it's because I'm afraid that your king husband will notice. If he finds out about us, neither of us will have a good time, so we need to restrain ourselves. Xiaoxiao said dissatisfiedly, I can't take it if it's always like this. I just want to stay by your side, can you bear to keep us in this palace and keep us in fear? Perhaps we'll be beheaded one day. The male serpent deity said with a troubled expression, I don't want this to happen either, but I don't have any way to resolve this matter. Hearing this, Xiaoxiao gave a trace of a sinister smile. She had achieved her goal and said, I've already planned to rebel, so you must support us, husband. With your support, our chances of success will be much greater. When that time comes, I'll be the queen of the Naga kingdom and our relationship can be made public. That way, we'll be able to be together every day and won't have to hide. The male Naga god looked quite hesitant, and Xiaoxiao gave a flirtatious smile as she kissed the male Naga god and said softly, is that all right? Husband. In the end, the male Naga deity agreed after some consideration. Xiaoxiao looked quite happy as she said, thank you husband, I don't care if husband misses my body. I'll serve husband now. The Naga princess, Shimi, smiled. She felt that it was not good to continue staying here, so she turned to leave. Boom, a terrifying power suddenly blasted against the room, causing it to seem to explode. Countless pieces of stone and wood flew out as a skinny middle-aged Naga giving off a massive aura appeared above the room. When he saw the two people hugging each other, he felt incredibly furious because he was the king of the Naga kingdom and Xiaoxiao was his empress. She was currently intimately in the male Naga god's embrace, and her face was red and her clothes were quite disheveled. If he had not arrived in time, this pair of adulterers would have already done it. Thinking about that, the Naga king became even more furious. He had trusted Xiaoxiao this entire time. Xiaoxiao's face became pale and she felt incredibly powerless. She had never thought that before the plan had even started, the matter would be exposed like this. Now, everything was over, and she wanted to go up and explain to see if there was any way to salvage the situation. However, the Naga king hated Xiaoxiao to the extreme, and he raised his hand and sent out a terrifying power towards Xiaoxiao. He was determined to kill her. Xiaoxiao looked terrified, she did not have the ability to defend at all. At that moment, the male Naga god acted and blocked the Naga king's attack. All of you can die together. The Naga king furiously roared and exploded out with his nation armament's power, causing the heavens and earth to dim. A divine realm power also exploded out, shaking the surroundings. Sensing these abnormalities, countless people started to gather. The male Naga god's expression fell and he hurriedly said to Xiaoxiao and Shimi, hurry and leave, I'll stop them. Xiaoxiao and Shimi came back to their senses and quickly ran to the side. The male Naga god also exploded out with terrifying ripples, and his terrifying aura flooded out, causing abnormal signs to appear in the heavens and earth. This was the power of someone at the peak of the world realm, and he was just a bit away from breaking through to the divine realm. The Naga king gripped his fists and gave off massive power as he turned into a ray of light and shot towards the male Naga god. The male Naga god also gave off terrifying power as he rushed towards the Naga king and vigorously punched out. Bang! The two fists collided with terrifying power, resulting in an incredibly destructive aura that blasted out. The ground cracked and collapsed, and the entire room was destroyed. Countless rocks and wood flew everywhere as dust and smoke filled the air. The male Naga god was incredibly powerful and was able to force the Naga king back a few steps while he was only forced back a single step. The Naga king's cultivation was too low, and his battle experience and power were weaker than the male Naga god's. As such, even though he had divine realm cultivation, he was at a slight disadvantage. Arg! The Naga king furiously roared and once again exploded out with even greater power as he attacked the male Naga god. The male Naga god's expression was serious as he went up to meet the Naga king, and the two of them continuously attacked each other. Boom, boom. Boom, explosions continuously sounded out as the two of them continuously fought. Terrifying shockwaves rippled out, causing the weather to change. Under this power, countless people's hair stood on end as they looked towards the palace. Bang! The Naga king used his nation armament's power to punch the male Naga god to the ground, opening up a large crater, and the shockwave turned into a wild gale. Within the crater, the male Naga god coughed up a large mouthful of blood. At that moment, the Naga king looked at Xianxia and Shimi, who had escaped far away, and coldly said to the soldiers who had rushed over, "Kill those two sluts." Even though the soldiers did not know what had happened, they obeyed the Naga king and charged towards Xianxia and Shimi. Boom! A terrifying power once again exploded out as the male Naga god's body erupted with a silver aura flame. He turned into a ray of light and rushed to Xianxia and Shimi's side, hugged them with each arm, and quickly escaped. The male Naga god hugged the two women and quickly rushed towards his cave. He could not stay in the Naga kingdom any longer, so he wanted to take his other wife, the female Naga god, and leave this place, or else they would all die here. With their world realm strength, there was no kingdom that would not welcome them. When the time came, they could become godly spirits and receive massive amounts of faith energy. The male Naga god had deep feelings for his wife because they had lived together for many years. He deeply loved his wife, but he could not let go of Xianxia. He also loved her greatly, or else he would not have helped her rebel. Moreover, they had the fruit of their happiness, which was Shimi, their daughter. Now, the male Naga god felt quite regretful. He knew that the Naga king had sensed something, but he could not resist going to see Xianxia. His peaceful days had been quite good, but now, all of that was gone. What made the Naga god feel quite strange was that as a married godly spirit, he could sense that if he was in danger, his wife would know. However, there was no reaction at all, and the male Naga god felt quite worried about his wife's safety. He quickly flew and returned to his cave. At the cave entrance, the male Naga god sensed a trace of another aura, which was incredibly dangerous. The male Naga god felt quite startled and quickly brought Xianxia and Shimi into the cave. The male Naga god looked at this scene in disbelief before coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He had already been injured, and now that he had been so angry, he had suffered internal injuries. Xianxia and Shimi had never thought that they would see such a scene. However, seeing how powerful the handsome young man was, they could not help but feel quite moved. Their faces became red and their breathing became ragged, and they wanted to take the female Naga god's place. The male Naga god looked at this scene in disbelief before coughing up a large mouthful of blood. He had already been injured, and now that he had become so angry, he had suffered internal injuries. "I'll kill you." The male Naga god furiously roared and exploded out with a powerful aura as he punched towards Zhao Fu, sending out a terrifying fist energy. Zhao Fu coldly harumphed and took out the emperor killing sword and exploded out with its nation armament's power. He vigorously slashed out, and a black sword light flew out. It was incredibly sharp and easily destroyed the fist energy. The sword light sent the male Naga god flying back, and he crashed into a wall and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Zhao Fu could use his nation armament's power in this attack, and Qin now had 7 worlds. The power of the 7 worlds added together greatly surpassed that of the male Naga god, and he was able to easily heavily injure the male Naga god. Seeing the heavily injured male Naga god, Zhao Fu naturally would not let him off. He grasped this opportunity and stabbed out with his sword, causing a sword light to flash out and pierce into the male Naga god's throat. The male Naga god instantly died and powerlessly fell to the ground. Seeing the dead male Naga god, the female Naga god's eyes became filled with tears, and she angrily pounded Zhao Fu's chest with her fists as she said, "You bastard! Why did you kill my husband?" Zhao Fu brought her into his embrace and said domineeringly, "You're my woman now, not his wife." The female Naga god lightly harumphed, "I know. However, he was my former husband, and I feel terrible that you killed him like this." Zhao Fu put away the emperor-killing sword and lifted the female Naga god's chin as he lightly smiled and said, "You won't feel terrible in a bit." The female Naga god understood what Zhao Fu meant, and her face became red as she coyly glared at Zhao Fu. She lightly hugged Zhao Fu because she was in Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu's gaze fell on Xiaoxiao and Shimi's bodies. After thinking about it, he realized their identities. Shimi looked somewhat like Xiaoxiao, and Shimi was the daughter of the male Naga god, so Xiaoxiao was naturally the queen. Seeing that her father had been killed, Shimi looked at Zhao Fu hatefully. Her father had treated her incredibly well, and she greatly liked him, which was why she hated Zhao Fu so much. Xiaoxiao felt quite shocked. The male Naga god had been so powerful, yet he had been killed by Zhao Fu so easily. Now, they were in danger, as Zhao Fu could kill them at any moment. Even if Zhao Fu did not kill them, they would not be able to escape the Naga kingdom. If they were caught by the Naga king, their fates would be even worse. The skin on their upper bodies would be peeled off, and the scales on their lower bodies would be ripped off. This was the Naga kingdom's torture, and she knew how painful it was. Xiaoxiao did not hesitate and flirtatiously smiled as she pulled her daughter Shimi over to Zhao Fu and said in a coquettish voice, "Sir, let us serve you together. Let us mother and daughter serve you together." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and Xiaoxiao and Shimi started to serve Zhao Fu. The female Naga god also gave a trace of a smile. She did not like Xiaoxiao, the woman who had seduced her ex-husband, nor did she like her ex-husband and her child. However, seeing them act so shamelessly, she felt quite happy. Zhao Fu enjoyed being served by this pair of mother and daughter, and he wanted to have a good taste of them. However, he sensed a great commotion and understood that many soldiers were rushing over. Zhao Fu did not hesitate to bring the women and put away the male Naga god's corpse before quickly leaving. He returned to his carriage and had his people leave the Naga kingdom. Apart from the Naga kingdom, Zhao Fu let out a sigh of relief. He knew what had happened, but he did not care too much. After finding a place where there was no one around, Zhao Fu took out the male Naga god's corpse and thought about it before starting to devour it. Countless traces of black aura flowed out from Zhao Fu's palm and covered the male Naga god's corpse. Powerful energy continuously corroded the Naga god's corpse, and the Naga god's body started to fuse as its limbs gradually disappeared. In the end, it formed a ball of silver liquid that floated in the air and gave off a faint silver light and a powerful godly spirit aura. Zhao Fu opened his mouth and sucked the ball of silver liquid into his mouth before continuing to refine the silver liquid. The silver liquid continuously separated and fused into various parts of Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu to feel an icy coldness. After absorbing all of the silver liquid, Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a silver Naga totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. Zhao Fu knew that refining the male Naga god's corpse would definitely give him a Naga totem. After all, the male Naga god was a Naga godly spirit and had powerful Naga godly spirit power, which fulfilled the requirements for a Naga totem. Everyone continued onwards and came near a lake. The water was clear and wide, and it was like a mirror that reflected the blue sky and white clouds. There was also lush green grass by the side of the lake, creating a beautiful scene. Because they often did indescribable things on carriages, their bodies were quite dirty and sticky, and they wanted to wash up here. Zhao Fu nodded and agreed. After tasting Xiaoxiao and her mother, he wanted to wash up. Even though Nagas had the lower half of their bodies as snakes, they could turn into women's bodies. Most other Outlanders had this ability, and the mermaids from before could do this as well. Everyone took off their clothes and started to wash up in the water. Zhao Fu was quite fast, and he came up after a simple wash. However, the women were quite slow, and some even started to play in the water. Zhao Fu looked at the women's beautiful bodies under the blue sky and white clouds. At that moment, Zhao Fu suddenly sensed something and called for the women to put on their clothes. A group of half-man, half-horse creatures appeared in front of everyone. This group of half-man, half-horse creatures had the upper bodies of humans and Western faces, and the lower bodies of horses. They had 4 hooves and a ponytail. They were the centaurs of the Outlanders, and they were natural-born knights. The leader of this group of centaurs was a golden-haired, blue-eyed, and incredibly handsome-looking centaur. There were hundreds of centaur soldiers behind him, and they all had stage 4 cultivation. They were most likely his personal guards, and the centaur in the lead did not seem simple at all. The centaur young man looked at the women who had just come out of the water. Their wet hair, beautiful faces, white skin, and bewitching figures made his eyes light up, and his heart rate sped up. What was most surprising was that there were all sorts of races here: orcs, lizardmen, nagas, foxes, minotaurs, and others. With so many different races, if he could have all of them in his harem, that would be an incredibly shocking achievement for any man. Thinking about that, the golden-haired young man went up and said with a trace of arrogance, "You've all bathed in our holy lake and have tarnished our holy lake. As the prince of the centaurs, I have the right to declare that you're all my slaves." The women all lightly laughed and looked at Zhao Fu, and the serpent god flirtatiously smiled as she said, "Husband, it's not a big deal. Did you hear that? He wants to treat us as his slaves. What do you think we should do?" The centaur prince felt quite displeased because the people in front of him did not place him in their eyes at all. He looked at the only man present, Zhao Fu, and said, "Did you hear this prince's words? If you continue to act like this, don't blame me for being impolite." Boom, a massive aura spread out, causing the atmosphere to become quite oppressive. A cold-looking middle-aged centaur next to the centaur prince looked at everyone with a sharp gaze, giving off an oppressive aura. This aura belonged to a divine realm expert. The other stage 4 soldiers also exploded out with powerful auras as they locked onto Zhao Fu and the others, preparing to act at any moment. The Centaur Kingdom was already quite powerful and was a royal kingdom-level faction. They knew how strong Zhao Fu's side was, and the strongest was only the world realm serpent god, so they were confident that they could take them down. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "We won't submit, so what are you going to do about it?" The centaur prince angrily harumphed, "You're seeking death. However, I'll properly enjoy your women. They've all entered such exquisite realms, and even I don't have so many good women by my side. Men. Kill the men and take away the women." The soldiers obeyed and gave off massive auras as they charged at Zhao Fu and the others. The cold-looking centaur man directly attacked the serpent god because the serpent god was the most powerful person here. The centaur king charged at Zhao Fu. He wanted to personally cut off Zhao Fu's head to vent his anger. The centaur prince had thought that things would be resolved quickly and that he would easily cut off Zhao Fu's head and take Zhao Fu's women back to enjoy them. However, what happened next was completely different from what he had expected. Zhao Fu exploded out with even more terrifying power. This power was terrifying to the extreme, and it caused the weather to change. Countless people felt as if they had fallen into icy water, and their bodies uncontrollably trembled. Arg! A pained cry sounded out as the cold-looking centaur man, who had rushed over to attack the serpent god, was cut in half by Zhao Fu's sword. Blood and organs fell to the ground, looking quite disgusting. Zhao Fu slashed out with his sword at the other centaur soldiers, causing a massive blood-red crescent to fly out with terrifying power. The countless centaur soldiers were instantly cut in half at the waist, and their upper and lower bodies were separated. Blood flew everywhere, and a pile of dismembered corpses fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red and giving off a dense stench of blood. The centaur prince looked terrified and had never thought that things would turn out like this. He immediately turned and ran. Zhao Fu turned into a ray of light and shot out to stop him. The centaur prince said in fear, "You can't kill me. I'm the Centaur Kingdom's most prestigious prince. If you kill me, you'll definitely die a horrible death." Zhao Fu disdainfully swung his sword, sending out a massive sword energy that sent the centaur prince flying back 10 or so meters away. Zhao Fu then stepped on the centaur prince's head and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" The centaur prince felt incredibly furious after having his head stepped on, but in order to preserve his life, he said in fear, "As long as you don't kill me and spare me this once, I'll give you anything. I definitely won't lie to you." Zhao Fu chuckled and asked for his purpose. Do you have any ancestral items or things related to the gods? As long as you can satisfy me, I will let you go this time. Otherwise, I will cut off your flesh piece by piece and roast it to eat. I have never eaten horse meat. The centaur prince quickly thought to himself in fear before saying, there's an ancestral altar nearby. If we sacrifice the soldiers here, we can obtain the centaur ancestral limit. Of course, the centaur royal family has to be in charge of the sacrificial ceremony. Hearing this, Zhao Fu gave a satisfied smile and loosened his foot, and the centaur prince climbed up from the ground. Zhao Fu suddenly rode on his horse, making the centaur prince feel quite humiliated. He was a centaur, not a horse, and he was the prince of the centaur kingdom. He would not allow anyone to ride on his horse. However, when he thought about Zhao Fu's terrifying strength and brutal methods, he knew that if he said no, Zhao Fu would eat him up. Riding the centaur prince was purely Zhao Fu's curiosity. He had never ridden a centaur before, so he didn't know what it felt like. In the end, it felt quite good and comfortable. The main thing was that it was very stable and not as bumpy as a normal horse. Moreover, the other half of a centaur was a human, so it could attack as a warrior. As such, centaurs were natural cavalry. Cavalry was the most ferocious type of soldier in ancient times, and they were stronger than ordinary infantry. From this, it could be seen that the centaur kingdom was quite powerful. It seemed that after obtaining the centaur ancestors' power, Zhao Fu would have to leave as soon as possible to avoid any trouble. After a while, Zhao Fu rode the centaur prince to the altar. This altar was extremely simple and crude. It was casually built from rubble, and some parts of it were uneven. It was only 2 meters wide and very short, only a foot tall. Zhao Fu felt quite doubtful and asked, "Can this altar still be used?" The centaur prince hurriedly replied, "Of course it can be used." This altar was one of the centaur's earliest altars, and it contains even more power than ordinary altars. It's just that due to various reasons, we abandoned it. Zhao Fu did not say anything else and got off his horse. He threw out the centaur corpses and said, "Hurry up and start." Hearing that, the centaur prince hurriedly went to the altar. The centaur prince took out a dagger and cut his wrist, causing blood to flow out and drip onto the altar. The centaur prince chanted an incantation and the altar gave off a blue light. The countless centaur corpses in the surroundings slowly turned into withered corpses, and their blood flowed into the altar and was absorbed by it. Boom, the altar gave off a powerful aura and gave off all sorts of blue lights before falling silent. The centaur prince looked quite awkward as he said, Sir, I'm not interested in you. I don't have enough blood to summon." Hearing this, Zhao Fu frowned and cut open his arm, causing some blood to flow out. Under Zhao Fu's control, it turned into a crystalline orb of blood and flew in front of the centaur prince. The centaur prince felt quite startled and explained, "Sir, I'm afraid that this is the case. It also needs a lot of fresh blood. You might not be enough." However, Zhao Fu calmly said, "Try it again. My blood is tens of thousands of times stronger than that of an ordinary person. A lump of blood is comparable to the blood of tens of thousands of ordinary people. It's enough to summon the ancestors." Hearing this, the centaur prince felt quite doubtful. In actuality, he did not think that Zhao Fu was very strong, as Zhao Fu was only so terrifying after using his nation armament. With Zhao Fu's harmony realm cultivation, the centaur prince was confident that he could easily crush Zhao Fu. Moreover, he had a king's bloodline, which was incredibly noble and reigned above countless high-grade bloodlines. Even he did not dare to say how powerful his bloodline was, yet Zhao Fu had said that this small drop of blood was comparable to the blood of tens of thousands of people. How could the centaur king believe such a thing? It thought to itself, Zhao Fu is simply too arrogant and conceited. For him to say such a thing, he must be dreaming. Does he think he has a sovereign bloodline? What a joke. Even if you beat the centaur prince to death, he would not believe that Zhao Fu is an emperor. However, since he had said that he would try, it would be quite embarrassing if he failed. After all, he would not lose face, so Zhao Fu would not blame him. Thinking about that, the centaur prince once again chanted, and the ball of blood in front of him turned into a ray of light and flew into the sky. Boom, an unimaginably powerful might spread out, and it was as if a massive hand had pressed down on the centaur prince's body, causing him to kneel down. The centaur prince's face became incredibly pale and he felt extreme terror. His bloodline trembled as he felt a sense of despair. Just what kind of bloodline was this? The weather suddenly changed as countless traces of heaven and earth power quickly gathered. An elderly centaur elder giving off an incredibly powerful aura appeared, causing the surrounding air to sink. This centaur elder's aura was at the Emperor Heaven realm. His hazy eyes calmly swept over the centaur prince before slowly turning to Zhao Fu. His eyes suddenly widened, and they became bright and spirited as he said respectfully, "Lord Holy Sun, I'm very grateful to you. Why have you summoned me?" "As long as Sir Holy Sun gives the order, this old man will immediately carry it out." Sir Holy Sun. Hearing this title, the centaur prince felt quite shocked. This title was quite unfamiliar to him, as it only existed in legends. This was a holy sun who reigned above countless noble emperors. How was this possible? This person was actually a holy sun, and the centaur prince could not believe it. However, even his ancestor was respectfully facing Zhao Fu, causing the centaur prince to feel a chill in his heart. How could he have offended such a terrifying person? He was doomed. Facing the centaur elder's words, Zhao Fu's expression was calm and did not feel any fear. Even though the centaur elder's aura was at the Emperor Heaven realm, because it was summoned and not his true body, it did not have that much power. At most, it was at the extreme divine realm. "I want to obtain the centaur elder's power," Zhao Fu replied calmly. Hearing this, the centaur elder smiled and said, "It is my honor that Sir Holy Sun wants my ancestor's power. I will immediately give it to Sir Holy Sun." The centaur elder's body gave off a powerful light, which condensed together and formed a blue orb of light. This blue orb of light was as big as a rubber ball and gave off terrifying power. It slowly descended from the sky and flew into Zhao Fu's body. Immediately, Zhao Fu felt a massive wave of power flow into him, and he quickly devoured this power and fused it into his body. The blue orb of light continuously became smaller and smaller before turning into motes of light and disappearing. After absorbing this power, Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back, and a blue centaur totem appeared. Now, Zhao Fu had 12 totems: the jackal person totem, minotaur person totem, wolfman person totem, lizardman person totem, kobold person totem, pigman person totem, orc person totem, leopard person totem, goat person totem, fox person totem, naga person totem, and centaur person totem. Each of these totems was as big as a plate, and they covered Zhao Fu's back, stacking on top of each other. With 12 totems on his back, it looked quite dense, but he was still quite far from awakening an Outlander Emperor star. "Sir Holy Sun, I have a request." "I have a request, but I don't know if you'll agree to take my good-for-nothing descendant as a servant," the elderly centaur suddenly said in the sky. With the centaur elder's strength, he naturally knew just how terrifying a holy sun was. Even an incredibly powerful and condescending empire would have to lower its head in front of a holy empire. His kingdom was just a small kingdom, and in front of an empire, it was just a small chess piece. In front of a holy empire, it was like an ant. The centaur elder thought to himself that if his descendant could form a connection with a terrifying person like Zhao Fu, it would be a massive opportunity for his kingdom. This was an opportunity that even an empire would not be able to obtain, and the centaur elder definitely would not let it go. This was why he had been so courteous before. Not only was he afraid of Zhao Fu's terrifying identity, but he also wanted to use this opportunity to form a connection. The centaur prince looked on in disbelief. He had never thought that his ancestor would want him, the centaur kingdom's most prestigious prince, to become someone else's servant. He was a prince. With his prideful personality, how could he agree? If it was before, the centaur prince would have long since jumped up in anger. However, the person next to him was his ancestor and the legendary Holy Sun, so he did not have the guts to do so. He could only carefully say, "Ancestor, I'm the prince of the centaur kingdom, isn't it inappropriate for me to be a servant?" The centaur elder coldly harumphed, "Are you a servant of an ordinary person? You're the Holy Sun's servant, and this is the centaur kingdom's honor. Also, your father will personally receive the Holy Sun. This matter has already been decided." The centaur prince's expression was quite unsightly and he did not dare to say anything else. Zhao Fu did not know what to say and wanted to refuse. However, he felt like he had just received someone else's kindness, so he hesitated. The centaur elder looked at Zhao Fu and lightly laughed as he said, "Holy Sun, I will personally report this matter to the centaur kingdom's king. I will personally convey this matter to the Centaur Kingdom's king, and he will bring a large number of Centaur Kingdom's specialty treasures to the Holy Sun. I hope that the Holy Sun can give me some face and stay for a while." Hearing this, Zhaofu looked at the treasures and nodded. A while later, the Centaur Elder disappeared because of the altar's summoning power. However, a valiant-looking middle-aged centaur wearing golden armor quickly arrived with his soldiers. This was the Centaur Kingdom's king, and his strength had reached the peak of the extreme divine realm and was just a bit away from breaking through to the Emperor Heaven realm. He took the lead and crossed his hands in front of his chest as he steadily bowed to Zhaofu. This was the most respectful bow a centaur could give. "Saint, the ancestor has already told me everything, and I prepared a sumptuous feast. Please, Holy Sun, come," the Centaur King said with a courteous smile. Zhaofu smiled and nodded before bringing the women waiting by the lake to the Centaur royal city. There were not many people at the banquet, only the core members of the Centaur Kingdom. After all, Zhaofu was a holy son, and if news of this spread, it would definitely cause massive waves. Even if Zhaofu did not say anything, the Centaur King understood this. At the banquet, Zhaofu was naturally the center of attention, and thousands of people came to curry favor with him. Even the Centaur King said a few words of flattery. Zhaofu did not pay too much mind to these things and politely replied to them. However, he was quite interested in the things they had given him. The first was a few palm-sized pieces of jade. They were square and green, and there was an image of a horse within them that gave off a faint green light. This was a horse jade soul, and he could give it to the den to raise the black god horse's strength to stage 2. Qin's cavalry was mainly made with black god horses. Of course, the den would not be able to satisfy Qin's needs. There were only a few stage 2 black god horses, and they would be given to Qin's elites. The second item was a blueprint called the charging spear. This spear was specially made for cavalry, and it had terrifying piercing power. It would greatly increase cavalry's battle strength, and with this blueprint, Qin would be able to mass-produce the charging spear. The third item was a fruit that looked like a lychee. It was white and gave off a faint fragrance, and it could be directly used without being peeled. This fruit was called the centaur horse fruit. If a person and a horse ate this fruit, they would be able to communicate with each other, and they would be able to work better together and increase their battle strength. Not only did the Centaur Kingdom give the centaur fruit, but it also gave a large number of seeds. Zhaofu could take them back and plant them, increasing Qin's cavalry strength. Of course, this fruit was also effective for other creatures, such as the wolf cavalry. If a giant wolf or cavalry ate it, they would also be able to communicate with each other, but it would not be as effective as a person or a horse. There were also many other items that were quite useful to Zhaofu. As a royal kingdom in the inner regions, they were quite powerful and had many good things. After accepting the items, Zhaofu grinned and felt quite good. "Holy Sun, here's a toast to you," the Centaur King said as he raised a cup of wine and smiled as he looked at Zhaofu. Zhaofu also raised a cup of wine and courteously smiled as he replied, "There's no need to be so polite, thank you for your hospitality." The women were also at the banquet. Even though Zhaofu had never revealed his identity to them, they had only found out that Zhaofu was a holy son through someone else, and they felt quite delighted. In actuality, they had long since known that Zhaofu's identity was not simple, but they had never thought that Zhaofu was a legendary holy son. That was an existence that reigned above emperors, and ordinary emperors were unreachable to them, let alone holy sons. Thinking about how terrifying a holy son was, serving such a man would be an unimaginable opportunity and benefit. For example, they would become more and more beautiful, and their auras would become more and more alluring, and they would become more and more powerful. At the banquet, the centaur Prince Ai Fei felt incredibly crestfallen. He had used all sorts of connections to try to change this decision. As the prince of a royal kingdom, how could he become someone's servant? However, the royal kingdom had unanimously approved this, making it impossible for him to change the outcome. He had never thought that things would turn out like this. He had gone out to hunt and encountered a group of beautiful women, but not only had he not enjoyed them, but he had also become someone's servant. A few hours later, the banquet concluded, and Zhaofu said his goodbyes. Zhaofu did not refuse the Centaur Kingdom's gifts, and he brought Ai Fei, the centaur prince. Apart from this, the Centaur Kingdom also gave Zhao Fu 30 or so Saint Realm Centaur soldiers. These soldiers had a lot of battle experience and knew some basic things about the Outlander domain. Adding on their strength, they were the most suitable guards. Most of the soldiers were men, and the Centaur Kingdom thought that Zhao Fu had a group of women but only a man. In order to resolve this awkwardness, they gave these soldiers away. 5 or 6 days later, Zhao Fu and the others once again went to another kingdom. This place was quite close to the Outlander domain, and soon, Zhao Fu would be able to see what the true Outlander domain was like. Everyone stopped at an inn and rested for a while. The Centaur Prince Ai Fei acted like the leader of the servants, and he used his wallet to leave the inn. He then gave orders for the guards to stand by the door, and as long as Zhao Fu got off the carriage, Zhao Fu would not have to do anything. This made Zhao Fu feel quite satisfied, and he felt much more relaxed. After coming to the inn, everyone was incredibly careful because anyone could tell that Zhao Fu's identity was not simple at all. They were naturally afraid of offending Zhao Fu, or else they would not even know how they had died. Zhao Fu hugged the Naga goddess and Wolfman goddess, and the women sat at the table. The food was already served, and there was no need for Zhao Fu to do anything. Some of the women picked food for Zhao Fu, while others served wine for Zhao Fu. Ai Fei felt quite envious. Even though he had not dared to get too close to the carriage, the women's lewd voices had been quite loud, and he now admired Zhao Fu. With his centaur race and royal bloodline, he was incredibly powerful in that aspect, and he was definitely a stallion amongst stallions. However, he did not have the ability to conquer the women by Zhao Fu's side, nor did he have the ability to make them so happy. What shocked Ai Fei was that as these women did it with Zhao Fu, they became more and more beautiful and alluring. At that moment, a tall and handsome tiger person brought a few other tiger people and was about to enter the inn. Some tiger people had a tiger's head, a human's body, and tiger's skin. They also had a tiger's tail, while others had human faces but tiger stripes on their skin. They also had a tiger's tail and ears, and their hands looked like sharp claws. Among ordinary creatures, tigers were the kings of the forest, and tiger people had terrifying strength. As such, they all looked quite ferocious. Just as they wanted to enter the inn, the centaur soldiers at the entrance stretched out their spears and blocked them, saying, "Apologies. This place has already been booked and belongs to our master. Please leave." Suddenly, a tiger man next to the young man said loudly, "What do you mean this is your owner's inn? Be smart and leave. Do you know who this is? He's the 7th prince of the Tiger Kingdom. How can your master compare to him?" Hearing this, the centaur soldier felt quite startled. This was the Tiger Kingdom, and if they offended the Tiger Kingdom's prince, things would become quite troublesome. The centaur soldier thought about it and went back to ask Zhao Fu. When Zhao Fu learned of this, he didn't care much about it. In any case, this inn was too big for him to live in. Zhao Fu wasn't the kind of person who liked to occupy a group of people who didn't have anything. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, the centaur soldiers immediately put away their weapons and made way. The young tiger man was expressionless as he led his people into the inn. However, the big tiger man gave a pleased smile as he said, "Seems like you're quite tactful." After entering the inn, the young tiger man saw Zhao Fu, and looking at the top-grade beauties around him, he couldn't help but feel moved and take a few more glances. Seeing this, the big tiger man smiled and suggested, "Your Majesty, those women are so beautiful. How about I ask that person to give you a few to serve you? With your noble status, that's a blessing that they can't even ask for." The young tiger man felt quite startled and shook his head, saying, "Forget it. Even though I'm quite moved by those women, they already have a master, so I don't want to steal them. More importantly, that person's identity isn't simple, so it's best not to make trouble." The tiger man didn't say anything else. He asked the innkeeper for a few superior rooms and entered the room. By now, it was nighttime, and within the darkness, stars shined resplendently. There was no moon, only a sky filled with stars. After eating and drinking to their fill, under the women's expectant gazes, Zhao Fu hugged them and brought them into the room. Following this, the indescribable things continued until late at night. At that moment, a few masked people stealthily entered the inn. They looked at where Zhao Fu and the centaurs were before looking away. It was evident that their target was not Zhao Fu's group. They started to stealthily attack the other side of the inn, which was the Tiger Man and the others' room. The Tiger Man and the others had long since been prepared, and as soon as those people attacked, they sensed them and took the initiative to attack. Bang, bang. Bang, massive sounds rang out as the doors and windows shattered, and sharp lights shot towards the assassins. Facing these attacks, the assassins did not panic at all, and they exploded out with terrifying auras, easily blocking these attacks. Sensing the assassins' auras, the Tiger Man youth and the others' expressions fell. These assassins' power was much greater than theirs, and they would be in danger. Seeing this, Zhao Fu and the others' expressions changed. A tough-looking Tiger Man immediately said, "Your Majesty, leave first and return to the royal city. You go first, you must hurry back to royal city as soon as possible. Once you get there, no one will dare to assassinate you." The Tiger Man prince nodded and did not hesitate to give off a powerful aura as he rushed out of the inn and flew in another direction. The assassins gave off terrifying auras and immediately chased after the Tiger Man prince, but they were stopped by the Tiger Man prince's subordinates. The battle quickly erupted as both sides ferociously attacked each other, causing powerful gales and sharp lights to fly everywhere. However, the assassins' cultivation was quite high, and they had a great advantage. The Tiger Man prince and the others were not a match for them. The tough-looking young man was the first to be killed, and his corpse was chopped into pieces. Following this, the Tiger Man was heavily injured and quickly escaped. The final assassin was a beautiful, well-built woman with short black hair, tiger ears, and a tail. She was covered in black tiger tattoos, and she was sent flying by a punch into the room that Zhao Fu and the others were in. The assassins were mainly the Tiger Man prince, so they naturally did not want to fight. As such, they did not bother with the big man and the short-haired woman, and they gave off powerful auras as they rushed in the direction that the Tiger Man prince had escaped to. Zhao Fu angrily looked at this scene. The inn had been destroyed just like that, and the peaceful night had been broken. Looking at the woman who had crashed into the room, Zhao Fu stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air, and a massive formless hand brought the woman in front of him. Facing this handsome young man, the woman had a bad feeling and hurriedly cried out, "Let go of me, I still have to save our prince. If he dies, the Tiger Kingdom definitely won't forgive you." Zhao Fu disdainfully harumphed. The Tiger Kingdom was only a dukedom kingdom and not a royal kingdom, so Zhao Fu did not mind at all. After taking off the woman's clothes, Zhao Fu started to do it with her. Soon, the woman forgot about the prince and lost herself within him, moaning in a lewd manner. Afterwards, the tiger woman, Hu Min, put on her clothes and prepared to leave. By now, she had come back to her senses, and she was quite surprised that she could recover from her injuries through doing it with Zhao Fu. However, Hu Min only glared at this man who had forcefully taken her body before rushing out of the tavern to save the prince. Zhao Fu lay on the bed and had just enjoyed Hu Min's body, and he gave a satisfied smile. He was not as angry as before as he said, "Do you think you can save him with your power? You'll just end up as a corpse." Hu Min's body paused and understood this. With her strength, she would not be able to defeat their prince, but she quickly thought of a way. She turned and leapt into Zhao Fu's embrace as she gave an alluring smile and said, "Good husband. Can you please save our prince? If you can save him, I'll serve you well in the future." Zhao Fu hugged her and was not in a hurry to agree, and he first asked what benefits there were. However, because time was of the essence, Zhao Fu put on his clothes and hugged Hu Min as he spoke. It turned out that the Tiger Kingdom's king was about to die, and the princes had started to assassinate the other princes in order to seize the throne. The eldest prince and the second prince had died quite early, and the sixth prince had died prematurely, leaving only the third prince, fourth prince, fifth prince, and seventh prince. Now, the throne would be chosen among the four of them. Among them, the seventh prince's faction was the weakest, mainly because his family's influence was not strong, so the other princes dared to assassinate him so openly. If Zhao Fu helped the seventh prince and helped the seventh prince ascend the throne, Zhao Fu would be able to get everything he wanted. Zhao Fu thought about it and agreed. Bang, the seventh prince of the Tiger Man race was struck by one of the attacks. Like a falling boulder, he heavily smashed into the ground, creating a large crater and sending rubble flying everywhere. The Tiger Prince coughed up a mouthful of blood and crawled up from the ground before quickly running. At a time like this, only by running could he survive. If he stayed, he would definitely die. However, even if he wanted to escape, he could not escape from the assassins. Soon, the prince was surrounded by the assassins. The tiger prince said with an ugly expression, "If you're willing to let me go, I'll give you anything you want when we return to Monarch City." The tiger prince loudly laughed as he said, "Seventh prince, don't waste your time, we definitely won't let you off. Brothers, let's attack together and kill the seventh prince. His head will be taken back as a reward." Hearing this, the others savagely grinned and prepared to go up and get rid of the seventh prince. However, the seventh prince's face was filled with despair. Shing, a sword hum suddenly sounded throughout the sky as an enormous sword light containing terrifying power shot over incredibly quickly. Before the assassins could react, their bodies were cut in half by the sword light. The seventh prince's face was also filled with astonishment. He hadn't expected something like this to happen. However, when he looked in the direction the sword light had come from, he saw a handsome young man holding his guard, in the air. The seventh prince quickly realized that it was this young man who had saved him. This person's power was incredibly terrifying, and it was fortunate that he had not offended him, or else he would have long since died at his hands. Zhao hugged Hu Min and landed in front of the seventh prince. The seventh prince smiled gratefully as he said, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Hearing this, Zhao expression was quite normal and he said with a trace of a smile, "I already know about your situation. I can help you obtain the throne, but you have to give me what I want, such as ancestral items and godly spirits." The seventh prince felt quite delighted because those things were not much compared to the throne. However, he could obtain Zhao support, so how could he not feel delighted? He immediately agreed, "That's no problem, I'll agree to all of them." Hearing this, Zhao smiled and nodded. By now, the seventh prince had noticed the intimacy between Hu Min and Zhao, and seeing her face become red, he quickly understood what had happened. He inwardly sighed, this beautiful bodyguard had been by his side for a long time, but he had never touched her because it was against his principles. If it wasn't for Hu Min taking the initiative, he definitely would not have done such a thing to a loyal subordinate. However, it seemed that she had long since belonged to someone else, causing the seventh prince's heart to ache. However, for the throne, it was all worth it. Knowing that the seventh prince knew about her relationship with Zhao Hu Min's face became red as she asked caringly, "Are you all right, seventh prince?" Hearing how concerned she was, the seventh prince felt quite good and smiled as he said, "I'm fine." Following this, Zhao returned to the inn and looked at the pitiful innkeeper crying out. He gave him some money and told him to repair the inn before taking the others to leave at night. In order to avoid encountering trouble again, they arrived at the royal city as soon as possible. The royal city was where the royal city was located, so the various factions naturally did not dare to act too brazenly. This was especially so for things like fratricide, which the royal family placed great importance on. If they dared to act so brazenly, they would lose their right to inherit the throne. Within a residence in the royal city, a beautiful middle-aged woman with long green hair, a voluptuous figure, and a beautiful face, tiger ears, and a tail, as well as green tiger tattoos on her body, gave off a mature aura. She looked incredibly emotional and teared up as she hugged the seventh prince. "That's great. My son, I thought you were dead, I never thought that you'd be fine. Also, didn't I tell you to leave the Tiger Kingdom? We're not fated to become the emperor, and if you don't leave soon, you'll be killed by your other brothers." The seventh prince looked at his mother with a pained expression, but his gaze was resolute as he said, "Mother, as the seventh prince of the Tiger Kingdom, how can I cower? As the seventh prince of the Tiger Kingdom, how can I cower? No matter what happens, I must give it a try. Also, I brought back a very powerful person this time. He's confident that he can help me ascend to the throne, and he saved me on the way." Hearing this, the beautiful middle-aged woman looked at Zhao with her beautiful eyes and said gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. I'll treat sir later to repay sir's kindness." At that moment, the beautiful woman asked about something she was concerned about, "May I ask who you are and where you come from? Why are you so confident in helping my son ascend the throne?" This was what she was most concerned about because this was a matter of life and death, and she could not afford to be careless. This was especially so for an outsider like Zhao who had suddenly appeared. No one would be able to easily trust him, so the beautiful woman wanted to know more about Zhao Fu. However, Zhao Fu did not tell her anything and said, "I'm just a passerby. You don't have to worry too much. Moreover, with your current situation, without my help, only death awaits you. You don't have a choice." Hearing this, the beautiful lady sighed. Zhao Fu was right. At that moment, a woman with blood-red hair, perfect facial features, and a tiger's tail and ears walked in, giving off a ferocious aura. She looked at the seventh prince and smiled as she said, "Little brother, it's time for you to leave. I knew you would come back." She was the seventh prince's older sister, and her name was Huang. She was also a princess, and was a general in the army. She had a small army under her, but it was the strongest force in their faction. The seventh prince looked at Huang and smiled as he said, "Big sis. You know me the best. If we can't win this time, then we'll fight it out. So what if we die?" Huang looked at the seventh prince approvingly before looking at Zhao Fu and asking curiously, "Who are you?" Zhao Fu did not reply, and the beautiful woman, who was the seventh prince's mother, Hu Ling smiled and said, "This is an expert your little brother invited back to help him ascend to the throne." Huang looked at Zhao Fu and felt quite suspicious. However, thinking about it, Zhao Fu's actions did not seem to have much of an advantage, so she temporarily put aside her suspicions. Of course, she did not easily trust Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said with a chuckle, "Now, tell me how many forces you have, as well as all kinds of intelligence, so that I can think of a way to deal with it as soon as possible." This wasn't something too secretive and could be easily found out. Just as Huang was about to explain, a guard came up and reported, "Seventh Prince, the seventh prince. His Majesty wants to see you, so please come quickly." Hearing this, the seventh prince immediately left because the king could die at any moment, and his will could change at any moment. If there was a will, then it would be legitimate, and there would be more people supporting it. After the seventh prince left, Huang also began to explain the current situation to Zhao Fu. Currently, the other three princes each controlled 20% of the Tiger Kingdom's forces, which was 60% in total. The seventh prince controlled less than 10% of the forces, while the remaining 30% were neutral. Helping the seventh prince's bloodline could be said to be relatively difficult. Zhao Fu fell into deep thought. The seventh prince's mother, Hu Ling lightly laughed as she asked, "Have you thought of any good ideas?" Zhao Fu slightly sighed, "It'll be quite difficult to help your bloodline obtain the throne, and I just want some ancestral items. It seems that the price is too great, and it's not worth my effort." Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Hu Ling and Huang felt quite startled. If Zhao Fu backed out just like that, they would have much less of a chance. The seventh prince had said that Zhao Fu had power comparable to an Emperor Heaven Realm expert, and losing his help would be a heavy blow. Hu Ling thought about it and smiled as she said, "Chan go out for a moment. Go out for a moment, I have something to discuss with this young master." Hearing this, Huang felt quite startled and looked at her mother, wondering what it was that required her to leave. However, in the end, Huang still left. After watching her daughter leave, Hu Ling gave a flirtatious smile as she asked, "Sir, are you interested in me?" Zhao Fu looked at the beautiful woman and lightly smiled as he hugged her, saying, "Who would be able to refuse a beautiful woman like you?" Hu Ling let out a sigh of relief. Now that Zhao Fu was interested in her, things would be much easier to resolve. She could use her body to form a closer connection with Zhao Fu, and she would be able to rely on Zhao Fu's power. "Let's begin then." Hu Ling looked at Zhao Fu seductively with her beautiful eyes, and her face was slightly red as she lightly hugged Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu did not hold back and pressed down on her and started to have a taste of the seventh prince's mother. 2 or so hours later, Huang frowned. She did not know what her mother and Zhao Fu were talking about, and why they had not finished yet. Huang thought about it and decided to go over to have a look. However, she had never thought that she would see an unforgettable scene. Her mother, Hu Ling was being ravaged by Zhao Fu on the ground. Immediately, seeing this scene, Huang felt quite furious. However, seeing how happy her mother was, as well as her mother's goal, Huang did not feel angry and instead felt quite moved. Her mother was using her body as a bargaining chip to obtain Zhao Fu's help. This was such great maternal love. Ever since she was young, her mother had done so much for her and her little brother, and she had never seen her mother so happy before. "Sir, please let me go." Hu Ling'er's face was red as she powerlessly begged for mercy from Zhao Fu. However, she looked over and saw Hu Wangchan standing at the door. Her beautiful face became bright red, and she felt incredibly ashamed and did not have the face to face her daughter. Hu Wangchan smiled as she walked in and took off her armor as she said to Zhao Fu, "Sir, my mother can't take it anymore, you should ravage me." Zhao Fu smiled and hugged her, following which something indescribable happened. Zhao Fu smiled and brought her into his embrace, following which something indescribable happened. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the two women and enjoyed the warmth from just then. The two women sweetly smiled and lay in Zhao Fu's embrace, looking like two tame tigresses. "Sir, can you help us now?" Hu Ling'er gave a moving smile as she asked Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "You mother and daughter taste quite good. In actuality, I don't think it's that troublesome, I just need to kill the remaining princes and there won't be so much trouble. Your son will be the only successor." Hu Wangchan said, "But they have countless experts and soldiers protecting them. Moreover, everyone is on guard, so it will be very difficult to kill them. This is especially so in the royal city. If you show yourself, the various stage 4 armies will instantly gather. Adding on the Fate Dragon's power, even Emperor Heaven Realm cultivators will only be able to run." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "Don't worry. Just leave this matter to me." Hearing how confident Zhao Fu was, the two women understood that Zhao Fu was not simple at all. They smiled and nodded, expressing their trust in Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled and nodded, and the three of them put on their clothes. This time, the seventh prince left for a long time and only returned at night, looking incredibly pale and dispirited as he said to his mother and big sister, "Mother. Big sister. I think we should leave as soon as possible, staying alive is more important." After such a long time, the redness on Hu Ling'er and Hu Wangchan's faces had long since disappeared, so the seventh prince did not notice anything. He just felt that his mother and big sister now gave off an alluring and mature aura. However, he had just suffered a massive blow and did not pay much mind to these things. Seeing her son like this, Hu Ling'er hurriedly asked, "What's going on, imperial son?" The seventh prince's expression was quite unsightly as he replied, "Imperial father called me over to tell me to give up on the throne and not fight for it. He doesn't plan on giving it to me, so he wants me to withdraw as soon as possible to stay alive." Hu Ling'er said angrily, "That old thing has always looked down on us, but don't worry, I'll definitely make you the king of the Tiger Kingdom." The seventh prince did not believe this and looked at his mother as he asked, "Really? But we don't have any advantage at all and were kicked out by imperial father." Hu Ling'er lightly laughed as she said, "Don't worry, you need to believe me. Also, it's quite late now, so you should go and rest." The seventh prince somewhat believed this because his father had already declared that it was impossible for him. However, he did not want his mother and big sister to worry, so he nodded and returned to his room. After the seventh prince returned, Hu Ling'er and Hu Wangchan looked at each other and immediately called over Zhao Fu and told him about this. Only Zhao Fu had a way to deal with this. Zhao Fu sat on a chair and enjoyed Hu Ling'er and Hu Wangchan's service as he thought about how to deal with this matter. He lightly laughed as he said, "Bring me to the imperial kingdom later, and I'll deal with this." Hearing that Zhao Fu could deal with this, Hu Ling'er said in delight, "Thank you, husband." Soon after, the sound of intense lovemaking resounded in the room once again. The sound was so loud that even the seventh prince, who was staying on the other side, heard it. However, the seventh prince felt that he had misheard. He knew his sister and mother very well, and they wouldn't be so lascivious. This matter quickly ended, and the seventh prince didn't care. Although he didn't believe that his mother would be able to help him ascend the throne, he couldn't help but look forward to it. He didn't know what method his mother would use to help him ascend the throne. "Where is the king's palace?" Zhao Fu followed Hu Ling'er to the palace and stood in a hidden place as he asked. Hu Ling'er pointed in a direction and said, "Husband." Zhao Fu said as she nodded and said, "Zhao." Hearing this, Zhao Fu nodded and flew to the side. After coming to the king's palace, Zhao Fu found that it was heavily guarded. Apart from many Saint Realm soldiers, there were also a few Harmony Realm people. Adding on the fate dragon, it would be quite difficult to sneak in. After coming to the king's palace, Jiaofu found that it was heavily guarded. Apart from many Saint Realm soldiers, there were also a few people at the Harmony Realm. Adding on the fate dragon, it would be quite difficult to sneak in. However, even if he killed the king, the other three princes would definitely rebel, and the Tiger Kingdom would fall into chaos. If that happened, Jiaofu would not be able to achieve his goal. However, even if he killed the king, the other three princes would definitely rebel, and the Tiger Kingdom would fall into chaos. If that happened, Jiaofu would not be able to achieve his goal. After waiting at the entrance for a while, a beautiful middle-aged woman with white tiger ears and a tiger tail walked out with a sorrowful expression. She had a graceful figure, a white tiger tail, and a peerlessly beautiful face, and a few maids. It seemed that she was the Tiger Kingdom's queen, and Jiaofu thought about it before giving a trace of a smile and following behind the queen. The queen was called Hu Bai Bai, and after coming to her palace, she had her attendants leave while she sat on a chair and started to cry. She had a son, who was the crown prince, but he had died in battle. Now that her husband was leaving her, she had no one to rely on in this world and did not know what to do in the future. Moreover, after her husband died, she would not be able to go all out, and the new king would be able to do whatever he wanted to her. She felt quite worried and felt immense pressure. "Queen! Why are you crying?" A voice sounded out from behind her, and Hu Bai Bai thought it was an attendant and said softly, "Didn't this queen say that I want to be alone?" "I want to be alone, don't disturb this empress." That person did not leave and instead went up and hugged Hu Bai Bai, causing Hu Bai Bai to feel quite startled. She had never thought that this person would be so daring to offend her, the empress. She turned and saw an incredibly handsome young man. Hu Bai Bai looked at the young man and sniffed his scent, and her heart could not help but speed up. Hu Bai Bai had wanted to call someone in, but seeing the young man in front of her, she asked softly, "Who are you? Why have you offended this queen?" Jiaofu lightly laughed as he looked at Hu Bai Bai. As the queen, she did not give off any aura at all and instead seemed incredibly weak, making people want to take pity on her. He hugged her and walked to a large bed. Hu Bai Bai sensed Jiaofu's intentions and vigorously struggled. However, she was still carried onto the bed by Jiaofu, and she was ravaged by that bastard Jiaofu. However, she enjoyed it quite a bit, showing off how weak she was. Afterwards, Jiaofu hugged her and told her his identity and goal. Hu Bai Bai angrily glared at Jiaofu and said, "I won't agree, I never thought that you'd come to kill my husband. It's best that you leave now, or else I'll call someone in." Jiaofu said shamelessly, "You want to call someone in to see how lewd you are? If this gets out, your husband will kill you, and your entire family will be destroyed. If you want to call someone, go ahead." Hu Bai Bai looked quite wronged and tears welled up in her eyes. She had never thought that the person who had given her such joy would be such a bastard. Jiaofu hugged her and comforted her, promising her a better life and better treatment for her family. Only then did Hu Bai Bai agree. Jiaofu had wanted Hu Bai Bai to poison the king to death, but Hu Bai Bai had refused. As such, Jiaofu could only have her divert the guards and sneak into the palace to easily kill the dying king and seal his corpse. After all, if the king died, there would be abnormal signs across the entire kingdom. Following this, Jiaofu used the king's decree to call over the other three princes and easily dealt with them. They definitely would not have thought that their father would die, and they had thought that they had come to receive the decree. They had never thought that they would die here. Jiaofu gave out a series of orders and took control of the military. In the end, he made a fake decree with Hu Bai Bai, announcing that the seventh prince was the successor to the throne. The other three factions were quite displeased, but the prince they supported had died. Even if they rebelled and did not have a prince, they would not be popular. Moreover, they did not have any military power, so the neutral factions all pledged their loyalty to the seventh prince. The seventh prince had never thought that the entire Tiger Kingdom would change in just a single day. He, who had no hope of inheriting the throne, had become the next emperor, and he had not done anything at all. This was simply too easy, and he had never thought that it would be his mother and big sister who had sacrificed themselves to become the next emperor. Hu Ling-er and Hu Wangchan had been quite worried, but seeing that things had been resolved so quickly exceeded their expectations, and they now looked quite delighted. The next day, the seventh prince ascended to the throne. His mother, big sister, and beautiful guards were not present, as they wanted to repay Zhao Fu's kindness. They wholeheartedly served Zhao Fu, and of course, they called the queen over. After enjoying the women's bodies, Zhao Fu obtained what he wanted, which was the Tiger Kingdom's ancestral item. It was an orange-colored piece of amber that was as big as a palm and gave off an orange light. It was quite beautiful and gave off an orange light. Zhao Fu fused the amber into his body, and it contained the purest tiger person power. It spread out within Zhao Fu's body, and it was quite powerful, causing shockwaves to ripple out in all directions. This caused Zhao Fu's body to give off an intense orange light, and a tiger person image floated out from Zhao Fu's body before disappearing. Zhao Fu had already fused with the massive tiger person power, and he once again felt a pain on his back as an orange tiger person totem appeared on his back. Sensing the tiger person totem on his back, Zhao Fu smiled in satisfaction, and it was time to leave with the others. The seventh prince tried his best to persuade Zhao Fu to stay. He had relied on Zhao Fu to ascend to the throne, and he wanted to thank Zhao Fu, but Zhao Fu refused. As for his mother and big sister, he did not tell them about his relationship with Zhao Fu, and he left them a letter saying that he was leaving to go sightseeing. In actuality, he was leaving with Zhao Fu. 2 days later, Zhao Fu and the others finally arrived at the Outlander realm. There were even more races here, and it was also the most prosperous and lively place of the Outlander race. The streets were bustling with noise. Zhao Fu hugged Hu Linger's delicate body and sat by the window to look at the scenery outside. Now that he was in the Outlander domain, he had to be careful. Let alone someone with Harmony Realm cultivation, even someone with Emperor Heaven Realm cultivation would be treated quite pitifully here. At that moment, Zhao Fu saw a 4 or 5-year-old ratfolk girl on the side of the street. She had black hair and an exquisite appearance, and she had a rat tail. She was wearing tattered clothes, and she pitifully tugged at the corner of a passerby's clothes as she pleaded, "Sir, please help me. My lord. Can you give me some money? My mother is sick and I want to take her to see a doctor." Ordinary people naturally did not have a good attitude towards these lowly rat folk, and most people would struggle free and leave. Some people even disliked her for dirtying their clothes, and they rudely pushed the rat folk girl to the ground. The little rat folk girl fell to the ground, and her palms were scraped. The pain caused the little girl's bright eyes to become teary. However, she held back her tears and got up from the ground. She continued to tug at the passerby's clothes as she pleaded, "Sir, can you help me? Sir, can you give me some money? My mother is sick and I want to take her to see a doctor." Zhao Fu had the carriage stop and came to the little girl's side. Seeing Zhao Fu, the little girl did not dare to go up and tug at Zhao Fu's clothes because she saw that Zhao Fu's clothes were too luxurious. Her mother had told her that the better a person's clothes were, the more prestigious their statuses were. People like that could not be offended, as they were incredibly terrifying and could easily die if one was not careful. She had always remembered her mother's words. This was something that people living at the bottom of society had to understand. As such, she did not dare to go up and looked quite afraid. Zhao Fu felt quite touched and softly laughed as he said, "Take me to see your mother, I'll cure your mother's illness." "Really?" The little girl looked delighted and jumped up as she happily looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly smiled as he held the little girl's hand and said, "Really? Hurry and take me to your home." All right. The little girl happily nodded and held Zhao Fu's warm hand as she brought Zhao Fu away. The women on the carriage felt quite surprised because the impression that Zhao Fu gave them was that he was incredibly cold-blooded, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Even though he treated them quite well and was quite gentle, they had never seen him so gentle before. They did not know why Zhao Fu would treat a little girl like this, and they felt quite confused. However, they listened to Zhao Fu's words and waited where they were. The little girl happily pulled Zhao Fu along and came to a dirty and dilapidated alleyway before stopping in front of a small wooden house. "Sir, this is my home." The little girl looked up and happily smiled before letting go of Zhao Fu and pushing open the door and walking in. Zhao Fu followed her in. There was a beautiful woman with a pale face and long black hair lying on the bed. She gave off a simple and loving aura, and Zhao Fu could not help but feel even more moved. He could not help but think of his mother. Mother! Mother! I brought an adult to see you, the little girl said happily as she grabbed the woman's hand and lightly pushed it. The unconscious woman opened her eyes with great difficulty and saw that Zhao Fu was dressed in luxurious clothes. She forced a smile at Zhao Fu and said weakly, "Sir, my daughter is still young and doesn't understand anything. My daughter is still immature. If she has offended you, please forgive her." Zhao Fu came up and lightly smiled as he said, "There's no such thing, don't worry. I'll treat your illness first." After saying this, Zhao Fu went up and examined the woman's body. After confirming that it was just an ordinary illness, Zhao Fu took out a top-grade medicinal pill and fed it to the woman before taking out a small bottle of water of life and helping her drink it. Soon, the woman's face became ruddy and her aura was no longer as weak, and she became more spirited. "Mother, have you recovered?" the little girl smiled as she looked at the woman. The woman lightly smiled and nodded. She lovingly stroked the little girl's face before looking at Zhao Fu and saying, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life." Zhao Fu smiled as he said, "It's no big deal, it's just a small matter to me." The woman said apologetically, "Sir, you saved my life, but I don't have anything to repay you with, I'm truly sorry." Hearing this, Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and looked at the woman's mature body. He took out a few delicious fruits and gave them to the little girl as he said, "I have some things to talk to your mother about. Can you play outside for a while?" Looking at the delicious fruits in Zhao Fu's hands, the little girl smiled as she received them and sweetly said, "I understand." The little girl sat at the entrance and held a fist-sized green fruit. She ate it in large bites and looked very happy. This was the first time she had eaten such a delicious fruit. However, after a while, she heard her mother's suppressed voice in the room and felt very happy. The little girl was quite curious as to why her mother was so happy but suppressed her voice. Puzzled, the little girl peeked through the crack in the door and saw her mother and big brother, who treated her the best. The two of them weren't wearing any clothes and were doing something intensely on the bed. Even though the little girl did not understand, she instinctively blushed and felt a bit embarrassed. Seeing how happy her mother was, she felt that it was not a bad thing, so she did not mind and continued to happily eat the fruits. An hour later, the woman's face was red as she breathed heavily in Zhao Fu's embrace. He hugged her and smiled as he said, "Come with me and leave this place. I'll take good care of you and give you a life 10,000 times better than what you have now." The woman shook her head lightly. "Milord, I want to wait for my husband to come back. He said he would definitely come back. I hope you can take my daughter away. She will only suffer if she stays by my side. I don't have the ability to take care of her." Zhao Fu frowned and said, "He hasn't come back for 3 years. It's very likely that he died outside. Are you going to keep waiting like this? If he doesn't come back, won't you just wait for death?" The woman chuckled and nodded firmly. "He is my husband. I will naturally wait for him to come back, no matter how long it takes." Zhao Fu felt quite displeased as he lifted the beautiful woman's face and asked, "Then what am I to you? Tell me about it." The beautiful woman blushed and said softly, "You're my master. My body and heart already belong to you." Only then did Zhao Fu give a pleased smile as he said, "You have to leave this place with me. I won't be at ease leaving you here alone. Also, I can help you find your husband's whereabouts. That will be much better than waiting here." Hearing this, the beautiful woman thought for a moment before smiling and agreeing, "Thank you, master." "Oh right, Xiaoming has been outside for so long, we should quickly put on our clothes and let her in." Zhao Fu gave a trace of an evil smile as he said, "So early? I haven't enjoyed your body enough. Why don't we wait a little longer?" The beautiful woman's face was red as she said, "Master, let's not. I'll come back later to serve you properly, okay?" Zhao Fu chuckled and agreed. Following that, the little girl walked in from outside and looked at her mother, who was already able to get out of bed and walk, and she threw herself into the beautiful woman's embrace with a smile on her face. When she found out that Zhao Fu was going to take her and her daughter away from here, the little girl was even happier. Although they had only known each other for a short time, she had already fallen in love with Zhao Fu because no outsider had ever treated her so well. The beautiful woman was called Shu Su, and the little girl was called Shu Ming. Zhao Fu took the mother and daughter to stroll around the streets and bought all sorts of things for them, making them look even more beautiful than before. The happiest person was Xu Ming. She had never been so happy before. She held on to Zhao Fu's hand with one hand and held her mother's hand with the other, jumping around looking incredibly cute. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the mother and daughter to a wooden building. Zhao Fu had said that he would help Xu Su find information about her husband, so he would naturally do so. This was a place where people could be found. The person who received Zhao Fu was an elderly rat folk, and Zhao Fu had Xu Su give information about her husband to the elderly rat folk. Soon, the elderly rat folk brought over a set of documents and handed them to Zhao Fu, incredibly quickly. Zhao Fu looked at the documents and handed them to Xu Su. After looking at the documents, Xu Su could not help but cry. Xu Ming took her mother's tears and asked, "What's wrong, mother? Why are you crying?" According to the documents, Xu Su's husband had not died and had instead married into a family to enjoy wealth, abandoning the mother and daughter. That was why he had not returned in such a long time. Now, Xu Su had completely given up. She had never thought that the man she had been waiting for would treat them like this. Zhao Fu pulled her into his embrace and smiled as he said, "Do you want me to help you teach him a lesson?" Xu Su shook her head and said, "No need. Since he has abandoned us, I won't have any feelings for him, and I don't want to have anything to do with him. Master, I'm willing to leave with you and serve you for the rest of my life." Zhao Fu hugged her and smiled as he said, "In actuality, you don't need to answer anything. I'll definitely go because I've taken a fancy to that family's clan protecting treasure." Because he had investigated Xu Su's husband, Zhao Fu had obtained information about the family that he had married into, and he had found out that the family had a clan protecting treasure called the Rat Spirit Jade. It was said that this jade was condensed from 1 million pure ratfolk bloodlines, and it had powerful ratfolk power. If he could obtain it, awakening a ratfolk totem would not be a problem. Zhao Fu brought Xu Su and her mother to where the family was, and it took them one day to get there. Zhao Fu brought Xu Su with her. She wanted to see her husband one last time and put an end to their past relationship. As for their daughter, Xu Ming, she did not want to bring her because Xu Ming had long since lost any information about her father. Since he did not want them, it was better for Xu Ming to completely forget about him and follow Zhao Fu in the future. Within the restaurant, a handsome-looking ratfolk dressed in luxurious clothes walked out with a few ratfolk guards. He was a bit drunk and was walking out of the restaurant. He was Xu Ming's father, Xu Chang. 3 years ago, he had met the big miss of a large family, and seeing that he would be able to enjoy wealth and power, he had thought of all sorts of methods to marry into that family. Even though that big miss was quite unruly and willful, Xu Chang's life was now hundreds of times better than before. He could spend as much money as he wanted, and anyone who saw him had to treat him with respect. No one dared to talk back to him, and he was no longer the lowly ratfolk from before. As for his wife and daughter, he had long since forgotten about them, and he could not let the family know about them, as it would be disadvantageous to him. Zhao Fu hugged Xu Su and appeared in front of Xu Chang. Seeing Xu Su, Xu Chang shivered and did not seem drunk at all. He looked quite flustered, but he quickly covered it up. He looked at Zhao Fu and did not say anything before taking his people and leaving. Seeing this, Xu Su had expected this and did not feel uncomfortable. Instead, she felt quite relieved and leaned into Zhao Fu's embrace, feeling that she had started to like Zhao Fu. Hearing this, Xu Chang's body froze and he turned and put on a smile as he said, "I almost forgot, so it's an old friend. Come, I'll treat you to a drink." Xu Chang brought his people into the restaurant and asked for a good room. Zhao Fu hugged Xu Su and entered the room, and he had a few guards stand at the door to prevent anyone from coming in. Within the room, Xu Chang looked at his former wife sitting intimately in another man's embrace, and his expression became cold as he said mockingly, "The man you found is not bad and should have some status. You've most likely been together for a long time. Why did you come to find me?" Xu Su felt a stabbing pain in her heart, and her expression became quite unsightly. She felt quite angry and wronged. It was Xu Chang who had abandoned them first, and now he was mocking her for finding a man so quickly. Zhao Fu hugged Xu Su and comforted her, saying, "Leave everything to me." Hearing this, Xu Su hugged Zhao Fu and sweetly smiled as she nodded in trust. Zhao Fu looked at Xu Chang and a powerful aura exploded out, weighing down on Xu Chang's body. This caused Xu Chang's face to instantly become pale. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would be so powerful. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, "She's my woman now, so you better show some respect. Also, I didn't come to find you for anything else, I just want you to steal that family's rat spirit jade." Hearing the words rat spirit jade, Xianxia hurriedly shook his head and said, "I can agree to anything you want, but not this. That's the family's treasure, and it's hidden in the family's secret room. Not only can I not steal it, but even if I do, I'll die a horrible death." That family belonged to an imperial kingdom, which was an imperial kingdom in the heaven domain. Their basic soldiers were all at least stage 5, and that family's status in the imperial kingdom was not low. Zhao Fu could not forcefully descend and steal it, so he could only rely on secretive methods. Zhao Fu thought about it and said, "Cooperate with me then. As long as you help me obtain the rat spirit jade, everyone will have a good life. If I can't obtain the rat spirit jade, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Don't doubt my abilities, if it wasn't for my worries, I would have directly destroyed that family." Xu Chang's expression was quite unsightly, and he felt quite shocked at Zhao Fu's power. After thinking about it, he nodded and agreed. Following this, Zhao Fu received information from Xu Chang that there were 3 keys to the secret room, and they were held by 3 people. Only by gathering all 3 keys could they open the door to the secret room, and only the people from that family could enter. Otherwise, they would be attacked by the formation and die. Moreover, Xu Chang also told Zhao Fu about all sorts of information, allowing Zhao Fu to have a detailed understanding of the situation and come up with a plan. At night, thick clouds covered the moon. The night wind blew, causing the grass and trees to sway in the dark. It was a frightening sight. Zhao Fu snuck into the family, and according to the information given by Xu Chang, he easily found the patriarch's room. The first key, which was also the most important key, was naturally in the hands of the patriarch. "Mother, I really like you." However, when Zhao Fu got close, he heard an indescribable sound. It was the sound of 2 people intensely entangling themselves. Zhao Fu snuck in and had a look. He found 2 women intensely going at it. One had a graceful figure and a beautiful face, and she gave off a noble aura. The other had a fiery figure and long, violet hair, and she looked quite unruly. They both had rat tails behind them, and they looked quite similar. Zhao Fu understood who they were and a barrier spread out, covering the entire room. Zhao Fu suddenly appeared and smiled as he said, "I never thought that you 2 would do such a thing." Hearing Zhao Fu's voice, the mother and daughter were immediately woken up. Seeing Zhao Fu suddenly appear, the unruly woman said coldly, "Who are you? You dare to barge into our family? You're seeking death." However, Zhao Fu ignored her words and smiled as he said, "Is that so? I'll call people to come and capture me." This caused the mother and daughter's expressions to fall. If others found out about this, it would be quite bad for them. The beautiful woman was quite tactful and flirtatiously looked at Zhao Fu as she said, "Sir, you were watching from the side for a while. You've been watching from the side for a while. Do you want us to serve you together?" Hearing this, the woman felt quite startled and turned to look at her mother. She understood that her mother wanted to seduce Zhao Fu and then kill him. As such, the woman also looked at Zhao Fu seductively as she said, "Come, sir." Zhao Fu sensed their intentions, and this was exactly what he wanted. He smiled as he went up and hugged the mother and daughter. Indescribable things started to happen. The mother and daughter had been completely careless and had never thought that Zhao Fu would be able to give them such pleasure. They lewdly moaned under Zhao Fu's body and completely forgot about killing Zhao Fu. After everything was over, Zhao Fu hugged the mother and daughter and smiled as he asked, "Are you still going to kill me?" The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Zhao Fu as she said, "Who would be willing to kill you now? Also, just who are you and why have you come to our family? As the family leader, if you don't tell me clearly, I won't let you off. I'll imprison you in our family forever and let our women play with you." Indeed, this beautiful woman was the family leader of this family. This family was mainly female, and the men were married into the family. Their statuses were not high and they did not have much power. Zhao Fu did not hide his goal and said it. The woman harumphed and said angrily, "So you've come for our clan's guardian treasure and want us to cooperate with you? Aren't you a bit too beautiful? Did you think that we would agree to give our treasure to an outsider like you?" Zhao Fu did not seem to mind and smiled. He first exploded out with his power before activating the restrictions within the mother and daughter's bodies, saying, "With my power, I can slaughter your family right now. However, I'm taking your imperial kingdom into consideration. Also, your bodies are already covered by my restrictions, even if you resist, it's useless." The mother and daughter sensed Zhao Fu's power and the restrictions within their bodies, and the beautiful woman could only helplessly compromise, saying, "All right then, I can agree to your conditions. However, that's the family's treasure, and I'm not the only one who has the final say in the family. If you can obtain the other 2 keys, I'll give you the rat spirit jade, but you can't harm any of our family members." "That's no problem, we're all family, so I'll do my best not to harm them," Zhao Fu smiled as he replied. Seeing how bold they were, Zhao Fu pressed the mother and daughter under his body again and began to violate them. The beautiful woman's name was Shu Sangsang, and the girl's name was Shu Yuyu. The next day, Zhao Fu went to Shu Yuyu's room to wait. Shu Yuyu was pulling a mature woman who gave off a flirtatious aura. This woman was her auntie, and she was called Shu Nanaying. The beautiful woman was still a bit embarrassed. "Yuyu, let's not do it in broad daylight. It's not good to be seen by others. Let's wait until night time." Shu Yuyu boldly pulled the beautiful woman into her embrace and kissed her lips. The beautiful woman responded passionately before collapsing into Shu Yuyu's embrace. Looking at the beautiful middle-aged woman with a red face and a trace of lust in her eyes, Shu Yuyu gave a domineering smile as she said, "Auntie, you don't have any objections now, right? I want to play with your body right now. What do you say?" The beautiful woman blushed as she gently nodded and was pulled into the room by Shu Yuyu. However, after entering the room, she saw an unfamiliar man smiling at her. The beautiful woman had a bad feeling, but it was too late. Shu Yuyu pushed the beautiful woman into Zhao Fu's embrace. Zhao Fu directly tore off the beautiful woman's clothes and started ravaging her. Shu Yuyu happily joined in. After Shu Chang told Zhao Fu all kinds of news yesterday, he had been on tenterhooks, waiting for something big to happen in the family. He had also made all kinds of preparations, but nothing happened after one night, causing him to be unable to sleep well. At that moment, he heard the sounds coming from his wife's room and smiled. In fact, he knew his wife's hobby. Compared to men, she liked women more. He had seen his wife play with women a few times, and even her mother and aunt were not spared. Shu Chang wondered who she was doing it with today, and he couldn't help but curiously go over. Hearing that beautiful woman's voice, Shu Chang's heartbeat sped up. Shu Chang had always been interested in his wife's beautiful aunt, but he had never had the chance or the courage to do so. Because this aunt also had a husband, and she was his wife's woman. If he dared to touch her, he wouldn't even know how he died. After listening at the door for a while, Shu Chang realized that something was wrong. It was not the sound of 2 women doing it, but a third person, and it was a man. Immediately, Shu Chang was infuriated. He didn't mind how many women his wife played around with, but he definitely couldn't accept his wife cheating on him. Shu Chang immediately wanted to rush into the room. But on second thought, rushing in wouldn't do him any good, because he himself would be marrying into the family and wouldn't have any power. At that time, he would be kicked out of the house, and in the worst-case scenario, his life would be in danger. Thinking of the luxurious and comfortable life, Shu Chang decided to endure it. At the same time, he was also curious about the man who made his wife and his wife's aunt behave like prostitutes. Hearing the lewd voices of his wife and aunt, Shu Chang couldn't help but have some reaction. He couldn't help but stay in place and listen for a few hours. In the end, the man hugged his wife and her aunt and came out. Shu Chang had long since hidden to the side, and he found out that the man was his ex-wife's man. In response, Shu Chang couldn't help but feel a trace of hatred. Putting aside the fact that he had taken his previous wife, he had also played around with his current wife. No man would be able to accept such a thing. However, thinking about Zhao Fu's power, Shu Chang felt quite dispirited and did not think too much about it. Right now, the most important thing was to keep himself alive. Zhao Fu now had 2 keys, and the final key was in the hands of an elder. This elder's strength had reached the peak of the divine realm and was just a bit away from breaking through to the extreme divine realm. In order to avoid being discovered by others, Zhao Fu led her out into the wilderness. She was a tall and slim woman with a serious expression. She had long white hair and a rat's tail, and she was called Xianxia. Who are you? Why do you have two of my family's keys? Xianxia's gaze was cold as she looked at Zhao Fu. Her body gave off a powerful aura that covered the heavens and earth, causing the air to sink. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not reply as he said condescendingly, "Hand over your key and obediently come and serve me, and you'll suffer less. Otherwise, don't blame me, I'm giving you this opportunity." Zhao Fu lightly laughed and did not reply. "You're seeking death." Xianxia looked furious as she gripped her sword and gave off a powerful aura as she charged at Zhao Fu. Seeing her charge over, Zhao Fu exploded out with his nation armament's power, causing a terrifying aura to spread out like a wild gale. Xianxia's expression fell and she quickly retreated because she was definitely not a match for this power. In response, Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and a massive black aura flowed out, forming a massive arm that slapped towards Xianxia. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as Xianxia was slammed to the ground by the massive arm. Her body fell like a boulder and heavily crashed into the ground, opening up a 10 or so meter wide crater. A trace of blood leaked out of Xianxia's lips and she got up from the ground. Zhao Fu appeared beside her and waved his hand, sending out a massive wave of energy that once again sent her flying. This time, she flew back 10 or so meters and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, and her aura became weaker. Zhao Fu appeared beside her and vigorously stepped on her chest as he said, "Do you think you can still run? I already said that if you're obedient, you won't have to suffer." Xianxia coldly looked at Zhao Fu and grabbed Zhao Fu's foot, feeling as if her chest was going to be crushed by Zhao Fu. "Stop dreaming, you bastard." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he retracted his hand and grabbed her hands and pressed them against the ground before starting to ravage her. Xianxia quickly submitted under Zhao Fu's body and experienced the pleasure of doing it. A few hours later, Xianxia angrily pounded Zhao Fu's chest as she cursed, "You bastard, you ravaged me so much and didn't take pity on me at all. You even schemed with my family to harm me, I hate you to death." Zhao Fu smiled as he hugged her and said, "Who told you to be so disobedient? Now you know your wrongs? Alright, let's go back together." Xianxia angrily nodded. Following this, Zhao Fu opened the family's secret room and wanted to go in to see what other good things there were. However, he could not enter, and the women had agreed to give Zhao Fu rat spirit jades. The other things were too important to the family, so they could not give them to him. Zhao Fu did not insist, after all, his main goal was the rat spirit jades. Zhao Fu sat cross-legged on the ground and activated the rat spirit jade's power. The rat spirit jade gave off an intense green light and slowly fused into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu absorbed this power and his skin became green. The green orb of light gradually dimmed and the eyeball within started to struggle within Zhao Fu's body. A black flame covered it and slowly melted it. Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as an azure rat folk totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. After dealing with this matter, Zhao Fu and his group continued onwards. Their destination was Outlander 10 College, and it was almost time for the recruitment. They would have to hurry for a while, but this place was not too far from Outlander 10 College, so it would not be a problem to hurry there. They continued onwards and came to a kingdom called the Elephant Kingdom. The people here were all tall and muscular, and they had the heads of elephants and bodies of humans. Their skin was rough, and they had tusks in their mouths. All of them gave off an oppressive aura and were not weak at all. Zhao Fu sat by the window and looked at the scenery outside. The city here was quite special, as it was within a forest. However, there were not many trees, and the city and the forest seemed to have fused together. It was quite interesting and gave off a green aura. Looking at the city in front of him, Zhao Fu felt that he quite liked this type of city, and he could consider building a city like this in Qin City after going back. At that moment, Zhao Fu saw a group of elephant people gathering, and he got off the carriage with interest. He followed the elephant people over and saw countless people gathered around an altar, and there was a little orc lying on the altar. The little orc was only 6 or 7 years old, and his face was pale as he lay on the altar in pain, as if he was suffering from some sort of illness. Zhao Fu asked the elephant people next to him what had happened. The elephant people here were quite friendly and quickly told Zhao Fu what he wanted to know. It turned out that countless elephant people had come to pray for the little elephant prince, hoping to use prayer power to reduce the little prince's pain. They would also summon an elephant god to heal the little prince and suppress the bloodline curse. This bloodline curse was a curse cast by an incredibly powerful evil god. Because the Elephant Kingdom's king had great enmity with this powerful evil god, the curse was placed on the king's favorite prince. This bloodline curse would cause great pain, and there was no way to get rid of it from the inside out. It would not kill the host, and because it was a bloodline curse, the children that the little prince gave birth to in the future would also carry this curse. The Elephant Kingdom was a royal kingdom, and as a royal kingdom in the heaven domain, it was more than 10 times more powerful than a royal kingdom in the inner domain. Xiaofu naturally did not dare to do anything rashly. The elephant people's prayer power was similar to faith blessing power and could weaken the curse's power. As the elephant people prayed, the little prince's pain decreased. An elephant person priest covered with all sorts of wooden ornaments walked up to the altar and came to the little prince's side. He raised his wooden staff and chanted a mysterious incantation, causing the surrounding trees to give off waves of green aura and gather. Countless traces of green aura condensed in the sky, forming a green orb that gave off a powerful aura as it rushed into the sky. Boom, the sky trembled as a mass of might spread out in the sky, and countless traces of green light flowed out, dyeing the sky green. A massive figure slowly descended from the sky. This figure was an elephant person and was 10 meters tall. He had the head of an elephant and the body of a human. His skin was green, and he had jade-like tusks. He held a wooden staff and gave off a powerful godly spirit aura. This elephant god was a clone, and godly spirits that descended like this were usually godly spirits from the godly world. Believer, why have you summoned our god? The elephant god in the sky gave off a massive might as it corroded the countless people below, and it gave off a massive and dignified voice. An elephant person wearing a crown came up and bowed as he said, "Elephant god, my prince has been cursed by a powerful evil god. My prince has been cursed by a powerful evil god. Please remove this curse, and we will worship you even more." Hearing this, the elephant god looked at the little elephant person at the center of the altar. It raised a hand and heaven and earth power quickly gathered, causing a terrifying power to spread out. Boom, the elephant god pressed down with its hand, causing it to give off an intense green light before sending down a green pillar of light that landed on the little prince's body. Powerful green divine power started to fuse into the little elephant person's body, dispelling the bloodline curse, and traces of blood-red aura came out of the little elephant person's body. Seeing that the curse was dispelled, the elephant people all relaxed and smiled. They felt that the elephant god would most likely be able to dispel the little prince's bloodline curse. Suddenly, a large amount of blood-red aura flowed into the little prince's body and flooded out like a flood, and an evil power flowed out. This change caused everyone present to feel quite startled, and they had a bad feeling. Sensing this evil power, the elephant god's expression fell, and it exploded out with even more godly spirit power, causing the light in its hand to become even brighter. Boom, the elephant god stretched out his hand and once again pressed down, causing a massive explosion to ring out as an even more powerful green light landed on the little prince's body. Arg! The little prince cried out in pain as even more blood-red aura flowed out. This blood-red aura condensed into a scaled blood-red hand image in front of the little prince, and an even more evil power exploded out. Seeing that blood-red hand image, the elephant god's expression became serious as it withdrew its power, and the blood-red hand image turned into countless traces of blood-red aura and entered the little prince's body. The elephant god looked at the elephant person king and said, "Do you have great enmity with this evil god? He's actually willing to sacrifice an arm to cast a bloodline curse. This bloodline curse has already fused with your prince's bloodline, and even I am unable to dispel it. If I forcefully dispel it, your little prince might immediately die." The elephant person king's expression was quite unsightly as he hurriedly asked the elephant god, "Glorious elephant god, is there any other way to dispel this curse?" The elephant god thought for a moment before saying, "This is actually a bloodline curse. If you can find someone with an extremely high-grade bloodline to dispel this curse, it might be able to dispel it. However, as a godly spirit bloodline, it is already extremely high-grade, and ordinary royal or emperor bloodlines are useless. You need to ask an emperor to dispel this curse for your prince." In front of an empire, a kingdom was not even worth mentioning. Moreover, those emperors were all high and mighty, and mortals could not even blaspheme them. How could he ask an emperor to help his son dispel the bloodline curse? Moreover, an emperor could dispel the curse, but it was not 100% certain. If he wanted more chances, he would have to have a high-grade bloodline. In other words, he needed a top-tier sovereign bloodline, but that was impossible. After all, those with such bloodlines were already at the peak of the world, and the faction behind them was one of the top factions in the world. Facing such a terrifying person, even the elephant god would have to kneel and pay his respects. How could he dispel his son's curse? The elephant god did not say anything else, and his body gradually disappeared in the sky. Next to the elephant king, a woman thought about the immense pain her son would have to suffer every day, and his children would suffer as well, and she started to cry in pain. The other elephant people all looked quite grim and sorrowful. As subjects of the elephant kingdom, they naturally did not want their beloved and respected little prince to end up like this. They would feel quite sad as well. However, even the elephant king did not have the ability to dispel the curse, so how could they dispel it? It was useless even if they prayed to the gods. An old elephant man clasped his hands together in grief. He knelt on the ground and prayed, "Great God, great ancestors, please save our little prince. He is the future of our elephant kingdom." Hearing that, the others could not help but kneel on the ground. Just like the old elephant person, they interlaced their fingers and put their palms together, making a praying gesture. A young elephant person cried out, "Glorious godly spirit, glorious ancestor, please save our little prince. I will believe in you for the rest of my life and fight for you until the last drop of my blood." An old woman who also looked quite old said with tears in her eyes, "Great God, great ancestor, I will use all of my time to pray to you. I will believe in you with all my heart. Please save our prince." A muscular elephant person woman also cried out, "Glorious godly spirit, glorious ancestor, please save our little prince. I am willing to offer my virginity to you and remain pure for the rest of my life." The elephant people knelt on the ground and prayed, but there was no response. Facing this bloodline curse, they could not dispel it. The elephant empress cried out bitterly. Seeing the countless elephant people praying below, she could not help but feel moved by the elephant people's actions, and she completely lost control of her emotions. The elephant king felt quite uncomfortable and tears danced in his eyes. Looking at the little prince's pained expression, the elephant king decided to go and find the emperor. If it was impossible, he would let that evil god do whatever he wanted to him and get rid of the curse. The surroundings were filled with a sorrowful and heavy atmosphere, causing one's heart to feel heavy and somewhat comfortable. Anyone who saw such a scene would not feel good. "I might be able to help." A voice that wasn't very loud resounded in the arena, but it was like a huge rock falling into the water, creating a huge wave. The gazes of the countless people present were all focused on Zhao Fu at this moment. Facing these gazes, Zhao Fu calmly stood there, his expression not changing at all. The elephant people could sense that Zhao Fu only had Harmony Realm cultivation, and they all looked at him in disbelief. They were not sure if this person could really save their little prince. Of course, Zhao Fu's appearance was a trace of hope. Moreover, cultivation did not mean anything. Getting rid of the bloodline curse did not rely on cultivation but bloodlines. Moreover, one needed a powerful sovereign bloodline to get rid of the bloodline curse. Could it be that this person was actually an emperor? Thinking about that, the elephant people's expressions became respectful. They did not dare to offend such a grand figure. Moreover, he was here to save their little prince, so no matter what the outcome was, Zhao Fu was worthy of their respect. The elephant person king turned and looked at Zhao Fu's body. He looked at Zhao Fu for a few seconds before making an inviting gesture and saying, "Sir, please come up and dispel my prince's curse." The elephant people in the surroundings opened up a path. Zhao Fu walked up the altar and came to the little prince's side. He half squatted down and gathered his divine power in his palm. A divine mark appeared on Zhao Fu's palm, giving off a faint black light. Following this, Zhao Fu placed his hand on the little prince's forehead and sent a large amount of his divine bloodline's power into the little prince's body. Boom! A muffled explosion sounded out as countless traces of blood-red aura once again flowed out of the little prince's body. What was shocking was that the blood-red aura seemed to be afraid of something and continuously escaped from the little prince's body. What was going on? That powerful elephant god's strength surpassed the Emperor Heaven Realm, but he did not have the power to make the blood-red aura do this. Just what kind of terrifying power did this Harmony Realm, cloaked, and ordinary-looking person have? Arg, the little prince held in pain and struggled on the ground, but Zhao Fu pressed down on his head and continued to send large amounts of power into the little prince's body. Seeing how much pain the little prince was in, the Elephant Queen could not help but go up and tell Zhao Fu to stop, but she was stopped by the Elephant King. This was a critical moment and they could not afford to be interrupted. A massive wave of blood-red aura once again flowed out, forming that blood-red scaled hand. However, at that moment, Zhao Fu sent even more of his divine power into the little prince's body. Boom, the little prince's body exploded out with an aura as his body gave off an intense black light. The blood-red hand gradually disappeared and the little prince no longer had any blood-red aura. Zhao Fu got up from the ground and the Elephant King immediately went up to examine the little prince's body. Everyone looked at the king in anticipation, waiting for him to announce the results. After examining the little prince's body, the Elephant King looked delighted and turned to Zhao Fu as he said gratefully, "Thank you, sir, for dispelling my son's curse." Hearing this, everyone in the surroundings cheered. Now that the little prince's curse had been dispelled, everyone smiled happily and praised Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu lightly laughed and said, "It was a small matter, there's no need to be so polite, Your Majesty." Zhao Fu naturally could not refuse, as Zhao Fu was not so kind as to waste so much power to help a person. He naturally had his own reasons for helping. The Elephant King felt immense gratitude towards Zhao Fu, and he understood that Zhao Fu's identity was incredibly terrifying. At the very least, he was an imperial prince, so he naturally could not look down on him. As such, he treated Zhao Fu incredibly courteously and respectfully. During the banquet, the elephant people toasted Zhao Fu and expressed their gratitude towards Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu courteously responded. Of course, Zhao Fu could not miss out on gifts, and the elephant people gave many gifts to Zhao Fu. One of the best was a woolly elephant denver. It was a type of mammoth that was covered with thick fur and had a pair of massive tusks. Its body was quite big, and its defense was not low. Its strength was at stage 4, and Zhao Fu was quite satisfied with this denver. However, Zhao Fu had not obtained what he wanted the most, so he thickened his face and asked the Elephant King, "Is there anything related to an ancestor's item or godly spirit?" The Elephant King smiled and took out a heart-shaped green crystal that was as big as a fist and handed it to Zhao Fu as he said, "This stone was formed from an ancestor's heart, and it contains powerful and pure elephant ancestors' power." Zhao Fu received the green crystal and sensed its power, and he smiled as he said, "Many thanks." The Elephant King lightly laughed as he said, "It's just an ancestor's item and isn't very important to me. I still have to thank Sir for saving my son." Zhao Fu raised his cup of wine and smiled as he said, "There's no need to be so courteous, let's continue drinking." The Elephant King also raised his cup of wine and drank it in one gulp before asking, "Sir, where are you from? You must be from a powerful empire, right?" The Elephant King felt quite curious about Zhao Fu's identity. His bloodline power was simply too powerful, but because Zhao Fu had hidden his aura, he only felt that it was quite terrifying and could not tell what grade of bloodline it was. He could only confirm that it was at least an imperial bloodline or even a peak imperial bloodline. However, he did not know that Zhao Fu's bloodline had already reached the level of an orthodox divine bloodline. The Elephant King knew that Zhao Fu was not simple, so he wanted to ask about Zhao Fu's identity and get to know him. Perhaps such a person would be of great help to him. Zhao Fu replied with a faint smile, "It's just an inconspicuous place. Let's continue drinking." Seeing that Zhao Fu did not reply, the Elephant King did not continue asking. He did not know that what Zhao Fu had said was the truth. He was in an unremarkable place at the border of the outer domain. At the end of the banquet, Zhao Fu led his people forward. Sitting in the carriage, Zhao Fu took out the elephant person ancestral heart and started to fuse with it. Zhao Fu sent some of his power into the ancestral heart, and in that moment, the green crystal gave off a green light and started to melt, turning into a green liquid. It then started to vaporize, turning into a green heart that was 1 meter wide. This green heart was not corporeal and was formed from green mist. Zhao Fu opened his mouth and sucked in all of the green mist and started to refine it. Traces of green mist fused into Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's skin to gradually become green. In the end, Zhao Fu fused all of the green mist into his body, and a green elephant person totem appeared on his back, and his skin became normal again. Big brother. Are you done? An hour later, the little girl, Xu Ming, stuck her head into the carriage and looked at Zhao Fu as she asked with a happy smile. Zhao Fu looked at Xu Ming and smiled as he asked, "What is it?" Xu Ming walked into the carriage and held a yellow flower in her hand. She came to Zhao Fu's side and handed the flower to Zhao Fu as she smiled and said, "Big brother, this flower is so pretty. Look, the flowers are so beautiful. I picked them especially for you." Zhao Fu smiled as he received the flower and rubbed Xu Ming's head before taking her outside. By now, the group had left the Elephant Kingdom and arrived at a boundary region. There was a grassland here, and there was lush green grass as far as the eye could see. There were also yellow flowers, and there was a trace of floral fragrance in the air. Because Zhao Fu was going to refine the ancestral heart, the women came outside. Some lazily lay on the grass, some picked yellow flowers to make flower garlands, and some sat by the side and laughed. The scenery here was originally very beautiful, but with so many charming women, it formed a picture of a grassy beauty. Just as Zhao Fu was about to go up, arrows containing immense force flew over. There were thousands of them, and they gave off shocking auras. Facing the arrows, Zhao Fu's expression did not change much. A black dragon inscription barrier gave off a terrifying aura as it spread out. It was 1,000 meters wide and covered everyone, blocking the thousands of arrows. The people hidden in the grass felt quite startled. They had never thought that they would encounter such a dangerous person. There were less than 100 people, and they had thought that they would be easy to deal with. If they shot out a wave of arrows, they might be able to deal with these people. However, a single person had blocked all of the arrows. The people hidden in the grass did not hesitate and quickly retreated, not daring to stay for even a moment. Ai Fei coldly harumphed and held his spear as he led 30 or so centaur soldiers into the grass like lightning. Arg, pained cries sounded out, as well as the sounds of weapons clashing and fighting. Waves of energy exploded out, and countless rays of light shot out and grass flew everywhere. Soon, the sounds died down, and a dense stench of blood came out from the grass as 30 or so centaur soldiers brought out a few people. These people had rhinoceros heads and humanoid bodies. They had gray skin and powerful physiques, but they were not very tall. They looked terrified and had bloodstains on their bodies. They were all rhinoceros people, and they had stage 5 cultivation. Even though there were only 30 or so centaur soldiers, all of them were Saint Realm cultivators, and dealing with a few 1,000 stage 5 rhinoceros people was no problem at all. Ai Fei brought the rhinoceros people in front of Zhao Fu and said fawningly, "Sir, these are the rhinoceros people who surrendered to us. These are the rhinoceros people who surrendered to us. The others have all been killed. These are the remaining survivors. Do you have anything to ask them? If not, I'll kill them all right now." Zhao Fu was currently sitting on the grass with one arm around the Naga goddess and the other around the half-beast goddess. Looking at Ai Fei's performance, he felt that he was doing quite well and lightly laughed as he said, "You can leave now. I have something to ask them." Hearing this, Ai Fei retreated to the side, and the rhinoceros people were brought in front of Zhao Fu. The rhinoceros people hurriedly replied in fear, "We're from the nearby rhinoceros city, and we followed the city lord's orders to rob passers-by." Zhao Fu nodded and asked, "Is there anything special about your city? Do you have any ancestral items or godly items? As long as you tell me, I can spare you." The rhinoceros people thought to themselves in fear. Now that they had seen Zhao Fu's power, they were completely scared out of their wits. Hearing that they could live, they were willing to do anything. At that moment, one of the rhinoceros people said, "There's a rhinoceros lake near our city. We rhinoceros people often bathe there, and it can slightly improve our constitutions. It's a treasure land for our city. It's rumored that an extremely powerful rhinoceros person fell there, forming a rhinoceros lake. I wonder if it will be of any use to Sir." Zhao Fu smiled and nodded as he said, "Take me to your lake, I want to take a look, and I'll let you all go afterwards." The rhinoceros people nodded in delight. Zhao Fu had the others stay here and flew into the sky with the rhinoceros people. An hour or so later, they arrived in front of a lake. This lake was a few thousand meters wide and was shaped like a crater. It was a crater that had been created by an impact, and it contained a formless power. By now, there were many rhinoceros people swimming or bathing in the lake, and there were also rhinoceros children playing. The sun shined high in the sky, and the lake reflected light, creating a beautiful scene. Xiaofu prepared to go up and examine the lake's power. A rhinoceros woman with a child looked at the rhinoceros people behind Xiaofu in surprise and said, "Why are you back so early? Why haven't I seen my man?" The rhinoceros people looked at each other and did not know how to reply. They could not directly say that her man had been killed by this person's subordinates, nor did they dare to directly say this. They were afraid that Xiaofu would be displeased. Xiaofu ignored the rhinoceros woman and went to the side of the lake by himself. He stretched his hand in and felt the lake's power. This power contained a powerful rhinoceros person's aura, and it most likely belonged to the rhinoceros people. However, it felt quite weak and could not awaken a rhinoceros person totem. Xiaofu slightly frowned and felt quite disappointed. The rhinoceros people hurriedly followed behind Xiaofu and didn't reply to the woman. The woman pulled the little boy, and seeing that they were ignoring her, she felt quite angry. She came to the lakeside and shouted, "Didn't you hear what I said? Also, who is this cloaked man? Don't you know you can't bring outsiders here? I'll tell the city lord later and see how he'll deal with you." Hearing the woman's yell, the rhinoceros people felt quite startled, afraid that they would make Xiaofu unhappy. After speaking about the rhinoceros people, the woman turned to look at Xiaofu and loudly asked, "Who are you? Don't you know that this is our rhinoceros people's territory?" Xiaofu turned to look at this coarse and domineering woman and waved his hand, sending out a sword light. Pooh! The sword light was incredibly fast and flashed by, splitting the woman's body in half. Blood flew everywhere, and the woman's mutilated corpse fell to the ground, her organs all over the ground. The rhinoceros people were given a big fright and their hair stood on end as they looked at Xiaofu in fear. What they were worried about had happened. "I'll kill you." Seeing that his mother had been killed, the 7 or 8-year-old rhinoceros person felt furious and hatefully looked at Xiaofu. He raised his small fists and disregarded everything as he rushed at Xiaofu. Xiaofu was expressionless as he once again waved his hand and an arc of light flashed out, chopping off the boy's head. The boy's headless corpse fell to the ground, and his head rolled into the lake and floated on the surface, dyeing the water red. Seeing how ferocious Xiaofu was, directly killing the woman and the child, the rhinoceros people furiously rushed over. Xiaofu looked at the incoming rhinoceros people condescendingly and waved his hand, sending out a massive sword light that cut apart the incoming rhinoceros people. Blood flowed to the ground and flowed into the lake. The lake was dyed red, and Xiaofu felt that the lake's power had increased slightly, causing him to look delighted. He looked at the other rhinoceros people around him and vigorously grabbed at the air. Clang, 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 chains containing immense power shot out of the water towards the rhinoceros people in the lake. Some of the rhinoceros people who were bathing were pierced by chains, and they howled as they were dragged into the water. Blood continuously flowed out of their wounds, and they soon died, dyeing the lake red. Some of the rhinoceros children playing in the lake were bound up by chains and dragged into the water. The massive power of the chains tore their bodies into pieces, causing blood to spurt out. Some of the chains contained immense power and pierced through the bodies of the women washing clothes in the lake. Pained cries sounded out as they were dragged into the water. After killing so many people, the lake's power had greatly increased, but it was still not enough. Xiaofu turned to look at the terrified rhinoceros people behind him and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. Go back and take your families away, don't blame me if you're too late." The rhinoceros people understood what Xiaofu was going to do, and they were incredibly grateful to Xiaofu for not killing them, so they quickly ran back to Rhinoceros City. Following this, Xiaofu entered Rhinoceros City and started a massacre. He released 50,000 darkness soldiers and killed the 100,000 or so rhinoceros people within the city, not sparing a single person, regardless of whether they were men, women, old, or young. After killing so many people, Xiaofu collected their corpses and threw them into the lake. With so many corpses, the clear lake water was dyed blood red, and it gave off a nauseating stench. Xiaofu went to the center of the lake and exploded out with a massive suction force, absorbing the blood-red water's power. The massive wave of power continuously flowed into Xiaofu's body, and Xiaofu quickly absorbed it. The power could raise one's constitution, and it was slightly helpful to Xiaofu. In the end, All of the lake's power was absorbed by Zhao Fu, and Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a blood-red rhinoceros person totem appeared. After returning to the group, Zhao Fu and his group continued onwards. After passing through this boundary, they came to another world. This world was a deer people world, and they had deer antlers on their heads. They were not very big and were only 15 centimeters long, not the size of normal deer antlers. Apart from their antlers, they also had deer tails. And were no different from humans. Of course, there were some deer people who had deer heads and large horns. They had human bodies and deer-like skin. As Zhao Fu's group walked through this world, the deer people in this world were quite friendly, and nothing bad had happened. By now, the group was walking through a forest in the wilderness and was quite close to Outlander 10 College. In a few days, Zhao Fu would be able to reach Outlander 10 College, and that would be the recruitment period. Roar. Suddenly, a beast's roar sounded throughout the forest. It was quite close, and Zhao Fu thought about it before flying over to see what was going on. He saw a massive black bear ferociously chasing after a group of people. This group was mainly made up of guards, and they wore armor and had sharp swords and bows. It seemed that they had come to hunt, but they had never thought that they would encounter this black bear. Bang! The black bear raised its massive paw and slammed it against the ground, causing a formless energy ripple to spread out with terrifying power. The ground cracked and collapsed, and the group of people were hit by the energy ripple and were all sent flying back before crashing to the ground. The black bear caught up to the group and savagely smiled at a woman with a bright appearance and a seductive figure. It stretched out a massive paw and grabbed at her. From the black bear's gaze, it seemed to be somewhat lewd and wanted to possess the deer woman. This black bear was most likely not an ordinary black bear and was most likely a person in disguise. Seeing the massive bear paw grab at her, the deer woman looked quite afraid and cried out, "Bear 3. This is the deer people's territory, not your bear people's territory. If you dare to do anything to me, the deer people definitely won't let you off." The bearman wildly laughed, "You're just the princess of a small kingdom in the deer world, while I'm the prince of a large kingdom in the bear world. Even if I do anything to you, do you think the deer world will go to war with the bear world for you?" The deer woman's expression was quite unsightly because the deer people would not start a war because of her. There were simply too many things involved. A few guards crawled up from the ground and rushed towards the black bear, yelling, "Princess! Hurry up and leave." Hearing this, the deerman woman came back to her senses, and she hurriedly crawled up from the ground and ran to the other side. A few guards rushed over with their weapons, sending out sharp lights as they slashed towards the black bear. However, the black bear slapped the guards into meat patties and continued to grab at the deer girl. The deer woman looked terrified and felt a trace of despair. She could not escape from that large hand at all. Clang! A sword cry suddenly resounded, and a sharp sword light streaked across the sky. In an instant, it hacked on the bear's claw. Blood splashed everywhere, and the black bear let out a painful roar. A deep wound had appeared on its claw, and bones could be seen. The black bear looked furious as he looked at Zhao Fu and furiously said, "Who are you? How dare you injure me?" The deer woman looked at Zhao Fu in delight and felt that there was hope for her. She hurriedly said, "Sir, I hope that you won't be able to escape. I am the princess of the deer kingdom. If you save me, I will definitely reward you greatly." Zhao Fu stood in the air and lightly laughed at the deer person, saying, "Princess, it's not a big deal. You stay here and leave this black bear to me." The deerman woman relaxed and nodded with a smile. The black bear's expression became quite unsightly, and he did not hesitate to turn and run. He knew that he was not a match for Zhao Fu at all. Zhao Fu coldly laughed and sent out a massive sword light towards the black bear, sending it flying and crashing into countless trees, resulting in a massive explosion. The black bear furiously roared, "I'm the prince of the bear kingdom. If you dare to kill me, the bear kingdom won't let you off." These words sounded quite familiar, as the deer woman had just said these words to the black bear. Now, the black bear was saying these words to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu said disdainfully, "Do you think I'm afraid?" The black bear was incredibly furious and glared at Zhao Fu. In the next second, he turned and ran because he had no way out. Boom! However, even if he wanted to run, he could not. Zhao Fu once again slashed out, sending the massive black bear flying. This time, there was a long gash, from which blood continuously flowed out, and the black bear howled. Xiaofu did not show any mercy and once again slashed out, slashing into the black bear's body. Blood flew everywhere, and another gash appeared on the black bear's body. This time, the black bear knew that it was afraid, and it was not as arrogant as before. It knelt on the ground and begged, "Sir, please spare me this once, I'll agree to anything you want. Also, I'm the Bear Kingdom's only prince, so you can ask my imperial father for anything, he will definitely agree." Hearing this, Xiaofu thought about it and felt that it was possible, so he nodded and agreed. He then made a cut on his finger and a few drops of blood turned into a blood-red rune under Xiaofu's control. Xiaofu stretched out his finger and the blood-red rune entered the black bear's forehead. The black bear did not dare to resist and allowed Xiaofu to set up restrictions within its body. After the restrictions were set up, it let out a sigh of relief and its body quickly became small. In the end, it became a ferocious-looking big man with bear ears, a bear tail, and black hair. He was quite tall, and the wounds on his body were still there, flowing with blood. He was not wearing any clothes at all. Xiaofu frowned and looked quite displeased. The bear person understood and immediately put on his clothes in fear. He took out a medicinal pill and ate it, starting to heal his injuries. Xiaofu ignored him and descended from the sky. He looked at the deer woman in front of him and found that she was quite beautiful. Facing Xiaofu's gaze, the deer woman's face became slightly red and she said gratefully to Xiaofu, "Thank you, sir, for saving my life. After I return to the Deer Kingdom, I will properly thank sir." Xiaofu walked up and hugged the deer woman as he lightly laughed and said, "I don't need that, you can use your body to repay me." The deer woman immediately started to struggle in panic. She had never thought that Xiaofu, that bastard, would also have ill intentions towards her. Xiaofu carried the deer woman into a nearby forest and started to ravage her. The deer woman struggled a few times and happily immersed herself in it, cooperating with Xiaofu. The bearman outside the forest could hear the intense sounds coming from within the forest, as well as the deer woman's lewd moans, and a look of admiration appeared on his face. This was a woman that he had taken a fancy to, and he had spent a great deal of effort to obtain her. He had even thought of how to taste the deer woman, but he had never thought that she would become someone else's, allowing Xiaofu to take advantage of her. The bearman had wanted to take this opportunity to escape, but sensing the restrictions in his mind, he could only give up on this idea. He had a feeling that if he escaped, the restrictions in his mind would immediately take his life. Now, he could only listen miserably as the woman he fancied panted under Xiaofu's body. Afterwards, Xiaofu hugged the deer woman and lay on the grass. Above them was the deep blue sky, and a light breeze blew, bringing with it a trace of coldness. The deer woman, Lu Yu, blushed as she lay in Xiaofu's embrace and said shyly, "Husband, I'm quite worried. Why don't you go to my house and propose to marry me later?" Xiaofu chuckled and asked, "Do you have any ancestral items in your family? Or something related to the gods?" Lu Yu thought for a moment before replying, "My family has a pair of ancestral deer antlers that can summon ancestral spirits. If you want them, I'll go back and get them for you. Of course, you have to marry me first." Xiaofu refused without thinking, "I won't marry you here, that's too troublesome. You'll take me back to be your concubine." Lu Yu was a little dissatisfied. Xiaofu comforted her a few times before she finally agreed. The two of them put on their clothes and walked out of the forest sweetly. Looking at the red-faced Lu Yu, who gave off a beautiful and alluring aura, the bear man could not help but feel even more tempted. The aura of a woman and a young married woman had instantly changed. Xiaofu looked at the bearman and said, "Wait here, I'm going to leave for a while. I'll deal with your matters later." The bear man obediently nodded. Xiaofu brought Lu Yu back to the group and told everyone before heading to the Deer Kingdom's king's palace. Lu Yu was a princess, the daughter of a branch marquis, and she was not a princess. The Deer Kingdom was just a small kingdom and Xiaofu did not care too much because he did not have to fear it. However, because of Lu Yu, Xiaofu had to be polite to the Deer Kingdom's king and would not be unreasonable. However, after coming to the prince's residence and hearing that Lu Yu had brought a man back and said that he was her husband, the prince was furious and led a group of soldiers to surround Xiaofu. On one hand, he was angry that Lu Yu had casually found a man to be her husband, this was simply throwing away his face. On the other hand, he wanted to marry Lu Yu to a minister of the imperial court to solidify his position. However, his plans had been ruined by Zhao Fu. "It's best if you leave now. My daughter is a princess, don't think that you're good enough for her because you're not good enough for her." The prince was a middle-aged man with a long face, and he said arrogantly to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu frowned, a little angry. He had wanted to be polite, but he didn't expect this result. Seeing this, Lu Yu hurriedly came out to mediate, saying, "Lord Father, my body already belongs to my husband, and I've decided to marry him. Father, please don't stop me. And my husband? Don't be angry. He's my father. Can you understand?" The prince felt even more furious. He had never thought that his daughter's body would be given to this person. He cursed, "You perverted traitor, you dare to defile my daughter? Today, you must die. Men, cut him into pieces." The surrounding soldiers received the order and were about to attack Zhao Fu. Lu Yu immediately stood in front of Zhao Fu and said coldly, "If you dare to hurt my husband, I won't let you off." The soldiers could not help but stop and look at the prince. The prince said angrily, "Are you going to listen to me or her? Kill this perverted traitor. If the princess tries to stop you, take her down first." Hearing this, the soldiers prepared to act. A beautiful middle-aged woman with a mature figure, long green hair, and a pair of antlers walked out and hurriedly called out, "Stop. Can't you do this? Can't you talk things out properly?" After being stopped time and time again, the prince felt quite annoyed and said, "Madam, you don't need to worry about this. This perverted traitor dared to defile my daughter. I must kill him today, or else I won't be able to vent my anger. Did you all hear that? Kill him, don't listen to anyone else's orders." Hearing this, the soldiers roared and gave off powerful auras as they charged at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu looked quite furious as he exploded out with a massive aura, weighing down on everyone's bodies like a massive boulder. The charging soldiers froze and looked at Zhao Fu in terror. Zhao Fu coldly waved his hand and a massive wave of energy sent those soldiers flying back. They coughed up a large mouthful of blood and fainted to the ground, and no one knew if they were dead or alive. The Grand Prince looked at Zhao Fu in shock. He had never thought that Zhao Fu would have such terrifying power. It was completely unexpected. Zhao Fu coldly looked at him and stretched out a finger, causing a massive wave of energy to shoot out towards the prince. Seeing this, the prince exploded out with his own power, causing the air around him to sink as a yellow energy barrier appeared around his body. Bang! A muffled explosion sounded out as the energy shattered the barrier, but the prince was still sent flying. He crashed to the ground and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. As the prince of a small kingdom, he already had great earth realm power. However, Zhao Fu had already used his nation armament's power, so in front of Zhao Fu, the prince was like an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Zhao Fu prepared to go up and step on the prince's body as he said coldly, "I wanted to be polite to you, but since you're seeking death, don't blame me." The prince looked terrified and could sense that Zhao Fu wanted to kill him. He hurriedly said, "Don't kill me, I promise to give my daughter to you. I'm your father-in-law, so you can't kill me." Zhao Fu coldly laughed as he said, "Don't you think it's too late to say that? You make me feel disgusted." As he spoke, Zhao Fu vigorously stomped down on the prince's chest, wanting to shatter it. The prince looked incredibly pained as he begged in fear, "Don't kill me. I'll agree to everything you want, as long as you let me go." The beautiful woman also came up and said, "Sir, my daughter is actually yours. My daughter actually belongs to you, so we are also your father-in-law and mother-in-law. If you kill him, Lu Yu will not have a good time in the future. Now that he knows his mistake, please let him go. Mother-in-law is also begging you." Zhao Fu turned to look at the beautiful woman and lifted her chin as he gave a trace of a smile and said, "Come with me and I'll consider sparing him this once." The prince felt quite furious. His daughter had been taken by Zhao Fu, and now Zhao Fu had taken a fancy to his wife. How could he not be furious? However, he did not dare to say anything because he was afraid of dying. If he died, everything would be over. Hearing Zhao Fu's words, Lu Yu angrily pinched Zhao Fu. She had never thought that Zhao Fu would take a fancy to her mother. Thinking about how she and her mother would serve Zhao Fu in the future, Lu Yu's face became red and she felt quite embarrassed. Lulu looked at her cowardly husband and shy daughter and helplessly nodded as she said, "I agree. Can you let go of my husband now? Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile and let go. He looked at the prince and said, I also need your family's pair of deer antlers. Give them to me and I'll let you go. Hearing this, the prince hurriedly took out a pair of yellow antlers and gave them to Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu took the deer horn and sensed its power before smiling and putting it away. He did not say anything and left the Grand Prince's residence with Lu Yu and her mother, Lu Lu. A while later, Zhao Fu brought the mother and daughter back to the group. Zhao Fu left the two of them with the group while he went to find the big bear person. Because of the restrictions, the big bear person obediently waited there and did not dare to take a step away. Zhao Fu directly said, send a message that I want your bear race's ancestral item. You should have it, and as long as you give it to me, I'll spare your life. The big bear person nodded and wrote a letter, and he had people quickly deliver it to the bear kingdom. Zhao Fu quickly received a reply. The big bear person was the bear kingdom's only prince, and he was incredibly important to the bear kingdom. As such, the bear kingdom directly agreed to Zhao Fu's request and exchanged the ancestral item for the big bear person. A few hours later, Zhao Fu and Zhao Fu met at the appointed place. Zhao Fu hid in the surroundings and waited for others to arrive. If there was any danger, he would immediately retreat. A tall and slender woman with a pair of black barriers, a head of long black hair, and a cold expression had arrived at the rendezvous point. The big bear person felt that things were not good. Why was his big sister giving him an ancestral item? Just as Zhao Fu and the big bear person were about to leave, the big bear person was worried that Zhao Fu would do something to his big sister, so he said, that's not someone from our bear kingdom. I think I wrote the wrong letter. How about I write another letter? The bear kingdom will definitely prepare an even better ancestral item. Hearing this, Zhao Fu looked at the big bear person and grabbed him as he walked out. He naturally did not believe the big bear person's words. This was because the woman's aura was similar to the big bear person's, and it was evident that she was the big bear person's relative. Seeing Zhao Fu bring out the big bear person, the woman in black felt at ease. The big bear person was the bear kingdom's only successor, and nothing could happen to him, or else the consequences would be severe. The throne would fall into the hands of the branch family. This is the ancestor's item you wanted. Ancestor, let my brother go. The woman in black took out a bear man's skull and said with a cold expression. The black-clothed woman, who was the bearman's big sister, Xianxia, naturally wouldn't give Zhao Fu a good attitude towards the person who had kidnapped her little brother. She didn't know that her attitude made Zhao Fu even more interested in her. He could sense the bear skull's power, and it was an extremely powerful ancestral item. It should be able to summon ancestral spirits. Withdrawing his gaze, Zhao Fu looked at Xianxia and smiled as he said, I can let your little brother go, but not only do I want the ancestral item, but I also want you to stay and serve me. Xianxi's expression became cold as she stared at Zhao Fu and exploded out with a terrifying aura, gathering heaven and earth power as she said coldly, stop dreaming. Zhao Fu said disdainfully as an even more terrifying aura exploded out, ferociously weighing down on Xianxi's body, causing her expression to become quite unsightly. Seeing her unsightly expression, Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, you have no other choice. Either you agree to my request, or I'll kill you and your brother. Xianxi's expression was cold as she looked at the burly bearman. Facing his big sister's gaze, the burly bearman felt quite guilty and felt regret. If he hadn't lusted after Lu Yu's beauty, he wouldn't have fallen to such a state, and his big sister would have to serve him. I agree. Xianxia said calmly. A trace of a smile appeared on Zhao Fu's face as he pulled Xianxia into his embrace and said to the burly bearman, you can leave now. The burly bearman looked at Xianxia with a pained expression as he said, big sis, I don't want you to be like this. He's not a good person, and with his character, he definitely has countless women. You definitely won't have a good life with him. Zhao Fu frowned and said mockingly, if I'm not a good person, then are you a good person? Xianxia understood that Zhao Fu was quite angry, so she immediately said to the burly bearman, don't worry about me, I'll take care of myself. The bear kingdom needs you. I hope you can remember this lesson and be a good ruler in the future. The burly bearman wanted to say something, but Xianxi's expression was cold as she said, hurry up and leave. In the end, the burly bearman could only leave and quickly return to the bear kingdom. He charged into the Bear Kingdom's palace and said to the bearded middle-aged man, "Imperial father, hurry and save my big sister, she's been taken away by that bastard." Seeing the burly bearman, the middle-aged man felt quite furious, but hearing his words, he felt quite startled and asked, "What's going on?" The burly bearman told the middle-aged man everything. In the end, the middle-aged man sighed and said, "The power he released is comparable to the Emperor Heaven Realm, even if I bring people over, it would be useless. Your big sister understands this, which is why she told you to leave. Don't worry about her. Also, come here, I'll remove the restriction on you." Hearing that he could not save his big sister, the burly bearman walked over with an unsightly expression. The middle-aged man placed his hand on the burly bearman's forehead and sent a massive wave of power into it. He immediately sensed the restriction formed by the divine bloodline. Immediately. After being slapped, the bear person looked quite wronged and did not understand what had happened. Looking at his father's furious and fearful expression, he understood that the person who had restricted him most likely had an incredibly terrifying identity. Elsewhere, Zhao Fu returned to the group. After traveling for a while, Zhao Fu stopped and planned to summon the two ancestor spirits to refine them. After coming to a flat area, Zhao Fu took out the bear person skull and deer person horn and sent his power into them. The bear person skull gave off a black light and slowly rose into the sky, and the pair of deer horns gave off yellow light as they also rose into the sky. Heaven and earth power quickly gathered, causing clouds to swirl. The bear person skull absorbed countless traces of heaven and earth power and gave off black fog. More and more of the fog condensed and did not dissipate, and it continuously changed until it formed a massive black bear that gave off immense power. The pair of antlers gave off an intense yellow light as countless traces of heaven and earth power gathered. The yellow light continuously condensed and formed a massive yellow deer that gave off a powerful aura. Seeing the deer person ancestor spirit next to it, the bear person ancestor spirit roared and instinctively prepared to attack. The deer person ancestor spirit gave off a cry and prepared to resist, as the two races did not get along. Clang, 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 chains containing terrifying power shot out from the void, giving off massive clanging sounds. Countless chains shot out and bound up the two ancestor spirits, who were about to fight. The two ancestor spirits furiously roared and continuously struggled, but they were easily pulled in front of Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu stretched out his hands and his palms gave off black light as they exploded out with massive suction forces and slowly absorbed the two ancestor spirits into his body. Roar! Roar! The two ancestral spirits furiously and fearfully roared. Their voices were incredibly loud and shook the surroundings. They exploded out with power and continuously struggled, sending out terrifying shockwaves. In the end, the two ancestor spirits were absorbed into Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu immediately sat down and started to refine the two ancestor spirits. After being absorbed into Zhao Fu's body, the two ancestor spirits continuously struggled, and Zhao Fu's divine bloodline turned into black flames that covered them and started to absorb their essence. Their power slowly fused into Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu once again felt a pain on his back as a black bear person totem and a yellow deer person totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. After refining the two totems, Zhao Fu smiled and returned to the group. The group continued onwards, and after Zhao Fu returned to the carriage, the women's faces were red as they looked at Zhao Fu. Zhao Fu first pulled Lulu, her mother, and Xianxia into his embrace and started to have a good taste of them. The other women also joined in, and intense noises sounded out within the carriage. Xu Ming sat on the three-headed demon wolf and understood that her big brother, Zhao Fu, was doing that blushing thing with her mother and the other big sisters. Thinking about how happy the big sisters looked under her big brother, Xu Ming could not help but look forward to growing up. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged Lulu, and Xianxia. The three women's faces were red as they breathed raggedly in Zhao Fu's embrace. Xianxia could sense that Zhao Fu was quite extraordinary, and her eyes were filled with curiosity as she asked, "Can you tell me just who you are? I don't believe that you're a minor figure, from your aura, you're at least an emperor." Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he replied, "I'm not." Xianxia said somewhat angrily, "I already said that I wouldn't believe you if you said you were a minor figure. Is it that hard to admit that you're an emperor? I just want to know your identity, otherwise, I won't know anything. Just what kind of person am I following? The serpent god stretched out her hand and stroked Xianxia's body as she said coquettishly, "Our husband is indeed not an emperor, he's a holy son who reigns above emperors." Xianxia's heart trembled as she looked at Zhao Fu in shock. She had never thought that Zhao Fu's identity would be so terrifying. She now understood, no wonder she had felt as if her soul and body had been conquered, and she had also received great benefits. Since Zhao Fu's identity was so terrifying, following by Zhao Fu's side was definitely a good thing. Xianxia gave a trace of a smile and lightly hugged Zhao Fu. At that moment, the group came to a highland, and after passing through this highland, they would be within Outlander 10 College's territory. Zhao Fu sat by the window and admired the scenery. There were not many trees here, and most of them were grass. Because they were quite high up, the temperature was quite cold. Suddenly, seeing a few figures fly over, Zhao Fu felt quite surprised and muttered to himself, "Angels?" This was because the person Zhao Fu saw had a humanoid figure and appearance, but he had a pair of white wings on his back and the aura he gave off was not holy light. Zhao Fu felt quite curious and left the carriage. He turned into a ray of light and followed these figures. They were all men, and there were 5 of them in total. They landed beside a pool in the mountains, and there were already 5 beautiful women in the pool, playing in the water. These 5 women looked different from the 5 men. First of all, they had eagle-like wings on their backs. Their feet were not like human feet, but more like claws. Other than that, they looked like humans. Not only did the 5 women have alluring figures and fair skin, but they were also quite pretty. They all gave off different auras, one was sexy, one was bewitching, one was quiet, one was bold, and one was delicate. Zhao Fu could tell that they came from 2 different races. The 5 men were most likely feather people, while the 5 women were eagle people. Why were these 2 races meeting in such a secretive place? The 5 eagle people women were not wearing any clothes as they played in the water. Seeing the 5 feather people men, they did not show any embarrassment and instead happily smiled as they came to the shore. The 5 feather person men were all quite good-looking, and they each hugged an eagle person woman. They looked very sweet, as if they were a couple in love, and they sat on the ground. The feather people men did not mind that their beloved women were naked in front of other men, and they were talking and laughing. They seemed quite familiar with each other, and this was most likely not the first time this had happened. This was the first time Zhao Fu had seen 5 men and 5 women do such a thing, and he could not help but feel infuriated. They were doing such immoral and shameless things in broad daylight, and Zhao Fu felt that he had to stop them. Clang, 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 Zhao Fu stretched out a hand and the golden light in his left eye quickly shot out. The 5 couples were caught off guard and were tied up by chains and hung in the air. Everyone's expressions fell, and they could not understand what was going on. Zhao Fu appeared in front of them and looked at the 5 women hanging in the air. In terms of figures and looks, they were all top-tier beauties. Moreover, with their bodies completely exposed, Zhao Fu could not help but react. A handsome-looking feather person young man furiously said, "Who are you? Why did you tie us up? Do you know who I am? I'm the young master of the harpies, hurry up and let me go." Zhao Fu calmly glanced at him and waved his hand, slapping the feather person young man's face, causing it to swell up. The feather person young man felt humiliated and furiously cursed, "You bastard, lowly person, I'll definitely kill you." Zhao Fu gave a trace of a smile as he looked at the young man and waved his hand, causing formless slaps to land on the handsome young man's face. Pa, pa. Pa, slapping sounds sounded out as the handsome young man's face became swollen and a few of his teeth fell out, making him unable to speak clearly. The others looked at Zhao Fu in fear and did not dare to say anything. Zhao Fu looked at the young man whose face was swollen like a pig's and was not interested in torturing him. He raised his hand and prepared to kill him. The seductive woman hurriedly said, "Please, don't kill my husband, I can serve you." The 5 of them were not wearing a single piece of clothing and were hung in front of Zhao Fu without any privacy. From Zhao Fu's invasive gaze, the 5 women understood that Zhao Fu was interested in them. Hearing this, Zhao Fu stopped and a trace of a smile appeared on his face. First, he tied up the 5 men and threw them to the side. Then, he used iron chains to bind their eyes tightly. Then, he put the 5 women down. The 5 women looked at Zhao Fu in fear and understood what Zhao Fu was going to do. They nervously stood there and did not dare to do anything. Zhao Fu went up and brought them into his embrace. He did it with them as he asked for information. The 5 women soon started to lewdly moan under Zhao Fu's body, and the 5 men felt incredibly furious. Their women had been violated right in front of them, and some of the feather people did not dare to say anything, while others furiously cursed out. A few chains bound his mouth, making it so that he could not say anything. The chains around his eyes were released so that he could personally see how lewd his women were under Zhao Fu's body and how Zhao Fu ravaged them. Seeing her man furiously watching her being ravaged by another man, the gentle-looking woman felt incredibly guilty, but she felt even more excited and responded to Zhao Fu. Afterwards, Zhao Fu hugged the 5 women and obtained what he wanted. The feather people and eagle people lived in this highland region. One mountain could not hold 2 tigers, and the 2 races were mortal enemies. There had been many battles between the 2 sides, causing the hatred between them to run deep. As such, the people from both sides naturally did not allow people from the other side to interact, and it was a heavy crime. Originally, they did not know each other, but one time, they had been bathing in this hidden pool and had been seen by 5 men from the feather people. Originally, they would have fought, but the 5 men had fallen in love with them and passionately pursued them. In the end, they agreed and became their secret wives, maintaining their current relationship. Because the pool was quite hidden, it became a place for them to meet. Moreover, that handsome-looking young man was the young master of the Harpies, and his woman was the seductive woman, the daughter of the chief of the Eagle people. In actuality, their looks, figures, auras, and noble statuses made them quite suited for each other. It could be said that they were a match made in heaven. However, they were enemies and could not be together. Now, the 5 of them had been tamed by Zhao Fu, and they all looked at Zhao Fu lovingly, looking like female slaves. "Master, can you let go of our husband now?" The seductive eagle woman lay in Zhao Fu's embrace and smiled as she looked at Zhao Fu. The gentle-looking woman shyly said, "That's right, master. Seeing that we worked so hard to serve you, can you let them off this time? In the future, the 5 of us will serve you every day." However, the bold-looking eagle woman said the opposite, "Master, I want you to kill them. I want you to kill them. If word of this gets out, our family will be heavily punished because this is a big crime." The feather people next to her felt furious and felt that this woman was too vicious. This was especially so for her man, who felt a chill in his heart. He had never thought that this brazen woman would take the initiative to say that she wanted to kill him, despite how loving they had been before. As for the other man, his eyes were completely red as he looked at Zhao Fu and the others hatefully. He was the man who had personally seen how Zhao Fu had violated his woman, and he was the gentle-looking woman's man. Right now, he did not feel any gratitude towards the gentle-looking woman and instead felt hatred towards her. He just wanted her to quickly die. Zhao Fu did not say anything and had a plan. He wanted to obtain the 2 factions' ancestral items, which was Zhao Fu's main goal. "I'll deal with them. Also, all of you are now my female slaves and will leave with me later." Hearing this, the women nodded. Zhao Fu started his own plan, and he first secretly sent this news to the Harpies. That handsome-looking young man was the Harpies' young master, and he was the most valuable person in the Harpies. He could be exchanged for anything. Moreover, the feather people's young master had an affair with an eagle woman, his mortal enemy. If news of this spread, it would be over. Not only would he not be able to become the chief, but the chief might even be forced to abdicate. Zhao Fu wanted all sorts of things, and the Harpies' chief could not refuse, so he could only obediently agree. After sending this news, the Harpies' chief was greatly shocked. She had never thought that her son would do such a thing. If news of this spread, countless feather people would be furious, as they had great enmity with the eagle people. When that time came, she would be forced to abdicate by the elders, and their family's situation would become difficult. All of the feather people would view them as traitors. The Harpies' ancestral item was a white, glowing stone called the Harpies' spirit crystal. It contained the Harpies' ancestral power, and it was a very precious treasure among the Harpies. After giving out this treasure, the Harpies' chief had a request, which was to kill the eagle woman and the 4 feather person men. This matter was incredibly important, and they naturally could not reveal it. Zhao Fu did not reply and wanted her to come and talk to him in person. The Harpies' chief thought about it and agreed. However, after arriving at the valley, the Harpies' chief looked quite confused because there were already 4 beautiful feather person women here, and they were intensely doing it with a handsome man. She recognized these 4 beautiful women, they were all the wives of the elders, and their sons were quite close to her son. Their sons were the 4 men that Zhao Fu had captured. Back an hour ago, when Zhao Fu had received the Harpies' chief's request to kill the other men, he had been preparing to act. The courageous woman supported Zhao Fu in killing them, while the graceful woman supported Zhao Fu in the end for her family. The seductive woman's man was the feather person young lord, so she did not need to beg Zhao Fu. However, the gentle-looking woman and the bewitching woman knelt on the ground and begged Zhao Fu to spare them. Of the 2 men, one was incredibly moved. To have such a woman as his wife was the greatest honor of his life, and he even felt that he had let down the bewitching woman. The other was filled with hatred as he viciously looked at the gentle-looking woman. Zhao Fu came before the 5 feather person young men and hesitated as to whether or not to kill them. One of the feather person young men said fearfully, "Sir, don't kill me. Don't kill me. I heard what you said just now. Don't you want the ancestral item? My mother obtained an ancestral item of the dwarf race. If you let me go, my mother will definitely give it to you." This caused Zhao Fu to give up on killing him. Seeing that it was effective, another young man said, "His relatives will definitely bring an ancestral item and tell Zhao Fu not to kill them." Zhao Fu simply sent a message to the 4 clans, asking them to prepare the ancestral items of the other clans. The 4 families also understood the seriousness of the matter, so they agreed to Zhao Fu's request and quickly rushed over. Of the 4 beauties, one had a voluptuous figure and gave off a faint charm, one had a slim figure and gave off a trace of gentleness, one had a fiery figure and a shrewish personality, and one had a bewitching figure and a gloomy aura. They were all very beautiful, and they all had a pair of white wings. The 4 of them hurried to the agreed location to exchange with Zhao Fu, but only one of them took out a dwarf ancestor's remnant spirit. The other 3 were all decent treasures, but Zhao Fu did not need them and only wanted an ancestral item. Hearing that Zhao Fu did not want her clan's treasure and was unwilling to let go of her son, the shrewd-looking woman angrily cursed, "You bastard trash, I won't let you off. Just wait and see." This enraged Zhao Fu, and he captured the 4 women and violated them. Now, the shrewd-looking woman was under Zhao Fu's body and moaned. Back in the present, Zhao Fu turned and lightly smiled as he looked at the Harpies' chief. Looking at her noble aura and mature figure, he said, "Come and serve me." The Harpies' chief's expression was cold as she said, "I won't agree to such a thing. Also, I've already brought the ancestral item for you, so hurry up and let go of my son. Also, you have to promise that this news won't be leaked." Zhao Fu said domineeringly, "Now that the price has been raised, do you see how hard these 4 are serving me? Either you obediently serve me, or I'll capture you to serve me." As he spoke, Zhao Fu gave off his terrifying aura, causing the Harpies' chief's expression to fall. She hesitated for a moment before squatting under Zhao Fu with a cold expression and serving Zhao Fu with the other beauties. Following this, Zhao Fu had a good taste of the Harpies' chief. Following this, Zhao Fu brought the 5 women to the pond and let them see their sons. The Harpies' chief looked at her son, who was as swollen as a pig, and glared at Zhao Fu before going up with the other beauties to check if her son was injured. Looking at their mother's reddened face and the mature and alluring scent that she gave off, the 5 young men's hearts sank. They could not help but think of how Zhao Fu had done it with their mother. Some of them felt incredibly guilty and sad, while others felt furious. Zhao Fu did not mind them and held 2 items in his hands as he smiled. One was a 100 white crystal, which was the Feather People Ancestor's spirit crystal, and it contained a large amount of ancestral power. There was also an orb of light with the image of a dwarf within it, which was the remnant spirit of the Dwarf People Ancestor. "Now that you've taken what we wanted and enjoyed our bodies, it's time to let our sons go." The Harpies' chief coldly looked at Zhao Fu. She did not have the face to face her son's furious and guilty gaze. Zhao Fu smiled as he loosened the chains on the 5 young men, and the 5 beauties prepared to leave with their sons. Zhao Fu lightly laughed as he said, "They can leave later, but you have to stay. Also, do you feel like you can leave me?" The 5 beauties' faces became red. After having sex with Zhao Fu, they had become infatuated with this feeling, and their hearts were occupied by Zhao Fu. If they left Zhao Fu, they would most likely miss Zhao Fu. The shrewd-looking woman harumphed, then go back and prepare for us. We didn't plan on leaving with you in the beginning, we still have some things to take care of. Zhao Fu smiled and nodded before agreeing to leave with them. After they left, Zhao Fu and the 5 Eagle People women waited. Because of the rebellion, they had also written 5 letters to the Eagle People, threatening them to help them collect their ancestral items. Otherwise, they would spread this news and descend to kill the Eagle People. Zhao Fu sent some of his power into the letters, and when the 5 families received the letters, they did not hesitate at all. First of all, this news was just as serious for the Eagle People. Moreover, sensing Zhao Fu's terrifying power, they felt that they would not be able to stop him, so they could only obediently prepare their ancestral items to avoid a disaster. The young man took out a pair of gem-like golden eyes and said, "These are the eagle eyes of our Eagle People's ancestor." Hearing this, Zhao Fu smiled as he took the pair of eyes and examined their power. The other 4 people also took out their own treasures. 2 of them were ordinary treasures that were useless to Zhao Fu, but 2 of them were their ancestors' treasures. Zhao Fu's eyes lit up. One was a silver skull, which did not belong to a human but a silver goblin. It gave off a faint silver light and gave off a powerful aura. The other item was a corpse. This corpse was quite small and its skin was dry and wrinkled. It was the corpse of a gnome ancestor, and it gave off a powerful might. The ancestor's power it contained would definitely not be weak. Zhao Fu took the 2 ancestral items and after examining them, he gave a pleased smile and put them into his spatial ring. Sensing the terrifying aura from Zhao Fu's body, the young man respectfully said, "Sir, can we take our family with us? Can we take our family with us?" Seeing how cold and serious their big brother or father looked, the 5 women felt that they would definitely be severely punished when they went back. They could not help but feel afraid. The trouble they had caused this time was not small at all. They did not want to go back because they did not want to be crippled. They just wanted to stay by Zhao Fu's side and serve Zhao Fu. At that moment, Zhao Fu said, "They're my female attendants, so they can stay by my side. Don't worry, this secret won't be revealed. Here are a few things for you." After all, he had taken their bodies and forced them to give him 3 ancestral items. Zhao Fu felt quite bad, so he took out a few precious treasures to give to them. They had never expected this, and after looking at the treasure's stats, they could not help but smile. Since Zhao Fu did not want them to leave, they could only take the treasures and return to the Eagle People. Following this, the 5 beautiful women returned, and Zhao Fu brought them and the 5 eagle women back to the group. The sexy eagleman was called Ing Mei and I, the bewitching eagleman was called Ing Can, the quiet eagleman was called Ing Wen, the bold eagleman was called Ing Wu, and the elegant eagleman was called Ing Xiao. The 5 beautiful harpies were called Yu Sisi, the shrewish beauty Yu Huahua, the charming beauty Yu Yu, the gentle beauty Yu Ro, and the gloomy beauty Yu Yining. They stood in 2 rows in front of Zhao Fu. One row was mature and alluring, while the other was young and beautiful. Logically speaking, they were mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, but neither side seemed to like the other. Zhao Fu violated them together and tasted their taste so that they could get along well in the future. A few hours later, all the women lay together powerlessly, their faces flushed red as they panted. Both sides were tightly pressed against each other, and there was no longer any estrangement from before. Both sides had accepted each other. Zhao Fu had long since gotten up and came to an empty area, and he took out the 5 ancestral items. This was the first time Zhao Fu had obtained so many ancestral items, and he felt incredibly happy, so he planned to refine them before taking them back. The first was the pair of eagle eyes. Zhao Fu sent some power into them, causing the 2 eyeballs to give off intense golden light, making them look like 2 golden orbs of light. The golden orbs of light were not very big, and they were only as big as lychees. Zhao Fu opened his mouth and devoured the 2 golden orbs of light, after which they started to shine. The golden eyeballs were separated and fused into Zhao Fu's body, and many of them fused into Zhao Fu's eyes. This caused Zhao Fu's eyes to become sharper, and at the same time, Zhao Fu felt a pain on his back as a golden eagle person totem appeared. Next was the feather person spirit crystal, and Zhao Fu sent some power into it. The feather person spirit crystal gave off an intense white light and turned into a white orb that was as big as a rubber ball, and a powerful energy spread out. Zhao Fu controlled this orb of light to fuse into his chest, and a powerful energy spread out from Zhao Fu's body. The massive white energy flowed into Zhao Fu's body and continuously fused into Zhao Fu's body. In the end, the orb of light completely fused into Zhao Fu's body, and Zhao Fu's body gave off a white light as a white feather person totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. Following this was the dwarf ancestor's remnant spirit. Zhao Fu sent large amounts of power into it, and the orb of light gave off an intense light. A dwarf's image appeared in front of Zhao Fu's body, and it continuously absorbed the power around it and became corporeal. Bang! The instant that the dwarf's image became corporeal, the dwarf's fist gave off terrifying power as it ferociously punched towards Zhao Fu, wanting to smash Zhao Fu's head in. Zhao Fu was expressionless as he stretched out a hand and easily grabbed the incoming fist. His palm gave off an intense black light and a suction force that sucked the dwarf's body into his body. At the same time, Zhao Fu started to refine the dwarf's body, and a powerful wave of dwarf ancestors' power spread through Zhao Fu's body, causing Zhao Fu's constitution to gradually become stronger. A grey dwarf totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. Following this, Zhao Fu took out the goblin skull and sent power into it. The skull flew into the sky and gave off an intense silver light as heaven and earth power continuously gathered, causing clouds to swirl. The silver skull absorbed a large amount of heaven and earth power and turned into a 100-meter-tall, silver goblin that gave off a terrifying aura. Zhao Fu released chains and bound up the goblin ancestor. He pulled it in front of him and stretched out a hand, sucked it into his body, and started to refine it. Arg! The goblin continuously held within Zhao Fu's body, and its body gradually separated and fused into various parts of Zhao Fu's body. Countless traces of silver light came out from Zhao Fu's body, and a silver goblin totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. Finally, it was the gnome ancestor's corpse. Zhao Fu released countless traces of black mist that covered the gnome ancestor's corpse, causing it to gradually melt and turn into a ball of black liquid. Zhao Fu opened his mouth and sucked the black liquid into his mouth, and the black liquid quickly spread through Zhao Fu's body. Zhao Fu absorbed the liquid with all his strength, and he once again felt a pain on his back as a black gnome totem appeared on Zhao Fu's back. After refining the 5 ancestral items, Zhao Fu grinned. Now, Zhao Fu had 23 totems: the jackal person totem, minotaur totem, wolfman totem, lizardman totem, kobold totem, pigman totem, orc totem, leopard person totem, goat person totem, fox person totem, naga person totem, and centaur totem. The tiger person totem, ratman totem, elephant person totem, rhinoceros person totem, deer person totem, bear person totem, eagle person totem, feather person totem, gnome totem, dwarf totem, and goblin totem. If others heard that Zhao Fu had 23 totems, it would be incredibly shocking. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to have 2 totems, let alone 23. It would be a miracle. They had walked for quite a long time, and they had passed through many kingdoms and regions, met many races, and met many different people. This was a precious journey, and after arriving at Outlander 10 College, Zhao Fu felt a sense of accomplishment. Zhao Fu made arrangements for his group. Now that Zhao Fu could not continue to bring them, it was best not to reveal their identities. After all, this was Outlander 10 College, a place where countless geniuses from the Outlander domain gathered. Some of them had terrifying identities, such as emperors, and since Zhao Fu was participating in Outlander 10 College's examination, it was inevitable that he would offend some people. As such, in order to be safe, he temporarily cut off contact with them and went to Outlander 10 College by himself. Of course, before going, Zhao Fu started to gather information about Outlander 10 College's examination so that he could make preparations. By now, there was an ocean of people in front of Outlander 10 College, and countless people nervously and excitedly waited. Outlander 10 College was one of the Heaven Awakened World's 7 great colleges, and it had an incredibly important position in the Heaven Awakened world. Ordinary geniuses would not be able to enter even if they did everything they could, and once they entered, their statuses would go through massive changes. First, their strength would be acknowledged, and their families would place more importance on them. They would even nurture them with all of their strength, and their statuses would be respected by countless people. Finally, entering Outlander 10 College was a massive opportunity. Outlander 10 College was incredibly important, and countless people had prepared for this day for countless years. It could be seen just how excited everyone was. Outlander 10 College's walls were tall and tough, and there were countless beautiful flowers and plants engraved on them. There was a massive wooden sign with the words Outlander 10 College written on it, and each word was powerful and gave off an extraordinary power. Apart from this, there were 2 rows of statues that were 10 meters tall. Each statue seemed to be made of stone and looked incredibly lifelike. They gave off powerful might, and there were orcs, minotaurs, feather people, tiger people, elves, dwarves, giants. There were 34 statues in total, representing the 34 major Outlander clans. These were the 34 races with the most people and were the most widely distributed. At that moment, a muscular orc giving off a ferocious aura appeared with a few guards. Everyone made way in fear, and the orc ignored the people around him and walked to Outlander 10 College's gates. Sensing the orc's aura, the orc statue exploded out with a powerful aura and gave off a violet gold light. Everyone cried out, as a statue in front of Outlander 10 College, it definitely would not be simple. Apart from having great power, it could also sense geniuses from its own race. Only the most terrifying geniuses would cause the statue to react. The beast man in front of him could actually make the beast man statue emit a purplish gold light. It was clear that his identity was not simple. None of them had the ability to make the statue react in any way. Otherwise, the statue would have long since lit up with a different light. Seeing how powerful the orc was, everyone felt a mental blow. Soon, someone recognized the orc in front of them. He was the emperor of the Orc Empire. Hearing that he was the emperor, everyone felt a bit better. After all, with his bloodline, even an ordinary person with a sovereign bloodline would be able to become an expert. A tall, burly barbarian with only a piece of animal skin wrapped around his body and some paint on his face, carrying a huge stone axe, pushed the crowd away rudely. Sensing his ferocious and terrifying aura, everyone did not dare to resist and obediently retreated to the side. The barbarian walked to the gates, and the barbarian statue exploded out with a powerful aura and gave off a violet gold light. Countless people once again cried out, another terrifying genius had appeared. His identity was quickly made known. He was the young master of a massive barbarian tribe. A lion person with a lion's head, green fur, and a humanoid body gave off a powerful aura. He also had a lion's tail, and he also gave off a terrifying aura. He raised his head proudly and came to the gates with a few guards. A lion person statue exploded out with a powerful aura and flashed with a violet gold light as a genius from the lion race appeared. His identity was quickly made known. He was the emperor of the Lion Person Empire, and he was a terrifying figure that no one could touch. At that moment, a tall figure walked towards Outlander 10 College's gates. Seeing this figure, everyone instinctively made way, not daring to block his path. This person's body gave off a powerful aura. He was 3 meters tall and was quite chubby. Other than that, he looked just like a human, and he gave off a powerful aura. After he came to the gates, a giant statue exploded out with a powerful aura and gave off a violet gold light. Everyone could not help but sigh in amazement. This was the 4th genius that had appeared, and he was a prince of the giant kingdom. These geniuses all gave off a prideful aura and naturally would not submit to anyone. Seeing these 4 people come to the gates and display their power and talent, receiving the admiration of countless people, they did not want to fall behind and also walked towards the gates. A figure with a chicken's head, crimson-red fur, a woman's body, and a pair of crimson-red wings gave off a terrifying aura as she walked towards the door. A chicken person statue gave off a powerful aura and gave off a violet gold light. A person with a monkey's head, white fur, a man's body, and a tail gave off a powerful aura as he came to the door. A monkey person statue gave off a powerful aura and also gave off a violet gold light. A burly man with a pair of rabbit ears, who looked no different from a human, also walked towards the door with his own aura. A rabbit person statue gave off a powerful aura and also gave off a violet gold light. A goblin that was 2 meters tall and chubby and gave off a powerful aura saw so many people walk over and did not want to submit, so he also walked over. A goblin statue gave off a powerful aura and also gave off a violet gold light. The geniuses of the various races walked up, and the statues gave off terrifying auras and brilliant violet light. The might that they gave off was something that ordinary people could not withstand and could only retreat. End of chapter 1620. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.